Chapter 3207. The three of them continued to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao for another 1,000,000 years. For the three of them, this 1,000,000 years passed very quickly. For Fu Yunyi and Yenya, the 1,000,000 years of exchange of pointers and discussions might not have any effect on their improvement. After all, they had already reached the pinnacle realm. If they took another step forward, they would surpass the law realm. But for Qin Shao, these 1,000,000 years were a great harvest. This kind of exchange of pointers and discussions allowed Qin Shao to understand the Tao in detail, to comprehend the Tao in depth, and to slowly grasp the foundation of the Tao. The laws were like a boundless ocean. Every drop of water, every undercurrent, every turbulent wave, these were the true essence of the Tao. Wandering in this ocean of Tao was a sumptuous feast for those who thirsted for knowledge, but for those who found it difficult to comprehend, it would directly drown them. During the 4,000,000 years in the magic array, Qin Zhao's body and mind were completely immersed in the cultivation and comprehension of the Tao of light, Tao of darkness, and all living things. He had been eating his sumptuous feast. 4,000,000 years of comprehension and accumulation pushed Qin Zhao's three fundamental laws to an extremely high point, a point that could be broken through at any time. Once this point was reached, it would be the foundation for a breakthrough. The prerequisite had been met, and the next step was to break through this point, break the barrier, and reach the pinnacle realm in one fell swoop. It could be said that Qin Zhao's cultivation of the three fundamental laws had already reached the final step. Of course, it was also the most difficult step. Wanting to take this final step was too difficult. The exchange of pointers and discussions had already reached the limit, and it was impossible to improve any more. Therefore, Qin Shao ended the exchange of pointers and discussions with Fu Yunyi and Yenya, and returned to the magic array once again. Fu Yunyi and Yenya did not understand Qin Zhao's actions, and the two of them could only wait silently. This wait lasted for another 2,000,000 years. 6,000,000 years of comprehension and cultivation, 6,000,000 years of accumulation, finally produced a qualitative change. Finally, it exploded. This is how all things are. A bright light emerged in Qin Zhao's mind, illuminating all the darkness and understanding. Once the Tao was connected, it felt as if the world had suddenly become clear. Everything was connected and understood. The law of all creation was the first to break through to the point of perfection. The breakthrough seemed to have a chain reaction. The breakthrough of the law of all things also caused the transformation of the law of light and the law of darkness. Soon, the law of light broke through again. The laws of darkness were also connected. In the end, he managed to make a breakthrough in one go. Qin Shao had made a breakthrough in the three great fundamental laws at almost the same time, reaching the realm of perfection one after another. Qin Zhao's 5 great fundamental laws had all broken through to the realm of perfection, becoming a perfect whole. The 5 of them combined into one, causing another qualitative change. Qin Shao also clearly felt the changes brought about by the perfect unity, which made him feel as if he had peeked into the origin of this world. He had cultivated the 5 great fundamental laws to the pinnacle of perfection, and his words were the law. With just a thought, he could overturn cities and overturn the earth. He could easily control the sky and use this world for his own use. This feeling was a little beyond the world. This was the feeling of being in the world God realm. Of course, this was just a feeling. Qin Shao was still a third-step ancient saint, not a world God realm. It was just that the perfect unity of the 5 great fundamental laws was enough to fight against a world God realm existence. The breakthrough of the 3 great fundamental laws had indeed improved Qin Zhao's strength by a lot. 6,000,000 years of cultivation didn't disappoint. In fact, it has far exceeded my expectations. Sure enough, cultivation still needs good opportunities to make faster and greater breakthroughs. If it's just cultivation accumulation, it's a very long process. I've cultivated the 5 great fundamental laws to the pinnacle of perfection. My accumulation, which has always been relatively weak, is now relatively strong. In my current state, it's enough for me to break through to the 4th step Ancient Saint realm in one go. However, I can't break through easily. In terms of breaking through the realm, it was indeed not a big deal. He could break through at any time. However, for Qin Shao, it was as simple as breaking through his own realm. There was also the breakthrough and improvement of his inner world. When he broke through the realm, it was also the best time to improve his inner world. However, the improvement of his inner world required a large amount of chaotic energy. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally couldn't break through easily. Let's not talk about the breakthrough for now. What he needed to do now was to figure out how to tear open this magic array and leave this place. After the perfect unity of the 5 great fundamental laws, Qin Shao also gained some confidence. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately began to crack the magic array. Now that he had an absolute understanding of the 5 basic laws, studying the magic array became a lot easier. He could quickly understand every subtlety of the magic array. After figuring out these subtleties, he could think of a way to deal with it. This time, it went very smoothly. It didn't stump Qin Shao, and it was just as Qin Shao had expected. Soon, Qin Shao found a way to tear open an opening. He was fully confident that he could leave this magic array. Success. Now it seems that it's not that difficult. Difficulties are only temporary. No matter how difficult it is, there will always be a solution. It's just a matter of whether you dare to think about it or not. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. He walked out of the magic array and arrived in front of Fu Yunyi and Yenya. When the two saw the smile on Qin Zhao's face, they immediately thought that he should be confident. "Haha, let's go. I'll take you out of here," Qin Shao said with a smile. Although the two of them had thought of it, when they heard Qin Shao say it himself, they were still surprised and happy. Being trapped in this damned place, they had always wanted to leave. They had always felt some despair. They felt that with their strength, there was no way to leave. But they didn't expect that Qin Shao would come. Originally, they were very worried about Qin Shao. They also thought that Qin Shao might be trapped here, but they didn't expect that Qin Shao would really succeed. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He took the two of them and began to break the magic array. Naturally, there was no accident. He directly tore open an opening, and then walked out of the magic array through that opening. As soon as he walked out, he appeared in the place where Saintess Chu Luo brought him last time. They were out. Qin Shao smiled. Although he was very confident when he really brought Fu Yunyi and Yenya out, his mood was very different. Fu Yunyi and Yenya were also very happy. They hugged each other. They had never been so embarrassed in their lives. Being trapped in the magic array for millions of years, they were in despair. "Haha, Qin Shao, you are really amazing. You really brought us out of the magic array. It's incredible. I knew you would be able to do it, but I didn't expect that you only used 6 million years to do it. I thought that it would take at least tens of millions of years. It seems that I have greatly underestimated your talent. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed worthy of being the man that Sister Yunyi liked." Sister Yunyi, why did you pinch me?" Yenya looked at Qin Shao with a look of admiration, while Fu Yunyi's face flushed red from her words, and she secretly pinched her. Being able to walk out of the magic array so quickly, Fu Yunyi's heart was filled with emotions. When she had first seen Qin Shao enter the magic array, she had indeed been very worried and angry. She was really afraid that Qin Shao would also be trapped in the magic array. That was equivalent to ruining Qin Zhao's life. She was already prepared. If Qin Shao couldn't crack the magic array within 20 million years, then she didn't care so much and directly asked her father for help. She would never allow Qin Shao to be trapped in the magic array for a long time. That was equivalent to destroying Qin Shao. However, Qin Zhao's performance had indeed shocked her to the core. He really did it. Something that others would never be able to do, he, Qin Shao, was actually able to do it in a short 6 million years. While she was shocked, she was also full of joy. She was very happy for Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell in front of him. A figure appeared there. It was none other than Saintess Chimera. Senior Saintess Chimera, thank you. Qin Shao cupped his fist towards Saintess Chimera. Saintess Chimera looked at Qin Shao with a smile. Her eyes were full of admiration and praise. She smiled and said, "Thank me? What do you mean by that? What did I do to deserve Lord Qin Zhao's thanks? I didn't help you in any way in this matter. I don't dare to accept your thanks. On the contrary, I really admire you. I thought that it would be absolutely heaven-defying for you to be able to come out in 10 million years. But I didn't expect that you only took 6 million years to come out. That's so much earlier than my best-case scenario. Tisk tsk, it's really incredible. You're worthy of being one of the most talented people of this era. I'm completely convinced." Qin Shao smiled and said, "It's always reasonable to thank someone. Your senior master Chilaro is definitely worthy of a word of thanks from this Qin Shao. I won't say anything unnecessary. We won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Senior Saintess Chimera, please send my regards to Heavenly Abyss Island Lord and thank him for treating my two friends well." Saintess Chimera didn't say much. Instead, she nodded at Qin Shao and said, "All right, I'll see you out." Qin Shao didn't refuse. Under Saintess Chimera's personal escort, the three of them naturally left Heavenly Abyss Island smoothly. Soon, they saw Brother Pure and the others. They didn't speak along the way. In the end, Saintess Chimera said, "Qin Shao, after today's farewell, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to meet again. If fate allows us to meet again in the future, I'll definitely have a few drinks with you and talk about romance." "Ha!" Qin Shao also smiled and said, "All right, I look forward to seeing you again next time. As long as the green hills don't change, the clear water will always flow. I also believe that there will be a time when we meet again. Elemental Saint Region, I'll probably come again." After bidding farewell to Saintess Chimera, Qin Shao and the others quickly left this place. This wasn't a place to stay for long. If there's anything to say, it's better to leave this place first. Very quickly, the seven of them left the sea. Only then could they be considered to have left Heavenly Abyss Island completely. They could be considered to be absolutely safe. They could be completely at ease. Fu Yunyi and Yen Ye were rescued, and Qin Shao also benefited greatly from this operation and made a breakthrough. With these two happy events added together, everyone was in a good mood. They were originally worried that they would have to fight, but fortunately, it was resolved very peacefully in the end. Chapter 3208. The people had been successfully rescued, and the purpose of this trip to the Elemental Sanctuary had been achieved. This rescue mission, for Qin Shao, could be considered as a fruitful trip. Not only did he cultivate the 3 fundamental laws to perfection, but he also had the confidence to make a breakthrough in his realm. He only needed a good environment to make a breakthrough. Qin Shao couldn't be in a hurry to make a breakthrough in his realm. He had to be patient, but for the Elemental Sanctuary, Qin Shao still had some thoughts about it, and was reluctant to leave for a while. The first time he came to the Elemental Sanctuary, was he going to leave in a hurry? "Brother, why don't I accompany you to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace? Since we're already here, I'm not willing to leave like this." Brother Pure naturally understood Qin Zhao's mood, so he said this. "Go to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace?" To be honest, Qin Shao also wanted to go, but Qin Shao also knew that with his current strength, going to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace would be asking for a rebuff. Besides, what kind of place was the Heavenly Law Dao Palace? It was the supreme holy land of the Elemental Sanctuary, the place where all the power of the Elemental Sanctuary gathered. How could an outsider easily enter such a place? Moreover, the person Qin Shao wanted to see was the young palace master of the Water Palace, which was even more impossible. Going to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace was not very practical. Qin Shao shook his head with a wry smile. With his current strength, whether it was a visit or a barge, it was impossible. So, this matter was indeed very helpless. Forget it, let's put this idea aside for the time being. How about this, Qin Shao? Let's travel around the elemental sanctuary. Just think of it as cultivation. Anyway, what we need now is to travel and cultivate. Miss Fu Yunny and the others can do their things first. We don't need to be together, so let's split up. Brother Pure proposed another idea. This idea made Qin Zhao's heart move. It was indeed a feasible idea. Fu Yunny and the others had their own things to do. Naturally, they wouldn't be with Qin Shao and the others. It was okay to separate here. After knowing what Qin Shao and Brother Pure were thinking, Fu Yunny took the initiative to say that they had something to do and left. After the 5 of them left, only Qin Shao and Brother Pure were left. Brother Pure patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, "Let's go, brother. Let's walk around the elemental sanctuary and get to know more about it." Qin Shao nodded. In order to make it easier for them to move, they also disguised themselves as people of the elemental sanctuary. They were all third-step Empyrean saints, so it would be difficult for ordinary Empyrean saints to detect them. It would not be a problem to deal with ordinary situations. Compared to the Great Path Saint realm of the Celestial realm, the Elemental Saint realm did not feel as heavy on cultivation. Comparatively, it was more comfortable and leisurely. Here, there were many magic academies and magicians' guilds. These 2 types were the most common. After walking around the elemental sanctuary for a while, Qin Shao found something interesting. Brother Pure, I've seen people from the Magicians' Guild appear frequently recently. It seems that there should be something important. Qin Shao said. Brother Pure also noticed this situation and nodded. Yes, we've been to several cities recently, and we've seen the same situation. The Magicians' Guild is the supreme organization of the Elemental Sanctuary. It is controlled by the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. The outstanding people of the entire Elemental Sanctuary will join the Magicians' Guild. The Heavenly Law Dao Palace only attracts the geniuses of the world, but the Magicians' Guild is much broader than the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. If the Magicians' Guild was not controlled by the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, then the 2 might be on par. This Magicians' Guild is a bit interesting. It has a long history and the concept has been deeply ingrained. The people of the Elemental Sanctuary are proud to join the Magicians' Guild as a symbol of status. Qin Shao nodded. It seems that there really is something important. Let's check it out. Previously, they had also learned about the situation of the Magicians' Guild in detail and found some interesting things. The Magicians' Guild was divided into a total of 1 to 9 stars. 1 star was the lowest, and 9 stars was the highest. This division was also based on strength. 1, 2, and 3 stars were at the Divine Realm, 4, 5, and 6 stars were at the Ancient Sage Realm, 7 and 8 stars were at the World God Realm, and 9 stars should be at the Reincarnation Supremacy Realm. Of course, Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not have a deep understanding of the specifics, but their general inference was similar. In some cities, a 3-star magician was already of very great existence, and his status was absolutely high. When Qin Shao and Li Wuyo passed by several cities, they saw many 3-star magicians gathering and moving around. They even saw some 4-star magicians moving out. Baylor City, a small border city. Qin Shao, on the other hand, heard a piece of news that made him excited. Hearing this news, Qin Shao was indeed a little excited. The Magicians' Guild only holds the Sanctuary Magicians' Sacred Assembly once in an era. It is said that the Heavenly Law Palace will send a very important person to preside over the Magicians' Sacred Assembly, and they will also give out very rich rewards. So this Magicians' Sacred Assembly has made the entire Magicians' Guild excited. The magicians of the entire Elemental Sanctuary are all excited and want to participate in this Magicians' Sacred Assembly. The Heavenly Law Palace will send a very important person to preside over the overall situation. There has been a lot of news that the person sent is very likely to be the newly elected young palace master of the Water Palace, Gu Lingyue. Although it was only a rumor for the time being, it had already made Qin Shao a little excited. With such a rumor, there should be no waves without wind, so Qin Shao felt that there should be such a possibility. Regardless of whether it was true or not, at least it was certain that the Heavenly Law Palace would send a lot of people to participate. So, this was definitely a great opportunity. How could Qin Shao let go of such a good opportunity? Haha, who cares so much? Anyway, we are also traveling. Just treat it as having fun. Let's also go in and join in the fun, Brother Pure said. Qin Shao nodded. He already had this idea. This was a great opportunity, so naturally they couldn't miss it. After having this idea, the two went to check some information about this magician's sacred assembly. Adding all the information together, they could be considered to have a good understanding of this elemental sanctuary magician's sacred assembly. The elemental sanctuary magician's sacred assembly would be held once every era. It had already become a tradition of the Magicians' Guild. It was also an opportunity for the magicians of the entire sanctuary to interact and collide. So, every elemental sanctuary magician's sacred assembly would be a grand event in the elemental sanctuary, sweeping through the entire elemental sanctuary. All the guilds in the entire elemental sanctuary would be busy. Interestingly, the elemental sanctuary also divided the guilds into several levels. The highest level was the temple level, which was the Magicians' General Guild. It was the highest level of the Magicians' Guild, the place of command. The location of the Magicians' Temple was also a top secret of the Magicians' Guild. Without reaching a certain level, one was not qualified to know. Below the temple level was the temple level. The entire Magicians' Guild had a total of 100 temples. The temple level was distributed throughout the entire elemental sanctuary, each governing a Magicians' Guild. Below the temple level was the castle level. There were a total of 10,000 castle-level Magicians' Guilds. Below the ancient castle level was the town level, and there were countless of them. There were a total of 4 Magicians' Guilds, scattered in every corner of the elemental sanctuary, managing the countless members of the Magicians' Guild, forming a huge net. It sounded huge and terrifying, as if it could completely overshadow the Heavenly Law Palace. But in truth, this massive net was woven by the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace. The Magicians' Guild was established by the Heavenly Law Palace in order to better manage the elemental sanctuary. After countless years of development, it finally became this huge, unbreakable net, firmly grasping the entire elemental sanctuary in its hands, becoming an existence that no power could threaten. The situation of the elemental sanctuary's magicians' assembly was similar to the past. It was divided into 2 categories of competition. The first was the individual competition, and the second was the team competition. Each category was divided into 3 levels: town level, castle level, and temple level. The division of the levels was based on the strength of an individual or a team. The Magicians' Guild also had a Magician Corps. In theory, the Magician Corps had a total of 4 levels, the same as the Magicians' Guild: temple level, castle level, and town level. But the temple-level Magician Corps would basically never appear again. It was basically a relic of history. There are really a lot of tricks here. Brother, how do we play? Brother Pure said. Qin Shao carefully thought about this problem and said, we are laymen when it comes to the elemental laws. Even if we cultivate now, we won't be able to gain much in a short period of time. At most, we will be able to deal with some mortal creatures. If we want to sneak in, the best way is to sneak into a Magician Corps. This way we can fish in troubled waters. If it's a team competition, we don't need to stand out. Although we are laymen in the elemental laws, the 5 fundamental laws are very powerful. It's enough to deal with these. In a Magician Corps there must be several professions. This way we can learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses. We have only to think of a good profession for ourselves now, and that will do. After that, we'll go and join the town-level Magician Legion. In this way, our identity and strength won't be easily detected by others. We can hide very well." Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, this is a way." Haha, fortunately, the 5 fundamental laws are universal. As for magic, we can casually practice some and master some. It's enough as long as we can deal with it casually. With our strength and talent, it's a piece of cake for us to practice some magic in a short time. Qin Shao smiled. Logically speaking, it should be a piece of cake. There shouldn't be any difficulty. Such a small matter shouldn't be able to trap them. The elemental sanctuary magicians' sacred assembly would have a series of choices and so on. It would also drag on for a long time. It wouldn't start so soon. Therefore, there was more than enough time. Qin Shao and Brother Pure were both in the 3-step ancient sage realm and were peerless geniuses. It was naturally not a problem for them to practice some low-level magic. Author Qinshang said, 4th update. Chapter 3209. Qin Shao and Brother Pure had spent 100 years practicing magic. Low-level magic was indeed very easy for them. With their talent and potential, even if they were not as monstrous in elemental laws as in other laws, they were definitely geniuses. It was naturally very easy for them to practice some low-level, basic magic. Therefore, in 100 years, Qin Shao had already practiced magic to the level of the 4th step Celestial Venerable Realm, and Brother Pure had almost reached the level of the 3rd step Celestial Venerable Realm. In other words, even if the two of them only used magic, they could reach the level of the 3rd step Celestial Venerable Realm. With this foundation, it was even easier to fish in troubled waters. There were many magician professions, including mages, archers, pharmacists, warriors, and hunters. Generally speaking, they were divided into these 5 professions. A qualified magician regiment must be equipped with magicians of these 5 professions. Generally speaking, mages were responsible for the overall situation, archers for long-range attacks, pharmacists for supplies and treatment, warriors for close combat, and hunters for secretly hunting for lurkers and outposts. A strong team must have very good cooperation to maximize its strength. Only then could it be a strong team. The number of magicians in a magician regiment was actually not fixed. There could be more or less people. However, at the very least, it would require 5 people to form a mage group. However, the requirement for the participation of the Elemental Sanctuary Magicians' Sacred Assembly this time was that each magician regiment could not have more than 10 people. 10 people were required to sign up for the competition. Anyone could sign up for the competition. But they had to go through layers of auditions slowly. Only those who could win in the end could participate in the final Elemental Sanctuary Magicians' Sacred Assembly. Qin Shao and Brother Pure had both chosen their professions. Brother Pure chose an archer, while Qin Shao chose a pharmacist. Of course, if possible, Qin Shao was also willing to be an archer. Among the 5 professions, relatively speaking, the 2 professions of archer and pharmacist were slightly better. They were not so easy to be exposed. For mages, they had to take charge of the overall situation. Their magic strength was needless to say. As for warriors, they had to charge and break through enemy lines. They had to take the lead in everything. Naturally, the profession that stood out the most would not do. A hunter was like a sharp knife that needed to be prepared to stab the enemy's heart at all times. These 3 professions were not suitable for Qin Shao and Brother Pure. They were too ostentatious and easily exposed. It was just that it was better to keep a low profile. After deciding on the direction of their class, everything was ready. Qin Shao and Roland began to hunt for targets, preparing to find a suitable mage group to join. Bacaro City, which had always been relatively peaceful, became very lively, and there was an endless stream of mages entering Bacaro City. Many mages were forming teams. This time, the requirements for participating as individuals were very strict. Relatively speaking, the requirements for participating as a team of mages were more relaxed. Basically, there was no threshold. As long as one had a team of magicians, they could apply to participate. Moreover, they didn't need to be recognized by an official guild. Even a temporary magician team could participate. The most important competition of the Elemental Sanctuary Magician Assembly was still the mage group. Due to the fact that Qin Shao and Lu Xian kept a low profile and concealed their auras very well, they were very idle. Wherever they went, they were ignored. Many people who were forming teams didn't even come over to ask them. Such a situation was a little awkward. Brother Pure said, "Hey brother, we can't go on like this. We have to take the initiative to attack and perform appropriately. Otherwise, we won't be able to join the mage group. Why don't we form a team ourselves?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. "Instead of catering to others, why don't we do it ourselves? We can also form a team. If that's the case, we can even choose our own candidate. However, if we choose ourselves, there's no credibility. I'm afraid we won't be able to pick any experienced mages." Of course, this is not important. We don't need to pick some experienced mages. The most important thing is to choose suitable candidate. It doesn't matter whether they have experience or not. The strength of a team did not depend on the experience of one or two people. With the two of us, that's enough. If we still can't lead a town-level mage group, it'll be embarrassing. Ha ha ha! Brother Pure laughed out loud. "That's not necessary, brother. If we want to play, we'll definitely play very well. Then it's settled. I also think it's better for us to play by ourselves. At least we can control it in our own hand. However, to be honest, we have no credibility at all." However, it was not an easy task to pull others into the group. Even if it's not easy, we have to do it. It's not easy to say, but it's much easier to do. After deciding to rope people in themselves and form a mage group, they began to act. The two of them also began to look for target. On a street in Baylor City, two men were chased out of a restaurant by a few people, looking a little embarrassed. "Bah, you two are just two two-star magicians, and you want to join us? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror?" "That's right. It's fine if you're a two-star mage, but if you're an apothecary or an archer, we can barely give you a chance to test you. You're a warrior and a mage, and you're shameless enough to ask to join us? If a 3-star mage warrior and mage wants to join us, they'll have to go through a lot of screening. I wonder which mountain valley you came from. You look so silly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth at all. Scram, the two of you are so weak, and your professions are very common. You'd better give up on participating in the Elemental Sanctuary Mage Sacred Assembly." The two men who were chased out had ugly expressions, and could only leave dejectedly. After leaving that place, the two of them took a breather. "Klein, I've already said that we're too weak, and our professions are not good. We'll definitely not be liked by those mage group. It's not practical for us to join a better mage group." One of the men shook his head and said helplessly, "Otherwise, we'd better just find an ordinary mage group to join, or we'll pull some people to form a mage group." The man who was called Klein had a determined look in his eyes. He gritted his teeth hard and said, "Klein, you can't say that. If people don't have dreams, what's the difference between them and idlefish? Although we're not strong enough, we still have to have dreams, right? If we join a mage group casually, it'll be meaningless. If we join a mage group casually, we'll be eliminated very quickly. I reckon we won't be able to make it past 1 or 2 rounds of the audition. That's just for fun. We've waited so long for such a great opportunity, and we definitely can't let it go so easily. If we miss this great opportunity, it'll be difficult for us to stand out. If we can't stand out, how can we have the face to go back?" Klein nodded with a thoughtful look on his face. After thinking for a while, he said, Klein, although that's the case, those better mage groups don't want us at all. This is already the 10th mage group that we found, right? Didn't they still kick us out? That's the crux of the problem. We also want to join a better mage group, but it might not be as we wish. Even so, we can't compromise easily. It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Joining a mage group casually won't make any sense to us. Instead of going in and being a bystander, it's better not to participate, Klein said. Klein didn't say anything else and could only nod. What he said actually made sense. If they were really going for the big goal, then they couldn't be casual. Gentlemen, both of you are ambitious and ambitious people. The two of us brothers have the same thoughts as you. So, I wonder if the two of you can join us. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out, and two figures walked over here. Klein and Klein were slightly taken aback. They looked over and saw two men. These two men were none other than Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Qin Shao and Brother Pure had been looking for suitable people in Baylor City, and they happened to meet Klein and Klein. After observing them for a while, Qin Shao decided to come forward and ask. These two people were more in line with Qin Zhao's selection criteria. Strength didn't necessarily have to be experience. Heart was the most important. Qin Shao observed the two of them for a while. They were competitive, had goals, and had aspirations. Those were very good qualities, which was what Qin Shao liked. Although they were only 2-star mages, Qin Shao felt that they could do it. It wouldn't be so easy to recruit 3-star mages. Klein and Klein sized up Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Judging from the badges on their bodies, they were also 2-star mages. It couldn't be helped. Time was too short, so Qin Shao and Brother Pure only got the title of 2-star mages. If they were given a little more time, they could totally get the title of 3-star mages. However, the title of 2-star mages seemed to be more low-key. On one hand, this was also a good thing. Blaine and Blaine glanced at each other. Their gazes showed that they were discussing a lot of things. Klein cupped his fist and said to Qin Shao and Brother Pure, "I'm sorry, we already have a choice, so I'm sorry." The tactful rejection was also within Qin Zhao's expectations. After all, they had met by chance and didn't know each other. Naturally, it was impossible for them to join easily. The most important thing was that both Qin Shao and Brother Pure were 2-star mages. If both of them were 3-star mages, it would be easy to talk about. They could definitely still consider it. 2-star mages were really inconspicuous. Qin Shao had already expected this, so he was already prepared. When Klein refused, Qin Shao said, "Why do you refuse so quickly? Why don't you have a chat first and then make a decision? We are all 2-star mages. In fact, to put it bluntly, a good mage group simply disdains us. They won't give us any chance at all. I believe you also understand this point. You have also met with a nose full of dust. Our situation is the same. So, under such circumstances, I think it's more practical for us to form our own team. Although everyone's strength may be a little weaker, the most important thing for a mage group is still a kind of cooperation as a whole. Only then can they exert their respective advantages and burst out all their strength to form a kind of good effect and finally burst out a kind of powerful combat ability. In fact, we don't have to be constrained by a powerful mage group. Sometimes, choice is also very important. Chapter 32:10. Brennan pursed his lips, looked at Qin Shao and said, "That's true, but water flows down to the bottom, and people walk up to the top. If we have to choose, of course we want to choose a strong magician regiment. That way we will have a better chance. If we are just here to be bystanders, it's completely meaningless to us. It's better not to join. If we are eliminated in 1 or 2 rounds, it will be a shameful thing. Thus we appreciate your kind intentions." Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Are you not confident in yourselves, or are you looking down on us?" Needless to say, I know that the latter is more likely. Actually, it's no wonder. How about this? How about we compare notes? Although we are only 2-star magicians, our strength is not inferior to a 3-star magician. We just said that we don't have enough time to complete the 3-star magician's test, but our strength is at the level of a 3-star magician. Moreover, I am a pharmacist, and my brother is an archer. The two of you, one is a magician, and the other is a warrior. There are 4 of us, and we have 4 professions. So, if we can unite, we only need to find a hunter, and then we can form a magician regiment to participate in the competition. It may be easier to find an archer, but it's not easy to find a pharmacist. Don't you think that this is a good opportunity? Why not give it a try? Instead of being controlled by others, why don't we make our own decisions? If you continue to search like this, you may not have a good result. In the end, you might just give up on this opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you really willing to give it up like this? No matter what, you have worked hard, so you have no regrets. If you don't even fight for the opportunity and directly give it up, then don't you think it's a cowardly act? You really won't regret it? Giving others a chance is actually giving yourself a chance, don't you think? Brennan and Blaine looked at each other. They had to admit that what Qin Shao said was indeed very reasonable. After the two looked at each other, Brennan said, "Okay, then let's compare notes. If it's really as you said, we can also consider it. But if it's not as you said, we definitely won't consider it, no matter how good you said it." Qin Shao smiled, nodded, and gestured to Brennan. Brennan shook his head and said, "You are a pharmacist, and I am a magician. I definitely have a lot of advantages in terms of combat, so you should make the first move. Don't be polite, just do it." Qin Shao smiled and did not stand on ceremony. He said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to offend you." As soon as his voice, Qin Shao immediately cast a magic spell. Although Qin Shao had only been practicing magic for a short period of time, her strength was still not bad. Therefore, the magic spell he cast was also very powerful, and this was under the condition that the 5 fundamental laws were not used. Qin Shao didn't want to make it too high, so he didn't intend to use the power of the 5 fundamental laws and only cast magic. The powerful magic power surged towards Brennan. Seeing Qin Shao make a move, Brennan's expression became a little dignified, and his brows suddenly wrinkled. What a powerful magic power! This was not a power that a 2-star magician could have. Could it be that what the other party said was true, and they really had the strength of a 3-star magician? Brennan still made a move, but his magic power was obviously not as good as Qin Shao's, so he was naturally defeated. After he was defeated, Qin Shao cast a healing spell and completely healed Brennan. Such a move proved his own strength, and also proved his identity as a pharmacist. Not only was he an apothecary, but he also possessed such powerful magic. This was a rare sight. Qin Zhao's display of such a skill was enough to conquer Brennan and Blaine. The two of them admired Qin Shao a little. After the two of them discussed for a while, they made a decision. Brennan cupped his fists to Qin Shao and Brother Pure, and said, "Okay, I will join you." "Ha ha." Qin Shao smiled, cupped his fists to the two of them, and said, "Welcome to the team. We are all people chasing after dreams. Although you may not be strong, your ambition is still quite big, and your goal is also a little high. There are also some burdens and dreams. People are not afraid of dreams, but they are afraid that you don't have the courage to chase after dreams. I believe that we all have the courage to chase after dreams, so we are fearless and not afraid of anything." Both of them smiled as well. Originally, they had wanted to give it a try and see if they could join a Magus Legion with more experience, but at this time, the two of them were influenced by Qin Shao. They also felt that instead of humbly pursuing a powerful magician regiment, it was better to establish one by themselves. In this way, the significance was greater. Once they could really achieve a certain level of success, the sense of accomplishment would be much stronger. Most importantly, They really didn't have a better choice now. So, the two of them felt that this opportunity was still very good. So, they agreed. With the two of them joining, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were also very happy. At least they had a good start, then they would certainly have a good harvest. As long as they successfully established a magician regiment, Qin Shao had absolute confidence that he could lead them very far. Qin Shao didn't look at people's strength, but only at their temperament. Perhaps the strength of Brian and the other two were very ordinary, at GG's level. But this was not important. What was important was their heart. Heart was the most important thing. This was what Qin Shao valued. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was not worried about anything. With him and Brother Pure, there would be no problem. Let me introduce myself. I am Mingyu, this is my brother Qianshan. Qin Shao said. Brennan and Brother Pure also immediately introduced themselves. Qin Shao and Brother Pure both used code names in order to not expose themselves. A name was also a code name. Qin Shao said, "For the time being, there are only 4 of us, so our priority now is to recruit more members. The first thing to bear the brunt of is to recruit a hunter. With a hunter, then we can apply to establish a magician regiment to participate in the competition." This was the requirement of the Magician Guild. To establish a magician regiment, there must be at least 5 people, and it must have all 5 professions. This was the most basic requirement. If even this requirement could not be met, then it was impossible to establish a magician regiment. Therefore, it was not an easy thing to establish a magician regiment. Now, Qin Shao and the others' priority was to get a hunter to join their group. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to register with the Magicians Guild. Brian, you and your brother should be from here. We 2 brothers came from other places and just happened to bump into each other. That's why we didn't have the time to rush back. We just want to set up a magician group here and have a good fight. But we're not familiar with this place. I wonder if you have any suitable candidates? The most important thing now is to recruit a hunter into the regiment. Do you have any suitable candidates in this regard? Qin Shao continued. The two thought about it seriously. After a while, Brian opened his mouth and said, "If it's a hunter, I know one. He should be a good hunter. Although he is only a 2-star magician, I think his ability as a hunter is not worse than that of a 3-star magician. But this person's character is a bit strange, and he doesn't like to go out. So, it may not be an easy thing to invite him out. But if he agrees to come out, then he will definitely take it very seriously." Qin Shao immediately asked, "What's the situation with this hunter? Is he unwilling to participate in the sacred assembly of magicians? Or is there any other reason?" Brennan shook his head and said, "I can't say for certain reasons, but it's like this. Some people think differently. Not everyone wants to fight for some glory. Some people like to live a plain and low-key life," Yi Zichen said. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Then according to what you said, there is no chance? But since you said so, then I think it shouldn't be a situation where there is no chance at all, right? There should still be a chance, but it depends on how to achieve it, right?" Brennan nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Mingyue, that's right. There should still be a chance, but it may not be easy to really move him and pull him out. As for the situation, I can't say for sure. But I think we can give it a try. After all, in the current situation, we don't have a better choice. Although the hunter profession is not bad, it's not easy to find a hunter who can join us." Qin Shao nodded and said, "No matter how difficult it is, I think we should give it a try. Opportunities often rely on people to fight for them. If you don't fight for it, then how do you know if there is a chance? Only when you try your best to fight for it, then you will know if there is a chance. So for this matter, we must take the initiative to fight for it. As for the result, it's not something we can control. Let's just leave it to fate. There are still quite a lot of hunters. Even if we fail to recruit him, we still have a good chance to form a mage regiment. So, boldly try. After listening to Qin Zhao's words, Brennan and Mingyue became more confident. Since they had decided, they were ready to take action. Qin Zhao also further understood the situation. The hunter that Brennan mentioned was called Budutu, and he was from the same tribe as Brennan and Mingyue. However, Budutu now lived in Baylor City. Many years ago, his wife was injured by a mage, and her vitality was severely damaged, so it caused a certain degree of disability. After understanding the situation, Qin Zhao said, "Brennan, so if we want to get Budutu to join us, then the best way is to start with his disabled wife, right? I'm a pharmacist, so your idea is to see if I can cure his wife. If I can, then we should be able to get him to join us, right?" Brennan did not disagree, but nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Mingyue, I did make an assumption based on this consideration. People like Budutu don't care about other things. The thing he cares about the most is his wife. Brother Qin Zhao, you're a pharmacist, so whether or not you can help us achieve our goal depends on what you do as a pharmacist and how capable you are. If it succeeds, then there won't be any problems. I can assure you of that. So the key to success or failure depends on you, Brother Mingyue." Chapter 32:11. Brain brought Qin Zhao and the others to Bututa's residence, but they did not find him. After asking around, they found out that Bututu had taken his wife to the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. There was a pharmacist conference being held there, and most of the pharmacists in Baylor City would be attending. The pharmacist conference was organized by the headquarters of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. The purpose was to select a group of excellent pharmacists and then form a few mage teams to fight for the Yasen Chamber of Commerce in the Elemental Sanctuary. Brain was shocked to hear about the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. It turned out that the Yasen Chamber of Commerce was one of the top 100 chambers of commerce in the Elemental Sanctuary. It was extremely powerful and had many powerful mages working for it. The Yasen Chamber of Commerce's branches were spread across almost half of the Elemental Sanctuary. Countless mages dreamed of joining the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, but the threshold to join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce was extremely high. Strength alone was far from enough. One also needed to have extremely strong talent and potential. In fact, there were no sects or factions in the Elemental Sanctuary. Other than the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace, there was the Guild of Magic, the Academy of Magic, and the Chamber of Commerce. The Academy of Magic was relatively simple. It was more focused on cultivating mages. The Chamber of Commerce was a more mature organization. The Chamber of Commerce knew how to do business, take on all kinds of jobs, and expand the territory. Therefore, the competition between the Chamber of Commerce was very intense. Conflicts and fights also happened from time to time. Every Chamber of Commerce would recruit mages to work for them to strengthen the Chamber of Commerce. Firstly, the Chamber of Commerce needed mages with a long history to protect it. Secondly, the Chamber of Commerce would also collect some raw materials, which also needed experienced mages to do. In the Baylor City area, the Yasen Chamber of Commerce was definitely a godlike existence. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the Chamber of Commerce that all mages dreamed of joining. Once one could join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, their future was basically limitless. This is interesting. The Yasen Chamber of Commerce's Pharmacist Conference wants to recruit some pharmacists. Although it's temporarily to participate in the Elemental Sanctuary Magus Sacred Assembly, if you can join the mage team organized by the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, your chances of achieving good results will be much higher. Also, if you can win in the end and participate in the Elemental Sacred Assembly, then you can join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. For many people, this is a great opportunity. After listening to Klein's narration, Qin Zhao couldn't help but think, should I also participate? With his strength, it should be more than enough to deal with this kind of meeting, right? Of course, this was just for fun. Qin Zhao wouldn't do it. Since he had decided to form his own mage legion, he naturally wouldn't have any other thoughts. It didn't matter if the company was part of the Chamber of Commerce or not. It was the most beautiful and fulfilling thing to achieve through one's own hard work. Brian said, "Mr. Mingyue, I think Budu wants to use this apothecary conference as an opportunity to see if he can use those dangerous medicines to treat his wife's injuries. Let's go and take a look. If his wife can really be cured, I think we can still pull him in." Qin Shao nodded, and the four of them went to the Yasen Chamber of Commerce's branch in Baylor City. The Yasen Chamber of Commerce was already packed with people today. Many of them were there to watch the show. There were also hundreds of pharmacists who came to participate. It was a grand occasion. Judging from the situation at the scene, it was enough to see how powerful the Yasen Chamber of Commerce was. Budu Tuesday. Soon, Klein found Budu, but he only saw him alone. His wife was nowhere to be seen. "Hey Klein, Blaine, you guys are here too." Budu hadn't seen the two of them for a while, so he was a little surprised when he saw them. Brian asked, "Where's your wife? How's her condition now?" At the mention of his wife, Budu's expression suddenly became sad. It was obvious that he loved his wife very much. Budu shook his head and sighed. "I won't hide it from you, Klein. Susu's condition is very bad. It's getting worse and worse. She can't hold on much longer. Fortunately, the heavens are watching over us. This is such a good opportunity. I've already handed Susu over to the people of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. At the pharmacist conference later, those pharmacists will come and treat Susu." The people of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce said that Susu's condition is very bad, so they might have to wait until the end. There are so many experienced pharmacists here today, and many of them are 3-star pharmacists. Susu can be saved. She will definitely be cured. Brian patted Budu's shoulder and nodded heavily. "Yes, she will definitely be cured. She will be fine. With so many experienced pharmacists gathered here, Susu will definitely be cured. Don't worry, she will get better. This is the blessing of the heavens." Budu's expression relaxed a little. He nodded and put his palms together with a sincere expression. "Thank the heavens." Brian immediately said, "By the way, Budu, let me introduce two friends to you. This is Mr. Mingyue, and that is Mr. Qian Shan. One of them is a pharmacist, and the other is an archer. Initially, I brought Mr. Mingyue here to see Susu. Mr. Mingyue said that he had a way to cure Susu, but it seems that there is no need for that now. Greetings, Mr. Mingyue and Mr. Qian Shan. It's an honor to meet you." "Thank you," Budu said very politely. Qin Shao and Brother Pure also nodded at him as a form of acknowledgement. Brian then explained the purpose of his visit to Budu Tuesday. He wanted to rope him in to form a team of magicians. However, Budu shook his head and rejected him directly. "Brian, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I have no interest in the Elemental Sanctuary Magicians Conference at all. I am no longer a hunter. Now I just want to live a simple and ordinary life. I just want to accompany my wife and protect her every day. I don't want to do anything else. Let's not talk about this anymore. You guys should find someone better. I am only a 2-star hunter. My abilities are very ordinary." Brian wanted to say something more, but he was stopped by Qin Shao, who gestured for him to stop talking for the time being. At this time, it was useless to say anything more. Qin Shao had also observed Budu carefully just now. Although his abilities were a little lacking, this person was still a qualified hunter. The kind of quick-wittedness and sharpness that he unconsciously displayed was not something that ordinary people would have. It could be that his talent and potential were a little lacking, or it could also be that he did not have good resources and could not receive good training. Otherwise, he would have had the potential to become an experienced hunter. When Qin Shao looked at people, he did not care about their abilities. The most important thing was to look at their potential and their character. The team that he wanted to form was originally just a town-level magicians team. He originally needed people with relatively ordinary abilities. It was fine for them to be ordinary for the time being, but they had to have good potential and could be nurtured and developed. This was the key to victory in the end. This was the reason why Qin Shao had chosen Brian and Blanca. After observing Budu for a while, Qin Shao also felt that he was a good candidate. Firstly, time was of the essence, and secondly, he was unfamiliar with the place. Hence, he had to try his best to take down Buddha. Tuesday, brother, I'm afraid this is not going to be easy, Brother Pure said to Qin Shao through telepathy. Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He said, let's wait and see. It's not necessarily impossible for it to be difficult. Let's wait and see before making a decision. Maybe God will give us the opportunity? Brother Pure shrugged his shoulders and said, he's just a hunter who has lost his fighting spirit. I think it will seriously affect his ability. So, why don't we look for another target? There should be more mages in the hunter profession, unlike the pharmacists who are scarce. Bacaro City is huge. As long as we spend some time looking, we can definitely find a lot of them. There's no need to keep an eye on him. Qin Shao shook his head with a smile and said, you're right, but it doesn't matter who we look for. In fact, it doesn't make much of a difference to us. However, not everyone can integrate well with us. Let's take a look at Budu 2 first. If it doesn't work out, we'll look for someone else. Since Qin Shao had said so, Brother Pure did not say anything more. The pharmacist conference was being held there. Bacaro City was just a small town on the border. Most of the mages there were 2-star or 3-star mages, and 4-star mages were still relatively rare. Among the pharmacists attending the conference, there were no 4-star mages. Most of them were 2-star mages, and there were only a few dozen 3-star mages. Among the 5 major professions of mages, pharmacists were definitely the rarest and the most difficult to become one. Therefore, in a small place, a 2-star pharmacist could be very popular. A 3-star pharmacist was definitely a big shot with a reputation. No matter where they went, they would be in existence that was respected by people. If it weren't for the Elemental Sanctuary's sacred assembly of mages, it would be impossible to attract so many pharmacists. The most scarce thing in a mage regiment was pharmacists. Hence, in the environment of the Elemental Sanctuary's sacred assembly of mages, even 1-star pharmacists were very popular. It was precisely because of this that the two of them agreed readily when Qin Shao asked Rhine and Brother Pure to join. It was because Qin Shao was a pharmacist. With a pharmacist around, there was basically no problem in forming a mage regiment. After a fierce competition, the pharmacist conference had entered the final battle for the first place. If one could get the first place, they would be directly recruited by the Yasen Chamber of Commerce and be placed in a good mage regiment. Hence, the pharmacists were naturally very competitive in this battle for the first place, and all of them wanted to get the first place. This was not only a supreme honor for them, but also a great opportunity. If they could get the first place, they would have a promising future, and would have the opportunity to enter the headquarters of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. If they could be selected by the Yasen Chamber of Commerce and nurtured well, they would have the hope of becoming a 4-star pharmacist. A 4-star pharmacist was a highly sought-after figure in the entire Elemental Sanctuary, and had a high status even in the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. After the fierce competition, there were only 3 pharmacists left to fight for the first place. These 5 pharmacists were all 3-star mages, and they were quite accomplished in the path of medicine. In Bacaro City they were all famous figures, and all of them were famous great apothecaries. This battle could be said to be the pinnacle of the pharmacists' world in Baylor City, and it would definitely be an exciting one. However, Qin Shao wasn't concerned about this matter. Qin Shao was only concerned about whether these 3 pharmacists could cure Budu II's wife. In this final battle, the target of treatment was Budu II's wife, Susu. Author, Cruel Death 3rd Update. Chapter 32:12. Bututu immediately became nervous and excited. Whether or not his wife could be cured depended on this. Don't worry, Bututu. These three are all famous alchemists in Bakero City. Any one of the three of them should be able to cure Susu, not to mention that there are three great alchemists here. If they join forces, they will definitely be able to cure Susu easily. Brain patted Bututu's shoulder and comforted him. Bututu nodded heavily. He was also very confident. That's right. I've visited these three great alchemists before to ask for an audience. It's a pity that I'm too poor, and I don't have any strength or status. Therefore, the three alchemists didn't even let me enter the door. I was chased out by their servants. I didn't expect the Yasen Chamber of Commerce to give me such a great opportunity. I'm really very fortunate. I also believe that Susu will definitely recover this time. She definitely will. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the battle platform and looked at the woman lying on a stone bed. She was on the verge of death, and her face was pale and devoid of color. Her body was so weak that it looked like a lump of mud. Her skin was already seeping black. Qin Zhao used his divine sense to check on Susu. Her situation was indeed very bad. Moreover, Qin Zhao discovered a terrifying poison in Susu's body. This poison was still constantly eating away at Susu's body. If the poison in her body wasn't removed quickly, Susu's body wouldn't be able to hold on for long. She would die very soon. In such a situation, it would probably be difficult to use magic to treat her. Let's see if these three alchemists have the ability to cure Susu. Through Brain's introduction, Qin Zhao also had a basic understanding of the remaining three alchemists on the battle platform. Yu Tai, Kosi Hall, and Jiao Bo were all famous three-star alchemists who had been famous for a long time. Each of them had opened their own medicine hall and were extremely prestigious in Bakero City. If it weren't for the Yasen Chamber of Commerce's selection of alchemists, the three of them wouldn't have come out so easily. There were definitely many mage groups that wanted to invite the three grand pharmacists to join, but at their level, that would be asking them for a favor. If they were willing, they would choose. However, I'm afraid that ordinary town-level magic teams won't be able to catch their attention. Perhaps only castle-level magic teams can make them want to join, right? The surrounding crowd also began to discuss spiritedly. They also began to have an intense discussion about who would obtain the first place. However, the reputations of these three great pharmacists were all on par with each other, so those who supported them were basically tied. What a rare situation. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder which grand alchemist will be more skillful in the end. Ha ha ha, the three great alchemists should be evenly matched in strength and have extremely high prestige. If it wasn't for this opportunity, he really wouldn't have been able to see them fight on the same stage. However, fighting skills are also cruel. There must be a victor. Who will be the real number one great pharmacist in Bakero City in the future will be decided today. This battle is definitely a battle for reputation. Although I think the three great pharmacists are evenly matched in strength, I still prefer to support Mr. Yu Tai. I support Mr. Kosi. His medicinal skills are too brilliant. Many of my friends have been cured by him. His potions are also very useful. On the battle stage, the curtains had also been raised for the final battle. Kosi Hall, Uncle Jiao, there are only the three of us left now. Why don't we play something a little more special? Firstly, it's time for us to show off our skills. Let's not hide anything. We'll show everyone what we're capable of and broaden everyone's horizons. I believe that this is also something that everyone is looking forward to. Secondly, we can also fight to our heart's content and use this opportunity to determine the victor. We have always gotten along harmoniously and minded our own business. Today, the Yasen Chamber of Commerce has provided us with a good stage. Let's have a friendly spar. Mr. Yu Tai was the first to speak. Kosi Hall sneered and said, Yu Tai, don't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. Ha! Yute laughed and said, "It's like this. I have a suggestion. It's not difficult for us to treat a patient. Although this patient is a little troublesome, it shouldn't be difficult for us to deal with it with some effort. In that case, it will be difficult to determine the victor. Therefore, my idea is that we should first administer the medicine to this patient separately, and then let others treat it. In the end, the victor will be decided. In this way, we can also display our abilities in all aspects, and not just purely in the area of treatment. What do you think?" Kosi Hall and Uncle Jiao looked at each other and nodded in agreement. When the onlookers heard this, they became even more excited. However, Buddha-Tu's face immediately darkened and turned a little ugly. His face, which was originally full of confidence, was now filled with worry again. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. The abilities of a pharmacist were actually divided into two types. One was to drug him, which actually meant to poison him. Pharmacists could invisibly kill people with poison, and they could also detoxify and cure illnesses. Therefore, a pharmacist's ability was not only reflected in treating people, but also in killing people. A qualified apothecary must have both of these abilities. Some people might be biased, but it depended on the pharmacist's own thoughts. Some pharmacists were not good at killing people with poison, but they were good at saving people. There were also some evil pharmacists who were good at killing people, but not good at saving people. It seemed that the three pharmacists on the stage were all good at both killing and saving people. Seeing this, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps this was a good opportunity for him. But to Bututu, what made him extremely worried was that they were using his wife's life as a sacrifice for the three great pharmacists. Bututu was naturally unwilling to accept this. At this moment, he was very agitated. His expression changed greatly, and his whole body was trembling. There was a strange glint in his eyes, and he looked as if he couldn't wait to rush onto the stage. Brain was afraid that Bututu would act rashly, so he held him back and said, "Don't be rash. If you rush onto the stage now, you will only get what you deserve. Although the situation is not good, I believe that the three pharmacists will still be able to cure Susu. Now let's wait patiently and see how things go." No matter how worried, anxious, and distressed Buddha-Tu was, he could only wait patiently. At this moment, being impulsive would not work. Even if he went out now, he would not be able to change anything. He might even anger the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, if he really disrupted the competition and angered the crowd, the consequences would be even more severe. The three pharmacists began to compete. Yu-Te would administer the medicine first, and then Kosi Hall and Uncle Jiao would detoxify it. In the first round, Kosi Hall and Uncle Jiao were both detoxified. As a result, Yu-Te was at a disadvantage in the first round. In the second round, Kosi Hall would administer the medicine, and Yu-Te and Uncle Jiao would detoxify it. In this round, Yu-Te and Uncle Jiao were both detoxified, but in terms of time, Yu-Te was still at a disadvantage. Basically, Yu-Te was at a disadvantage, and it was very likely that he would lose. In the current situation, Uncle Jiao and Kosi Hall were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine a winner. In the third round, it was Uncle Jiao's turn to administer the medicine. Humph! Uncle Jiao was the last to go on stage, so he had some advantages. The smile on his face was enough to show that he was full of confidence. Yu-Te, Kosi Hall, it seems that your strength is only so. I have always overestimated you. It seems that today's victory will belong to none other than me, Uncle Jiao. Ha ha ha, in terms of administering medicine, I am very confident that I can beat you. So, prepare to receive my attack. It just so happens that I've developed a good potion not long ago. I'll take this opportunity to test its power. After saying that, Uncle Jiao administered the medicine to Susu. After the kick, Susu's entire body was petrified. Susu, seeing this, Bututu, who had been holding back all this time, finally exploded. He could not hold back anymore. If it were not for Boulain pulling him back, he would have rushed out. Don't be rash. Calm down. You will die if you act recklessly. Boulain was also frightened. Boulain also tried to persuade him. That's right, Bututu. Don't be rash. If you rush into the stage now, you will definitely be in trouble. The competition of the Sorcerers' Conference has reached its final stage. Whether it is the Yassen Chamber of Commerce, the three great pharmacists, or the spectators, they will not allow anyone to disrupt the conference at this time. But my wife. I am really worried about her. Will she be okay? She won't die, right? Bututu grabbed Boulain tightly. His eyes were wet, and he was extremely emotional. If it were not for him, he would not be able to understand this feeling. What kind of feeling was it to see his beloved wife in such a precarious situation? He felt like he was about to die at any moment. Even if he wanted to die, it would not be enough to describe this feeling. Don't worry. She will be fine. She will definitely be fine. After all, the three great pharmacists are there. If anything happens to Susu, won't they lose all their dignity? I believe they will not allow such a shameful thing to happen, Boulain comforted him. Bututu was relieved when he heard Boulain's words. He nodded and said, Yes, that's true. I hope so. Nothing must happen to Susu. Nothing must happen to her. If anything happens to Susu, I don't want to live anymore. Boulain and Boulain were both comforting Bututu. Qin Zhao's gaze was fixed on the stage. Uncle Jiao's drug was really vicious. It turned Susu into a stone statue. This drug was really strange and scary. Qin Zhao used his divine sense to check on Susu. Her body was turning into stone rapidly. The speed was not slow. At this rate, she would be completely petrified in half a day at most. Once she was completely petrified, there would be no turning back. She would die immediately. Such a method was really vicious. This move also caused many people to sigh in amazement, and they began to wantonly exclaim in admiration. Many people who supported Uncle Jiao also began to flatter him. When such a method was used, it indeed shocked everyone present. Compared to the drugs used by Yu Tei and Kosi Hall, even those who didn't understand would be able to tell the difference with a single glance. Author Qinshang said, Fourth update, asking for fresh flowers. Chapter 32:13. Uncle Jiao looked at Yu Tei and Kosi Hall with a smug look and said with a smile, You have half a day to detoxify this poison. If you can't detoxify it in half a day, then this woman will die. At that time, even a 4-star pharmacist won't be able to save her. Ha, hurry up and start. Yu Tei and Kosi Hall looked a little serious and looked at Uncle Jiao with a gloomy face. The two of them also started to study Susu, but from their expressions, it could be seen that this poison was a little difficult for them. Yu Tei and Kosi Hall were both trying various methods, but to no avail. Such a situation made Bututu even more worried, and he wanted to rush up to the stage. Many voices rang out from the crowd of onlookers. Ha ha ha, like I said, Uncle Jiao is still the most experienced pharmacist. His use of medicine is superb. From the looks of it, Grandmaster Alchemist Jiao is definitely going to win. His reputation is well deserved. Yes, this move is really too strong. It has completely stumped Alchemist Yoda and Alchemist Kosi. Half a day has passed, but the two alchemists haven't had any result. Yes, this move is really too strong. It directly stumped Alchemist Yoda and Alchemist Kosi. Well, looking at the situation, Uncle Jiao should be the winner. In the first and second rounds, the poison would have been detoxified. But in this round, there hasn't been any progress. TSK, this poison is really a little too scary. It can directly petrify people to death. As expected of Uncle Jiao, his use of poison is superb. Brother Pure transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. "Brother, this situation doesn't look good." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, the situation is indeed not good. Those two pharmacists shouldn't be able to detoxify Susu. As for Uncle Jiao, I'm afraid he might not be able to detoxify it himself. Just now, I heard him say that he had only recently developed it. Generally speaking, after a drug is developed, it will take a lot of time to develop an antidote. It definitely can't be developed in a short time. So, I guess Uncle Jiao hasn't developed it himself. It is because of this that he is so confident that Yu Tei and Kosh will not be able to solve it. You should have noticed it just now. From the very beginning, Uncle Jiao was very confident that victory was within his grasp." Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, I've been watching him the whole time. I've already noticed his condition. With such confidence, it means that he has absolute confidence in his medicine. Since he's so confident, it means that he can't solve it himself. Only in this way will he feel that Ute and Kosh Hall have no way to solve it. In that case, we still have a chance." Speaking of which, this was indeed an opportunity. Qin Shao didn't say anything and continued to watch. Let's see how the situation develops. From the looks of it, there should be a chance. Half a day was getting closer and closer. However, Yu Tei and Kosh Hall were still at their wits' end. They still couldn't find a way to solve this poison. This made their expressions very ugly, as if they had been tricked by Uncle Jiao. Ha ha ha! Uncle Jiao saw the dawn of victory at this point. Uncle Jiao smiled at Yu Tei and Kosh Hall and said, "How is it? Are you convinced? No need to try anymore. You can't solve it. Moreover, so much time has passed. You've already lost. The final winner this time is Uncle Jiao, haha. I haven't even developed an antidote for this poison yet. How can you solve it so easily? Then, isn't Uncle Jiao's reputation too undeserved? What? Uncle Jiao couldn't solve it? Didn't that mean that there was no antidote?" Hearing Uncle Jiao's words, Yu Tei and Kosh Hall's expressions became strange and ugly. They stared fiercely at Uncle Jiao. Wasn't he playing with them? However, this didn't violate the rules of the competition. It was indeed possible. In the crowd, there were many voices of discussion. Haha, Uncle Jiao is really ruthless. He actually took out a poison that even he couldn't solve and stumped Uncle Jiao and Kosh Hall. He's really ruthless. He even sacrificed a human life for nothing. Isn't it just a human life? What's the big deal? If she dies, she dies. She's just a lowly commoner. Yeah, she's going to die anyway. Hearing the discussions in the crowd, Bututu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He completely exploded. Does she deserve to die? So what if we're lowly commoners? We don't have much strength, status. We're poor people. So what? Don't tell me we don't even have the right to live? I brought my wife here to cure her illness. I didn't want to be treated like a tool by the 3 Uncle Jiao masters. She'll be petrified and die on the spot. How can the Yasen Chamber of Commerce do such a thing? Brain couldn't hold him back anymore. He rushed up to the stage and hugged the petrified Susu. His tears finally flowed uncontrollably. In Qin Zhao's opinion, Bututu was a relatively strong man. However, he shed tears in public. It was said that men didn't cry easily. It was only when they were sad. He, Bututu, wouldn't shed tears in public if he wasn't sad. This kind of true and deep love was really touching. However, no one at the scene sympathized with him. Instead, they all laughed at him. "Mr. Mingyue, what should we do now?" Brain and Brain were a little flustered. They looked at Qin Shao helplessly. Qin Shao said, "It's okay. Don't worry. I have a way to deal with it." "A way to deal with it?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Brain and Brain looked at Qin Shao in a daze. They were shocked. He said it so confidently. It didn't seem like he was just saying it casually. It didn't seem like he was bragging either. Therefore, Brain and Brain couldn't help but wonder if Qin Shao had a good way to solve the terrible situation in front of them. If Susu died, they really didn't know what kind of stupid thing Bututu would do. Such a matter was truly worrisome. However, in the current situation, it was useless to worry. There was nothing they could do. In such a situation, they wouldn't be of any use even if they stood up. Not only would it be useless, but they would also lose their lives. The current situation was already very bad. If they stood up, it would only be worse. The consequences would be even more unimaginable. Therefore, Brain and Brain were a little at a loss. On the other side, Yutei and Kosi finally shook their heads and gave up. There was no way. They really couldn't solve it. Therefore, they could only admit defeat. Even though they were still a little unconvinced, they felt that they had been cheated by Uncle Jiao. However, it was also a fact that they had lost. There was nothing they could do. Medicine Master Janba chuckled and looked at Bututu from the corner of his eyes. She's just a dying person. She's going to die anyway. By helping her, I've lessened her pain. You should thank me. You still dare to rush up the stage. How dare you, lowly person who doesn't know life from death. You're so reckless. You're really courting death. Since you're so sad, I'll do you a good deed. You can accompany your wife on the road to hell. That's true love, right? Ha ha ha, what year is it now? You're still showing off your true love? It's really funny. After saying that, Uncle Jiao made his move. He wanted to kill Bututu on the spot. Chapter 32:14. At the sight of this, the onlookers began to gossip and snort disdainfully. They started to watch the show. To them, the death of two lowly people was not worth mentioning at all. The Yasen Chamber of Commerce would not care about such a small matter. It was not a big deal at all. One was about to die, and the other was seeking his own death. Who could they blame? No one would sympathize with the death of a lowly person. They deserved to die for daring to talk back to Uncle Jiao. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Two figures had already jumped onto the stage without anyone noticing. They were none other than Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Seeing that Qin Shao and Brother Chunjia actually dared to stand out so bravely at such a critical juncture, Brian and Brother Chunjia looked at each other in dismay, quite shocked. Although they were also extremely worried for Bututu just now, they also felt that there was nothing they could do. They were too weak to save him. If they went out, they would only be courting death. Therefore, they did not know what to do just now. On the one hand, they wanted to save him. On the other hand, they did not have the courage to rush out. However, while they were hesitating, Qin Shao and Brother Pure had already rushed onto the stage. This sudden shout caused Medicine Master Jiao Bo to frown. He angrily glanced at Qin Shao and coldly snorted, "You're courting death. Who can stop this Medicine Master from killing someone? You're really courting death. Today, I'll use you as a sacrifice for my poison." In a fit of cold rage, Apothecary Bibbo waved her hand and sprinkled the poison she had been researching on Qin Shao and Bututu. This poison was something that even the three great medicine masters could not detoxify. The person who was poisoned would definitely die. Seeing this scene, Boulain and Brother Pure were petrified. They froze on the spot. It's over. It's all over now. The crowd of onlookers burst into laughter again. Where did these lowly people come from? How dare they jump out to stop Uncle Jiao from killing someone? You must be tired of living, right? That's right. They don't use their brains when they do things. Jumping out at this time, aren't they courting death? They're just lowly commoners. They're not worth mentioning. They don't deserve any sympathy. Bututu had already lost all hope. He did not want to live anymore. He hugged his wife tightly and waited for death to come so that he could accompany his wife on the road to hell. In that case, it could be said that he had died a worthy death. Humph, your heart is so vicious, and your desire to kill is too strong. I must teach you a lesson today. Qin Shao was infuriated when she saw that Medicine Master Biao was using such a vicious method to deal with her and Bututu. Such evildoers should be killed. He wanted to sprinkle the poison on Qin Shao and Bututu, but how could Qin Shao let him do as he wished? As soon as the space was used, it directly changed the space. The poison that was originally sprinkled on Qin Shao and Bututu was actually sprinkled on Medicine Master Biao. What? Not good. Such a situation truly gave Medicine Master Jianbo a huge fright. His expression abruptly changed. His face instantly turned deathly pale. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He completely did not expect such a situation to happen. In extreme fear, he could only watch as the poison was sprinkled on his body. This poison was something that even he could not detoxify. He did not develop an antidote. Medicine Master Biao tried his best to suppress the spread of the poison, but his body was rapidly petrified. Soon, half of his body was petrified, and the situation was getting worse. Although he was not completely petrified like Susu, it was still very worrisome. Looking at the situation, he would not be able to hold on for long. Damn it, who are you? Medicine Master Biao originally wanted to use this method to kill Qin Shao and Bututu, but he did not expect to shoot himself in the foot and be poisoned. At this moment, his situation was very bad. It was very likely that he would not be able to detoxify the poison. Then, he would not be able to hold on for long, and he would definitely die. Therefore, Medicine Master Biao's anger naturally reached the limit at this time. He glared fiercely at Qin Shao, and his hatred was monstrous. His expression was as if he wanted to eat Qin Shao alive. But at this time, he was highly poisoned and on the verge of death. He was also in incomparable pain. Endless pain and anger stacked together, reaching an extremely terrifying value. Medicine Master Yute and Medicine Master Kos looked deeply at Qin Shao. Looking at this uninvited guest, they each had their own thoughts. This sudden turn of events shocked all the onlookers at the scene, causing them to fall silent. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Qin Shao on the stage. Who is this person? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he hurt Medicine Master Biao? Look at the badge on his body. He is only a 2-star magician. Where did his courage come from? Did you see what happened just now? Medicine Master Biao obviously poisoned those two people. Why was it Medicine Master Biao himself who was poisoned in the end? I'm not sure. It's very strange. It should be the means of space. That's not right. How can a mere 2-star magician have spatial magic means? Medicine Master Biao won't die, right? He said before that he couldn't cure this poison. It can't be, right? If he died, wouldn't it be too wronged and aggrieved? Yes, a 3-star medicine master, the most famous medicine master in our Bacaro city. If he died just like that, it would be really sad. Everyone was discussing incessantly, but there were also many people who secretly watched the commotion. However, there were also many people who hoped that Medicine Master Biao would die. Although Qin Shao was a 3-star magician, due to time constraints, he had only passed the 2-star magician test. Therefore, he was still recognized by the Magic Guild as a 2-star magician. The 5 great fundamental laws were all referred to as magic here. The means of the spatial laws were called spatial magic. Logically speaking, only extremely powerful 4th-step ancient sages could start to come into contact with the laws. Therefore, the fact that a 2-star mage was able to use spatial magic was naturally something that would shock everyone. Qin Shao looked at Medicine Master Biao and said coldly, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that Bututu is my friend, so when he's in trouble, I have to stand up and help him. Your Medicine Master Biao is a famous medicine master in Bacaro City. He's highly respected, and his name has shaken the entire Bacaro City. But Medicine Master Biao's actions just now are really beneath your status, aren't they? Let's not talk about the fact that there is no cure for poisoning Mr. Bututa's wife." Bututu watched helplessly as his wife was about to die, and he was devastated. He only said a few words. "What's wrong with that? Is it worth your medicine master Biao flying into a rage out of humiliation and wanting to kill him as well? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others?" Medicine Master Biao's expression was hideous and twisted as he looked at Qin Shao viciously. "He's just a lowly commoner who dares to offend me. So what if I kill him? Who would dare to ridicule me for such a thing? What great mercy! How is a lowly commoner worthy of sympathy?" Qin Shao sneered and said, "People are divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, but there's no difference between high and low. Even if one is born lowly and poor, even if one has no status, even if one's strength is weak, they're only lowly, but not despicable. Does your medicine master Biao think you're high and mighty? Do you think you're very honorable? But in my opinion, you're just SOSO. How dare you humiliate me? Are you courting death?" Medicine Master Biao had always felt that he was high and mighty, and he was arrogant. In the entire Bacaro city, there were not many people who could make him take seriously, and he could disdain anyone. He had status, prestige, and strength, and that was the basis for his arrogance. Today, he had been schemed against and humiliated by a nobody, who was only a 2-star magician. How could he, Medicine Master Biao, not be furious? If he hadn't been deeply poisoned, he would have attacked Qin Shao long ago. Why would he say so much? Courting death? Qin Shao chuckled, looked at Medicine Master Biao with disdain, and said, "Yes, you're right this time. I'm courting death. What can you do to me? Come, I'm begging to be killed, I'm begging to be abused." Medicine Master Biao, do it. I'm standing here, waiting for you to kill me. Such arrogant words directly provoked Medicine Master Biao to the point of vomiting blood. This was a great humiliation to him. This was trampling on his face. The onlookers were also provoked by Qin Zhao's words, and they all looked over with strange gazes. Wasn't this too arrogant? Such words were simply arrogant to the extreme. Many people heard and wanted to rush over to kill Qin Shao. Medicine Master Biao was so angry that he gritted his teeth, trembled all over, and his eyes were spitting fire. But now his body was petrified and he couldn't move at all, let alone say what he could do to Qin Shao. Medicine Master Biao, I think you'd better pray for yourself. You still have time to waste on me. It seems that you really want to die. Anyway, you'll die from your own poison. It's not an injustice. Qin Shao sneered and said sarcastically again. Hearing this, Medicine Master Biao felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. He felt cold from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. That's right, he was in a very bad situation now. "Brother Yute, Brother Kosi, please save me. I'm very grateful." Medicine Master Biao looked at Medicine Master Yute and Kosi Hall Medicine Master. At this time, he couldn't save himself, so he could only put his hopes on Medicine Master Yute and Kosi Hall Medicine Master. They were probably his only hope. Medicine Master Yute shook his head and said, "Brother Biao, I'm really sorry. I also want to help, but I'm really powerless. I've been studying your poison for so long, but there's no way to cure it at all. So, you'd better ask Brother Kosi." Kosi Hall also shook his head and said, "Brother Yute thinks too highly of me. We were studying together just now, but we were all at a loss. I'm also powerless about this poison. There's really no way to cure it. So, Brother Biao, I'm really sorry." "You?" Medicine Master Biao's face turned pale and twisted when he heard their answers. Although this was within his expectations, it was still within his expectations. Although the 3 of them could not be considered as sworn enemies, there was still a rivalry between them. Usually, open and secret fights happened from time to time. They all wanted to compete for the position of the number 1 medicine master in Balo City. Today, Medicine Master Biao had finally won and was about to take the honor of being the number 1 medicine master. However, He didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen. He was poisoned by the poison he had developed. With such a great opportunity, how could Medicine Master Yutei and Kosi Hall Medicine Master detoxify him? Besides, it was also something that was difficult to do. Chapter 32:15. Uncle Jiao was both furious and flustered that Yutei and Kosi Hall were unwilling to save him. He had already gotten first place and the glory of being the #1 pharmacist in Barrow City. Was he going to end up in such a miserable state? Was his lifetime of brilliance really going to be destroyed here today? No, he couldn't just die like this. Mr. Vice President, please save my life. Pharmacist Jiao looked at the gray-robed elder on the main seat. He was the host of this pharmacist conference and the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce's Barrow City branch. He was an extremely experienced 3-star magician with an extremely high status and prestige in Barrow City. Even Pharmacist Jiao had to be respectful in front of him and didn't dare to be arrogant at all. The gray-robed elder had a solemn look on his face. He didn't have any intention of intervening in this matter. Instead, he just sat there and watched silently. After hearing Pharmacist Jiao's plea for help, the gray-robed elder glanced at him coldly and said, "Sorry, our branch doesn't have any experienced pharmacists for the time being. It's too late to transfer great pharmacists from other branches. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire, so the Yasen Chamber of Commerce can't do anything either. You'd better settle this matter yourself and pray for your own fortune." What? Pharmacist Jiao panicked when he heard the gray-robed elder's words. What should he do? The Yasen Chamber of Commerce couldn't save him, and Yutei and Kosi Hall were leaving him in the lurch. Yes, there were many pharmacists present. Should he ask them? Why would he, Pharmacist Jiao, take a second look at other pharmacists? Now, was it his turn to beg them to cure him? Such an act was simply a great humiliation to one's soul. However, no matter how humiliating it was, there was a difference between life and humiliation. Thus, Pharmacist Jiao gritted his teeth and looked at the pharmacists who had been eliminated. "My colleagues, I owe you a big favor this time. If anyone is willing to save me once, I will definitely be very grateful." Although his favor was valuable, no one dared to stand up for him at this time. After all, this was something that even Pharmacist Yutei and Kosi Hall weren't sure about. Obviously, other than the lack of confidence, there were also those who were disloyal. At this time, if someone dared to stand out and failed to save Uncle Jiao, they would offend the two great pharmacists of Yutei and Kosi Hall. That would be a loss that would outweigh the gains. Therefore, no one responded to Medicine Master Jiao's request. Medicine Master Jianba's condition was getting worse and worse. The pain on his face deepened. The anger in his heart also increased the pain. It was a fate worse than death. At this moment, Medicine Master Biao had completely understood the situation. It seemed like he was going to die today. In life, one could not afford to make a single mistake. Even if it was just one wrong step, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Bastard, the people of my pharmacy will not let you go. You will die miserably. All of you will die miserably. If I die, all of you will be buried with me. Your families and clansmen will all be buried with me." At this moment, Medicine Master Jianba had gone completely crazy. Qin Shao glanced at Medicine Master Jiaobo and said, "You'll be begging me later." "I'll beg you?" Medicine Master Jianba looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What a joke. You're the one who should be begging for mercy. Do you understand? Qin Shao could not be bothered with Medicine Master Jianba anymore. Instead, he looked at Susu, who was completely petrified. In fact, Qin Shao had secretly injected Saint energy into Susu to protect her soul and consciousness. He had preserved her last trace of life. If not for that, Susu would have been dead by now. There was no way to save her. Of course, even if she was really dead, Qin Shao could still reverse time and space to revive her. However, there was no need to keep a low profile for now. Bututu, get up and let go of your wife. She's not dead yet. I can save her. Qin Shao patted Bututu's shoulder and said. When the heartbroken Bututu heard Qin Zhao's words, he immediately grabbed onto Qin Shao emotionally and asked, Really? You can really save my wife? Bututu had heard from Brain that Qin Shao was a 2-star medicine master. Theoretically speaking, a 2-star medicine master would not be able to save his wife. Even Medicine Master Jianbo and the other 2 medicine masters could not do anything. How could a 2-star medicine master possibly do it? However, he Bututu had no choice. At this time, who would dare to come out and help him? If there was one person, he would naturally be grateful to the point of tears. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. When people were in extreme despair, even if they knew that it was impossible, as long as there was someone who was willing, they would desperately grab onto it. Wasn't it good to make a Hail Mary effort? At least, there was a little bit of hope. Therefore, Bututu was also extremely emotional at this time. He grabbed onto Qin Shao tightly. However, Qin Zhao's words caused a wave of sighs and mockery. Haha, this guy seems to be not only a lunatic, but also a fool. Why is he pretending? Isn't he just a 2-star sorcerer? At most, he's a 2-star medicine master. That lowly commoner has already been petrified to death. Even if a 4-star medicine master came, he might not be able to save him, right? Haha, who doesn't know how to boast? As long as you're thick-skinned enough, you can boast as much as you want. Wait, let's see how he's going to deal with this. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He really dares to boast like this. I admire his thick skin. Let's just wait and see how he reacts. The good show is yet to come. How can someone like him be a medicine master? He's simply an embarrassment to us medicine masters. Don't worry, he offended Medicine Master Jianbo and caused his death. Even if the Yasen Chamber of Commerce doesn't look for him, Medicine Master Jianbo won't let him off easily. Yes, that's right. This kid won't be able to fool around for long. He'll soon know how to write the word death. Qin Shao did not pay attention to these mocking and ridiculing voices. Instead, he began to treat Susu. Therefore, no one took it seriously. They looked at Qin Shao playfully, waiting for Qin Shao to put on a good show. The gray-robed elder on the main seat also looked at Qin Shao with a deep gaze. Based on his experience in Jianghu, he felt that this young man was not ordinary. He was extraordinary and not a simple person. Therefore, he wanted to see what this young man was going to do. Susu's condition was indeed very scary. The poison was not simple. Even with Qin Zhao's pure magic power, it would be difficult for him to detoxify the poison. However, this was not a difficult task for Qin Shao. All he needed to do was to infuse a little saint energy into his magic, and Susu's poison would be easily neutralized. Detoxification could either be done directly with medicine or neutralized directly. Or it could be done by force. For Qin Shao, it was easy for him to detoxify Susu. Qin Shao started to detoxify Susu's poison with the power of magic and saint power at the same time. There was no existence of the ancient sage realm at the scene, so no one could discover that Qin Shao had used saint power. Even if there was an existence of the ancient sage realm, with Qin Zhao's superb means, he could still conceal it well. Therefore, what everyone saw was Qin Shao using magic to detoxify Susu's poison. Originally, everyone was dismissive of Qin Shao. They all felt that it was impossible for Qin Shao to detoxify Susu's poison. After all, this was something that even the 3 great pharmacists were unable to do. How could a nobody like him, a mere 2-star magician, be able to do it? But soon, the situation began to change. The petrification on Susu's body gradually faded away, and she was about to regain her vitality. Seeing this, Butu, who did not have much hope, suddenly became excited and surprised. Burain and Blacy also looked at each other. They did not expect Qin Shao to be able to do this. If that was the case, then they had really hit the jackpot this time. They had managed to cozy up to someone powerful. What? It can't be? Can he really detoxify Susu's poison? It should be impossible, right? He only removed some of the petrification, but he might not be able to save her life, right? If the petrification is removed, then it's a good start, right? Previously, Great Pharmacist Yu and the Great Pharmacist of Kosi Hall tried for so long, but they could not do this. That's true. So, we've all been slapped in the face? We've all underestimated him? This young man, who the hell is he? But why is he only a 2-star magician? It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense. Many people were directly dumbfounded. They stared at the battle platform with their mouths agape, and they were shocked. In particular, Uncle Jiao and the other two stared at Qin Shao in shock. They were extremely shocked. Yu Tai and Kosi Hall had personally tried it, and they naturally knew how terrifying the poison was. They could not do this, but this young 2-star magician in front of them could do it? Wasn't this a slap to the faces of the two great pharmacists? They represented the highest standards of the pharmacists in Bacaro City. Today, they were taught a good lesson by an unknown young 2-star magician? What? Uncle Jiao stared at Qin Shao, and the shock in his heart had already reached an extreme level. He naturally knew the best about the poison that he had developed himself. To be able to do this, it meant that he could really detoxify the poison. Not to mention whether he could save the woman in the end, just this method alone was already shocking enough. He had not developed a detoxification method yet, but this young chap in front of him could do this. Was he really just a 2-star magician? This was not scientific. It did not make sense at all. With such strength, he was definitely an extremely experienced 3-star pharmacist. The standard of a pharmacist should have reached an extremely high level. So, how could this be? But the ironclad fact in front of him made him have no choice but to admit it. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Just now, everyone had snorted disdainfully at Qin Shao. They had been mocking and ridiculing him with the attitude of watching a good show. Now, all of them were speechless. All of them had been slapped in the face by an invisible force. Qin Shao had used his strength to give everyone a heavy blow, causing many people to feel a burning pain in their faces. Soon, a miraculous thing happened, and it instantly lit up the entire place. Susu had completely recovered. She opened her eyes, stood up, and stood in front of everyone alive. She had actually been completely cured and had come back to life. Susu, you've come back to life. This is really great, really great. Ha, the heavens have eyes. Bututu hugged Susu excitedly. Susu was also crying as she hugged Bututu tightly. The atmosphere of the entire place exploded in an instant. That woman, shouldn't she be dead? Half a day has already passed. How could she still be saved? Uncle Jiao was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 32:16. He actually saved her life? Did he really get rid of the poison? Yu Tai and Kosi looked at each other. They were quite shocked. This young man in front of them had actually done something that they couldn't do, and he was only a 2-star mage. What method did he use? Just now, they had also seriously noticed the method that Qin Shao had used to treat Susu. They didn't feel that it was anything special, and didn't feel that it was any powerful magic. It should have been inferior to theirs. However, the truth in front of them made them very surprised, and for a moment, they were puzzled and puzzled. The expressions of the onlookers were even more interesting. Many people stood there dumbfounded, speechless. "Hurry up and save me, save me!" Apothecary Bibbo suddenly shouted anxiously at Qin Shao. If that woman could be saved in such a state, then there was definitely no problem with the poison in his body at all. At the thought of this, Apothecary Bibbo naturally grasped at the last straw, and immediately said to Qin Shao, asking Qin Shao to save him. Hearing Apothecary Bibo's begging, Qin Shao smiled coldly and said, "Didn't you just say that you would make me regret it? Do you want me to save you? Do you want me to know how to write the word death here? Didn't you sneer at me, despise me, and mock me very much? You're a great Apothecary Bibo, famous in Bacaro City. Didn't you think that I didn't have the ability to cure your poison? Now you want me to save you? Haha, give me a reason first." Smack. Apothecary Bibo only felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped, and it was burning with pain. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, he would also change his actions just now. But who would have thought that this young two-star mage in front of him could really cure his poison? This was something that he, Apothecary Bibo, would never have thought of. But now, in order to survive, Apothecary Bibo could only put down all his dignity and put himself in the most humble position. Apothecary Bibo's face was much uglier than if his parents had died. He, who had always been high and mighty, had fallen to such a miserable state today. How ridiculous was this! But what could he do? Master Alchemist, if you have any conditions, please feel free to state them. Uncle Jiao, will definitely satisfy you. Alchemist Uncle Jiao said. This was a sign of weakness and also an admission of defeat. However, Qin Shao obviously didn't agree with such words. He smiled faintly and said, "Is this how you talk? That's right. After all, you are the most famous grand apothecary in Bacaro City. With your status, you naturally look down on a nobody like me. Speaking to me like this is already considered very polite, isn't it? However, I feel very uncomfortable hearing those words." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Medicine Master Jiaobu's face twitched violently again. Could it be that a two-star magician wanted to step on the head of Apothecary Uncle and do whatever he wanted? If it was in the past, he would have died a long time ago. But now, his life was in someone else's hands. How could he still have any confidence? He had lost all leverage and power. The onlookers were as silent as cicadas in winter. Many people also began to admire Qin Shao. He was really ruthless. Wasn't he playing too big? Was he really a two-star magician? His guts weren't ordinary. How dare he humiliate Apothecary Uncle Jiao like this? Even if Apothecary Uncle Jiao was really dead, there were still many people in his pharmacy who were loyal disciples and subordinate. If anything happened to Apothecary Uncle Jiao, this two-star magician obviously wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. He would definitely be attacked and retaliated against. He shouldn't be able to survive. Of course, there were also people who cursed Qin Zhao's arrogance and madness in their hearts. He was simply courting death. Apothecary Uncle Jiao was a big shot in Bacaro City. Not only was his prestige extremely high, but his power was also extremely huge. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there weren't many people in Bacaro City who dared to provoke Apothecary Uncle Jiao. But today, someone actually put Apothecary Uncle Jiao under his foot and stepped on him so ruthlessly. It was so shocking that many people didn't know what to say. Apothecary Uncle Jiao's face completely darkened. After gritting his teeth, he said, "Sir Apothecary, I beg you. Please save my life. As long as Sir Apothecary is willing to save my life, I'll agree to anything you say. I was in the wrong just now. I apologize to you, and I apologize to the two of them. I also promise that as long as Sir Apothecary is willing to save me, I definitely won't dare to cause any trouble for you or them. I can swear. Sir Apothecary, please be magnanimous and be merciful and save my life." After saying this, Apothecary Uncle Jiao even had the thought of dying. He had never said such humble words before, even when he was weak and small. After saying this, how could he, Apothecary Uncle Jiao, still have the face to go out and meet people in the future? He would probably become the laughing stock of the people of Bacaro City for a long time. How could he still have the face to claim the title of the #1 apothecary? Are you done? Qin Shao glanced at Apothecary Uncle Jiao indifferently. What? This means. Apothecary Uncle Jiao's face turned from black to white, and he looked at Qin Shao stiffly. Still not enough? Qin Shao sneered and said, even if you kneel down and kowtow to me, I won't save you. An extremely evil person like you deserves more than death. You don't deserve any sympathy. What? Deserves more than death? Doesn't deserve any sympathy? Every word was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Apothecary Uncle Jiao's heart. At this point, how could Apothecary Uncle Jiao not know that it was completely impossible for the young magician in front of him to save him? Then, was he really going to die today? Sometimes, death wasn't scary. What was scary was knowing that death was coming, but there was no way to avoid it. You could only watch as death approached you step by step, slowly waiting for death. That was the scariest thing. This was an unexpected calamity for him, the Foot Uncle Apothecary. How pitiful was it that it happened to him without rhyme or reason? Since there was no possibility, Apothecary Uncle Jiao naturally wouldn't be polite anymore. His expression became incomparably ferocious again, and his eyes were spewing endless flames of anger as he stared at Qin Shao. If you really want to die, then this apothecary will fulfill your wish. This apothecary can guarantee you that you definitely won't live past tomorrow. My people will definitely kill you very quickly. If you are willing to cure this apothecary's poison, that might be your only chance to live. Otherwise, not only you, but also your friends will die. They will all die. Hearing such a threat, Qin Shao chuckled and shook his head. He's a dead man. I think it's better not to worry so much. After you die, how do you know whether your students and subordinates will avenge you or not? A dead person should act like a dead person. You shouldn't be concerned about those things. Apothecary Uncle Jiao was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he had to admit that Qin Zhao's words were hard to refute. Qin Shao ignored Apothecary Uncle Jiao and said to Budu and his wife, "Let's go." Budu and his wife were still immersed in the joy and excitement of surviving a disaster. At this moment, they finally reacted and immediately left with Qin Shao without hesitation. Apothecary Uncle Jiao became even more mad when he saw that Qin Shao was leaving. He immediately shouted, "Stop him, stop that brat, don't let him escape. My people will be here soon. Don't let that brat escape. Hurry up and help me stop that brat, or my people won't let you off. Great, all of you are ingrates. Many people have received favors from me in the past, but now all of you are turning a deaf ear to me. Senior Vice President, are the Yasen Chamber of Commerce going to ignore these ingrates even if they don't do anything? I took first place at the Yasen Chamber of Commerce's Alchemy Conference. Is the Yasen Chamber of Commerce going to ignore me and even let the murderer go? Isn't the Yasen Chamber of Commerce afraid of being criticized and ridiculed by the world for doing this? Ha ha ha. The Yasen Chamber of Commerce is just SOSO. How dare you? The gray-robed old man shouted coldly. You have no right to criticize the Yasen Chamber of Commerce's actions. You are too presumptuous. You killed someone on the martial stage in public. You only have yourself to blame for harming others and yourself. How dare you speak so rudely? Apothecary Uncle Jiao was stunned by the gray-robed old man's shout. The onlookers were even more shocked. Apothecary Brightmoon, please accept a bow from my wife and me. I, Budu, will do my best to repay you for saving my life. I will not complain even if I have to do anything for you. Budu and his wife were about to kneel down before Qin Shao, but they were stopped by Qin Shao in time. Qin Shao smiled faintly and shook his head. You don't have to do this, Budu Tuesday. I saved you because you are a friend of Bu Ryan and the others. Secondly, I have something to discuss with you. Bu Ryan and his wife were very happy. They were very impressed by Qin Shao. At the same time, they were also a little excited. It seemed like they could finally show off their skills this time. Bututu nodded repeatedly and said gratefully, "Thank you, Apothecary Brightmoon. I hope you can forgive me if I have neglected you previously. I promise you that I will do my best to help you as long as you need me. However, I am very ashamed. My strength is indeed very ordinary. I am afraid that I will be a burden to Apothecary Brightmoon and the others. With Apothecary Brightmoon's strength, you will definitely be able to recruit a more powerful hunter." Qin Shao smiled and said, "There is no need. I feel that you are very suitable. You are very good. There is no need to find anyone else. You are my best choice." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Bututu was a little fearful. He had indeed given such a high evaluation. Since Apothecary Brightmoon has said so, it will be my fault if I continue to be pretentious. All right, then I will accept your invitation. I will go with you and try my luck. Consider it as rekindling the heart that has been destroyed for many years. I will do my best. I hope that I will not disappoint you." Bututu nodded and agreed. Burain put his arm around Bututu's shoulder and said, "That's right. We can go out together again. You have to regain your confidence and find your old self. Back then, you were still quite strong. You were a real hunter. With Apothecary Brightmoon leading us, I believe that we will definitely achieve good results. No matter what, this is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, we will have to wait for another era. It is too long for us." Bututu nodded solemnly. Chapter 32:17. The team of 5 was considered complete, and they could go to the Guild of Magic to apply for the formation of a team of mages for the competition. However, there was still an important question that hovered in the hearts of Bututu and the other 2. After the agitation, they gradually calmed down. "Mr. Mingyue, Apothecary Biao has also died in your hands. I reckon the people in his pharmacy won't let this matter rest so easily. So, at this moment, shouldn't we consider this aspect? Should we go out and lie low for a while? Why don't we go to other cities to register? We don't have to stay in Bakero City. I'm very worried about your safety, Mr. Mingyue. Apothecary Biao's influence is extremely strong in Bakero City, and no one dares to provoke him. Now that such a big thing has happened, I reckon many people will point their fingers at you, Mr. Mingyue," Bututu said with a worried expression. Brain and Blacy also thought of this problem, and nodded in agreement with Bututu's words. This matter could be considered to have arisen because of him, Bututu, so he was the most worried. If anything happened to Mr. Mingyue because of him and his wife, he would never be at ease for the rest of his life. Apothecary Biao's status in Bakero City was too high, and his influence was too great. He had many students and followers who were 2-star and 3-star mages, and it was really unknown what these people could do. Qin Shao smiled nonchalantly and said, "Bututu, the problem you're worrying about might be a little redundant." "A little redundant?" Bututu looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. Brain and Blacy were also very surprised. How could this problem be redundant? This was a very practical problem, a very scary problem, and it needed to be carefully considered. "How long has it been since Apothecary Biao's accident?" Qin Shao asked. Bututu and the other 2 frowned and thought for a while. It seemed to have been half a day. "Look, it's been half a day. Bakero City is only so big. Apothecary Biao's people should have received the news long ago, right? But why hasn't anyone come to find trouble with us until now? Actually, there's only one reason, and that's because Apothecary Jiao's people are probably busy fighting for the authority of the medicine hall. How would they have the time to care about me? Besides, even the Yasen Chamber of Commerce didn't say anything and didn't make things difficult for me. Why would others do anything to me? Furthermore, I can cure Apothecary Biao's poison and even kill him. If you were in my shoes, what would you think? Do you dare to make a move on me so easily?" A person like Apothecary Jiaobua is a vicious person. Like teacher, like student. Therefore, his people are definitely not good people. It's impossible for many people to be loyal to this kind of person. Once something happens, we'll all fly away. Why would we care so much? Besides, even if one or two of them were to jump out, we have nothing to be afraid of. So, you don't have to worry about this problem. We can just walk around Bakero City. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Bututu and the other two looked at each other in dismay. What he said seemed to make a lot of sense, but they were still a little worried and couldn't really calm down. After all, in their opinion, this kind of thing was a little too exaggerated. It was somewhat beyond their imagination. They couldn't be blamed. They had indeed always been at a very low level. In the face of a big shot like Apothecary Jiaobua, they would naturally tremble. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, Apothecary Jiaobua was just a small ant. Brother Pure also grinned and said, "You guys can rest assured. If my brother says it'll be fine, then it'll definitely be fine. What's more, we're not pushovers. Not everyone can bully us just because they want to. Apothecary Jiaobua is already dead. Not many people will jump out and do anything to us. Nowadays, people are all very smart. No one would risk their lives for others, right? Many people are just together for the sake of benefit." Bututu and the other two nodded. What Brother Pure said made sense. However, the worry in their hearts would definitely not be completely eliminated in a short period of time. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about our plan to set up a mage regiment. Now that we have 5 people and all the professions, we have fulfilled the basic requirements to apply. However, 5 people is still a little weak. Do we still need to recruit a few more people to join us? According to the rules, a mage regiment participating in the competition can have a maximum of 10 people. How are we going to recruit people next? I don't have any suitable candidates on my side to recommend, Buenlei said. Bututu thought for a while and said, "I do have a good candidate for a mage, but I don't know if he has joined any other mage regiment. He's a 3-star mage and is quite strong." "Haha, it would be great if a 3-star mage joined us," Buenlei said with a smile. Qin Zhao laughed faintly and waved his hand. "Actually, there's no need. The 5 of us are enough." "What? 5 people? Enough? How could 5 people be enough?" Once Qin Zhao's words came out, Bututu and the other two were shocked again. They looked at Qin Zhao in astonishment. The rules allowed for a maximum of 10 people. Shouldn't more people mean more strength? 10 people was the best allocation, right? Seeing the expressions of the 3 people, Qin Zhao explained, "More people doesn't mean more strength. Strength is greater when one is united. No matter how many people there are, if they are not united and have disagreements, then it's not just strength, it's trouble. The 5 of us should be enough." Moreover, only 5 people were required to participate in the official competition. The other 5 are just substitutes. Therefore, to us it doesn't matter. If there are 10 people, only 5 can go on stage. In this way, it's easier for there to be disagreement. If there's someone very suitable, then we can consider it. However, it's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. The 5 of us are enough. Bututu and the other two nodded. This was indeed very reasonable. Randomly recruiting people was actually a very worrisome thing. If they did not get along well with each other, once there was a conflict and disagreements, it would be troublesome. That's right, being united as one is the strongest. The main thing was that the competition could only have 5 people, and there was indeed no need for too many people. However, if someone was seriously injured in a competition and there were no substitutes, it would be a little troublesome. There's no need to worry about a situation where there are no substitute. With our medicine master Mingyu, this is not a problem. As long as he doesn't die on the spot, he can be cured very quickly. Ha ha ha, Brother Pure joked. Qin Zhao smiled helplessly. However, what he said was not wrong. Of course, it was still very conservative. It should be said that even if he died, Qin Shao could still be revived. Qin Shao was really not worried about the substitute. Therefore, Qin Shao said that the 5 of them were enough. There was no need to add other people. Qin Shao was very satisfied with Bu Tutu and the other 2. They met his requirements in all aspects. Moreover, the 3 of them were from the same tribe and had known each other since they were young. They had a very good relationship and could trust each other completely. They could easily unite and twist into a force. There was a natural tacit understanding there. This was the best and most powerful foundation of strength. With these, Qin Shao naturally had nothing to worry about. Moreover, wasn't it entirely up to Qin Shao to decide how far they could go in this battle? With him and Brother Pure around, it was enough. Let's go to the Magic Guild and register to form a Magic Guild first. But before that, let's think of a name together, Qin Shao said. Brain smiled and said, Mr. Mingyu, we all think that you're the leader, so you're our leader. You can still decide the name. Bututu and Bulakai also nodded in agreement. They had all gathered together because of Qin Shao and had the idea of forming their own magic guild. Therefore, this magic guild would naturally be led by Qin Shao. Qin Shao was the best candidate for the leader. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, If you want me to be the leader, I won't be polite and modest. But about the name of the magic guild, let's gather our thoughts and discuss it together. Everyone started to talk about it, and all kinds of names were mentioned. However, none of them were unanimously agreed upon. Qin Shao was seriously thinking about this matter. Finally, he had an idea. Dragon roaming the world, unstoppable, dauntless. Why don't we call ourselves the Dragon Magic Guild? What do you think? Dragon Magic Guild? It was indeed a good name. Brother Pure was the first to respond. Ha, not bad, not bad. Dragons are also sacred beasts in the elemental holy demons. Dragon roaming the world has a good meaning. Then let's call ourselves the Dragon Magic Guild. It suits our temperament very well. Brain said, the name is indeed very good. It's also very domineering and very sharp. But, wouldn't it be a little too conspicuous if we choose such a domineering name? Cough, won't it cause trouble? Brother Pure put his arm around Brain's shoulder and said, What are you afraid of? As a person, you should have some ambition and dreams, right? What is the purpose of forming our own magic guild? Isn't it to strive for a good result? If we don't even have this little ambition, then we might as well not participate in this elemental holy realm magic guild assembly. This is an opportunity that only comes once in an era. How many opportunities like this are hard to come by in one's life? If we don't seize the opportunity and strive for it, then wouldn't it be a waste of our young talents? What's wrong with being domineering and sharp? That's what we want. We need to have a courageous and fearless heart. We need to shine in this elemental saint realm mega saint master competition and strive for a good ranking. Yes, that's why we should be domineering and sharp. Brother Pure's words were very encouraging, and Brain also nodded repeatedly. Yes, Brother Qianshan is very right. We have been ordinary for so long and have always wanted to do something spectacular. We have always felt that there were no good opportunities. This time, we have an excellent opportunity. We must not miss it. We must seize it well. So what if we are domineering and sharp? Ha, it's rare for the young to be so arrogant. Just like that, the name of the Magic Guild was decided. It was called the Dragon Magic Guild. Just as the 5 of them were about to go to the Magic Guild, a 3-star Magic Guild suddenly walked out with 4 2-star magic casters and blocked the way of Qin Shao and the others. Chapter 32:18. Seeing these 5 people, Budu-2 and the other 2 immediately tensed up. Could it be that Alchemist Jiabua's men had come looking for them? They had been worried about this matter for a long time. They felt that this matter wouldn't pass so easily. After all, the one who had died was alchemist Jiabwa. He was a powerful figure. The leader of the group sized up Qin Shao and said, "Esteemed sir, we are from the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. Our vice president would like to invite sir for a chat. Would sir be willing to give us the honor of meeting him?" It turned out that the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce had invited him, and he had even sent a 3-star magician. It was clear how important the invitation was. Hearing this, Butu and the other two heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of alchemist Bright Moon, he had great strength in the field of alchemy. Naturally, he had won respect. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said, "My apologies. Please send my regards to your vice president. We have other matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you. I have a rough idea of what your vice president wants to do, but I should refuse. I appreciate your kindness. Thank you for your trouble." The 3-star magician furrowed his brows. After looking at Qin Shao, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he said, "All right, since that's the case, I won't force you. I will go back and pass on your message to our vice president. But to be honest, I hope that sir can reconsider. Before the magician's sacred assembly officially opens, you can come to our Yasen Chamber of Commerce." Qin Shao smiled and said, "There's no need to reconsider. I have already made up my mind. I won't change it." The 3-star magician nodded and didn't say anything else. He left with his men. Seeing Qin Shao directly reject the invitation of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, Butu and the other two were shocked. This was the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. The vice president had personally sent someone to invite him. This was the treatment of an honored guest. Alchemist Jiabwa, who had won first place in the alchemy conference, had died at the hands of alchemist Bright Moon. The poison that the 3 alchemists couldn't detoxify was also detoxified by alchemist Bright Moon. With such strength, it was normal for the Yasen Chamber of Commerce to take a fancy to him. To be able to join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce was indeed a great honor. If this were to happen to Butu and the other two, they would not even dare to think about it. "Hee, don't look at me like that. It's just the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. What's so special about it? No matter how powerful the Yasen Chamber of Commerce is, joining them is just obeying their orders. In the end, we must share all the glory with them. What you create yourself is the most beautiful thing." Qin Shao chuckled and said to Butu and the other two. The 3 of them were greatly encouraged and moved. The seed of determination in their hearts was also stimulated. They also had a lot of longing, but it was gradually diluted. People's passions were like this. There were times when they were strong, times when they were indifferent, and even times when they were depressed. Whether or not you can stimulate the passion in the depths of your heart will determine the intensity of your actions. When you put in all your strength, or even more than all your strength, to do something, the chances of success would be 10 times or even 100 times greater. Cultivating one's heart and doing things also depended on one's heart. Hence, one's heart played a decisive role in everything one did. Qin Shao and the other 3 quickly went to the Guild of Magic to register the Dragon Mage Regiment, and signed up to participate in the Elemental Sanctuary Magic Sacred Assembly. Qin Shao was now famous, so many people wanted to invite Qin Shao to join. When they heard that Qin Shao had already formed a mage regiment, many people fought to join Qin Shao's mage regiment. However, they were all rejected by Qin Shao one by one. There were even many 3-star mages who wanted to join, which made Brain and the other two very tempted. However, they were all rejected by Qin Shao. Brain and the other two felt that it was a pity. After that, they had to wait for the Magic Sacred Assembly to officially begin. During this period, Qin Shao did not idle around. First, she brought everyone to the Yasen Chamber of Commerce's shop. Of course, Qin Shao did not go there to meet the vice president, but to purchase magical treasures. Firstly, she wanted to give everyone the best magic staffs allowed by the rules. With good magic staffs, everyone's magic power would be enhanced, and their strength would naturally be improved to a certain extent. Brace was a combat master, so Qin Shao also prepared a set of good armor for him. Together, his offensive and defensive abilities were enhanced by a lot. Buddha too was a hunter, so he had also prepared some magic treasures for him so that he could become stronger. The 5 of them were armed. Even if they weren't armed to the teeth, they were almost there. Moreover, they were all armed with the best treasures. Such generosity shocked the attendants of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. Brain and the other 2 were even more shocked. Just the items that the 5 of them bought this time were worth more than 100 million magic crystals, which was equivalent to 100 million Chaos Source Stones. Basically, many 4-star magicians would not be able to take out so many magic crystals. Such generosity was too great. This made Brain and the other 2 seriously suspect that Qin Shao and Brother Pure had extraordinary backgrounds. How could someone who could casually use 100 million magic crystals be an ordinary person? They were definitely very, very extraordinary. In addition to treasures, Qin Shao also bought some magical cultivation methods for cultivation. During this period of time, she also wanted to increase the strength of Brain and the other 2. Speaking of which, the strength of the 3 of them was indeed a little lacking. If they wanted to go further, the 3 of them indeed needed to improve further. With Qin Zhao's help, coupled with their strong desire for strength, the 3 of them were stimulated to cultivate. Under the impact of such power, it was naturally of great help to their cultivation. Soon, the curtains of the magic sacred assembly began. With full health, the assistance of the brilliant magical cultivation methods, and Qin Zhao's guidance, the speed of improvement of Brain and the other 2 could be said to be jaw-dropping. In a short period of time, their strength actually improved a lot. In terms of realm, there were even signs of breaking through to the 4th step, Heavenly Venerate Realm. If they broke through to the 4th step, Heavenly Venerate Realm, they would definitely be 3-star magicians. However, with their current strength and equipment, Brain and the other 2 had some confidence in breaking through to the 3-star magician realm. To be able to improve so much in such a short period of time completely made up for their previous million years of cultivation. This made Brain and the other 2 admire Qin Shao immensely. They were very sure that this Mr. Mingyue was not simple. However, they did not understand why he was still a 2-star magician. The level of a magician was recognized by the Magic Guild. Once recognized, it could not be changed. Everyone only had one recognized badge, and there would definitely not be another one. Therefore, it was basically impossible to fake it. Who would dare to fake it? Unless they wanted to be permanently removed from the Magic Guild. However, this was not important. What was important was that everyone was full of energy and wanted to show off their skills and shine at the Magic Sacred Assembly. He had lived for so long, but he had never done anything spectacular. He had never done anything meaningful. Perhaps he could take advantage of this sacred assembly of magicians to show off his skills. The Sacred Assembly of Mages, which was the focus of everyone's attention, and which the entire elemental sanctuary was talking about, finally began. The once-in-a-epoch Sacred Assembly of Sorcerers had finally begun. Countless magicians in the entire elemental sanctuary participated. The magic guilds at all levels became arenas and began the general election. Therefore, this sacred assembly spread to every corner of the elemental sanctuary, enough for the people of the elemental sanctuary to watch this grand event at close range. In this way, it was naturally possible to mobilize all the people of the elemental sanctuary and push this grand event to the extreme. Perhaps only the elemental sanctuary could do this among the 8 sanctuary realms. For example, the Immortal Realm and the Great Tao Sanctuary were far from being able to do this. The Magic Guild at the level of a town organized a competition at the level of a town, so the participating magician teams had to be at the level of a town. Besides, the Magic Guild would guarantee fairness and accept the supervision of the world. There was no doubt about this. The fairness of the Magic Guild was recognized by the world. Although Bacaro City was only a small city on the border where 4-star magicians were rare, the number of magician teams that signed up for the competition this time was actually more than 10,000. Perhaps this was because there were too few alchemists. Otherwise, there would be more magician squads signing up to participate. After all, in order to sign up for the competition, all 5 major professions had to be present, which was a hardcore requirement. If one could not meet this requirement, there would be no way to sign up. However, although there were many magician teams that signed up, most of them were obviously just here to participate and have some fun. After all, such a grand event could only be held once in an era. Since they had encountered it, they naturally wanted to come and have some fun. Whether or not they could get a place in the competition was secondary. The important thing was to participate. This was also advocated by the Magic Guild, so there was no threshold for registration as long as it was a magician team. This grand event also made countless people extremely excited, and made Bacaro City extremely lively. The entire city felt a little overcrowded as countless people poured into Bacaro City. The Magic Sacred Assembly had begun. If it was the qualifier, it would be an elimination battle, and a large number of people would be eliminated. Batch after batch of magician teams only participated for a short while, and were quickly eliminated. Klein and the other 2 were also extremely excited. It was their first time participating in the Magic Sacred Assembly, and their strength was actually very ordinary. Hence, they had never had much confidence. However, with Qin Shao around now, their confidence had increased a lot, and their strength had increased a lot. The most important thing was that the power of belief had increased a lot. Under such circumstances, the combat power of the 5 of them was completely condensed, and naturally could erupt with a powerful force. Besides, with Qin Shao, who was a very good leader, commanding them, he could see through every competition very clearly, and could accurately command everyone to clear the stage in the simplest and fastest way. In this way, the Dragon Mage's journey was very smooth and easy. They were able to overcome all obstacles and continue to move forward. With a good start, it naturally had a huge effect on the confidence of Klein and the other 2. The stronger their confidence, the stronger they would naturally be, and the easier it would be for them to cooperate with each other. With strong confidence, they would be able to remain calm in the face of danger, and would be able to exert their means to the greatest extent. They would be able to play a more important role in cooperation. Naturally, the strength of the team was also increased to the greatest extent. Chapter 32:19. The Town level audition was actually extremely intense. Out of the more than 10,000 mage teams that participated, only 100 mage teams would be able to win and advance to the next level of audition. 1 in 100 was naturally very intense. However, many mage teams participated in the town level audition with the mentality of having fun. Therefore, many mage teams did not have much strength. Basically, they were eliminated as soon as they went up and completed the first round of the game. The town level audition was naturally not stressful for the Dragon Mages. Although there were still some powerful mage teams in Baylor City, they couldn't stop Qin Shao and the others. Bren and the other 2 also displayed super powerful combat power, and advanced triumphantly along the way. During the battle, the strength of the 3 of them was also tempered, and they improved a lot. Originally, the 3 of them had made a lot of progress. In addition to this round of selection and the stimulation they received from the intense battles, the 3 of them directly broke through to the 4th step of the Heavenly Venerate realm. The breakthrough in realm also allowed the 3 of them to successfully obtain the certification of the Guild of Magic, and they were promoted to 3-star mages. Qin Shao and Brother Pure naturally became 3-star mages very smoothly. That was also expected. Originally, the strength of the three of them was enough to become 3-star mages, but they didn't have that much time to complete the test of the Guild of Magic. Hence, they were delayed. However, through this audition, they used their strength to prove their strength. The audition was originally hosted by the Guild of Magic, so it could be considered a test. Since they had obtained the approval of the Guild of Magic, it was natural for them to be promoted to 3-star mages. There were a total of 100 spots for the audition in Baylor City, so it wasn't particularly difficult for a mage team with a little bit of strength to advance. After all, Baylor City was just a small border city, and there weren't many experienced mages here. Although it wasn't a particularly difficult task, it wasn't an easy task to pick 1 out of 100 mages. Even though most of them were just bystanders, there were still some experienced mages. For Qin Zhao's Dragon Mage Legion, it wasn't much of a challenge. They were invincible and invincible all the way. They were arrogant and won one victory after another, shining brightly. Previously, Qin Zhao had defeated great apothecary Uncle Jiao and caused him to die at his hands. He had also cured a poison that 3 great apothecaries were unable to cure. For a moment, he had become famous in Baquero City. Especially in the world of alchemists, it was even more famous, and its name shook the world. There were even many voices praising Qin Zhao as the #1 apothecary in Baquero City. And this point seemed to have been fully proven in the qualifiers. No matter how severe the injuries suffered by Brain and the others were, Qin Zhao was able to quickly and completely heal them, ensuring that the Magician Legion's battle prowess was at full health. This was the standard that an outstanding pharmacist should have. Such a method was also amazing. Hence, this qualifier had also promoted Qin Zhao's reputation by a lot. Apothecary Bright Moon had undoubtedly become a famous name in Baquero City. There was an endless stream of people who came to ask for medicine and treatment. Many forces also tried their best to curry favor with Qin Zhao, but they were all rejected by Qin Zhao. An exciting and sensational qualifier also ended amidst the intense competition. The list of the 100 Magician Legions that had advanced had been released and announced to the world. After resting for 100 years, the Guild of Magic would bring the 100 Magician Legions to the castle-level Guild of Magic to enter the next round of competition. If they wanted to participate in the Sacred Assembly of Magic, they would have to pass through 3 levels of advancement. The town level was just a qualifier, and was only the simplest level. Hence, in theory, if one couldn't outshine others in the selection of the town level, there would basically be no chance for them to compete in the future. In the selection of Baquero City, although there wasn't a single Magician Legion that had outshone and dominated the qualifier, many people were discussing it. However, there were many voices discussing this matter. Many people felt that the Dragon Mages had the potential to dominate, and were very likely to represent Baquero City and go further, standing at a higher position and fighting for great glory for Baquero City. These voices of discussion also pushed the Dragon Mages to a very high level. Needless to say, Apothecary Bright Moon had already become a new noble in Baquero City. He was a popular figure that everyone wanted to curry favor with. Archer Qianshan also had a great reputation in the world of archery. Brian and the other 2 also became famous in Baquero City because of this audition, and they gained quite a reputation. In an instant, the 3 of them had gone from being humble to being powerful and walking towards the light. Such a change was something that Bren and the other 2 had never dreamed of. To them, it was just like a dream. It was too dreamy, and they simply couldn't believe that all of this was real. Even if it was a dream, it shouldn't have been able to come true so quickly. However, their dream had already come true, and it had come true in advance. Blanca, Butudu, have you ever thought that we would have such a day? Bren asked with a smile. Blanca smiled very brightly and happily. To be honest, I did think about it. But it was just a thought. It was just a dream. Which one of us cultivators doesn't want to become powerful? Which one of us doesn't want to stand out? Which one of us doesn't want to become a 3-star or even 4-star magician? Which one of us doesn't want to become a reputable figure? If it's possible, who would be willing to be humble? Humble, it's just that we can't shine and make ourselves stronger, so we can only be humble. And the best way to get rid of being humble is to have great power. Only with power can you have everything. We all understand this most basic principle. So, in the past, we were also a little hot-blooded, and we also had an ambitious heart. We also worked hard and struggled for this dream, but we were also confused, depressed, and even gave up. Why? Because we are not geniuses, and we don't have such a good life. We don't have a good cultivation environment, and we don't have any opportunities. So, even if we worked very hard in the past, it was useless, and we couldn't achieve anything. It would only slowly wear away the fighting spirit in our hearts. In the end, we resigned to our fate and lived an ordinary life. We ended up doing nothing. That's also a life. But we may have asked ourselves countless times, is such a life really what we want? Is it really? Obviously, it's not. This is definitely not the life we want. It's definitely not. And this time, the heavens have given us an excellent opportunity to meet Mr. Mingyue, allowing our lives to once again blossom with resplendent light. Mr. Mingyue is our benefactor. He is the light on the road of our lives. He is the fire that ignites the infinite fighting spirit in our hearts. Both Blanca and Bututu nodded heavily. They both deeply agreed. That was indeed the case. They looked at Qin Shao with gratitude in their eyes. This was gratitude. Bututu also said, "Yes, actually, my fighting spirit has dissipated a long time ago. I don't have any illusions, and I've long been willing to live an ordinary life. I have no talent, no potential, no strength, and no background. It's already good enough to be able to live an ordinary life. How can I have the heart to think about other things? I never thought that I, Bututu, would have a day where I would shine. And all of this was brought to me by Mr. Mingyue. I'm really grateful, very grateful to him. And my wife, Susu, was also saved by Mr. Mingyue. This is a great life-saving grace, and the grace of a new life. I really don't know what to say. If it's possible, I'm willing to use my life to repay Mr. Mingyue." Ha ha ha! Blaine was both happy and excited as he laughed out loud. He hugged Blanca and Bututu and said, "Let's not talk about those sour words for now. Let's just remember them in our hearts. In this lifetime, Mr. Mingyue is our great benefactor. If anyone forgets this, then they are worse than pigs and dogs. We've become the great heroes of our tribe now. Our tribe has never had people like us in countless years. We've won back a lot of glory and face for the tribe. My family members keep sending me messages through voice transmission. This feeling is really good. Yes, I've received them too. Ha ha, this is wonderful. Although our status in the tribe was still okay in the past, it's far from what it is now. Tisk tsk. Heroes. I, Blanca, also have a day when I'm a hero of the tribe. Ha! Blanca also laughed. The faces of the three were brimming with smiles. What else could they ask for in life? This was the highlight of their lives. It was a moment worth remembering. And the three of them were grateful to Qin Shao. Seeing the three of them like this, Qin Shao also smiled happily and said, "This is the honor you deserve. I just gave you a chance and some help. But you were able to make such great progress because of your own efforts. If you didn't work hard enough, it would be impossible for you to have such a breakthrough and improvement. I've always been a good judge of character. Although you were indeed lacking in all aspects before, you still have your shining points. Your temperaments are very good. You are very malleable. You are also very simple and hardworking. What you actually lack is an opportunity. Your temperaments are very good. You also have ambitions, dreams, and are willing to work hard. In fact, you have all the conditions to succeed. You only lack an opportunity. As for me, I just happened to give you this opportunity. However, even if I give you the opportunity, you need to grasp it yourself. If you can't grasp this opportunity, then it's useless. Fortunately, all of you have grasped this opportunity very well, so I am very gratified. There's no need to say anything more about these things. This is just the beginning. It's just the first progress in your life, the first glory. But as long as you persevere and work hard, the second and third moments of glory will come one after another. At that time, you won't just be the heroes of your tribe, but the heroes of the entire Baquero city, and even the heroes of this region. At that time, you will be the real glory. You will really get the honor that belongs to you. Chapter 32:20. The faces of the three were filled with longing and joy. If one could shine in life, who would be willing to live a dull and humble life? To live, one had to either be alive or live brilliantly and meaningfully. Perhaps most people would choose to live, or perhaps they had no choice but to do so. But everyone would have a choice in life. It was just a matter of whether you dared to make the choice and whether you could grasp it. Brennan and the other two wanted to be heroes, true heroes. They wanted to live a brilliant life. The vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce had personally come to look for Qin Shao and the others. The Yasen Chamber of Commerce had already seen the performance of the dragon mages in the selection. The Yasen Chamber of Commerce was definitely an overlord of Baylor City. There had always been people begging to join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. Being recognized by the Yasen Chamber of Commerce was regarded as the most glorious thing. Who would be actively solicited by the Yasen Chamber of Commerce several times. And this time, the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce had come in person. Brennan and the other two were in fear and trepidation. They had never seen such a scene before. Moreover, they were also warmly greeted by the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, which made them feel flattered. It was the first time they had received such treatment. The vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce had come in person, which showed his sincerity. However, Qin Shao knew that the vice president was just curious about him. This vice president was indeed a very shrewd person. But Qin Shao concealed it very well, so the vice president didn't discover anything. Such an invitation was still rejected by Qin Shao. She did not even try to be tactful about it. Brennan and the other two were worried that they would anger the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. If they really did, it would be a disaster for them and they wouldn't have a good time. But fortunately, the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce didn't get angry in the end. He just expressed his regret and took his leave. To be honest, Brennan and the other two were very willing to join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. It would be much better to represent the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. First of all, they would definitely be able to get good equipment and supplies. Second of all, they would be able to reduce a lot of pressure in the competition. After all, the Yasen Chamber of Commerce would send many magic caster teams to participate in the competition, so they would receive a lot of benefit. Third, there was a chance to become an official member of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. Once he joined the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, it would be a lifetime of glory. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if they could really join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, no one would dare to provoke Brain's tribe in Baquero City. Moreover, the Yasen Chamber of Commerce had a very good promotion mechanism. If they were lucky and grasped the right opportunity, they might even have some authority in the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. At that time, this kind of life was also what they dreamed of. To them, this was also a great opportunity. Therefore, they naturally hoped that Qin Shao would agree. However, in the end, Qin Shao still refused. Although Brian and the others were somewhat disappointed, they didn't say anything. In any case, they completely supported Qin Shao. They absolutely wouldn't have the slightest bit of disloyalty. If it weren't for Qin Shao, they wouldn't know what they would be like now. Now, they had already achieved something that they didn't even dare to think about before. They were standing at a height that they couldn't imagine before. Qin Shao also knew what the three of them were thinking, but he didn't say much. Time would prove everything. As long as the three of them were sincere in following him to the end, Qin Shao was willing to give them more benefits. This wasn't a difficult thing for Qin Shao. After resting for a while, the 100 magic caster teams that had been selected in Baquero City went to Castle Leda to participate in the selection of the castle-level magic guild. Castle Leda was in charge of tens of thousands of cities, and each city had 100 magic caster teams. Therefore, there were a total of 1,000,000 magic caster teams in the tens of thousands of cities. Moreover, those who could enter the castle-level guild of magic selection could be considered to be carefully selected. They were 1 in 100 and had gone through a round of screening. Therefore, basically, they were all magic caster teams that had some strength. A magic caster team of 1,000,000 was going to be 1 in 10,000 this time. 100 magic caster teams would be selected from the millions of magic caster teams to be promoted to the Sanctum Magic Guild. Therefore, this battle was particularly intense. 1 in 10,000? How terrifying was the elimination rate! If he could win this round of selection, then his name would basically shake a region. At least in the castle-level territory, they would definitely be famous. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that any magic caster team that could win would definitely become a hero of a city, and would be able to dominate a city. That was not an exaggeration. If the Dragon Mage team could pass this round of selection, then Brian and the other two would definitely be heroes when they returned to Baquero City. They would definitely be respected, worshipped, and honored by everyone in Baquero City. Everyone and all the forces would try their best to curry favor with them. Even the Yasen Chamber of Commerce would treat them with respect. Therefore, Brian and the other two naturally yearned for this supreme honor. However, this battle was too difficult. It was a battle of 1 in 10,000. Moreover, they were facing all kinds of experienced mages from all over the world. Thinking about it, it was already extremely difficult. It was much more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It was too difficult to win this battle. However, no matter how difficult it was, they still had to fight. They had to fight for themselves, for their honor, and for their tribe. The second round of the selection finally kicked off amidst the lively atmosphere. It was a fiery show. 1,000,000 magic caster teams were simply thousands of soldiers. If they wanted to win, they had to cross this single-plank bridge. This round of selection was naturally more than 10 times or 100 times more intense than the screening. The entire Castle Tarly was also extremely lively. The black market was even more lively. The opening of the underground gambling house attracted countless onlookers. At first, it was difficult to control the direction of the situation, and everyone was betting randomly. As time went on, the direction of the situation became more and more clear. After batches of eliminations, the list of the top 100 would gradually surface. The gambling in the underground bank had also reached the most exciting time. F***CK, that dragon mages are simply a big dark horse. Isn't this too exaggerated? That's right. He has always been a nobody, and he didn't have much experience, but he was actually able to fight his way through all the difficulties step by step. Speaking of this dragon mages, I am angry. I have lost many times. They have caused me a lot of losses. This dragon mages can't really make it into the top 100, right? Tisk, impossible. Although this dragon mages is indeed a dark horse, winning so many rounds in a row without batting an eyelid. But how can it be so easy to make it into the top 100? Yeah, just with this dragon mages? It's impossible. They have been able to hold on until now because they are so lucky. Don't worry, they will be eliminated soon. If the dragon mages can advance, I will eat **T. Qin Shao and the rest of the dragon mages kept a low profile all the way, fighting steadily and surely. It was also because the strength of Brain and the other two was indeed very ordinary. Even though they had been promoted to 3-star mages, their foundation was too weak. Fortunately, they had a strong learning ability and a strong desire to win. Hence, they had fought steadily and surely along the way, and had made considerable improvements along the way. It was just that their performance was indeed not eye-catching enough. Although they could win every time, it gave people the feeling that it was very difficult to win. It was precisely because of this that the performance of the dragon mages was not eye-catching enough and was not recognized by many people. The mages of Bakero City were eliminated one by one, but the dragon mages were still standing strong. Many of the mages of Bakero City were privately befriending Qin Shao and the other four, trying to curry favor with them in various ways. Even the two great pharmacists, Yut and Koshal, came over to befriend Qin Shao and the others. These two great pharmacists were previously existences that Brain and the others respected and worshipped. They were all existences that they looked up to. However, these two great pharmacists were now lowering their status to befriend them, and even trying to curry favor with them. Such a huge change really made Brain and the other two feel very flattered. Things that they had never dared to dream of in the past were now becoming reality one by one. And not only was it a reality, but it could also be said to be an overachievement. It could even be said that they would go further and stand higher on this path. Now that Yut and Koshal's great pharmacists were trying to curry favor with them, they were flattered, but when they stood higher, they would probably be indifferent and disdainful. This was the change brought about by a person's horizons. Constantly elevating oneself would bring about different changes in one's heart. With the support and stimulation of this power, their potential was stimulated to new heights time and time again. With passion and a sense of accomplishment, they naturally had more motivation to strive for better. Hence, in the constant battles and constant learning, the strength of Brain and the other two was also constantly improving. They had never thought that cultivation could be like this. Such cultivation could actually bring about rapid improvement. The second round of the selection was finally coming to an end. The dragon mages naturally made it into the top 100 steadily and advanced again. Although they did not show much throughout the journey, they were neither hot nor cold, and their performance was ordinary. However, the strange thing was that they were victorious all the way and made it into the top 100. They did not shine, did not make any high-profile moves, and did not even catch the attention of many people. However, they made it into the top 100 with the momentum of a dark horse. Such an outcome was indeed shocking to many people, and they found it hard to believe for a moment. There was also a lot of shock and cursing in the black market. Many people had been cheated by the dragon mages and lost miserably. Brain and the other two felt as if they were in a dream after obtaining victory in the second round. They also felt that it was too magical and unbelievable. This was an act that defied the heavens, a step to the heavens. They, who were lowly and weak, had actually been able to walk step by step to this point. It was really something that even they found hard to believe. The heaven-defying act of the dragon mages had shone with countless rays of light, and their glorious deeds had long been spread back to Bakero City, causing everyone in Bakero City to rejoice. No matter what, the dragon mages also represented Bakero City, and this was a supreme honor for Bakero City. It had been many eras since Baylor City had obtained such glory, so it was naturally something that made people excited and encouraged. The 5 members of the dragon mages had also become the heroes of Bakero City. The tribes of Brian and the other two even slaughtered pigs and goats, celebrating without restraint, and cheering filled the air. Chapter 32-21. After the castle level selection was over, the 100 mage legions that had advanced were brought to Floating Illusion City to participate in the sanctity level selection. This was a crucial step that would determine whether or not they could participate in the final sacred assembly. The sanctity level selection was even more difficult. Only the last 3 mage legions could be selected. This time, only 3 mage legions could be selected to advance to the next round and participate in the final sacred assembly of sorcerers. It was a battle of strength and honor. It was even possible that they would be absorbed by the sanctity. Even if they weren't absorbed by the sanctity, they would definitely become the target of the major chambers of commerce and be fought over by them. They didn't have the slightest advantage, and were even besieged by many mage legions. Every time they won, it felt like the Dragon Mage squad had given it their all. It was very difficult to win, and they would be eliminated very quickly. Therefore, in the end, they became the biggest dark horse. To everyone's surprise, the Dragon Mage Legion defeated many popular mage legions and finally made it into the top 3, winning a place to advance. This was simply an inconceivable process, causing countless people to be taken aback. They had never imagined that such a thing would actually happen. It was mainly because they were too unknown at the beginning, so the contrast was particularly great. Naturally, the discussion was the loudest. How could Brian and the other 2 have received such treatment? Brian, have you ever thought that we would have such a day? Ballard suddenly asked. It's impossible even in my dreams. We have always been incomparably humble and have been living an ignoble life, keeping a low profile and doing things. When we return to Bacaro City in the future, I'm afraid countless people will come out to welcome us, right? We are now the heroes of Bacaro City, the pride of Bacaro City. Look at this life. All our savings from our previous lives aren't even enough to drink a glass of wine and eat a pot of mutant fruit here. It's too dreamy, too dreamy. It's even far beyond my imagination of a superior. It's no wonder. Everyone wants to become a powerhouse and a person above others. Now that I think about our previous life, it was simply, it was too horrible to look at. It was a tragedy. It was the dark moment of life, and it could even be said to be a disgrace. The difference between the past and the present was like heaven and earth. There was no way to compare. Their gratitude and admiration for Qin Shao were incomparably deep. It was no exaggeration to say that their Mr. Mingyue had given them a second life, a new life. Bulai Yin, Bulai Kai, both of you are starting to get carried away. This is not good, Bututu suddenly said. Floating? In the depths of his heart, he felt as if something had struck him hard. Bututu looked at the 2 of them with a serious expression and said, We went from being lowly to being powerful today. We went from being nameless pawns to being famous throughout the entire region of the floating illusion temple. Right now, we are standing very high. Our position is also very high. The hat that is being worn is also very high. Right now, in the eyes of outsiders, we do indeed have boundless prospects. It is indeed possible for us to become true experts, true grand characters. Think about it carefully. Do you have any frivolous thoughts deep in your hearts? Bututu's words dealt another heavy blow to Blaine and Blaine. It was a heavy blow to the head. They indeed felt that enjoying such a life was really wonderful. This was the life that they should be living. There are really not many opportunities in life. Just like how we have lived for most of our lives, we have always been mediocre and insignificant. All of this glory was earned through our own efforts. But more importantly, it was Mr. Mingyue who gave us this opportunity and let us out. Therefore, all of this is too difficult for us to come by. We should not be arrogant, we should not feel anything. Instead, we should cherish it more and treat it more seriously. A small seed will eventually grow into a towering tree. We were born lowly and have no status or background. Now we can be considered to have made many enemies. Precisely because of this, we should work even harder. We should always remember that only through our own efforts can we work 10 times harder than others and put in 100 times more sweat. Only when we become stronger will we have the chance to become a 4-star sorcerer, or even a 5-star or 6-star sorcerer in the future. There are not many opportunities in life, my 2 brothers. You must not let your guard down. Don't be corrupted by them. Both of their faces were filled with shame. Yes, what right did they have to start having the heart to enjoy life now? It was impossible. Now that they had a very good start and had many conditions in hand, if they worked harder at this time, they would definitely be able to reap great rewards. Blaine also put down the wine and said, "Yes, yes. If we really let this kind of thinking continue, the consequences will be unimaginable. It is indeed too scary." Bututu patted the two of them on the shoulder and said, "We are all brothers. In the future, the three of us will take care of each other. We will also work hard together and strive to become 4-star sorcerers. Now, this responsibility, this heavy burden, has fallen on our shoulders." But they had to pick it up. They were duty-bound to do it. Qin Shao was very gratified. Facing temptation was indeed a big test. Whether one could withstand it or not would determine the height of one's life. Chapter 32-22. Heavenly Laws Tao Palace, Water Palace. It's our turn to preside over this year's sacred gathering of sorcerers. Coincidentally, you've just become the Water Palace's young palace lord. This is good for your reputation and for the Water Palace. I know you don't want to go, but for the sake of the Water Palace you'd better go. I'll accompany you. Gu Linghui turned to look at the woman standing behind her. She was a 4th-step ancient saint. She was mature and steady. "Since Sister Minghua is ready, let's go," Gu Linghui said with a nod. The team was ready and the sacred beast Blue Phoenix was on standby. At the same time, the 100 ancient saint realm attendants were also ready to take action. Gu Linghui and Minghua flew onto the back of the Blue Phoenix. With Gu Linghui's command, the powerful team flew into the sky, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light. However, the Water Palace's young palace lord should have such a formation staff with her. The person who walked out was none other than the fire god. "Haha, Miss Linghui, I've been waiting for you for a long time," the fire god said bluntly. He didn't beat around the bush. "If you had said earlier that you were so free, wouldn't it be better for you to take charge of the overall situation, Vulcan? Why did you need me to come all the way here? If it were anyone else, I'd definitely be very busy. But when it comes to you, Miss Linghui, I, the fire god, am always free. I was just worried that Miss Ling you would be bored by herself, so I came here to accompany you. With you here, I'd be in a bad mood. Sister Minghua, let's go." The fire god immediately caught up and continued, "Miss Linghui, do you hate me that much?" The fire god smiled. "Actually, I like your personality very much. I also hope that my woman won't have any contact with other men in the future. That's why your personality will only make me like you even more. After all, we'll be married in an epoch. Miss Linghui, you'll be my wife then. Let's talk about it later. For now, please don't say such things. I don't like to hear them." Gu Linghui looked coldly at the fire god and said in a low voice. Looking at Gu Linghui's incomparably cold appearance, Fire God did not show anything on the surface, but he was very displeased in his heart. It was a pity that he didn't have a good chance to kill him. No matter what, Qin Shao was the personal disciple of reincarnation supremacy. If there was a good opportunity, she would definitely kill that brat. She would definitely sever this idea of hers. That's right, it's spectacular. It's a city in the sky, a city created by magic. Boulain and the other two were also incomparably astonished, dazzled by the sight. Unexpectedly, they actually came to Sky City. It had stood tall in the sky since ancient times, and was specially built for the Holy Assembly of Magicians. It was known as the City of Dreams, the Holy Land of Magicians. After entering the Sky Castle, they would have to wait for a while before the Sacred Assembly of Mages would truly begin. If you don't want a rest, you can also walk around Sky City. There were tens of thousands of magician regiments of the 3 levels. There were also 3,000 castle-level magician regiments of the 3 levels. More than 100,000 mages had gathered in Sky City, consisting of 3 different levels of mages. All magicians who entered Sky City, no matter where they were, could see the holy mountain at a glance. However, before the sacred assembly of mages began, everyone could still move around freely. There were constantly 4-star magicians, and even 5-star and 6-star magicians appearing. In Sky City, not only could they see a large number of them, but they could also see them very closely. 6-star magicians, that was too terrifying. They were big shots who dominated a region. The sight made the 3 of them extremely excited. Haha, let's not think too much. 6-star magicians, with our aptitude, talent, and potential, there's no possibility at all. One needs to have a big goal in life, to have ambition, and to work hard. However, it's better not to bite off more than one can chew. Bulakai and Bututu also thought so. 6-star magicians were too far away for them. Hearing Brennan's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Hence, it was already a miracle that they could become 4-star magicians. Of course, it wasn't completely impossible. It all depended on how hard Brennan and the other 2 worked to change it. However, they could only wait and see. Just when Qin Shao and the other 4 found their residence, a voice sounded. 10 people dressed as 3-star magicians walked over, and the one who spoke was a dark-skinned man. At a glance, one could tell that this person wasn't a good person, nor was he a kind person. Qin Shao had never liked such people. The aura of these 10 people was obviously very strong. However, Qin Shao wasn't angry. Instead, he calmly replied, "What's the matter?" "So, I'd like to discuss with you and exchange places with you." The tone of his words was obviously somewhat threatening. It was simply daylight robbery. Chapter 32-23. His tone was so arrogant and overbearing that it made people feel very uncomfortable. Although Boulain and the others were very unhappy, they didn't want to make trouble easily. Therefore, they looked at Qin Shao with inquiring eyes and listened to Qin Zhao's orders. Qin Shao was a little curious. The environment here looked the same. It was just a temporary place to rest. They wouldn't stay here for long. It didn't feel that it was that simple. Was it just to show off his arrogance and despotism? Qin Shao asked calmly, "Why don't you give me a good reason first? Are we familiar with you? Or is there something else? It seems that this is the first time we've met, right? Where did you get so much **T from? We've taken a liking to this place. This is the reason. Is that enough? Our Master Bao has already given you enough face by telling you nicely. He's been very polite to you. If you don't know what's good for you, Humph, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, the people on the other side started to clamor arrogantly. It seemed that they were going to make a move. Those 5 women were not only very beautiful, but they also had excellent temperament. But in terms of temperament, they were not as good as the 5 in front of him. Anyone with a little eyesight would be able to recognize that the clothes they were wearing had the logo of the Water Palace. It was no wonder that they all had excellent temperaments. Seeing the 5 women from the Water Palace, Lord Bao's group of 10 all had a greedy look on their faces, as if their eyes were about to pop out. They had never seen such a beautiful woman in their entire lives. This was simply beyond their definition of beauty. Qin Shao finally understood. It turned out that these people wanted to become neighbors with the beauties of the Water Palace. That was why they came over and wanted to exchange cultivation places with him. Bulla immediately echoed with certainty, "Yes, we're determined not to exchange. We won't exchange even if you beat us to death." It was said that heroes were true. The nature of men was hard to erase. It wasn't scary to have ideas. The scary thing was to have no ideas. "Humph, I gave you face, but you don't want it, do you? It's not up to you whether you want to exchange or not. Whether you want to trade or not depends on whether you have the strength to do so. If you don't, then you'd better shut up and leave." However, Qin Shao was really disdainful of such a tiger-like stance. This kind of person was often the most terrifying kind. Qin Shao gestured to those people and said, "Why don't you try?" Such frivolous words were simply a great provocation to Master Bao and the others. "Leader, don't waste your breath on them. Let's attack first. This kind of lowly wretch won't shed tears until he sees the coffin." Two ruthless characters jumped out with incomparably ruthless looks. "If it's serious, you'll be disqualified from the competition. That's not worth it." Hearing Bao Ye's words, those people immediately came over and nodded. "This scoundrel is very evil. He wants to trick us, but we won't be tricked." Lord Treasure was very unhappy, but this was Sky City. He couldn't act recklessly. If he acted impulsively and 10,000 people were disqualified from the competition, it would be a huge loss. "How about this? I'll give you two choices. You name your conditions, and we'll make a deal." This is an act of not giving the Black Wolf Mage Legion face. I, Bao Yi, hate it when others don't give me face, and I'm a very vengeful person. We, the Black Wolf Mage Legion, are all men and ruthless characters. If anyone dares to provoke and offend us, we'll definitely make them pay double. We'll definitely not let those people have an easy time. That was a blatant threat. His members were also staring at Qin Shao like wolves and tigers, trying to suppress Qin Shao with their aura. "Perhaps there is another option?" Qin Shao said with a faint smile on his face. Lord Treasure frowned and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled look. What did he mean? "Why don't you tell me about it then?" Master Bao said. He wanted to see what choice this fella before him could make. "Why don't you get lost now, and we'll pretend that nothing happened." However, the latter was calm and composed, as if he had nothing to fear. He looked as if he was saying, "Come and hit me if you can." However, Lord Treasure and the others didn't dare to really hit him. In the end, Lord Treasure could only grit his teeth and point at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. "Good, very good, very good. Please remember this. When the sacred assembly of mages starts, you'll definitely kneel down and beg for mercy from me." "This is what I, Bao Yi, said. Remember it." After sending off Lord Treasure and the others, Brother Pure laughed heartily. Qin Shao only laughed faintly and shook his head. "They're just clowns. There's no need to lower yourself to their level." Qin Zhao's gaze couldn't help but fall on the courtyard at the side. There were 5 people from the Water Palace living there. The 5 of them entered the courtyard. "I've long heard that the women from the Water Palace are the best in the elemental sanctuary. Now that I've seen them today, they're indeed extraordinary. They're really, really beautiful." When he said this, there was a hint of excitement on his face. "If we can marry one of the 5, we'll be satisfied with our lives. It's unrealistic to think about anything else. Don't think that everything is impossible every time you encounter something. How can there be so many impossible things? Have you ever thought that this day would come? Didn't all of you turn the impossible into possible?" Chapter 32-24. Under a tree, a cute rabbit was lazily playing there. Sometimes it would roll on the grass, sometimes it would run 2 laps around the tree, and sometimes it would pretend to be cute. From time to time, the rabbit would come over and rub against the beautiful woman, making her laugh heartily. An ordinary little rabbit could make her so happy. It was enough to see that this beautiful woman's mind was very simple. Squeak! Seeing the little rabbit's strange behavior, the beautiful woman was a little surprised and hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Bai, don't run!" There was a man with a carrot in his hand. "Xiao Bai, you can't eat other people's food." The beautiful woman quickly ran over and took Xiao Bai in her arms. The little rabbit squeaked, but its voice was obviously full of grievance. Qin Shao handed the carrot over and said with a smile, "I'm not a bad person. Don't worry." As he said that, Qin Shao handed the carrot to the beautiful woman. No, sir, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. But for pet owners, they definitely wouldn't let their pets eat other people's food. Qin Shao smiled and said, "All right, I'm just joking with you. I know you didn't mean that." The beautiful woman seemed to be very shy. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, "No, no, no, really. I have a lot of delicious food." Seeing this, Qin Shao couldn't help laughing. Simple people were actually very happy. At least their happiness was very simple. For Qin Shao, it was very difficult for him to be happy. "Besides, your Xiaobai has eaten this carrot. Even if you don't want it, I will throw it away," Qin Shao said again. His face seemed to be full of sunshine, making people feel very comfortable and very close to him. Especially those eyes, although they gave people the feeling that they were very deep, as if they were bottomless pits. On the contrary, this pair of eyes gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. It was very comfortable. The beautiful woman's vigilance towards Qin Shao couldn't help but relax a little. She took the carrot in Qin Zhao's hand and nodded. "Thank you very much. My name is Qinyue. How should I address you?" Qin Shao said the name silently. It was a very poetic name. It could also be interpreted as pure as the moon in the water. It was incomparably pure. "Just call me Mingyue," Qin Shao said. It didn't matter. A name was just a code. Qin Shao smiled and shook his head. "Are you usually so polite to others?" Qin Shao smiled and nodded. It seemed that the water palace was quite good at teaching. Qinyue didn't hide it. She nodded and said, "Yes, I am from the water palace. What about you?" Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, "I'm just a nameless junior. I come from a very humble background in a small city called Baylor. I guess Miss Qinyue doesn't know where you are from." She felt that it would be very awkward if she asked again. After eating, it seemed that it wasn't enough. It squeaked a few times at Qin Shao and even stretched out its hooves, looking like it was begging for food. But how could the little rabbit listen to this? It looked at Qinyue with an aggrieved expression. "You've already eaten a lot. If you eat more, I won't like you anymore." It seemed that the little rabbit was quite obedient. "Be good, Xiaobai. Go play." It immediately jumped to the side to play. Qinyue looked at Qin Shao in astonishment when she saw that Xiaobai was appeased by Qin Shao. She knew Xiaobai's character. It was very gluttonous and easy to talk about other things. She didn't expect Mr. Mingyue to stop after gently stroking it and saying a few words. It even happily ran off to play? Qin Shao shook her head and smiled. "I've never had a pet before, but I quite like these little things. But in front of outsiders, it's not so delicate. So when I appeased it, it naturally stopped eating." Qin Shueyu had a thoughtful look on her face. Perhaps that was the case. She usually spent most of her time in the water palace and didn't have many opportunities to see men. Many men approached her and tried to get close to her. In fact, they all had a certain purpose. He didn't seem to have any purpose in approaching her. At least, she couldn't sense it. His gaze made her feel that he was an elder. Moreover, she didn't quite believe that Mr. Mingyue was just an ordinary person. Although Mr. Mingyue was only a 3-star sorcerer, she had seen many big shots. Not to mention 5-star or 6-star sorcerers, she had even seen 7-star or 8-star sorcerers. There was an indescribable feeling about Mr. Mingyue. This was a problem that troubled Shueiyue as well. Qinyue couldn't help blushing at the mention of this. She was a little angry. "Mr. Mingyue, you seem to have seen a group of sorcerers looking for you. May I know why?" Now that Qin Shao mentioned it, she remembered that Mr. Mingyue seemed to be in the crowd just now. "They probably want to be neighbors with you so that they can do something. So we chase them away." However, she immediately thought of another problem. She looked at Qin Shao and said, "Mr. Mingyue, we've met those people before. They don't seem to be good people." Chapter 32-25. Qin Shao said nonchalantly, "It's okay, don't worry about it. If they hate us, then let them. If they want to take revenge, then let them. It's nothing. We have to face what we have to face sooner or later. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. It's a sad thing to endure in order to avoid it. The 5 of us brothers are not cowards, and we won't do cowardly things. They can't do anything in Sky City. Even if we meet them in the Magus Sacred Assembly, it's just a fair fight. It's nothing. Things that can be settled in a single battle are not a big deal to us, Lin Feng said. That's why we've never worried about this. It's the most meaningless thing to worry about. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qin Yue was inexplicably stunned. She looked at Qin Zhao with her jade-like eyes wide open. These words were very contagious and full of tension. It was very impactful and could touch people's hearts. Qin Yue also admired him. This Mr. Ming Yue was really different from the others. He was different in all aspects. He was different from all the other men. The 2 of them chatted casually, and gradually, Qin Shui Yu's guard against Qin Zhao was lowered. Qin Yue was a woman who didn't have many thoughts. She was relatively simple and kind. After chatting for a while, Qin Yue relaxed a little. Qin Zhao suddenly asked, Miss Qin Yue, I heard that the Magus Sacred Assembly this time is hosted by the Water Palace. It's said that the Water Palace will send your young palace master to personally preside over the assembly. Is that true? Yes, that's right, Miss Shui Yu subconsciously replied. She then immediately covered her mouth after replying. She glared at Qin Zhao and immediately shook her head. No, I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. I didn't say anything. Seeing Shui Yu's expression, Qin Zhao couldn't help but smile and say, What are you doing? Why are you so nervous? Anyway, the sacred gathering of sorcerers is about to begin. Won't we find out soon whether or not the young palace master of the Water Palace will be the one to host the event? At that time, your Water Palace's young palace lord will definitely show up to meet everyone. This isn't a big secret, right? Hearing what Qin Zhao said, Shui Yu thought about it and felt that it was indeed the case. If that was the case, then there was indeed no need to be so nervous. However, this matter was indeed a top secret in the palace and could not be leaked to the outside world. The magician's sacred assembly was about to begin, so there was no need to be so nervous. You're right, but Mr. Mingyue, please don't tell anyone about this, especially not me, Qin Shui Yu said to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao nodded and said, Okay, don't worry. I know. I won't tell anyone. This is a little secret between us. How about that? Haha, okay. Thank you. Qin Shui Yu smiled and nodded. Oh, Qin Shui Yu, why are you here? I was just about to go to your place of cultivation to look for you. At that moment, a man's voice was heard. A man in red walked over. He was surrounded by a trace of fire element, and one could vaguely see the burning flames. Obviously, he was from the Fire Palace, the Elemental Saint Realm, the Heavenly Law, the 5 Palaces, and the Sky Dominator. The people of the 5 Palaces were naturally born to be high and mighty. They were a group of beings that stood in the clouds and had the right to be proud in front of anyone. They could look down on everything and the Sky Dominator. The young man from the Fire Palace exuded an extremely arrogant aura from between his brows. His eyes, which were flickering with flames, were extremely wild and aggressive. Being stared at would make people feel as if they were being stabbed by a flaming knife. The aura on his body was also very strong. One could feel a wave of heat coming from afar. This kind of feeling was indeed very uncomfortable, making people feel very uncomfortable. Xingyao, why are you here? Qin Shui Yu was startled when she saw the man. Her expression suddenly became a little unnatural. She was even a little nervous. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and put some distance between them. It was obvious that Qin Shui Yu was a little afraid of the man. Of course I'm here to look for you. Am I not welcome? Xingyao looked at Qin Shui Yu with a smile. He looked like a wolf staring at a lamb. Qin Shui Yu opened her mouth but did not say anything. She looked like she wanted to say something but stopped. I'll go back first. Qing Shuiyu looked at Xing Yao, then at Qin Shao. She quickly left as if she was escaping. Xing Yao did not stop her. Instead, he watched Qing Shuiyu leave. After Qing Shuiyu left, Xing Yao's gaze fell on Qin Shao. His gaze turned cold. His sharpness was full of viciousness. He walked towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao wasn't afraid at all. He stood there calmly and looked at Xing Yao. He wasn't intimidated by the other's aura at all. Soon, Xing Yao stopped 3 steps in front of Qin Shao. The two looked at each other at close range. Their gazes collided. Xing Yao looked coldly at Qin Shao. After a while, he said, "Do you know who I am?" Qin Shao curled her lips and said, "Yes, Xing Yao. You're from the Fire Palace." "Humph." Xing Yao sneered. "My name is not important. What's important is that I'm from the Fire Palace. You must remember this. Am I clear enough?" "Fire Palace?" Qin Shao smiled faintly. She looked at the arrogant Xing Yao and said, "Excuse me, what do I need to know?" Hearing Qin Zhao's question, Xing Yao frowned and spat out a ball of anger. When he was angry, he could really spit out fire. Rich fire elemental energy lingered around him, forming a natural protective shield. When he was angry, the fire elemental energy also gushed out. "Do you really not understand, or are you just pretending?" Xing Yao asked coldly again. His voice was a little louder. Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled faintly. She looked at the angry Xing Yao and said, "Sorry, I really don't understand. I know you're from the Fire Palace. So, what are you trying to say? Isn't this the first time we've met? I don't need you to introduce me. I know you're from the Fire Palace." Xing Yao pointed at Qin Shao and said with a gloomy face, "You're still pretending, aren't you? All right, since you want to pretend, then I'll make myself clear. I don't care what you think about Qinyue, but from now on, you'd better keep it to yourself. Don't show it at all. In the future, you'd better stay away from Qinyue. No, not just Qinyue. You'd better stay away from all the women in the Water Palace. Qinyue is the woman that I, Xing Yao, have taken a fancy to. No one else can even think about touching her or looking at her. I'm just giving you a warning today. If there's a next time, I won't be as nice as I am today. If you have any brains, you should be able to guess what the consequences will be. Now that I've said this, do you understand? You should understand now, right?" As Xing Yao said this, he looked Qin Shao up and down. But what made him very unhappy and irritated was that the boy in front of him did not change his expression at all. It was as if he had turned a deaf ear to his words. Such a frivolous attitude really made him angry. He wanted nothing more than to beat Qin Shao up. No one had ever dared to be so indifferent in front of him. Such a performance was simply a form of provocation and even a form of humiliation to him. If they were outside, he would not have said so much nonsense and would have directly attacked. Although he was a member of the Fire Palace in the Sky City, he still had to abide by some rules. How could Qin Shao not understand Xing Yao's meaning? He knew it from the moment he opened his mouth, but he could not be bothered to pay attention to him. But the tree may want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. He still wanted to find trouble. What was Qin Shao going to do? So he could only fight back. But in Qin Zhao's eyes, a mere 3-star sorcerer was really nothing. Therefore, Qin Shao was also very indifferent towards it. "You've made it very clear, but I don't quite understand." Qin Shao picked his ear and said, "It's your business that you like Miss Qinyue. No one will get in your way or guard against you. You can pursue Miss Qinyue and win her heart. That's your ability. No one will be jealous of you. As for other things, aren't you too meddlesome? Just because you like Miss Qinyue, all other men have to stay away from her and can't get close to her, right? Isn't this a little too domineering?" "Domineering?" Xing Yao laughed lightly and looked at Qin Shao with disdain. If you think this is domineering, then I can only say that you have never seen the world. If we weren't in the Sky City, you wouldn't be able to talk to me properly. You should be glad about this. While I can still talk to you properly, you should learn to cherish it. The men of the Fire Palace have always been extremely domineering. This is our true nature. As long as a man of the Fire Palace likes a woman, no other man can get close to her. Whoever dares to get close to her is going against the people of the Fire Palace. Anyone who dares to go against the Fire Palace will never have a good ending. All of them have to die without exception. So, do you want to die or do you want to die? If you don't want to die in the Sky City, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Stay away from Qingyue in the future. The next time I see you within 100 feet of her, you're dead meat. After saying that, Xing Yao no longer paid any attention to Qin Shao and left. Looking at Xing Yao's back, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Qin Shao had seen a lot of such arrogant, despotic, insufferably arrogant people. He was just a fourth-step, heavenly venerable cultivator. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered with him. There was no need to argue with him. Domineering? Haha, I've never liked domineering people. Just don't be domineering on me. Otherwise, I won't care if you're from the Fire Palace or not. The Fire Palace is not a friendly force. I don't like it either. It's better for such a person to not come out and harm other girls. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled up as she chuckled. Of course, Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of the Fire Palace. Previously, in the Immortal Region, the Fire God had humiliated him. Qin Shao remembered this grudge. However, he didn't have the strength to go against the Fire God now. Just wait. Chapter 32-26. After chatting with Qingyue for a while, Qin Shao finally got the answer he wanted to know. Although he would find out soon, knowing a little in advance was also a very good thing for Qin Shao. This also confirmed some of the small plans in his heart. Brother, why don't we go directly to the Holy Mountain? At this moment, Gu Lingyue must be on the Holy Mountain. Qin Shao had really thought of this idea and he really wanted to do so. The Sacred Assembly of Magicians was about to begin, and Gu Lingyue should also be here, right? She should be on the Holy Mountain, right? Then he should be able to see Gu Lingyue, right? However, thinking about it, there should be a world god, and the guards of the Sky Castle should not be weak. However, although it was not a wise move, what was Qin Zhao's purpose? Wasn't it just to see Gu Lingyue? Wasn't it just to see Gu Lingyue and talk to her? Of course, he wanted to take Gu Lingyue away from him, but this was an unrealistic thing. Besides, this was the elemental sanctuary. Hence, Qin Shao had never thought about this from the beginning. After thinking about it, Qin Shao still shook his head and said, "It's too risky to rush up the Holy Mountain directly. The Sacred Assembly of Magicians is a huge event for the elemental sanctuary. If we barge into the Holy Mountain directly, it'll be disrespectful and provocative to the Guild of Magicians, and I'm afraid we'll get into big trouble. For the time being, we don't have such powerful strength, so we can only keep a low profile and behave ourselves. If we really get into big trouble, it's indeed not a good thing. Let's wait." At this moment, an incomparably loud beast roar came from the sky. The whistling sound pierced through the sky, startling the entire Sky City. Everyone couldn't help but come out and look at the sky. The supreme divine power descended as if the will of the heavens had descended, and no one dared to disobey. The people who could come to preside over the Sacred Assembly of Magicians were definitely extraordinary. He was an existence that could make the entire elemental saint realm tremble with a stomp of his foot. There were many rumors about the newly appointed young palace master in the elemental saint realm. Naturally, many people wanted to see the young palace master with their own eyes. A world deity level fiend god beast, the Indigo Phoenix. It seems the young palace mistress of the underwater palace has come in person. Otherwise, there's no way she would be able to make such a grand entrance. Very quickly, a team walked out from the Rainbow Bridge and appeared before everyone's eyes. Hundreds of people from the Mage Temple also came out one after another and stood there respectfully to welcome them. After all, the sacred assembly of magicians still needed the people from the Temple of Magicians to carry it out. Even though they had not seen each other for more than 100 million years, even though Gu Lingwei was no longer the Gu Lingwei of the past, she was now an extremely experienced world god, the high and mighty young palace master of the Water Palace, standing at the peak of the Saint Realm. However, Qin Shao still saw Gu Lingwei at a glance and became extremely excited. It was still that familiar face, that familiar gaze, and that familiar feeling. He had always been thinking about Gu Lingwei. After waiting for so many years, he finally saw her. He finally saw her. Lingwei. He had waited for so many years for this moment. Qin Shao forced himself to hold back. He knew that he could not. He could not be impulsive. Minghua Saint stood half a step behind Gu Lingwei. Gu Lingwei's expression was cold and somewhat aloof. She was like a queen who had arrived. Both of them shone with the same light, suppressing the heavens and the earth, making everything bow down to them. He did not expect two young palace masters to come in person this time. Welcome, young palace master of the Water Palace and the young palace master of the Fire Palace. Welcome. This voice was obviously the guiding voice. Gu Lingwei, on the indigo phoenix, had a cold expression. Not much emotion was written on her face. Although she was supposed to be in charge, she actually did not need to do anything. She only needed to show up at the beginning and say a few words. Then, she would say a few words at the end. Although she immediately tried her best to hide it, the fire god beside her still sensed it. Qin Shao and Brother Pure hid their auras well, but they could not escape the fire god's gaze. Humph! You actually dared to come to the Magus Sacred Assembly in disguise? You sure have guts. Good, very good, very good. Humph! I dare not touch you or do anything to you in the immortal realm. The fire god sneered in his heart and looked at Qin Shao with sharp eyes. Qin Shao also felt the fire god's anger and strong hostility. He did not expect the fire god to come too. It was not a good thing to see the fire god. With the fire god here, he would definitely be in trouble. Anyway, he was already here. Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. After all, he was Saint Li's personal disciple, the personal disciple of a reincarnation supremacy. The fire god was a smart person. He would not do this easily. At this moment, the fire deity didn't make a move immediately. He just stared at Qin Shao with a fierce and sharp gaze. Gu Lingwei, do you know that person? The fire god looked at Gu Lingwei and asked. Haha, you really don't know him? I saw you looking at that person with an unnatural expression just now. I thought you knew him. Chapter 32:27. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Lingwei. Qin Shao sent a spiritual transmission to Gu Lingwei but received no response. Gu Lingwei, who was on the Blue Phoenix, didn't even look at Qin Shao. It was as if Gu Lingwei hadn't received Qin Shao's spiritual transmission at all. Could it be that the soul brand he'd left on Gu Lingwei's soul had been erased? Qin Shao didn't give up and sent a few more forceful spiritual transmissions, but there was still no response. This situation stunned Qin Shao. What was going on? Gu Lingwei didn't stay in the sky for long. She quickly led the group into the temple on the sacred mountain. As soon as Gu Lingwei left, the entire Sky City was in an uproar and clamor. Oh my God, I finally saw the Water Palace's young palace lord. She's really, really beautiful. Other women can't compare to her at all. Yeah, she's too stunning. I was stunned when I saw her just now. It's a pity that she left so soon. If only I could take a few more looks. You guys, don't have such unrealistic thoughts. Don't even think about it. How can the Water Palace's young palace lord be someone we can look at and talk about? Yeah, that's true. We shouldn't say such things anymore. Otherwise, if it reaches the ears of the fire god, it will be a dead end. The Water Palace's young palace lord is the fire god's woman. Who in the world would dare to covet her? TSK, TSK, TSK. The Water Palace's young palace lord and the Fire Palace's young palace lord are both here at the same time. Ha ha ha, we have to put on a good performance. Of course, we have to put on a good performance. Qin Shao was in low spirits amidst the clamor of discussion. How could this be? Why did Gu Lingwei ignore him? Why did she only glance at him indifferently and then act as if she didn't know him? Why didn't she look at him again? Why did she completely ignore his voice transmission? Sigh. Brother Pure shook his head helplessly and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. Forget it, brother. Gu Lingwei is no longer the Gu Lingwei of the past. The Gu Lingwei we know is only one of her lives on the path of reincarnation. She has already awakened her memories and returned to her original body. She is now the young palace master of the Water Palace, the future palace master, one of the most powerful people in the elemental saint realm. It's normal for such an existence to look down on us. I sent her a voice transmission just now. Look, she didn't even look at the two of us, let alone pay attention to us. Sigh, brother, I understand how you feel right now. There are some things that I shouldn't say. I know that you won't be happy if I say them. However, the situation before us is indeed such a situation. Thus, don't blame me for saying things that you don't like. Qin Shao looked at his brother Pure. He didn't like what he heard. However, he also knew that brother Pure meant well. If someone else had said this, he would definitely be angry. However, Qin Shao knew that his best friend, brother Pure, meant no harm when he said this. He really did say this for his own good. In terms of relationships, brother Pure was also very close to Gu Lingwei. However, Gu Lingwei was ignoring him and brother Pure. Did she really think that the past was just like smoke? No, Qin Shao shook his head. I still don't believe it. I still don't believe that Lingwei has forgotten everything. I still don't believe that she doesn't want to pay attention to me. She must have some difficulties. Yes, that must be it. I've heard people say that the young palace master of the Water Palace doesn't have a say in everything. It's impossible for her to be with an outsider. Perhaps Lingwei is just pretending not to know me to make me give up? Thinking of this, Qin Shao felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. After thinking about it for a long time, this was the most likely possibility. Otherwise, Qin Shao really didn't believe that Gu Lingwei would be so cruel and heartless as to completely forget about him. Brother, perhaps Gu Lingwei had no choice but to do so. There are some things that we can't do anything about. Brother Pure patted Qin Zhao's shoulder again and said. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, that should be the case. Brother Pure put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder again and said, Okay, I'll drink with you. Drinking will solve all your worries. Don't think too much. No matter what, we've seen Gu Lingwei. So, this trip to the elemental sanctuary was not in vain. Qin Shao nodded. He was indeed in a very bad mood now and could only drink to drown his sorrows. But could drinking really solve all his worries? If it could, then it would be a good thing. At this moment, Qin Shao saw a little rabbit run out. That little rabbit also saw him and actually ran towards him. Qin Shao recognized this little rabbit. Wasn't it Shueyue's little white? Why did it run out alone? He didn't see Shueyue either. The little rabbit liked Qin Shao very much and ran straight towards Qin Shao. When it reached Qin Shao, it stood up straight. Then it looked at Qin Shao with its watery eyes and waved its two little paws in front of Qin Shao, as if indicating something to Qin Shao. Seeing this, Qin Shao immediately knew that he must want to eat carrots again. This made Qin Shao puzzled. Could it be that Shueyue didn't have carrots for Little White to eat? Could a carrot make this little guy so greedy? Why did it run out alone to look for food? But since Little White was here, Qin Shao could only take out a carrot for Little White. Seeing the carrot handed over by Qin Shao, Little White was overjoyed. It immediately hugged it with both hands and immediately gnawed on it with a face full of happiness. It looked particularly cute like this. Seeing this cute little rabbit, Brother Pure wiped his mouth. Oh, what a fat little rabbit! Thinking about it, it seems that I haven't eaten roasted rabbit for a long time. I really miss it. Ha ha ha, I'll catch it and burn it. The little rabbit seemed to understand Brother Pure's words. It was scared and quickly hid behind Qin Shao, hugging Qin Zhao's thigh with its hands. It looked at Qin Shao with a pitiful face, as if it was asking for protection. Qin Shao shook his head with a smile and said to Little White, "Don't worry, Little White. He's just joking with you. You're so cute. How can he bear to eat you? It's okay. He's not a bad guy." Although Qin Shao said so, Little White was still wary of Brother Pure. It was still tightly hiding behind Qin Shao. While gnawing on the carrot, it looked at Brother Pure vigilantly, as if it was afraid that Brother Pure would do something. Her appearance was too likable. Brother Pure also liked it, but his affection obviously made the little rabbit a little scared. "Brother, where did you kidnap a little rabbit from? Is there anyone who raises rabbits in this place? It's so strange." Brother Pure asked curiously. Qin Shao said, "It's raised by a girl in the water palace." A girl in the water palace? Brother, did I discover something incredible? Tell me the truth. What's going on? I haven't even laid my hands on the girls in the water palace. Brother, you're really quick. You're even faster than me. You're good. Did I underestimate you? Brother Pure looked at Qin Shao with a strange look. Qin Shao was speechless. This guy always said something bad. But there was no need to explain between brothers. He knew that Brother Pure was just joking. Right at this moment, a voice sounded. Little White, where did you go? Come out." Needless to say, it must be Qinyue. Soon, Qinyue came out. She was still looking for Little White. But Little White was happily gnawing on the carrot. It had no time to care about Qinyue. Besides, if it was caught by its master, it wouldn't be able to eat the carrot. So, Little White simply hid behind Qin Shao and quickly gnawed on the carrot. "Oh, what a beautiful girl. I like her." Brother Pure's eyes lit up when he saw Qinyue. He immediately went up to Shueyu with a smile. "Little girl, what are you looking for?" he asked. "Little girl, what are you looking for? Perhaps I can help." Although Brother Pure had a cheerful personality and was somewhat romantic, he didn't look like a wretched person. He gave people a feeling of gentlemanly elegance, the temperament of a scholar, and the demeanor of a young master. So, Brother Pure gave people a very good impression. Especially when he was serious, he was even more handsome. Therefore, when Qinyue saw Chuanjie for the first time, she wasn't frightened by his initiative. Instead, she asked, "Excuse me, sir, did you see a little rabbit just now? White, fat, about this big. Did you see it?" Brother Pure smiled. "I didn't see a little rabbit, but I saw a big, white, not fat, not thin, a big rabbit. She was pretty and cute. She even gave off a cute vibe." "Ah? Qin Shui, you didn't realize that Brother Chuanjie was talking about her." Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she stood there with a thoughtful look on her face. "Big? White? Not fat or thin? Big rabbit? That's not right. Could it be that other than me, there's someone else who raises rabbits? But a rabbit can't be that big, right? Unless it's a magical rabbit. But a magical rabbit isn't cute. It can't be a pet, right? Oh, it's not my Little White. I'll ask someone else." Qinyue said to Brother Pure. "Oh, it's not Little White. Since you didn't see it, I'll look elsewhere. Thank you." Qinyue turned to leave. Brother Pure couldn't help but laugh when he saw Qinyue's reaction. Isn't this too? What? How can there be such a cute person? Wasn't I talking about her? She didn't react at all? Ha ha, this is so funny. Qin Yue's attention was quickly attracted by Qin Shao. She soon saw Qin Shao. Oh, Mr. Qin Shao. You're here too. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, I'm here too. We meet again so soon. Sorry, my brother was just joking with you. Actually, your little white is with me. After saying that, Qin Shao stepped aside and Little White appeared. But at this time, Little White had already stuffed the last bite of the carrot into his mouth, and his mouth was wide open. Little White, seeing Little White, Qin Shuiyu happily ran over and hugged Little White. Qin Yue was unhappy when she saw Little White eating carrot again. Chapter 32:28. Oh, you know my brother? Haha, let's get to know each other, Miss Qin Yu. I'm Brother Pure. Brother Pure walked over and smiled at Qin Yu. Ah, Brother Pure? Hearing this strange name, Qin Shuiyu was also stunned. She looked at Brother Pure in disbelief. Brother Pure said seriously, Yes, very pure. That's why everyone calls me Brother Pure. It can't be helped. My purity has reached a new height, so I have to accept this title. Qin Yu looked at Brother Pure seriously and said, But why do I feel that you're not as pure as Mr. Mingyue? Brother Pure said, No, no, no. My brother is actually a little boring, but in terms of purity I'm still the best. Okay, I'll stop joking with you. Just call me Qianshan. Qin Yu smiled. She also felt that this person was very interesting. She nodded to Brother Pure and said, Mr. Qianshan. Qin Yu said, Okay, I'll go back first. You guys have fun. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's chat for a while. I also like Little Rabbit. Let's exchange our views. Your Little White likes me very much. Brother Pure said. But Little White didn't cooperate and waved its paw at Brother Pure, as if it wanted to hit Brother Pure. No, thank you. Qin Yu ignored it and left faster. Seeing this, Brother Pure was a little disappointed. But soon, Pure Water Moon retreated. Seeing Qin Yu return, Brother Pure was suddenly happy. Miss Qin Yu, But immediately, Brother Pure felt a burning gaze on his face. It was sharp and hostile. Something's happening. Brother Pure looked over and saw 3 men dressed in the same clothes coming over. People from Fire Palace. Brother Chuanjie immediately frowned. Qin Shao had a grudge with the Fire Palace. Hence, Brother Chuanjie was naturally unhappy with the people from the Fire Palace. Qin Shao looked over coldly. The leader of the 3 from the Fire Palace was naturally none other than Xing Yao, whom he had met previously. Xing Yao's expression was extremely gloomy and fierce. He stared at Qin Shao with eyes like fire knives, full of hatred. It was as if there was some deep hatred between the two of them. Qin Shao knew that Xing Yao was angry. Xing Yao had warned him not to get close to Qin Yu. He wouldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. Therefore, when Qin Shao came in contact with Qin Shuiyu again, he was furious and wanted to kill Qin Shao. Such a person was too arrogant. Qin Shuiyu was a little afraid of Xing Yao, especially when he had a fierce and angry look on his face. Therefore, she couldn't help but hide behind Qin Shao. Perhaps she didn't even notice this subconscious action. When people felt that there was trouble or danger, they would subconsciously look for a safe place. In Qin Yu's subconscious mind, Qin Shao was a safe place. Therefore, when she saw Xing Yao's fierce look, she chose to quickly hide behind Qin Shao. In Xing Yao's eyes, this action irritated him even more. It made him even more angry and hated Qin Shao even more. It also made him even more certain that there was something between this person and Qin Yu. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he had to nip this matter in the bud. Soon, Xing Yao and the other 2 came in front of Qin Shao. Brother, it seems that Miss Qin Yu is very popular. That's right. In this day and age, pretty and elegant girls are all liked by men. Moreover, she's from the Water Palace. The people from the Fire Palace are here to join in the fun. They don't come with good intentions, Brother Pure said to Qin Shao. Although they were from the Fire Palace, Qin Shao and Brother Pure naturally didn't care about these three small fries. So what if they were from the Fire Palace? It wasn't as if they couldn't touch them. If they dared to provoke them, they would beat them up. Xing Yao stared at Qin Shao with a sinister and cold gaze. Flames were burning in his eyes, and one could see the flames burning in them. His eyes became extremely terrifying, as if there were two volcanoes in his eyes. Being stared at by these eyes would definitely make people feel as if they were being burned by fire. However, Xing Yao's ferocious look didn't deter Qin Shao at all. This made Xing Yao even more annoyed. However, no one had dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Did you turn a deaf ear to what I said to you last time? Xing Yao said coldly. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled faintly. What did you say to me last time? Why don't I remember it at all? Huh? Xing Yao frowned and became even angrier when he heard such provocative and sarcastic words. How dare he? He was obviously going against him. He thought that after the previous warning, this person would be more tactful. He didn't expect that not only would he not be tactful, but he would also become even more arrogant. How could Xing Yao tolerate this? You're courting death. Xing Yao was completely enraged. Flames surged out of his body and covered him in flames, turning him into a terrifying god of fire. The terrifying flames raised the temperature of the surrounding area by a lot, turning everything red. This wave of heat made people involuntarily retreat. Qinyue gritted her teeth and moved her body. A cool stream of air rushed out and forced Xing Yao's wave of heat back. One was fire, the other was water. Water and fire were incompatible, and water countered fire. Xing Yao, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Mr. Mingyue is just my friend. Why are you attacking him? You've gone too far. Qinyue said angrily. Friend? Xing Yao sneered. He glanced at Qinyue, then at Qin Shao. Are there any friends that are so close? Are there any friends who meet again immediately after meeting each other? I think there's something going on between you two. I have to nip it in the bud. I can't let it come out at all. Qinyue, I've said it before. You're the woman I've taken a liking to. In this lifetime, you're destined to love only one man, Xing Yao. I won't let any other man get close to you. Go. No matter who it is, I'll let them know how the word death is written. This guy, I've already warned him, but he didn't listen. That's a provocation. Don't blame me for being rude. Qinyue, get out of the way. I don't want to hurt you. Qing Shueyu gritted her teeth, but her face was resolute. She stood in front of Xing Yao and said, With me here, you can forget about hurting Mr. Mingyue and the others. If you want to fight, you'll have to beat me first. I know you're strong, but I've never fought you before. I'm not afraid of you. Mr. Xing Yao, I hope you don't go too far. Whether you like me or not is your business. I've said it before. I don't like you, and I won't like you. Just give up. You shouldn't be too overbearing when you do things. It's my right to be friends with whoever I want. You have no right to interfere with my business. Do I have to keep a distance from all the other men just because you like me? Don't you think you're too overbearing and unreasonable? If you like me, I can't stop you. But I also hope you don't interfere with my private life. This is my most basic right. You have no right to interfere. The more overbearing and unreasonable you are, the less I'll like you. Hearing Shueyu say such things in front of outsiders, Xing Yao suddenly felt a sense of shame turn into anger. He felt like his face had been trampled on and humiliated. Xing Yao gritted his teeth and sneered. Domineering? Humph. The men of the Fire Palace have always been overbearing. You don't have to like me now, but I have absolute confidence that you'll like me in the future. You'll fall deeply in love with me and be conquered by me. This is the principle of the men of the Fire Palace. This is the charm of the men of the Fire Palace. Qingyue shook her head and smiled bitterly. You think too highly of yourself. You have your confidence and I have my principles. I can tell you very clearly that such a thing will never happen. Never. Although Qin Shui's words were very harsh, Xing Yao still looked confident and said, Nothing is absolute. Anything and anyone can change, or be changed. Your confidence is only temporary. Qingyue was speechless. What was temporary? It was definitely not temporary. She believed that it was absolutely not temporary. She would never like Xing Yao. She would only hate Xing Yao. After Xing Yao finished speaking, his aura became stronger. A powerful force surged out again, as if to push Qingyue back. Facing such a powerful force, Qingyue couldn't help but take a step back. However, she didn't show any weakness and stood there without flinching. Qingyue, are you really going to go against me for an outsider? Xing Yao asked coldly. Qingyue looked at Xing Yao with a determined face. Mr. Mingyue is my friend. You hurt him for no reason because of me. Now that I'm here, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I've already made it very clear. If you want to make a move on Mr. Mingyue, you'll have to defeat me first. I'm here. I won't let you do anything stupid. Xing Yao, you've gone too far. You've succeeded in making me hate you even more. You asked for it. Hate? Asked for it? Bullsh *T, I don't believe in that. Xing Yao sneered in his heart. All of this was caused by Mingyue. It was all his fault. Therefore, this debt must also be counted on him. The hatred in Xing Yao's heart for Qin Shao also increased by a lot. He had to kill this man. He had to die. His hatred couldn't be vented without death. Today, he had to do it. Xing Yao's eyes fell on Qin Shao. He sneered, Boy, are you still a man? Do you only know how to hide behind women? I really despise people like you. I look down on people like you. You don't have any backbone. You shamelessly hide behind women and rely on them to protect you. Don't you have any shame? Do you still have any sense of shame? As long as they had the slightest bit of shame, they would not do such a thing. Do you think you're a man? You'll only bring shame to us men. You'll only be a disgrace to us men. Qin Shao sneered in his heart. How could he not know this kind of low-level provocation? But why would he be afraid? Author Ken Shang said, The website has been down for 3 days. It's finally fixed. All the reviews are out. New month, save the flowers. Chapter 32-29. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Xing Yao, don't you want to fight me? If that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. It's ridiculous to use such cheap means. Ridiculous? Let's see who's the ridiculous one later. Xing Yao sneered in his heart. He looked at Qin Shao with disdain and continued to provoke him. You say nice things, but do you dare? If you did, you wouldn't be hiding behind a woman. I think you're just relying on Qingyue's presence. That's why you're so arrogant. You wouldn't dare even if you had 100 guts. You're a coward. You're trash. Do you understand? In the eyes of the Fire Palace, you're just an ant. You're just a lowly person. Where did you get the courage to jump in front of me? Qin Shao looked at Qingyue. She immediately shook her head. Mr. Mingyue, don't be rash. Don't fall for his trick. He's just trying to provoke you. Just stand here. Don't go anywhere. As long as I'm here, they won't dare to do anything. Even if they really dare to make a move, unless I die, I will definitely not let them hurt you. Don't worry. Leave it to me. After saying that, Shuiyu nodded at Qin Shao with a look of certainty, indicating that Qin Shao could rest assured and leave it to her. Qingyue's actions made Xing Yao even angrier. The woman he liked dared to fight him to the death for another man? Protect him with her life? What was the relationship between Qingyue and that guy? Damn it! Damn it! Xing Yao could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. It had already reached a boiling point. This made him even more ruthless. This guy must die today. Qingyue, do you have to force me? You know my character. I won't compromise with anyone. The more you force me, the more I'll do it. And I'll do it even more ruthlessly. I didn't plan to kill this guy. But it seems that I have to. He'll die today. Qingyue, you can't save him. If you don't want to hurt the relationship between our two palaces, then get out of the way immediately. Can you stop the three of us by yourself? Xingyao said coldly. Although Qing Shuiyu was a bit scared, she didn't fear anything. Even if I can't block it, I'm not afraid. I said, unless you kill me. Besides, Xingyao, don't forget that this is Sky City. I hope you don't do anything rash. Killing people in Sky City is a violation of the rules and will be punished. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xingyao burst into laughter. The rules of the Sky Castle? The rules were only used to restrain the weak and inferior. The Magician's Guild is also under the jurisdiction of our Heavenly Laws Dao Palace. I am a member of the Fire Palace, so what if I violate the rules of Sky City? Who dares to punish me? Who dares to do anything to me? Rules? In front of the Fire Palace, you're nothing. You're talking about rules. What are you thinking, Qingyue? You're already so old, yet you're still so naive. However, I still like your naivety. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and get out of the way. If you hurt the relationship between our two palaces, you'll be guilty. Qing Shuiyu's expression changed slightly as she clenched her fists. She was obviously nervous and didn't know what to do. What to do? What should she do? She knew people like Xingyao. He was definitely a man who would do anything he said. He was definitely a crazy person. Using the rules of Sky City to restrain him was expected to be useless. After all, the rules of Sky City couldn't restrain the people of the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace. The people of the Fire Palace had always been extremely domineering. This Xingyao was even more domineering to the extreme. All right, Miss Qing Shui, this is a matter between us men. You women shouldn't interfere. I'm the one Xingyao wants to deal with. This has nothing to do with you. Step aside. Just as Qing Shuiyu was in a dilemma, Qin Zhao suddenly said. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xingyao sneered again and said sarcastically, That's more like it. You're still a man. Have some manliness. But don't just put on an act. Qing Shuiyu was a little anxious and said with a worried face, Mr. Mingyue, you can't. Don't do anything stupid. Don't be provoked by him. You must hold back. You're no match for him. He's very strong. Moreover, they have the advantage in numbers. They'll do anything. I told you, I can really stop them, you have to believe me. Qin Zhao shook his head and said with a serious face, Miss Qing Shuiyu, I believe you. I really believe you. But I still appreciate your kindness. I have the ability to solve this matter, so you really don't have to. Besides, I'm a man. If I fall to the point where I need you to protect me, I'll feel ashamed. No matter how weak I am, I won't fall to this extent. Perhaps others are afraid of Xingyao and the Fire Palace, but I'm not. So listen to me and get out of the way. I can assure you that they won't be able to do anything to me. I'm confident about that at least. What? So confident? Qing Shuiyu looked at Qin Zhao. Although she did not dare to believe it, it was too hard to believe. She knew Xingyao's strength. It was absolutely terrifying. The Fire Palace's identity alone was terrifying. Ordinary people would be scared out of their wit. Who would dare to provoke them? But this Mr. Mingyu was really different. He was really a special person. In the face of Xingyao's fierce aura and the threat of death, he could still be so calm and not show any signs of weakness. Was it because he was too bold or because he was strong? But even if he was strong, no matter what, Xingyao was a member of the Fire Palace. So, no matter what the result of this battle was, it was not a good thing for Mr. Mingyue. If he lost, he might be in danger of dying. If he won, he would have offended the fire palace and gotten himself into big trouble. He would still not have a good ending. So, once he got into trouble, it would be troublesome. But for some reason, when Qin Shuiyu saw Qin Zhao's calm and confident eyes, she inexplicably believed him. Mr. Mingyue was definitely extraordinary. So, Qin Shuiyu retreated to the side. Humph, die. After getting rid of the obstacle, Xing Yao did not hesitate and directly attacked Qin Shao. With a wave of his hand, several ferocious demonic beasts roared out of the fire and rushed toward Qin Shao. Xing Yao's control and application of the fire elemental law had reached an extremely high level and was extremely powerful. As soon as he attacked, a powerful and terrifying power surged out. It was not only the power of the fire elemental law, but also the power of the dark elemental law and the universal law. The fact that Xing Yao could comprehend the power of 2 of the 5 fundamental laws as a 4th-step celestial venerate was enough to show that he was indeed very powerful. It was no wonder that Miss Qin Shuiyu said so. However, no matter how powerful Xing Yao was, he was nothing in Qin Zhao's eyes. Xing Yao's strength was indeed at the top of the 4th-step celestial venerate level, but he had not reached the pinnacle and could not stand at the top of the small number of people. Back when Qin Shao was a 4th-step celestial venerate, he stood at the top of the small number of people. As a 4th-step celestial venerate, he could easily kill an ancient saint. At most, Xing Yao would be able to fight against the most ordinary ancient saint if he tried his best. This kind of strength was indeed very powerful, and few people could match him. Unfortunately, he met Qin Shao, which doomed him to tragedy. The power of the dark elemental law and the universal law. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, the power of these 2 laws was directly devoured by him. Qin Shao could still use some of the power of the 5 fundamental laws. Although his magic power was not as strong as Xing Yao's, with the 5 fundamental laws, he could easily deal with Xing Yao without revealing his strength. Therefore, a strange scene occurred. Xing Yao attacked Qin Shao with all his might in a fit of rage. His power surged violently towards Qin Shao, as if he wanted to kill Qin Shao on the spot. However, Qin Shao stood there very calmly and indifferently, not moving at all. With a casual wave of his hand, Xing Yao's surging attack was completely blocked. It could no longer move forward, and there was no way for it to get close to Qin Shao. This scene shocked Qin Shuiyu and the others, causing them to widen their eyes in shock. Qin Shuiyu stared blankly at Qin Shao with her watery eyes, and a strange luster flickered in the depths of her eyes. She had always felt that Mr. Mingyu was different from the rest and was not simple. He had a temperament that others did not have, and there was an indescribable feeling and power in him. However, she was actually very worried that Mr. Mingyu would suffer a great loss at Xing Yao's hands. After all, this matter could be considered to have arisen because of her. Therefore, she naturally did not want to see Mr. Mingyu get hurt by Xing Yao. However, she did not expect Mr. Mingyu's strength to be so unimaginably strong. Xing Yao's full attack out of anger was actually blocked by Mr. Mingyu so easily. Moreover, the calmness on his face seemed to indicate that he had not used his full strength yet. Wasn't his strength too strong? Was this the strength of a 3-star mage? Unimaginable. It was indeed shocking to the point of disbelief. The 2 people from the fire palace who came with Xing Yao were also extremely shocked. They looked at each other in astonishment and were speechless. Originally, they had a playful look on their faces and were waiting to watch a good show. But now, they began to worry about Xing Yao. At this moment, Xing Yao was the most upset. From the beginning, he had been very disdainful of Qin Shao. He had never thought that this lad in front of him would be able to block his attack. However, he didn't expect the situation to be far beyond his imagination. How could this be? No wonder this lad dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that he was so strong. Didn't this lad come from a humble background? Didn't he have no status or background? How could he be so strong? He had never heard of such a dangerous character appearing in the magician's sacred assembly. Xingyao, I think it's better to keep a low profile. Don't be too arrogant and overbearing. There will be a time when you meet a ghost, right? Are the people from the Water Palace that great? Do you think you can bully others and trample on their dignity as you wish? Qin Shao looked at Xingyao, who had a grave expression, and said coldly. Chapter 32:30. Was the Fire Palace that great? Hearing Qin Zhao's casual yet domineering question, Xingyao felt as if he had swallowed his saliva. He felt upset, angry, and disgusted. Who in the entire elemental sanctuary would dare to say such a thing? Such words were a great provocation to the Fire Palace. It was an act of trampling on the Fire Palace's invincible power. As a member of the Fire Palace, Xingyao blood boiled when he heard these words. What made Xingyao even more upset was that his attacks were completely suppressed by his opponent. The strength that he was so proud of could not gain any advantage here. He could not even suppress his opponent. This was a heavy blow to him. Xingyao had always had absolute confidence in himself. He believed that his strength was unrivaled among three-star sorcerers. He would be able to easily crush an ordinary person. Qin Shao was just a nobody. Although he did not know Mr. Mingyue well, he did not need to know him. He was a real character. He had already received some information and knew some things. It was because of this that he had been dismissive of Qin Shao from the beginning. He did not take Qin Shao seriously at all. He felt that Qin Shao was just someone who could be bullied by him. However, the cruel reality in front of him gave him a heavy blow. It was a heavy blow to his pride. This was no different from a hard slap to his face. Xingyao, is this your so-called strength? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. How can you be so arrogant? Who gave you the courage to do so? Do you really think that just because you are a member of the Fire Palace, you can do whatever you want? You can trample on whoever you want? You can be so arrogant and think that you are the best in the world? It is not a good thing to be too overbearing, too arrogant, and too arrogant. If you provoke too many people, you will eventually meet a tough opponent. Qin Shao said again. His words were like knives and swords, piercing into Xingyao's heart. The heavy blows made Xingyao's face darken. It was as ugly as it could get. Ever since he was born, he had never suffered such humiliation. As a member of the Fire Palace, this was his innate glory and pride. The members of the Heavenly Law Palace's 5 palaces were superior to others in the elemental sanctuary. This was an innate absolute advantage. This was definitely something that the entire elemental sanctuary recognized. There was no way to deny it. Xingyao would not even give face to a 4-star sorcerer, let alone a 3-star sorcerer. The number of 4-star sorcerers that he had trampled on was not small. His arrogance, his sharpness, when had he ever been trampled on by others? But today, Qin Shao had ruthlessly humiliated and trampled on him, giving him a heavy blow, causing him to feel extremely humiliated and angry. Do you think you have won? Xingyao gritted his teeth. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't accept this. How could a man of the Fire Palace lose? How could a man of the Fire Palace be trampled on? This was absolutely impossible. He could not accept it. He was angry. He roared. He still wanted to turn the situation around. Unfortunately, his strength was too much weaker than Qin Shao. In front of Qin Shao, he did not have the chance to turn the tables. Qin Shao waved his hand again. A strong power of law directly sent Xingyao flying. He fell heavily on the ground, looking very embarrassed. I'll kill you! Although he had suffered a great loss and was defeated, Xingyao pounced on him again, as if he had gone crazy. He looked like he was going to fight Qin Shao to the death. He had never been trampled on and humiliated like this before. Naturally, he could not accept this fact. That was why he was so mad. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He had expected this kind of character. A sore loser. Was he going to play hard? Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with coldness. He was not afraid of playing hard. However, it was best not to kill a man of the Fire Palace. After all, this was the elemental sanctuary. If he really killed a man of the Fire Palace would make a mountain out of a molehill. In the end, it would only bring him big trouble. Humph! You overestimate yourself. Qin Shao snorted coldly and sent Xing Yao flying again. This time, the attack was stronger, and Xing Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the blood did not make Xing Yao cower. Instead, it aroused his madness and made him even more ferocious. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call people over. Let's kill him together. How dare he trample on the head of the Fire Palace? We must kill him. Xing Yao spat out a mouthful of bloody spittle and roared at the other 2 men of the Fire Palace. Only then did the 2 men from the Fire Palace come to their senses. Without any hesitation, they immediately attacked Qin Shao. It was a 3-on-1 battle. Brother Pure, on the other hand, did not intend to intervene. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked like he was watching a good show. Brother Pure was not in a hurry, but Qingyue was a little anxious. These people are too difficult to deal with. They are too shameless. If one is not enough, they will attack together. Bullying with numbers, what kind of heroes are they? As a woman, I feel ashamed for them. How dare they call themselves men of the Fire Palace? Humph, they are a disgrace to the Fire Palace. Qingyue snorted and was about to help Qin Shao. However, Brother Pure stopped her. Miss Qingyue, don't get involved in this. But, the 3 of them are ganging up on Mr. Mingyue. Mr. Mingyue will be at a disadvantage if they gang up on him. Qingyue was even more anxious and looked at Brother Pure in confusion. She also did not understand. Wasn't Mr. Qian Shan a good brother of Mr. Mingyue? How could he still stand there so calmly? Why didn't he help? Wasn't he afraid that his brother would be at a disadvantage? 3 3-star magicians from the Fire Palace were no laughing matter. Even a 4-star magician would have no choice but to retreat in the face of such a force. Qingyue saw that Qin Shao was very strong and that Xing Yao was no match for him. However, 3 against 1, the situation was completely different. But Brother Chuanjie was not worried at all. He smiled and said, "There's no hurry. Let's bully with numbers." "This battle is nothing to my brother," Yi Zichen said. "Don't worry, my brother can handle it. We don't have to get involved. Let's just stay here and watch the show." Qingyue was stunned by Brother Pure's words. She looked at Brother Pure. From this incomparably confident face, there didn't seem to be any bragging. So confident? Was Mr. Mingyue's strength really that strong? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Qingyue looked at Qin Shao deeply. Who was this man? Was he really just a lowly life form from a small city? No matter how she looked at him, he didn't look like one. Although the 3 of them attacked together, the result was still the same. The 3 of them could not block Qin Zhao's attack, and could not even get close to Qin Shao. As soon as they exchanged blows, they were directly sent flying by Qin Shao. There was no suspense at all. From this situation, it was clear that the combined strength of Xing Yao and the other 2 was far inferior to Qin Shao. How could this be? Xing Yao and the other 2 were dumbfounded. How could something like this happen? The Heavenly Law's Dao Palace did have some extremely powerful and monstrous 3-star sorcerers. There were even a few of them who could easily kill a 4-star magician. However, even if they were such existences, the 3 of them should not have been defeated so miserably. Apart from the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace, where else could give birth to such monstrous existences? Impossible, this was completely impossible. It did not make sense. The 3 of you are no match for me. Do you still want to continue fighting? If you continue fighting, you will only be at a disadvantage. We have caused quite a commotion here. If we drag this on, we might attract a lot of onlookers. When that time comes, the one who will lose face is your fire palace. You can't blame me, Qin Shao suddenly said. He had already achieved his goal, so it was naturally the best thing that could happen if he could stop fighting now. However, Xing Yao was definitely a madman. He gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Shao. He said furiously, "Humph, you want to stop now? You want to settle this matter? Do you think it's possible? I can tell you very responsibly that you have offended our fire palace. Those who have provoked the fire palace have never had a good ending. Our fire palace will definitely not let this go." You want to settle this matter? Do you think it's possible? Our fire palace is not something you can provoke. Once you provoke us, you will have to pay a great price. Qin Shao shook his head and chuckled. He shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Then what do you want? Or rather, what can you do to me? You want me to pay the price? Sure, you can continue. I don't mind. It doesn't matter. You are the one who started this. If you don't want to end it, I will accompany you to the end. Your fire palace has your own confidence, and I have my own temper. This world is not a world that is completely dominated by your fire palace. Even if it is, you should not be the only one who can bully and humiliate others and not allow others to fight back. I've never offended you, Xing Yao. You're the one who's overbearing and arrogant. You humiliated and bullied me. Don't blame me for retaliating. I still believe that there is a reason in this world. Ha ha ha." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xing Yao laughed and looked at Qin Shao mockingly. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Are you an idiot? Or are you out of your mind? Reason? How naive are you? Who are you trying to reason with? In this world, there has always been only fists. How can there be absolute reason? Reason is nothing in the face of a fist. Even so, you still have to bow down to it. If there is reason in this world, then our fire palace is reason. No, it should be justice. What do you have to fight with our fire palace? You are just a 3-star magician. Do you think you are worthy? Any 4-star magician from our fire palace can kill you in minutes. Do you have the right to fight with our fire palace? You want to reason with our fire palace? What do you have to reason with? Your ignorance and ridicule?" Qin Shao sneered in his heart. Yes, this world was indeed distorted. Fists were reason. All reason had to bow down in front of fists. In the elemental sanctuary, the heavenly law's Tao palace was reason and justice. The fire palace was incomparably domineering. The fire palace was justice. What could he use to reason with the fire palace? But this time, Qin Shao wanted to talk. Chapter 32-31. Now that he had seen Gu Lingyue and confirmed that she was in the Sky City, it did not matter anymore. Therefore, it was fine even if he revealed his strength now. If Xing Yao insisted on being overbearing, Qin Shao would not hold back and fight him to the end. This was a good opportunity to dampen the fire palace's spirit. "Humph, kid, you're going to die today," Xing Yao said fiercely. Qin Shao smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? I'll be waiting." How arrogant! If he could, Xing Yao really wanted to tear Qin Shao into pieces. "Is that so? You'll be waiting?" As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, a cold voice came down from the 9 heavens. A dazzling light descended from the sky and landed directly in front of Qin Shao, dispersing all of Qin Zhao's power in an instant and freeing Xing Yao and the other 2 from their predicament. The figure waved his hand and completely sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for outsiders to enter and see what was happening inside, forming an absolutely isolated small space. As soon as the figure descended, the small space was completely under his control, as if the ruler of the world had descended. "Greetings, young palace master." Xing Yao and the other two hurriedly knelt down when they saw the person who had come. Xing Yao's face was filled with ecstasy, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. When he looked at Qin Shao again, his eyes were filled with mischief. Since the young palace master had come personally, this kid was definitely going to die. What bullsh *t rules? What bullsh *t logic? In front of the young palace master, everything was bullsh *t and could be easily broken. When the young palace master made a move, who would be lucky enough to escape? Fire deity ignored Xing Yao and the others, leaving them at a loss for what to do. It was not right for them to get up, but it would be weird if they did not get up. However, since the young palace master did not ask them to get up, they could only continue to kneel there obediently. The fire god is here. It's over, it's over. Mr. Mingyue is going to be unlucky. Seeing the fire god, Qingyue's face turned pale with fright. Her heart skipped a beat and she shouted, "Oh no!" Her heart clenched tightly at the sight of this. What should she do? Something big had happened. With the arrival of the fire god, even if he killed Mr. Mingyue, no one would dare to say anything. Moreover, there was no one who could stop the fire god from killing. This kind of high and mighty supreme existence, who would dare to touch the edge of his blade? Fire god, you're here? Qin Shao looked at Vulcan with a cold face. Yes, I'm here. Vulcan's voice was even colder. He glared at Qin Shao with eyes as sharp as ice knives. He was full of anger. I'm here. Shouldn't you get lost? What? Listening to the conversation between Vulcan and Qin Shao, Xing Yao, Qin Yu, and Xing Yao were completely dumbfounded. They stared at Qin Shao in shock. Xing Yao and the other two looked at each other. What was going on? This person actually knew the young palace master? Moreover, he actually dared to call the young palace master by her name? Who exactly was this person? What was his background? It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense at all. Mr. Mingyue, Qin Yu had long felt that Mr. Mingyue was not a simple person. However, she did not expect that Mr. Mingyue could talk to Vulcan as an equal. He should be at the same level as Vulcan, right? A world god? If he was really a world god, why would he disguise himself as a 3-star magician to participate in the Magus Sacred Assembly? Wasn't this too strange? What? Does the elemental sanctuary belong to you alone? Can't I even come to the elemental sanctuary? Qin Shao asked in return. What did he mean? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qin Yu was stunned again. She looked at Qin Shao in a daze and finally understood. It turned out that Mr. Mingyue was not from the elemental sanctuary at all. No wonder she always felt that he was strange and different. He was not from the elemental sanctuary at all. Why would someone from the elemental sanctuary disguise themselves like this? If he was not from the elemental sanctuary, then why did he disguise himself to participate in the Magus Sacred Assembly? Women were very curious. Once they were aroused, it was even more deadly. Humph! Vulcan sneered and said, Of course the elemental sanctuary does not belong to me alone, but I know why you, Qin Shao, came to the elemental sanctuary. Do you know that your thoughts are very, very dangerous? The people from my fire palace are right. Our fire palace is not an organization that you can afford to offend. Of course, they said too much. You are far from qualified to use the fire palace to suppress you. What I want to tell you is that I am not someone you can afford to offend. I have already warned you once in the immortal region. I didn't expect you to refuse to give up until you see the coffin. You dare to come to the elemental sanctuary again. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? Or do you think that I don't have the strength to kill you, so you dare to act so recklessly? Qin Shao curled her lips and chuckled. She looked at Vulcan and said, I believe that you, Vulcan, have the strength to kill me, even if it may take a little effort. I also believe that you, Vulcan, dare to kill me, but you won't dare to kill me easily, right? But so what? Do you really think that you can scare me, Qin Shao, with this? If I were so cowardly and cowardly, then I wouldn't be Qin Shao. Since I dared to come to the elemental sanctuary, I have long expected to meet you, Vulcan. What is there to be afraid of? At most, you can torture me again. I can bear it. Are you going to kill me just because I came to the elemental saint realm? If you, Vulcan, are really so domineering, then you can fight. Why do you have to talk so much nonsense? With that, Qin Shao spread her hands at Vulcan, which was quite provocative. Qin Shao had already calculated that Vulcan wouldn't dare to do anything to him. At most, Vulcan would torture him like in the immortal realm. But in order to see Gu Lingyue, it was worth it. Besides, Qin Zhao's strength had improved a lot now. Even if it was still far from Vulcan's, it wouldn't be so easy for Vulcan to kill him. Moreover, Vulcan didn't dare to attack Qin Shao easily. Qin Shao was a disciple of the Firmament Academy, a student of the Saint Academy, and a disciple of Saint Li. These three identities had three guarantees. Unless Vulcan was crazy or a fool, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Qin Shao. Without an absolutely reasonable reason, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Vulcan was silent for a moment, but still snorted coldly. He looked coldly at Qin Shao and said, "You want to see Gu Lingyue again? That's impossible. With me here, don't even think about getting close to Gu Lingyue. Since you have the guts, why don't you try? I was just worried that I didn't have a good reason to attack you." Of course, Qin Shao knew this. If he forced himself to go to the Saint Mountain to see Gu Lingyue, it would only give Vulcan a chance to attack. If Vulcan had a good reason to attack him, he would be able to act unscrupulously. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't let himself fall into such a situation and give Vulcan a chance. Qin Shao said, "If I want to see her, why can't I see her openly? It's not something shameful. Why do I have to force my way into the Saint Mountain? Vulcan, your thoughts are that simple." Vulcan stared angrily at Qin Shao. He wanted to see what this guy could say. "Vulcan, I'm here to participate in the Magician Sacred Assembly. As far as I know, as long as you can get into the top 10 of the Magician Sacred Assembly, you can ascend the Saint Mountain and come before Gu Lingyue to receive her bestowment, right?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Vulcan immediately frowned deeply and stared coldly at Qin Shao. Only then did he understand that Qin Shao had such an idea. Good fellow, he really dared to dream. Vulcan sneered. "Wishful thinking isn't bad, but you don't conform to the rules. You're not qualified to participate in the Magician Sacred Assembly. To think that you're a powerhouse. You actually disguised yourself as a 3-star magician to participate in the Magician Sacred Assembly. Don't you feel ashamed?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and shrugged. "I don't conform to the rules? The rules don't say that disguises aren't allowed, do they? Besides, I didn't disguise anything, did I? I'm a magician. I'm indeed only a 3-star magician. My power of spatial laws didn't exceed the power of a 4th-step, heavenly venerable. All my power has been suppressed to the level of a 4th-step ancient saint. I didn't violate any rules, so why can't I?" The rules that the Magician Guild announced earlier didn't clearly state this rule, did they? They only said that if there's a situation in the competition that exceeds one's own strength, it will be regarded as cheating, and one will be eliminated directly. I know this rule, so you don't have to deliberately remind me, Vulcan. Don't worry, I won't do it. You can always keep an eye on me. Once I do something wrong, you just have to catch me. Vulcan's face suddenly darkened. The Magician Guild indeed didn't specify this in detail. As long as one didn't exert power beyond one's own realm during the competition, it would be fine. If a town-level Magician Legion couldn't exert power at the level of an ancient saint, there wouldn't be a problem. If one had to put it this way, it could indeed be justified. However, Vulcan was very unhappy. He didn't want Qin Shao to continue to participate in the magician's sacred assembly and continue to hang around under his nose, which made him very unhappy. Therefore, he really wanted to drive Qin Shao out of the elemental sanctuary. This was not a place where he should be. Qin Shao smiled faintly and continued, "Why, could it be that you, Vulcan, want to disregard the rules of the Magician Guild and force me out of the competition? Or do you want the people from the Magician Guild to drive me out? You, Vulcan, can't be so magnanimous and use such means? Don't you think it's ridiculous to use such despicable means? If you, Vulcan, can be so shameless, then go ahead. After all, the rules were set by the Magician Guild. If the Magician Guild insists on changing them, then no one would dare to say anything. Of course, I'll definitely say something, but I don't think it will affect you much." Vulcan's face was gloomy, and he stared at Qin Shao without speaking for a while. He seemed to be thinking about this matter, weighing the pros and cons of this matter. After a long while, Vulcan said, "Well, since you, Qin Shao, insist on participating in the magician's sacred assembly, then I'll fulfill your wish. But you're right. I'll keep an eye on you. I'll keep an eye on you. If you do anything that violates the rules, you'll be disqualified. When the time comes, you can only leave with your tail between your legs. However, I still hope that you'll know what's good for you. You can't win against me. If you insist on fighting with me, you won't have a good ending." Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders, but smiled indifferently. "Whether I can win or not, I want to give it a try. Thank you for your kindness, Vulcan." Chapter 32-32. Fire God didn't continue to pester Qin Shao, nor did he attack him. He had his own considerations, and he also had his own concerns. After Fire God left, Xing Yao and the other two were so scared that they pissed their pants and ran away. Only Qingyue was left there, staring at Qin Shao with wide eyes. She couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Seeing Qingyue's frightened face, Qin Shao smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I won't hurt you." "Haha, Miss Qingyue, don't be nervous. We're not bad people. My brother Qin Shao didn't lie to you. He used the name Mingyue before, and I'm also called Brother Pure." Brother Pure said with a smile. He continued, "We just don't get along well with Fire God. It's just that we're not as strong as him. Otherwise, I'd really want to step on him. This guy is too arrogant." Qingyue's nervous heart relaxed a little. She looked at Qin Shao and Brother Pure and was silent for a while before saying, "Mr. Mingyue, no, Mr. Qin Shao, it seems that you're fighting with the young master of the Fire Palace for our young master of the Water Palace? What do you mean by that?" Brother Pure corrected her, "Miss Qingyue, you're wrong. Your young master of the Water Palace and my brother Qin Shao love each other. If it weren't for some reasons, they would have gotten married long ago. Your young master of the Water Palace, Gu Lingyue, loves my brother Qin Shao very much. Fire God is the one who came later. He's the one who came to steal her. That's why I said that Fire God is too shameless. He's simply a shameless villain. A man doesn't rely on his own ability to make a woman like him. He's a disgrace to us men. I despise people like him," Brother Pure said with a face full of righteous indignation. Hearing this, Qin Shuiyu was stunned. She looked at Qin Shao and her curiosity was piqued. Although she was a member of the Water Palace, she had never heard of such a thing before. Therefore, she couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of this matter. However, she could tell that Mr. Qin Shao and Mr. Qian Shan weren't joking. Moreover, the Fire God had come in person just now. Some of the words were said by the Fire God himself. Naturally, it couldn't be fake. Therefore, Qin Shuiyu was also curious. What was going on here? After thinking for a while, Shuiyu said, "Mr. Qin Shao, from what I know, it seems that our young palace master and young palace master of the Fire Palace were engaged a long time ago. So, at this point, Qing Shuiyu didn't continue, but the meaning in her words was very obvious. She was questioning Brother Pure's words. It seemed that the fire god should have been the one to marry first. Brother Pure smacked his lips and waved his hand. Don't look at that. It's just a game of the older generation. It's just a game of interest. Women should bravely pursue their own love, and not be sacrificed for the family. Using one's life in exchange for benefits, for peace, that is a very tragic thing. Your young palace master doesn't like the fire god, right? Well, Qing Shuiyu was just an ordinary disciple of the water palace. She didn't know about this kind of thing. However, she was deeply touched by Brother Chuanjie's words. In fact, the women of the water palace often didn't have the right to pursue love. Love was a luxury to them, a fairy tale recorded in book. It was something that seemed to exist but didn't exist at the same time. Pursue love? They didn't have the opportunity or the right to. The marriage of the women of the water palace had always been arranged by the elders of the clan. What was love? She also wanted to know. Mr. Qianshan, I don't know what you're talking about. I've only heard that our young palace master and the fire palace master will hold a grand wedding after an epoch. The two palaces will unite through marriage and develop together. As for the rest, I've never thought about it. This matter seems to have been decided a long time ago. It's a grand plan for the development of our two palaces. No one can interfere or change it. It's very reasonable for the Sky Law's Dao Palace, so I don't think it's a big deal. So, as she spoke, Qing Shuiyu looked at Qin Shao and gently bit her lip. She didn't want to continue. Qin Shao looked at Shuiyu. She knew what Shuiyu wanted to say. Are you trying to tell me to give up on this idea? Qing Shuiyu blushed when Qin Shao said it so bluntly, but she still nodded. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin Shao. I don't mean to look down on you, but Qin Shao smiled faintly. Miss Qing Shuiyu, I don't mean to blame you. I know what you're thinking. It's true that I don't have the ability to fight against the fire god right now. Whether it's in terms of strength or status, I'm far inferior to the fire god. I also know the rules of the water palace and the sacred mission your young palace master, Gu Lingyue, shoulders. Perhaps in the eyes of all of you, this is something that is absolutely impossible. But I can't give up. We used to love each other so much. I believe that our true feelings can overcome everything. There are things to do and things not to do in life. For what I should do, even if I have to give up everything, even my life, I will fight to the end. So what if he's the fire god? So what if there's resistance from the water palace? As long as Gu Lingyue still loves me, I'll pull her to my side. No matter who tries to stop me, I won't be afraid. Qing Shuiyu stared blankly at Qin Shao. She was greatly impressed by Qin Zhao's actions. For a man to do this for a woman, it must be true love, right? Was this love? Was this the legendary love? The elders in her clan had warned her since she was young that there was no true love in this world. It was all a trick, poison, and the devil. It was something that couldn't be touched. Not to mention touching it, it was something that couldn't even be thought about. All the women in the water palace should have their own mission. But at this moment, her heart was deeply shaken and touched. Could true love really make people disregard everything and not fear death? But Qing Shuiyu still shook her head. She didn't think Mr. Qin Shao could do this. It was simply too difficult to achieve such a feat basically. It was simply an impossible feat, but she didn't know what to say. She also knew that she shouldn't say anything. I've heard that Fire God is extremely domineering. You guys be careful. I'm leaving. Qing Shuiyu quickly left after saying this. After sending Qing Shuiyu off, Brother Pure smacked his lips. Brother, I didn't expect Fire God to come and join in the fun. This is going to be troublesome. It's so King frustrating. It's so frustrating. Damn it, we can't beat Fire God. And we're in the elemental saint realm. We can't beat Fire God. This is so depressing. It's so unpleasant. Brother Pure didn't say anything. Gu Lingyue was ignoring them. Really. If Gu Lingyue was willing to pay attention to them, things would be much easier. But now, it felt like neither side was easy to deal with. But there was no other way. This battle could only be fought. He had to accompany Qin Shao to the end. Qin Shao shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Yes, in the end, it's a matter of strength. We're not strong enough. That's why we're so frustrated. If we were strong enough to compete with Fire God, how could he be so arrogant in front of us? My strength is far inferior to his, and my status is also far inferior to his. It's reasonable that I'm trampled by him. If we want to change this situation, we can only work hard and improve our strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can we change everything. Fire God is only the first obstacle. I'm afraid that the resistance of the Water Palace is stronger than Fire God." Thinking of this, Qin Shao shook his head. The two pressures were heavier than a mountain, pressing down on his heart mercilessly. "Do you want to take Gu Lingyue out of the Water Palace?" Unless Gu Lingyue also risked her life and fought with him. Otherwise, it was really unimaginable that he would have to face the pressure of two palaces. Unless Qin Shao became reincarnation supremacy, then he might have a chance to fight. But reincarnation supremacy was too far away. There was still a long way to go. One step at a time. Qin Shao was still confident in himself, but time might be a little tight. An era. He had less than an era left. He had to stop all of this. No matter what, he had to make it clear and understand. On a balcony in a castle on the sacred mountain. Standing there, one could overlook the entire Sky City and take in everything in. A figure stood there, and there was a mirror floating in front of her. The image in the mirror was the scene of Qin Shao and Fire God talking just now. Gu Lingyue stood there calmly and looked at these images. Her expression was as calm as ever, and there was no change in her eyes. She was so calm that it was a little scary. Suddenly, Gu Lingyue waved her hand and the mirror in front of her disappeared. At that moment, a figure appeared behind her. It was none other than Minghua Saint. "What, you still can't let it go?" Although Gu Lingyue had erased the traces in time, it obviously couldn't escape Saint Minghua's eyes. Gu Lingyue looked at Saint Minghua and shook her head. "No, I've already let it go. Just now, he transmitted his voice to me several times, but I ignored him. I just didn't expect him to come to the elemental sacred realm. He even used the opportunity of attending the Sorcerer's Sacred Assembly to come to the Sky City. If I knew this, I wouldn't have come. I don't want to see him again." Saint Minghua shook her head slightly. "Whether you see him or not, he'll come to find you. Judging from the current situation, Qin Shao is still an infatuated man. At least, he'll come to find you regardless of everything. There are some things that you might need to explain to him clearly. It's better to make him give up completely. Speaking of which, I admire Qin Shao quite a bit. He's not a bad person. There's no need to go too far. Lingyue, how about I make some arrangements? You find a time to talk to Qin Shao and draw a clear line between us. If you don't make him give up completely, there'll probably be a lot of trouble. If there's really a big conflict, it won't be good for us or for him." Gu Lingyue shook her head. "I don't want to see him. Let's talk about it later." Chapter 32-33. The final event of the Sacred Assembly of Sorcerers was about to begin. On the roof, Qin Shao sat alone, calmly looking in the direction of the sacred mountain. At this moment, he was very close to Gu Lingyue, but he also felt very far away. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. Was this the taste of love? Qin Shao didn't understand. He always felt that he didn't really understand love. Perhaps this was it. He had always been learning and trying his best to understand. But love was really too profound and difficult to understand. So, he didn't care about this anymore. He just followed his heart and did what he wanted to do. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly flickered, and a ray of light flashed out. It came down from the sacred mountain and rushed toward him. In an instant, a figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, the surrounding void was completely blocked and isolated from everything. Seeing the person in front of him, Qin Zhao immediately stood up and sized her up. This was a powerful fourth-step ancient saint. It was the woman who had followed Gu Lingwei before. She was noble, beautiful, and had a powerful aura. However, Qin Zhao obviously didn't know the person in front of him, nor did he know how to address her. He was only sure that she must be one of Gu Lingyue's trusted followers. Did she come here to see him to teach Gu Lingwei? Thinking of this, Qin Zhao was more or less looking forward to it. Senior. Qin Zhao cupped his fists and bowed. Saint Minghua nodded slightly at Qin Zhao and said, Lord Qin Zhao, you don't have to be so polite. I've heard of your name long ago, and I admire you very much. I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect to see you in person today. Unfortunately, this is the Sky City. Otherwise, I would also be a good host and greet you, Lord Qin Zhao. Saint Minghua's politeness made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. It seemed to be a good start. Could it be that something good was about to happen? Qin Zhao never liked to beat around the bush, so she said directly, Senior, you didn't come all the way here just to say this, right? Senior, if you have something to say, please speak your mind. Qin Zhao knew that the fire god's visit couldn't have escaped the eyes of the people in front of him. Gu Lingwei must have known as well. Not long after the fire god left, this senior in front of him must have something to tell him. A faint smile appeared on Minghua's face. She nodded slightly to Qin Zhao and said, Lord Qin Zhao, since you're so straightforward, I'll be straightforward too. You've already met her. You should understand what my Lingyu means. So, Lord Qin Zhao, I don't think it's necessary for you to continue staying in the Sky Castle and participating in this so-called sacred assembly of mages. Why don't we leave the elemental sanctuary now, Lord Qin Zhao? Asking him to leave the elemental saint realm? She changed her tone all of a sudden. Qin Zhao thought that Minghua Saint was being polite, and he knew that she must have come to see him because of Gu Lingwei. He didn't expect that she would ask him to leave the elemental sanctuary. If that was the case, Qin Zhao's mood was indeed very bad. Qin Zhao looked at Minghua Saint and asked, Is this your idea, Senior, or Gu Lingyue's? Minghua Saint shook her head gently and said, This is my idea, Lingyu's idea, and the Water Palace's idea. Do you understand what I mean? Understand? Of course not. Why should I understand? If it's Lingyu's idea, then let her tell me personally. Back then, when she said goodbye to me, she didn't say that. I don't believe that Lingyu has completely changed and that I'm no longer in her. If that's really the case, then let her tell me personally. Otherwise, I won't believe it, let alone give up. For so many years I've been working hard for this. I've always wanted to find Lingyu and reconnect with her. How much effort have I put in for this day? How long have I waited? And now I'm still working hard. Do you think I'll give up so easily? Qin Zhao looked at Minghua Saint excitedly and said seriously. He was never a person who gave up easily, let alone the thing he was most passionate about. What had he been working hard for all this time? What was the strong belief in his heart that had been supporting him to move forward? Wasn't it Gu Lingwei? Alas! Minghua Saint sighed and said, Lord Qin Zhao, I can understand your feelings very well, and I'm glad that you're a person who values friendship and righteousness. To be honest, I'm also very touched that you've been holding on to this for so many years and thinking about my sister Lingyu. But there are some things that you can't be emotional about. In life, there are always some things that you can't control. No matter how powerful you are, no matter where you stand, there are always some things that you can't control. You can't do whatever you want. It's the same for you, Qin Shao. You'll also have some things that you can't control. Lord Qin Shao, what I want to say to you is that there's no possibility between you and Ling Yu at all. As you can see, Ling Yu doesn't care about you at all. She has already given up on the past between you two. She has already let it go and let it disappear. She has already forgotten about it. Now, Ling Yu bears the supreme responsibility and mission of the entire Water Palace. She'll fight for the Water Palace all her life. This is the glory of her life, and the greatest meaning of her life. So, why do you have to make things difficult for her? Why do you have to stir up trouble? What's in it for you, Lord Qin Shao? The supreme responsibility and mission of the Water Palace? What kind of **T is this? Why do you have to force these things on a woman? Qin Shao never believed in these things. This was simply a cruel and inhumane way of doing things. Saint Minghua continued, Lord Qin Shao, if you insist on doing this, first of all, the Fire God and the Fire Palace will not let you go. The Fire God should have looked for you. You know his strength, and perhaps you also know his character. I know that you have something to rely on, Lord Qin Shao. It's true that the Fire God doesn't dare to kill you easily, but don't think that the Fire God won't dare to touch you just because you can do whatever you want. You just haven't crossed the line yet. Once you do, your identity won't be able to save your life. The Fire Palace isn't afraid of your Langya Heaven. I can tell you very responsibly that the Fire Palace is definitely much stronger than your Langya Heaven. Do you really want to rely on the Langya Heaven to save your life? Think about it carefully. You'll feel that you're very naive. Moreover, the Water Palace will never accept you. So, let's not talk about the Fire Palace. You can't cross the Water Palace either. There are two huge obstacles in front of you. You should know that it's completely impossible for you to be with Ling Yu. So, why do you have to do this? Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? If you continue to make trouble, you'll be the only one at a disadvantage, Qin Shao. You might even implicate the people around you. So, I advise you to listen to me. Leave the elemental sanctuary and forget about Ling Yu. Let bygones be bygones. Let it be a beautiful memory. Don't force it. Boom! Saint Minghua's words were like a thunderbolt that struck Qin Zhao's heart heavily. It was pushed all the way to the depth. Waves of piercing pain. It was really painful. Although this was not what Qin Shao wanted to hear, he had to admit that Saint Minghua was right. All of this was indeed the truth. It was just that Qin Shao did not want to accept the truth. Qin Shao suddenly looked at Minghua Saint and asked with a serious face, Senior, have you ever loved someone? This sentence inexplicably touched the depths of Saint Minghua's heart. She could not help but be stunned. She stared at Qin Shao with her jade eyes wide open. She was stunned for a moment. Perhaps she did not expect Qin Shao to ask such a question. After a long while, Saint Minghua calmed down and shook her head. Although I've never loved, I understand the love in this world. I've seen countless kinds of love in this world. This is just a temporary addiction. There is no eternal love, only temporary passion. No matter how deep one's love is, it can't stand the test of time. It will become dull and gradually lose its passion. The world will run dry and the rocks will crumble. The world will fall apart. They are just temporary empty words. No, Qin Shao shook his head and said, I don't think they are temporary empty words or temporary passion. Although I don't understand love, I only know that I like Gu Lingwei. I'm willing to do anything for her, even if I have to give up my life. I don't need to care about what I think in the future. I just need to know what I think now. No one can predict what will happen in the future, so why should we think about the future? Living in the present is the most important thing. I don't need those theoretical things to convince myself. I just need to act according to my feelings and my pride. My heart tells me that Ling Wei is the most important person to me. I want to bring her back to me. I want to marry her and complete the wedding. And this is what I want to do. As for what you said, I don't need to know whether it's true or not, because I don't need to know at all. I just need to know what I think in my heart. That's enough. As for the future, why should I care? Ming Hua stared blankly at Qin Xiao. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Qin Zhao's words did touch her heart. Qin Zhao's heart did touch her. This man was indeed different from others. It was good to have such determination in pursuing one thing. If it was possible, she would be willing to help him. However, there was no chance of that happening. If this continued, Qin Xiao would be the only one who would suffer. It might even cause discord between the Water Palace and the Fire Palace. Ming Hua cherished talents and thought Qin Xiao was a good person. Therefore, she tried her best to persuade him to leave as soon as possible. But now, it seemed that she couldn't persuade Qin Xiao. She had no choice but to do so. Alas, forget it. Ming Hua shook her head and sighed. She said, Lord Qin Xiao, I've said what I should say. You'd better calm down and think about it. You have a great future ahead of you. If you really hurt yourself because of this impossible thing, that would be your loss. Well, I'll leave now. After saying that, Saint Ming Hua left. Chapter 32-34. After seeing Saint Ming Hua off, Qin Xiao could not calm down for a long time. Was this really Gu Lingyue's intention? Had she really given up on the past and the future? Cool breeze for 3 miles, cool breeze for 3 miles, cool breeze for 3 miles. Was this really the case? No, no, no. Qin Xiao did not believe it. He really did not believe it. At this moment, his mind was filled with memories of the past, sweet memories, and some vows. Although they were not vows of eternal love, and were just ordinary vows, Qin Xiao had always remembered them. There were also some words that Gu Lingyue had left behind before she left. Qin Xiao still clearly remembered them. Gu Lingyue, how could she have completely forgotten about him? How could it be? A hand gently fell from behind. Qin Xiao knew it was Brother Pure. The other Brother Pure had already arrived, but they did not force their way in. However, he also heard the conversation between Qin Xiao and Saint Ming Hua. Brother Pure clenched his teeth and suddenly said, You might not be happy with what I said, but as your brother, I still have to say it. I'm not trying to stop you from leaving, nor am I against you doing this. As your brother, regardless of whether you are right or wrong, even if you want to be the enemy of the whole world, I will definitely accompany you to the end. But our current strength is still not enough, far from enough. That person is right. We have no ability to cross the 2 huge hurdles now. That's why we have to think twice before we do anything. Qin Xiao looked at Brother Pure and nodded. I know. I won't act recklessly, and I won't give Fire Deity a chance to attack. I've known this from the beginning. Langiation can only guarantee that Fire Deity and the Fire Palace will not act recklessly. But if I give them a chance, Fire Deity will not be polite. I also know very well that I don't have the strength to fight against them now. I'm not thinking of doing anything this time. I just want to ask Gu Lingyue if she still has me in her heart. That's all I need to know. As long as she still has me in her heart, no matter how many obstacles there are, I will overcome them. I will break through them. I really don't believe that Lingyu no longer has me in her heart. I understand her situation, her responsibility, her mission, and her helplessness. But I don't think these objective factors can never be overcome. It's just a matter of whether one is willing or not, and whether one dares to. In all matters, it's enough as long as you act with respect. You have no regrets in this life. I'm very clear about what I want now, so I have to figure it out. Even if I really want to let go, I need to give myself a reason to do so. Brother Pure nodded. He supported Qin Shao no matter what she did. However, he was not Qin Shao, so he could not feel what Qin Shao felt. Everyone's thoughts were different. Therefore, he would have some different viewpoints. After a moment of silence, Brother Pure suddenly said, "Brother, I've been thinking about a question. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I think it's not completely impossible. I heard what that senior said just now. Gu Lingwe probably had a hand in telling you to leave," Lin Feng said with a smile. "After all, she didn't even look at us or pay attention to us before. It was as if she was a complete stranger. Her eyes felt a little cold and unfamiliar. She didn't seem like the Gu Lingwe I knew. A lifetime in the primordial universe is just a lifetime in Gu Lingwe's samsara path. In fact, I'm the most qualified to speak on this point." Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and did not interrupt him. Instead, he listened quietly. Indeed, Brother Pure did have the right to speak on reincarnation. After all, Brother Pure was also a person who had reincarnated and experienced 10,000 lifetimes. Qin Shao had never asked Brother Pure about this. Brother Chuanjie continued, "When my memories were fully awakened, the memories of the 10,000 reincarnations were all stored in my mind. In these 10,000 lifetimes, I've taken on countless identities and experienced countless lives. I've also loved many people and made many brothers and friends. However, I feel that those memories are far away and no longer important. I can let go of them and let go of them. I won't pursue them anymore. The women of the Water Palace have their innate mission and sacred duty. Gu Lingwe originally carried a sacred mission to reincarnate, so it's possible that she can let go of everything on the samsara path. This kind of situation is actually quite normal. According to what I know, many people who reincarnate will let go of everything after awakening." Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and shook his head. "This is not absolute. Perhaps many people will easily give up everything on the path of reincarnation. However, there are some people who will still value their awakened life. Take you for example. You can let go of everything in the past, but can you let go of this life in the primordial universe? Can you not recognize me as your brother?" Brother Pure was a little stunned by Qin Zhao's words. He stared at Qin Shao and was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that this was indeed the case. In fact, Brother Pure felt very close to this life in the primordial universe and would remember it. Lingyue's situation is the same as yours. She also directly awakened the memories of her previous life in this life in the primordial universe. This life is very special to all of you. Moreover, I believe that all of you are people who value friendship and are not heartless. Because of this, I am still very determined. Lingyue can't have completely let go of me. She won't be so cold-blooded and heartless. She is only doing this because of the pressure from the Water Palace and the sacred mission on her shoulders. Therefore, I must get to the bottom of this. Even if I give up, only Lingyue can make me give up. Besides, even if we can't become husband and wife in the end, we can still be friends, right? Qin Shao continued. Brother Pure shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. It's such a profound question. You should think about it yourself. I won't interfere. My head hurts from thinking about it. Forget it. As you said, it's enough to act with dignity. Everything else is not important. Who cares? Since we are already here, let's go and find out the truth. Qin Shao looked at the holy mountain again, lost in thought. On a balcony above the sacred mountain, a figure was also standing there, looking down at something below. Gu Lingyue's lively eyes seemed cold and indifferent, but there was also a glimmer of light in the depths. The sacred assembly of the magicians had finally begun. The last grand event began in the Sky City. This was also something that the entire elemental sanctuary was paying attention to. Several people in the entire sanctuary had their eyes fixed on the Sky City. The situation in the Sky City would also be spread throughout the entire elemental sanctuary as fast as possible. In fact, the Magician Temple would also personally broadcast this matter to all the magician guilds in the entire elemental sanctuary with the power of magic. This grand battle caused the entire elemental sanctuary to be in an uproar. The city-level battle attracted even more attention. Firstly, the city-level magician corps was the most numerous, numbering in the tens of thousands. Secondly, most of the beings in the entire elemental sanctuary were below the Saint Realm, so they naturally paid more attention to the city-level battle. The 30,000 city-level magician corps started the grand competition. It was an unprecedentedly grand competition, and the most eye-catching and most popular ones were naturally the magician corps sent by the 5 palaces of the Heavenly Tao Palace. Each of the 5 palaces sent out 10 magician corps, and then there were the magician corps sent by the various major chambers of commerce. These were the most popular ones. In the beginning, almost all the discussions, all the attention, and all the bets were placed on these mage legions. The Dragon Magician Corps was naturally annihilated in the crowd. They were inconspicuous and did not receive any attention at all. However, this was also good. Qin Shao had always liked to keep a low profile. The more low profile he was, the smaller the target, which was better. However, it was obvious that the fire deity was deliberately targeting Qin Shao, so he secretly instigated some forces to deliberately deal with Qin Shao and the others, wanting to eliminate the Dragon Magician Corps. Moreover, there were people from the Magician Temple controlling them, which could increase the difficulty and danger of Qin Shao and the others. Qin Shao had long expected such a thing. This was indeed a great obstruction and difficulty for the Dragon Magician Corps. After all, the strength of Brennan and the other 2 was indeed not strong enough. They were indeed lacking a lot. Although they had Qin Zhao's help, the 3 of them had improved a lot in all aspects along the way. The current strength of Brennan and the other 2 was actually considered very strong among the 4th step celestial venerables. It was just that they could not stand at the top. It was naturally no problem to deal with ordinary Magician Corps, but to face the Magician Corps of the 5 palaces of the Heavenly Tao Palace and the Magician Corps of those extremely famous chambers of commerce, they seemed to be a little stretched. This problem could only be solved by Qin Shao and Brother Pure. The 2 of them could not violate the rules of the Sacred Assembly of Magicians. It was indeed very difficult to eliminate all obstacles within the rules. This was a very big challenge. However, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were never afraid of any challenges. Hence, the 2 of them overcame all these difficulties one by one. From the beginning of the first battle, the Sacred Assembly of Magicians had set a huge hurdle for the Dragon Magician Corps, which was directly against an extremely dangerous Magician Corps. They did not even want to give the Dragon Magician Corps a chance to breathe, and wanted to directly defeat and eliminate the Dragon Magician Corps. This first battle was already very difficult, and Brennan and the other 2 were almost sacrificed. However, in the end, they still persevered and turned the situation around step by step. In the end, they won after a hard fight. This battle directly lit up the elemental sanctuary. The name of the Dragon Magician Corps was known by the world for the first time, and it was even a little shocking. In the first battle, they had fought such a beautiful battle. They had actually eliminated a group of mages with high breathing power. This was simply an incredible thing. The Dragon Magician Corps shone in front of the world like a dark horse. For a while, their name shook the entire elemental sanctuary, and they immediately put up their names in various underground bookstores, pulled out the odds, and became a popular choice. However, this battle was only the beginning. For the Dragon Magician Corps, the road ahead was still extremely difficult. Chapter 32-35. However, No matter how difficult the road ahead was, Qin Shao would try his best to overcome it. The strength of Brian and the other two was indeed not strong in all aspects. They were somewhat lacking. However, they were very hard-working and fought with their lives on the line. Their conviction was very strong. They were also very cooperative and listened to Qin Zhao's instructions. They had condensed their combat strength to an extremely strong level. In fact, Burain and the other two had not played a big role. The most important ones were Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Originally, there should not have been a big problem. However, it was obvious that the fire deity was secretly involved. Therefore, the situation of the Dragon Magician Legion had become very bad from the beginning. Since the first battle, all the tests and opponents that they had to face were very lively. They were all contending for the top 10. Moreover, these people were very targeted. They were all targeting Qin Shao. Even Brother Pure did not pay much attention to them. Burain and the other two were directly ignored. Such a situation was obviously very dangerous for Qin Shao. It was not that Qin Shao could not deal with these three-star magicians. He was just afraid that he would accidentally reveal his strength and violate the rules. That would give the fire deity a chance. In the face of such a situation, Qin Shao could only be cautious and act carefully. As long as he could kill his way into the top 10, he would be able to go to the Saint Mountain and see Gu Lingwei openly. He had to see Gu Lingwei and ask her personally if she had really given up on him. This road was very difficult, but Qin Shao would definitely walk it out. No one, no power, could stop him. Somewhere on the Saint Mountain, two peerless figures stood there. They had surpassed the heavens and the earth and were the dominators of the world. Young Palace Master, after all, this man is on the Heavens Declaration's saint list. Even if he suppresses his realm, he is not someone that ordinary people can deal with. Judging from his current performance, it will be very difficult to force him to reveal his strength. An old man stood beside the fire deity. He had the symbol of an 8-star magician on his body. The fire deity was playing with a fiery red knife in his hand. A glint of fire flashed in his eyes. He said, "Since he is invulnerable, why don't we change our approach? After all, there are 5 people in the Dragon Magician Legion. Not everyone is invulnerable, right? He is a very loyal person. For the sake of loyalty, in a moment of desperation, he should be able to do anything." When the 8-star magician heard the fire deity's words, he naturally understood what he meant. He immediately nodded to show that he understood. Immediately, he instructed his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements. The fire deity's eyes were fixed on Qin Shao. He was waiting for Qin Shao to reveal his strength. Want to come to the Saint Mountain? How could he, the fire god, let Qin Shao have his way? The battle of the Sacred Assembly of Mages was like fire and tea. It was vigorous and bustling. All the Guild of Mages in the entire Elemental Sanctuary were also broadcasting live. It was enough for everyone in the Elemental Sanctuary to see the Sacred Assembly of Mages together. It was precisely because of this that the influence of the Sacred Assembly of Mages was unparalleled. Those who could enter the Sky Castle would have a good reputation and become heroes in various places. If they could perform well in the Sky Castle, it would be enough to be famous in the entire Elemental Sanctuary. This was definitely a good opportunity to become famous, the best opportunity to become famous. A general success was built on the bones of thousands of people. Such success would definitely be achieved by stepping on countless corpses. In life, when there was an opportunity to pursue something, many people would naturally do their best to pursue it. If they could seize this opportunity, they would definitely gain both fame and fortune. It would also have a very important impact on their future. The Dragon Magician Legion won 10 rounds in a row. Their momentum was great, and they became famous in the Elemental Sanctuary. They became the biggest dark horse of the major gambling houses. The 5 members of the Dragon Magician Squad were naturally famous as well. However, in the 11th battle, an accident still happened. A mage from the opposing Magician Legion actually violated the rules by using powerful strength. His goal was to kill Brain. In a moment of desperation, Brother Pure revealed his strength in order to save someone. As soon as Brother Pure's strength was revealed, it was naturally considered that the Dragon Magician Legion had violated the rules. When such a thing happened, there was an uproar in the Sky Castle. Immediately, many magician legions began to kick up a fuss, and began to suppress the Dragon Magician Legion with righteous indignation. No wonder the Dragon Magician Legion was so lucky and defeated 10 powerful magician legions in a row. Turns out that they relied on cheating. This nature is too vile, too shameless, isn't it? They are obviously existences in the ancient Saint realm, but they actually disguise themselves as 3-star magicians to participate in the city-level competition. Where is their shame? To think that I was so impressed by the Dragon Magician Legion before. I didn't expect it to be like this. I was really blind. Bah, I already said that there was something wrong with the Dragon Magician Legion, but you didn't believe me. How can a Magician Legion without any background be so strong? This doesn't make sense at all. The Dragon Magician Legion cheated. They should be held accountable and expelled from the competition. Yes, hold them accountable and expel them from the competition. Not only was there an uproar in the Sky Castle, but the entire elemental sanctuary was also in an uproar. After all, the Dragon Magician Legion was very famous. They advanced triumphantly with the momentum of a dark horse, and many people admired them. However, they didn't expect that it would be exposed that there was an existence in the ancient Saint realm in disguise. Immediately, there were curses everywhere, and many people also took the opportunity to add insult to injury. For a time, the Dragon Magician Legion also became an existence that everyone wanted to beat up. At this time, in the Sky Castle, the competition was also temporarily suspended. Several 5-star magicians and more than 10 4-star magicians descended. They were from the Magician Temple, and were the managers of this competition. Qin Zhao's group of 5 and the other 5 were surrounded, and everyone else spread out, forming a huge encirclement to watch the show. A stern-looking 5-star magician walked out, and his gaze landed on Qin Zhao and Brother Pure fiercely. He hollered, "The two of you have the guts to disguise yourselves as 3-star magicians to participate in the Magician's Sacred Assembly. Such a shameless act has violated the rules of the Magician Guild. How should you be punished?" It was obvious that he had been prepared to denounce Lin Fan for his crimes. Qin Zhao naturally knew that this matter must have been done by the fire deity behind the scenes. However, there was no other way. He still fell into the fire deity's trap, and could only admit defeat. "I'm sorry, brother, I really couldn't control myself just now," Brother Pure said sadly. Qin Zhao naturally knew that Brother Pure didn't mean it. In the situation just now, even if Brother Pure didn't do it, he would have done it. Therefore, he naturally couldn't blame Brother Pure for this matter. Moreover, even if he avoided this time, there would definitely be many more times in the future. He could avoid it once or twice, but what about 8 or 10 times? Or even more? It seemed that the fire deity had begun to resort to unscrupulous means in order to stop him. When a person began to resort to unscrupulous means, it would be difficult to guard against him no matter how much one tried to guard against him. Forget it. What's going to come will come. Since the best plan doesn't work, I can only plan for the worst. No matter what tricks the fire deity uses, he can't stop me from moving forward. All of his wishful thinking will definitely be in vain. Qin Zhao shook his head and said. At this point, he could only take the worst path. Qin Zhao had already thought about this path a long time ago. He had already expected that the fire deity would resort to unscrupulous means, and that such a situation would occur. Brennan and the other two looked at Qin Zhao and Brother Pure in a daze, but the three of them didn't have any intention of blaming them. They were just purely shocked. They really didn't think that Qin Shao and Brother Pure would be so tough, because they were powerful existences in the ancient sage realm. Qin Shao looked at the five-star mage, who shouted angrily, and said calmly, "Then let me ask you, Your Excellency, in the announcement that the Magic Guild previously made to the world, did it clearly state that people who exceed the power of three-star mages in other aspects are not allowed to participate in the town-level competition? My brother and I are indeed only three-star mages in the realm of magic, and this is also certified by the Magic Guild itself. If Your Excellency wants to question this matter, wouldn't it be a slap to the Magic Guild's face?" That five-star mage frowned and soon snorted coldly. He said angrily, "How dare you talk nonsense, kid? Even if the two of you are only three-star mages, your realm is in the ancient sage realm, right? You are not in the fourth step, celestial venerable realm, at all. Your participation in the sacred assembly of magic is in contempt of the rules of the Magic Guild, and you still dare to not admit your guilt." "Admit my guilt?" Qin Shao chuckled and argued with reason. He said without showing any weakness, "What crime have we committed?" There was no such rule in the announcement issued by the Magic Guild, and it didn't say that existences in the ancient sage realm can't suppress their aura and strength to participate in the town-level competition. Yes, we did use the power of the ancient sage realm just now, and that was indeed in violation of the rules. We admit that. Since we have violated the rules just now, the Magic Guild can directly announce that we have been eliminated. But if you want to pursue the previous matter, wouldn't the Magic Guild be slapping our own face? The announcement of the Magic Guild didn't say that those who violate the rules of the Sacred Assembly of Magic are guilty, right? It only said that we would be disqualified from the competition. Now that you have opened your mouth and said that we have committed a crime, let me ask you, what crime have we committed? Your Excellency, what basis do you have to convict us of our crimes? Or is it that you want to convict us of our crimes just based on your words? Or is it that everything was set by the Magic Guild, and if the Magic Guild says that we are guilty, then we are guilty? Your Excellency, before you speak, please think carefully before you speak, lest you say something wrong. What do you think? How dare you? How arrogant! Qin Zhao's words made that five-star mage speechless for a moment. The onlookers were all dumbfounded and speechless for a while. The way they looked at Qin Shao also became very strange. To be honest, they couldn't help but admire him. He was indeed very admirable. How dare he say such words in front of the people of the Magic Guild? He was simply courting death. However, what Qin Shao said was very reasonable, and no one could find any obvious problems with it. Indeed, these things were not stated in the previous announcement of the Magic Guild in detail. Since the announcement didn't say so, could it be so? Of course, generally speaking, no one would dare to do so, and normal thinking would indeed not be like this. However, it was fine if they didn't take this matter seriously, and everyone abided by the rules, and there would be peace. However, once they had to take it seriously and pursue this matter, there would be something to say. Chapter 32-36. Humph! Who are you to question the actions of the Guild of Magicians? How dare you openly provoke the Guild of Magicians at the Sacred Assembly of Magicians? You are audacious and unforgivable. The leader of the five-star magicians was completely enraged and directly attacked Qin Shao. Obviously, they were going to attack Qin Shao and were just looking for an opportunity. A five-star magician was at least equivalent to a second-step ancient sage. However, this bit of strength was naturally nothing in Qin Zhao's eyes. Therefore, Qin Shao directly shot out a sword aura and sent the five-star magician flying and falling to the ground in a sorry state. Such a scene also caused an uproar and attracted countless surprised gazes to fall on Qin Shao. He is not from the elemental sanctuary. He has immortal energy on him. He is from the immortal sanctuary. What powerful strength! He actually repelled a 5-star magician with a casual move. How powerful is he? So what if he is powerful? How dare he behave atrociously at the sacred assembly of magicians? Isn't he courting death? Yes, that's right. He is clearly openly looking down on the Guild of Magicians. He is obviously so powerful, but he actually disguised himself as a 3-star magician and established a town-level magician group to participate in the sacred assembly of magicians. He is too shameless. We must firmly resist such people. We can't help this kind of atmosphere. I say, this dragon magician group is not well known. How can they be so strong? We are not convinced that we have been defeated by them. They must be severely punished. They must be severely punished. The crowd first exclaimed, and then it was followed by a crusade. In particular, those from the town-level magician group, and some who had been defeated by the dragon magician group, were very enthusiastic. Moreover, it might be because the elemental sanctuary was a highly unified sanctuary, so it was more xenophobic. Obviously, the momentum at this time was also one-sided. They were completely on the side of the Guild of Magicians. Moreover, a 5-star magician of the Guild of Magicians was beaten to the ground by Qin Shao. This was equivalent to openly provoking the Guild of Magicians, so it gave the Guild of Magicians sufficient reason. Qin Shao naturally knew that all of this must be the fire gods doing behind the scenes. Since he was determined to make things difficult for him, he could only use this method and prepare for a battle. Qin Shao. A loud and clear voice descended from the sky. A figure descended from the sacred mountain, standing in the air. His might shook the 9 heavens, and the heavens submitted to him. As soon as the majestic aura descended, everyone was subdued. The descending was the 8-star magician of the Shrine of Magicians. Only world deities were qualified to become an 8-star magus. So clearly, the person in front of him was a god of the gods. At the peak of the sacred mountain, 2 figures stood on a viewing platform and looked down. It was the fire god and Gu Lingyue. Qin Shao glanced at the peak of the sacred mountain and saw Gu Lingyue and the fire god. Gu Lingyue was still as cold as ever, but the fire god was like a peerless god of war. The 2 of them stood together, one cold and one hot. Seeing the fire god, Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was immediately aroused, especially when he saw the fire god and Gu Lingyue standing together. Gu Lingyue was his woman. Qin Shao would never allow anyone to take Gu Lingyue away from him, not even the fire god. In front of the 8-star magician of the Shrine of Magicians, Qin Shao no longer pretended. Instead, he released his aura. Brother Pure also released his aura. He stood firmly behind Qin Shao. Although he might not be able to help much, he was of the same mind as Qin Shao and was not afraid of a battle. Klein and the other 2 were completely dumbfounded. They froze on the spot as if they had been petrified. They stared blankly at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Since the Dragon Magician Legion was being attacked by everyone, they naturally had a hard time and were also implicated. However, they were still 3-star magicians and also people of the Elemental Sanctuary. Humph, how dare you! How dare you provoke the Magician Guild in our Elemental Sanctuary, disrupt the Magician's sacred assembly, and even injure people of the Shrine of Magicians? You are really lawless. You, a person of the Immortal Region, actually dare to come to our Elemental Sanctuary and behave atrociously. Who gave you the courage? Especially the Magician's sacred assembly. This is the grandest assembly of the Immortal Region. How dare you come and cause trouble? Qin Shao, what are you trying to do? The 8-star magician of the Shrine of Magicians shouted coldly again. His loud voice resounded throughout the Sky City. Qin Shao saluted the 8-star magician. Senior, I have no intention of disrupting the Magician's sacred assembly, nor do I want to provoke the Magician Guild. Your rules do not specify that I can't participate. My magic power is indeed only at the level of a 3-star magician. I admit that I violated the rules just now. It was the people of the Magician Guild who insisted on doing something to me. I could only fight back. Senior, this has nothing to do with you. The person I want to see is the young palace master of the aquatic palace, Gu Lingyue. Since I can't see her through normal means now, I can only go directly to the sacred mountain. What? Arrogant! He wants to go to the sacred mountain to see the young palace master of the aquatic palace? Who does this guy think he is? Who does he think he is? The young palace master of the aquatic palace. What kind of status and existence is she? How can he see her just because he wants to? That's right. These days there are too many people who think they are infallible. I still want to see the young palace master of the aquatic palace. What did I say? How dare he say this in front of an 8-star magician? He's dead meat. He's only a 3rd-step ancient saint. Does he really think he's so great? Qin Shao? Why does this name sound so familiar? Oh right, I remember now. Tens of millions of years ago, didn't they say that the person who killed the people of the elemental sanctuary in the 8 regions shrine was Qin Shao? That's right. Now that you mention it, I've heard of this too. This guy is really bold. A mere 3rd-step ancient saint. I don't know where he gets his confidence from to act so atrociously here. He even dares to say that he wants to see the young palace master of the aquatic palace. Don't you think it's funny? Ahem, don't underestimate this guy. He's extremely impressive. His name has shaken the entire Great Thousand World. That's impossible. Why haven't we heard of this person before? That's right. He's only a 3rd-step ancient saint. How powerful can he be? If you haven't heard of him, it can only mean that your level is too low. Naturally, you don't know. As soon as Qin Zhao's words came out, it naturally caused another uproar. The entire Sky Castle was completely ignited. Discussions about Qin Shao also surged in like a tidal wave. Naturally, those 4th-step ancient saints had all heard of Qin Zhao's reputation. He was ranked 56th on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list, so it was needless to say how powerful he was. After confirming that it was Qin Shao, those 4th-step ancient saints did not dare to say anything else. Only those with lower cultivation levels were disdainful of Qin Shao, snorting disdainfully. However, how could they know about Qin Zhao's background? After all, Qin Shao was only a 3rd-step ancient saint. It was indeed difficult for people to imagine that he was a powerful genius. At this level, it was difficult for him to be powerful. At the peak of the Saint Mountain, Gu Lingyue's eyes were cold as she looked at Qin Shao below. There was no fluctuation in her emotions. The fire god, who was standing beside her, looked at Gu Lingyue from time to time. It was as if he wanted to see if she really did not care about Qin Shao at all. The corners of Vulcan's mouth suddenly rose as he chuckled. Gu Lingyue, if Qin Shao and Mr. Mo Sang were to fight, who do you think would win? Gu Lingyue glanced at the fire god coldly and did not reply. She seemed to be too lazy to talk to the fire god. However, the fire god did not care and continued to say, I think Qin Shao will lose. Although he is ranked 56th on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list, his strength is not bad. However, Mr. Mo Sang is, after all, an 8-star mage who has been famous for a long time. He is very powerful. Therefore, it is impossible for Qin Shao to win against Mr. Mo Sang. He can forget about coming up to the Saint Mountain. Don't you think so? Apparently, the fire god said this deliberately. Gu Lingyue did not even bother to look at him this time. Instead, she said coldly, if you say so, then so be it. I don't care about this. You don't care? The fire god laughed strangely and said, Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao came here to see you. Are you sure you don't care? Actually, humans are not plants. How can we be heartless? Moreover, You have known Qin Shao for so long in the primordial universe. You have a good relationship with him. Actually, I am not such a petty person who doesn't have a past. Moreover, you have been through thousands of reincarnations. If you want to talk about your past, you have a lot of it. If I care about your past so much, I will be too petty. I am not that kind of person. Therefore, you don't have to be so secretive. You can tell me openly. It's not a big deal. I, the fire god, still have that much confidence. Gu Lingyue still did not look at the fire god. However, how could she not know what the fire god was thinking? Since when had the fire god been so generous? Therefore, Gu Lingyue naturally did not want to pay attention to him. She only said coldly, "You think too much. It's just reincarnation. Why would I care about such things? Those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. Are you underestimating yourself too much, or do you not believe in me, Gu Lingyue? I am the young palace master of the water palace. Why would I break the rules of the palace for an outsider? As the young palace master, I should be the one taking responsibility. I think you're mocking me by saying these words, right?" The fire god was naturally pleased to hear Gu Lingyue's words. However, he immediately shook his head and said, "No, no, no. Gu Lingyue, you misunderstand. Why would I mock you? You know, I've always been your loyal admirer. I didn't mean anything by what I said just now. It was just a casual discussion. Wouldn't it be a little boring for us to just stand here and watch? That's why it would be more relaxing to have a casual chat. Otherwise, it would be very awkward." Gu Lingyue did not speak. She could not be bothered to say anything else. Moreover, she and the fire god had never had much to talk about. They had nothing in common to talk about, so it was better not to talk about it. The fire god did not say anything else either. He looked coldly at Qin Shao below. Did he think that he could reach the peak of the sacred mountain? Putting aside whether he could pass Mr. Mo Sang's test, there was still his own test. How could he be allowed to reach the sacred mountain and see Gu Lingyue? Chapter 32-37. Mr. Mose stared coldly at Qin Shao. Monstrous elemental power surged out of his body like a terrible storm, sweeping across the world. That was a world deity after all. Just his aura alone was more than enough to make an ancient saint unbearable. As soon as the elemental power came out, the world was shrouded in an elemental storm. It was colorful and the whole world was rendered incomparably dreamy. But this kind of dreamy dream was incomparably terrifying. This storm had turned into demonic beasts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They roared and pounced on Qin Shao. Their aura alone was enough to easily kill an ordinary fourth-step ancient saint. The existence of a world god was indeed terrifying. He had complete control of the elemental laws. The elemental power of heaven and earth could be mobilized and controlled by him at will. Many people stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Many people had never seen an 8-star magician make a move. A third-step ancient saint from the immortal realm dared to provoke the divine power of an 8-star magician. Wasn't he courting death? Who could provoke the supreme divine power of the magician temple? Qin Shao, who was praised by many people before, had now become the target of everyone's crusade. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. Qin Shao, you asked for it. Don't blame the old man for being impolite to you, Mr. Mose said coldly. Qin Shao looked at Mr. Mose and said with a calm face, "Don't say these high-sounding words. There are always thousands of reasons to fight. There is no need to say anything more. Let's not talk about the fact that you are a member of the Magician Temple. Let's talk about the fact that you are a world god. It is not a big deal for you to teach me a lesson when you are displeased with me. No matter how nice your words are, what's the point of crowning yourself with a high-sounding hat? To put it bluntly, you are just burying your head in the sand. Mr. Moses' expression changed slightly when he heard Qin Zhao's words. Everyone was not stupid. They all understood what was going on. But even though they understood, no one dared to say it out loud. When it was time to pretend to be confused, it was also necessary to pretend to be confused. Some things should not be exposed. Mr. Mo Sang said in a deep voice, Qin Zhao, the old man is a world deity. If he attacks you, it will seem like he is bullying the weak. Qin Zhao, this is the first time you've come to my elemental saint realm. I can forgive you for your impudence. Therefore, the old man can give you a chance. Apologize to the 5-star magician you just injured, and then quickly leave with your friend. The old man can pretend that nothing happened. Your other 3 friends are from our elemental saint origin realm. They didn't break any rules. Our guild won't do anything to them. Qin Zhao shook his head. Naturally, he would not agree to this request. The reason he'd come this time was to see Gu Lingyue. All the planning, all the efforts were for this purpose. How was it possible for him to give up on this goal now? If he gave up now, then all his efforts would have been in vain. If Qin Zhao wanted to do something, there was no power that could stop him, unless he really had no way to resist. For example, if a reincarnation supremacy intervened to stop Qin Zhao would not be able to resist at all. Naturally, he would not force it. However, it was only an 8-star magician. Qin Zhao would not give up so easily. He had to give it a try. Otherwise, how could he be satisfied? Then let's fight. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but there's really no need. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, Why don't you let me see the young palace master of the water palace? I'll leave after saying a few words to her. Humph. Mr. Mo Sang snorted coldly. His face completely darkened. You overestimate yourself. How arrogant. Since you don't know what's good for you, then let's see how powerful you are. Mr. Mo Sang was angry and directly attacked. Boom. Oh my God, is the sky going to fall? Everyone, retreat. It's too scary. Is this the power of an 8-star magician? Who in the world can withstand such a terrifying amount of power? This is the power of a world deity. That person from the immortal realm called Qin Zhao is dead. How dare he provoke an 8-star magician? He's courting death. As soon as Mr. Mo Sang came out, those who were in a lower realm cried out in alarm. Many of them were so scared that they fell to the ground. As soon as he attacked, it was earth-shattering. Even the sun, the moon, and the stars felt like they were going to fall. Heaven and earth shook as if the gods and demons of the ancient times were going to be completely awakened. Terrifying power seemed to surge out from the ancient times. This world was completely under the control of Mr. Mo Sang. With a casual wave of his hand, a stretch of heaven and earth pressed down on Qin Zhao. Everything in this world, the power of the ancient times, the roar of the ancient times, the collapse of the heavens and the earth, and the supreme power. The light also annihilated everything. The power of the law turned into a giant hand that stretched out from the ancient times, reaching out toward Qin Zhao. The magic light was like a peerless blade that came from the depths of the Wuji realm. As soon as he attacked, Mr. Mo Sang didn't show any mercy. He didn't intend to hold back at all and directly attacked with all his power. However, it was normal. After all, Mr. Mo Sang knew about Qin Zhao's background and strength. How could it be easy to deal with someone who was ranked in the top 56 on the Firmament Saint list? Although he said it lightly, how could he dare to be so light and disdainful in his heart? In theory, someone who was ranked in the top 56 on the Firmament Saint list could fight with an ordinary world god. Qin Zhao was directly enveloped by Mr. Mo Sang's law world and was wrapped in a destructive storm. The terrifying power surged toward Qin Zhao. There was the power of the elemental law, the law of darkness, the law of space, and the law of creation. However, He hadn't completely mastered the 3 basic laws. He should still be at the complete realm. However, the power of the 3 basic laws combined with the power of the elemental law became extremely powerful. In terms of cultivation level, world immortals were much higher than Qin Shao. This was a chasm that existed between heaven and earth. The absolute advantage in terms of cultivation level naturally gave Mr. Mose a lot of power. This destructive storm stunned everyone at the scene. Those 6-star and even 7-star magicians were all horrified and aghast when they saw this. If they were trapped in this terrible storm, it would be a dead end for them, right? The rage of an 8-star sorcerer was too terrifying. It made people feel that, if they continued fighting like this, Sky City would probably be destroyed. Fortunately, the Sky Castle was created by reincarnation supremacy. An 8-star sorcerer shouldn't be able to destroy it. But being in the midst of it and feeling the terror of this power, it was truly worrisome. Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless and attacked with all his might. As soon as he attacked, he directly used the power of the 9 laws to break the stalemate. The power of the inner world was also pushed to the extreme. In terms of laws, Qin Shao had now cultivated the law of immortal Tao and the 5 basic laws to the complete realm. Although the Great Path Law, the Sword Cultivation Law, and the Heart Force Law hadn't broken through to the complete realm, they were already at the peak level. The power of the 9 laws merged perfectly. The quantitative change produced a qualitative change, which was enough to support Qin Shao's power. With the support of the power of the inner world, it was enough to make Qin Shao extremely powerful. Therefore, under Qin Shao's full power, she was able to completely block this destructive storm of power and all of Mr. Mose's magical means. Not only did he block it, but he even quickly gained the upper hand. "Break it all!" Qin Shao suddenly shouted, and all of his power was pushed to the extreme. Originally, Qin Shao had some upper hand. With such a shout, some of his potential was stimulated, and he erupted with even more power. Break the stalemate, break everything, and break the situation. No matter how strong Mr. Mose was, the stalemate was directly broken and soon exploded. In the end, the whole stalemate was completely broken by Qin Shao. The terrifying storm of power turned into fragments and slowly dissipated. Huh? What? Mr. Mose's expression suddenly changed, and he was horrified. The destructive storm was broken, and he was also shaken back. His expression quickly became gloomy. Soon, the world quieted down, the light dissipated, and the power was withdrawn. On the other hand, Mr. Mo Sang's expression became somewhat ugly. He stared at Qin Shao with a cold and gloomy look. The sky fell into a deathly silence. The battle just now was too shocking. It was too unbelievable. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao, their hearts filled with shock. He actually repelled an 8-star sorcerer? My God, did I see it wrong? Did I see it wrong? How could it be possible? That's right. How could this be? Qin Shao actually managed to defeat Mr. Mo Sang? Did Mr. Mose not use all of his strength just now? It doesn't seem like it. We all saw it just now. Mr. Mose should have used all of his strength. The scene just now was too scary. It's impossible that he didn't use all of his strength, but crazy, this is crazy. How can Qin Shao be so strong? Is he really only a 3rd-step Empyrean saint? Sigh, I'm also a 3rd-step Empyrean saint, but my strength is worlds apart from his. What are you talking about? I'm a 4th-step Empyrean saint. What did I say? Ahem, let's all be embarrassed together. This situation doesn't look good. Do you think the fire deity will intervene? What's wrong with Qin Shao? Why does he have to meet the Water Palace's young palace lord? Could it be that you've fallen in love with the young palace master and want to confess? I think so. Otherwise, I can't think of any other possibilities. But isn't this a little too whimsical? He thinks he's a rare genius with great strength, so he's so arrogant. He has the ability, but he's too confident. That's right. How dare he steal the fire deity's woman? He's courting death, isn't he? Besides, the water palace won't agree to it. In this battle, what surprised everyone was that Mr. Mo Sang was the one who was at a disadvantage. Qin Shao was only a third-step Empyrean saint, but he actually repelled Mr. Mo's, an 8-star sorcerer. It was too terrifying. Mr. Mo's stared fixedly at Qin Shao, stupefied. He didn't know what to say, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He was an 8-star sorcerer, but he was actually repelled by a third-step Empyrean saint. It was humiliating. Chapter 32-38. Although Mr. Mose only suffered a little loss just now and was not really defeated, this was still intolerable. This was enough to show that his strength was indeed no match for Qin Shao. If they continued to fight, he would still be at a disadvantage. In a duel between experts, as long as it was not a life-or-death situation, generally, one would give up after losing one or two moves. There was no need to continue fighting. Qin Shao also knew that it was obviously impossible for him to completely defeat Mr. Mose. After all, Mr. Mose was not an ordinary world god, but he was still a relatively experienced world god. Being able to make him suffer a little loss was already the result of pushing all his strength to the limit. It was impossible for him to go any further unless he made a breakthrough himself. Leader, he, Klein and the other two were completely stunned. They looked at each other for a while, feeling that their worldview had completely shattered. The three of them had been with Qin Shao for so long and had been working hard all the way until now. But even if beaten to death, he would never have thought that Qin Zhao's strength was actually powerful to such an inconceivable extent, shocking the heavens and shocking the earth. He actually repelled an 8-star magician from the Temple of Magicians. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? She simply could not find any adjectives to describe it. The three of them were actually able to make friends with such an existence. Just thinking about it made them feel very excited. They had no regrets in life. Qin Shao looked at Mr. Mose, and Mr. Mose stared at Qin Shao. The two of them looked at each other as if they were having a secret competition. Mr. Mose, are you still going to continue to stop me? But to be honest, Mr. Mose, you can't stop me, so there's no point in continuing to fight. Qin Shao said calmly. If they continued to fight, it was estimated that in the end, both sides would suffer losses. In fact, it was not good for anyone. Mr. Mose's eyes were faint. Although he suffered a loss at the hands of Qin Shao just now, if he insisted on stopping Qin Shao from going up the holy mountain, there would definitely be no problem. At most, he would embarrass himself in the end. But there was nothing he could do. This was his duty. He was the host sent by the Mage Temple, so he should be in charge of the major events of Sky City. If he really allowed others to ascend the sacred mountain, then he would be neglecting his duty. How could Mr. Mose back down on such a matter? He had no way to retreat. If the young palace master of the water palace was angered, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Therefore, Mr. Mose stepped forward and stood in front of Qin Shao. In a cold voice, he said, "If you want to go to the sacred mountain, you have to go through the old man first. However, old man, let me give you a word of advice. Enough is enough. If you stop now, everyone won't be so embarrassed. You, Qin Shao, don't have any big grudges with the Magician Temple. We can solve small problems. If things escalate to a certain point, the situation will be hard to predict. You, Qin Shao, may not be able to walk out of our elemental sanctuary safely. So, you'd better stop fighting." Qin Shao shook his head and sighed helplessly. He had already expected this. The 8-star mage in front of him definitely wouldn't let him ascend the sacred mountain so easily. It was unlikely that he would really be able to ascend the sacred mountain. Not to mention the 8-star mage, there was still the fire god on the sacred mountain. He definitely wouldn't let him ascend the sacred mountain. Qin Shao knew this from the beginning. But he still had to fight because Gu Lingyue could see it. He wanted to fight because he wanted to lure the fire god out and have a face-to-face conversation with him. Qin Shao looked at the peak of the sacred mountain. Although he couldn't see the fire god, Qin Shao knew that the fire god must be standing there and watching him. A loud voice came out of Qin Shao's mouth. "Fire god, why are you hiding in the back? I really thought you were a gentleman with some basic manners. It seems that I have overestimated you. Fire god, you shouldn't be the one to use such a despicable method. What's the matter? Now that you're letting someone else stand in front of me, you don't even have the guts to fight me head-on?" At this time, Qin Shao was not polite with his words. He deliberately used it to provoke the fire god to show himself. The lowest level of provocation often had the best effect. The fire god was an extremely arrogant and conceited person. With such provocation, it was very likely that he would show himself. But when Qin Zhao's words came out, many people were shocked. The corners of many people's mouths almost twitched to the back of their ears. He was getting more and more arrogant. The 8-star mage who dared to provoke the magic temple was even more exaggerated now. He actually dared to openly provoke the fire god. Who was the fire god? He was an extremely powerful 8-star mage. It was said that his strength was close to that of a 9-star mage. The fire god was the young palace master of the fire palace and the son of reincarnation supremacy. How could he, Qin Shao, provoke such an existence? Wasn't such a move courting death? Crazy, this was simply crazy. A third-step ancient saint first provoked an 8-star mage of the magic temple and then provoked the fire god. How dare he, how dare he? Mr. Mose stared coldly at Qin Shao. He did not expect that Qin Shao would dare to provoke the fire god. "Humph, young man, don't go too far. It's not good to play with fire. What you're playing with is divine fire and heavenly fire. Once the fire falls, you'll be burned to death." Qin Shao did not pay attention to Mr. Mose. His eyes were fixed on the holy mountain. He had a hunch that the fire god would definitely come down. He definitely would. He knew the fire god. With the fire god's character, how could he allow a love rival to provoke him in front of everyone? How could he be indifferent to such a thing? Impossible, he would definitely come down. He definitely would. If the fire god really did not come down, then he would have to fight to see if he could suppress Mr. Mose and then go up the holy mountain. Although it seemed unlikely, Qin Shao was willing to give it a try. Moreover, Qin Shao still had a big trump card that he had not used yet. He had not broken through yet. He had been suppressing his breakthrough. If he really had no choice, then he could only break through here. Once he broke through to the 4th step ancient saint realm, he would naturally be able to defeat Mr. Mose and go up the holy mountain. Qin Shao had already prepared for these two paths. But after waiting for a while, he still did not see the fire god appear. Not only Qin Shao, but everyone was waiting. They all wanted to see if the fire god would come in person. Now it seemed that the fire god did not care about him. This was somewhat beyond Qin Zhao's expectation. He thought that with the fire god's character, he would definitely be angered by him and come down. He had provoked the fire god in front of so many people. How could the fire god tolerate it? He miscalculated. It seemed that he had no choice but to make a breakthrough here. Mr. Mose also received the fire god's instructions and said, "Qin Shao, don't pester endlessly. You definitely can't go up the holy mountain. Everyone in the Temple of Magicians has already come. If you don't know what's good for you, then I can only use all my strength to suppress you. You definitely can't see the young palace master of the fire palace. That kind of existence is not someone you can meet whenever you want to, Qin Shao. Forget about this kind of inferior provocation. It's better not to use it in the future. It won't do you any good. Alright, Qin Shao, this is the last time I'll say this. If you don't know what's good for you, then you can only blame yourself. Don't blame us. If something really happens, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. While Mr. Mose was speaking, more than 100 magicians from the Temple of Magicians had already surrounded and formed a formation, ready to fight. They only needed to wait for Mr. Mose's order, and they would take action. More than 100 experienced magicians. If they joined forces, it was no joke. It was absolutely terrifying. Not to mention, there was also Mr. Mose, an 8-star magician. With the combination of these two forces, there was naturally no problem in suppressing Qin Shao. After glancing around, Qin Shao also knew that he had no choice but to take another path. Strength is indeed the ultimate way to solve problems. If that's the case, then let's start. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Mr. Mose was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Shao with some surprise and confusion. It was very strange. Start what? Did Qin Shao really dare to continue the fight? Was this guy really crazy? The situation in front of him was obvious at a glance. If he continued to fight, Qin Shao would definitely suffer a great loss. However, Qin Shao dared to fight again. He was really a complete madman. Could it be that he was afraid of acting recklessly just because he was the disciple of the reincarnation supremacy? Damn it. Good fellow, you asked for it. Don't blame the old man. Mr. Mose secretly gritted his teeth and was about to fight. But at this time, he found that Qin Shao did not fight. Instead, he was there, cultivating? What's going on? Mr. Mose, who was about to give the order to fight, suddenly withdrew his hand and looked at Qin Shao with a suspicious face. What was this guy doing? It looked like he was really cultivating. What did this mean? This was not a place for cultivation, yet he was actually cultivating here? Not only was Mr. Mose dumbfounded, he could not understand what was going on. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't he going to fight? Why did the style suddenly become so strange? They could not understand what was going on. What is he doing? I don't know. I don't dare to ask, right? He's not cultivating here, is he? Could it be that he wants to cultivate until he breaks through to the ancient saint realm before fighting with the people from the mage temple? Humph, his thoughts can't be so strange, right? Could it be that all of us are standing here and watching Qin Shao cultivate and wait for him to break through to the ancient saint realm? Don't be ridiculous. It's not that easy to break through to the ancient saint realm. Now that he's cultivating, do we have to wait for him for a few eras, or even longer? I think he's deliberately mystifying. He's stalling for time. Don't be fooled by him. Yes, I also think he's pretending to be mysterious. The magicians from the mage temple looked at Mr. Mose, waiting for him to give the order. Mr. Mose's eyes were incomparably deep. He was still very puzzled. If Qin Shao did not make a move, it would be a little unreasonable for them to make a move first. If something really happened, it would cause a big trouble. After all, Langiation was not a place to be trifled with, especially when Qin Shao was the personal disciple of Sage Li. If Qin Shao made a move first, then things would be easy to handle. Even if something happened, Langiation would have no reason to blame him. But the current situation was very awkward. Therefore, Mr. Mose was also very helpless. He did not give the order to make a move for a while, but looked at Qin Shao. Chapter 32-39. Qin Shao chose to break through at this moment because there was really no other better way. Secondly, he had considered it carefully before. Because the Sky City was a special place, the heaven and earth spirit chi was very rich. Moreover, the Sky City was created by the existence of the reincarnation supremacy, and a lot of effort was poured into it over the endless years. It would only open once every sacred assembly of sorcerers. Therefore, the heaven and earth spirit chi was very abundant. It was precisely because of this that the effect of breaking through here might be much worse. However, Qin Shao could not care so much now and could only bite the bullet. He had to break through first. He had no other choice. Because of this, the loss was not small, and even if he missed an opportunity, there was no other way. There were always gains and losses in life. When it was time to give up, he had to be willing to give up. For Gu Lingyue, what was there not to give up? Qin Shao had been suppressing his breakthrough previously. In fact, he had already met the conditions for a breakthrough. Therefore, there was naturally no resistance at this time. He directly broke through the shackles, broke the barrier, and directly communicated with the heavens, causing the heavenly Tao to descend. He was breaking through. Suddenly, the heaven and earth spirit chi and the chaotic force of the entire Sky City surged towards Qin Shao. The entire Sky City was moved. At this time, it was shrouded by the heavenly Tao and seemed very sacred. Such a shocking move once again shocked the world and petrified everyone. Brother Pure also immediately burst out with all his aura and stood in the void, supporting Qin Shao. If anyone dared to come forward and disturb Qin Shao, Brother Pure would definitely not be polite and would definitely fight with all his strength. No way, he's really breaking through here? How terrifying! A third-step ancient sage can defeat an 8-star sorcerer. If he breaks through to the 4th-step ancient sage, then wouldn't he really be able to go to the sacred mountain? No wonder they say that Qin Shao is an unprecedented genius. In the past, I more or less didn't recognize it, but now I have to. It's too terrifying. Crazy, this is too crazy. Ahem, this sacred assembly of sorcerers won't be disrupted by someone from the immortal region, right? Do you think the fire god will personally come to deal with him? If he really breaks through to the 4th step of the ancient saint stage, I'm afraid the people from the Archmage Temple won't be able to stop him. At that time, if the fire god still doesn't appear, then I'm afraid he'll really kill his way to the sacred mountain. Does he have the guts to attack the sacred mountain? He's already done it, and you're still asking if he has the guts. The magicians of Sky City were in an uproar. Mr. Mose furrowed his brows deeply. Did he really start breaking through just because he said so? This Qin Shao seems to have only lived for a little more than 100 million years, right? Among the 3-star sorcerers present, there were probably not many who were younger than 100 million years old. However, Qin Shao had already begun to break through to the 4th step of the ancient saint realm after cultivating for such a short period of time. Scary, too scary. Not only was his cultivation level terrifying, but his strength was also heaven-defying. Before the breakthrough, he was already at a disadvantage. After the breakthrough, how could he still be a match for Qin Shao? Even with the help of the other mages from the Temple of Mages, they might not be able to stop him. It would be difficult to find another person with such strength in the ancient times, right? Tut, he mastered 9 laws, and the 9 laws were very balanced. It was incredible. Suddenly, a 7-star sorcerer said to Mr. Mose viciously, "Mr. Mose, should we stop him from breaking through?" Mr. Mose glanced coldly at the 7-star sorcerer and said, "How dare you say such a despicable thing? As a member of the Temple of Mages, you represent a sacred thing." What is Qin Zhao's identity? A disciple of the Firmament Academy, the personal disciple of the reincarnation supremacy of the Langya Heaven, openly attacked him when he suddenly broke through? Do you want the people of the 8 regions to laugh at our Temple of Mages? Or do you want to ignore our Temple of Mages? If you do such a thing, the Firmament Academy and Langya Heaven will be angry. Do you want to bear the consequences, or should I? After being reprimanded by Mr. Mose, the 7-star sorcerer immediately retreated to the side in shame. Thinking about it, there was a burst of fear in his heart. Yes, such a thing really couldn't be done. Since Mr. Mose didn't attack, The people of the Temple of Mages naturally didn't dare to act rashly. The others didn't dare to move and just watched from afar. On the observation deck above the holy mountain, Gu Lingwei and the god of fire were still standing there. One of them was expressionless, without joy or anger, and stood there with a frosty expression. The other's eyes flickered with sparks of anger. Seeing that Qin Shao had broken through at this time, the god of fire was naturally very unhappy. Just now, he didn't pay attention to Qin Zhao's provocation. He didn't want to see Qin Shao at all. To be more precise, he disdained to see Qin Shao. But he didn't expect that this guy didn't stop, and instead broke through here. If he broke through to the ancient saint realm, then Mr. Mose and the others would definitely not be able to stop him. At that time, would they really be killed by this guy on the holy mountain? How could he, the god of fire, allow such a thing to happen? Humph, he doesn't take the Temple of Mages seriously at all. Does he take me, the god of fire, seriously? Look at him. It's useless to try and persuade him. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. The god of fire snorted angrily and said to himself. Actually, he was clearly saying this for Gu Lingwei to hear. With that, the god of fire turned to Gu Lingwei and said, "If he tries to force his way onto the holy mountain, I'll teach him a lesson. You won't say anything, right?" Gu Lingwei glared coldly at the god of fire and said, "What do you mean by that?" The god of fire said, "Nothing. After all, you can be considered old acquaintances. Something happened on the path of reincarnation. So, I'm afraid you still care about our old friendship, so I'm asking for your opinion. If you care about our old friendship and don't want me to touch him, then I won't touch him. However, I definitely won't let him onto the holy mountain. Don't even think about it." Gu Lingwei looked a little angry and said coldly, "You're thinking too much. It's just a small experience on the path of reincarnation. What old friendship? At most, it's just a feeling of déjà vu. Since I'm returning, the path of reincarnation will naturally seal the past and cut off everything. He has nothing to do with me. Why do you need to ask me for my opinion on what you want to do? Don't you think you're very narrow-minded and funny? I don't have the time to play mind games with you. Don't try to use tricks to test my reaction. I don't like it." "Haha, good, good, good. That's good." The god of fire smiled with a trace of coldness and playfulness. He had always been looking for an opportunity to touch Qin Shao. This time, he had personally delivered himself to his doorstep and forced him to make a move, so he couldn't be blamed. As Qin Shao was making a breakthrough, Sky City began to change very quickly. Qin Zhao's body soon turned into a black hole and began to crazily devour the spiritual energy and primal chaos force of the entire Sky City. Moreover, this speed was rapidly increasing, and the black hole was also constantly expanding. The speed and power of the devouring were also rapidly increasing. It even made people feel that if this continued, the entire Sky City would be completely devoured by Qin Shao. Many people were instantly terrified and panicked. What's going on? What's going on? What kind of monster is Qin Shao? How can breaking through to the fourth step of the ancient saint realm cause such a huge commotion? Even breaking through to the worldly god realm wouldn't cause such a huge commotion, right? What's going on? He's just breaking through to the fourth step of the ancient saint realm. Why does he need to devour so much energy? Won't he explode from it? Oh my God, everyone, hurry up and stop him. Otherwise, the entire Sky City will be devoured by him. Could he be a life form of some special race? Or an extremely special physique? Why does his body feel like a black hole, crazily devouring all the energy? Oh no, are we going to be all right? This commotion is too terrifying. Why do I feel like the saint energy in my body is about to burst out? Mr. Emo sang, what's going on? Hurry up and think of a way to stop this kid. Voices of horror rang out one after another. Many people were scared out of their wit. The scene in front of them was indeed very frightening. This crazy devouring scene was simply as if it was going to destroy the entire Sky City. The spiritual energy and primal chaos force of the entire Sky City crazily rushed towards Qin Shao, forming an extremely dense primal chaos zone within 100 miles of Qin Zhao's body. Moreover, the vortex was like a black hole, producing a powerful heaven-devouring force. Some of the weaker people felt that their own people were being devoured. Once they were devoured, they would lose their lives. Therefore, this scene naturally terrified many people. Even those who were far away were terrified. Mr. Mo Sang looked at Qin Shao with an incomparably deep gaze, not understanding what was going on. Such a situation was also unheard of. It was too inconceivable. What was he trying to do by devouring so much primal chaos force? Was he not afraid of exploding? This was a very dangerous thing. But at this time, Mr. Mo Sang could not do anything to stop it. The situation was unclear, and everything was unknown. He could not act rashly. Moreover, the Heavenly Way's blessing was still there, and the Saint Glory was still shrouding Qin Shao. With the protection of the Heavenly Way, it was not easy to stop it. Therefore, Mr. Mo Sang could only remain silent. On the Saint Mountain, Gu Lingyue's expression changed slightly. She vaguely knew that Qin Zhao's inner world was different from ordinary people. But it had not been too obvious before, so the current situation naturally surprised Gu Lingyue. It was simply unimaginable that he could cause such a big commotion just by breaking through to the ancient saint realm. Fire God frowned deeply. He had investigated Qin Shao in detail. Qin Shao was born in an incomparably humble family and had an absolutely ordinary body. He was not a person with a special physique. In his investigation, there was no such situation. What was going on? Although he could not understand what was going on, such a huge commotion was definitely out of the ordinary. The commotion caused by this breakthrough was far greater than when he broke through to the world god realm. One must know that he had a special physique, a supreme divine physique. The commotion caused by his breakthrough was already very big. But the commotion caused by Qin Zhao's breakthrough was much greater than his. What was worse was that Qin Shao had only broken through to the ancient saint realm, not to become a god. This situation really puzzled Fire God. He did not understand what was going on. Therefore, he looked at Qin Shao with an even deeper gaze. This kid must be hiding some unknown secret. Chapter 3240. At this moment, Qin Shao, who was in the center of the terrifying devouring storm, was enjoying the most wonderful moment. The descent of the heavenly Tao and the blessing of the heavenly Tao were nourishing him, allowing him to transform and sublimate, breaking through the bottleneck. Boundless chaotic energy surged into his inner world. Qin Shao had expected that the situation might not be too good, but to Qin Zhao's surprise, the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. In fact, it had more or less given him a pleasant surprise. He did not expect that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Sky City would be so abundant and rich. It was constantly being devoured, and there was no shortage of spiritual energy. This meant that the spiritual energy reserves of the Sky City were still very abundant. This was a great advantage for Qin Shao. Qin Shao had been having a headache over this matter previously, thinking about how to find a place with sufficient spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through. If he relied on the Chaos Source Stones to provide the spiritual energy, the amount required would be unimaginably huge. It was possible that it would be in the trillions or even more. Such a huge number was obviously not something that Qin Shao dared to imagine. Even though Brother Pure won a huge victory last time, he only had a few billion Chaos Source Stones on him. This was obviously a drop in the bucket and far from enough. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao had been suppressing his breakthrough and did not dare to rashly break through. He wanted to find an excellent place to break through again. Breaking through in the Sky City was indeed a helpless move, but he did not expect to be given a big surprise. The inner world was still continuing to expand. Qin Zhao's inner world was originally the size of the primordial universe, but now it continued to expand. At the same time, Qin Shao also began to study the system of the inner world. Previously, Qin Shao had already constructed a rough model. Although it was very immature and was only a rough model, it was still a good start and a good starting point. The best time to study was during the breakthrough. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Shao was immersed in the wonderful feeling of breaking through while studying the cultivation system of the inner world. The first stone of the foundation stone had been knocked down. Now, it was time to see if he could continue to knock down other stones and finally complete the foundation stone. This was a pioneering work, an incomparably difficult pioneering work. Cultivating a single Tao was already an extremely difficult task. Qin Shao had yet to cultivate any Tao to the point of complete control, even if it was a minor Tao. Creation was definitely more than 100 or 1,000 times more difficult than cultivation. There were countless details, countless points, and countless lines. A complete world needed to be created bit by bit, constructed, and then perfectly combined together. Finally, it was formed by nature. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake in any of the details. Otherwise, there would be a huge difference between heaven and earth, and he would suffer a crushing defeat. This process was too complicated, too slow, and too long. Just thinking about it made him feel despair. However, Qin Shao was determined to take this path. In the process of breaking through, there was a very primitive process here. From this process, Qin Shao could comprehend many principles that could not be comprehended during ordinary cultivation. Therefore, this process was of great help to Qin Zhao's research, cultivation, and comprehension of creation. Of course, although it was of great help, there were still countless mountains lying in front of him, blocking the path ahead. Every mountain had to be conquered. This was the difficulty of cultivation, but also the joy of cultivation. Every difficulty that you had to overcome could torture you to the point of hovering between life and death. You would not be able to bear the burden. However, once he stepped over it, it would be a new world. This sense of accomplishment was incomparably joyful. The great wide world, the 8 great holy realms, the universe, other than the great wide world which is a complete system, only the universe has a complete system. Is the world in my body similar to the great wide world, similar to the universe? If I use this system as a reference for my world in my body. Previously, Qin Shao had developed the preliminary model of the cultivation of the world in his body based on the Hongmeng universe. Now, he wanted to go further, so Qin Shao had been studying in this direction. However, if he wanted to create a Tao, it must be different from all the other Taos. Therefore, Qin Shao had been paying attention to this boundary. The preliminary model was also gradually being perfected. He also had some ideas about the use of power. Unfortunately, the time of the breakthrough was still too short. Soon, the power of the heavenly Tao faded and the light dissipated. The entire Sky City had also calmed down. Qin Shao had also completed the transformation and smoothly broken through to the ancient saint realm of the 4th step. His inner world had expanded 10 times, and the preliminary model of the system had matured a lot. He also had some good ideas about the use of power. He felt that he had taken a big step on the path of creating his own Tao. However, although it was a big step, he was still far from success. It was still very, very far away and there was no end in sight. Forget it, this was all he could do. However, all in all, the gains brought by this breakthrough were still huge. At least, it allowed Qin Shao to see a lot of directions and straighten out a lot of thoughts. He even had a rough idea. Obviously, this would be of great help to his future cultivation and would be much easier. The most direct way to improve one's cultivation realm was to improve one's strength. The ancient saint realm of the fourth step. I've finally reached this step. He sensed his current body, and sure enough, it felt completely different from before. The difference was very obvious after his cultivation realm had increased by one level. Whether it was his own power, his perception of the heavenly laws, or a sense of suppression of the heavenly laws, they were all completely different. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the stronger one's control over the heavenly laws. Naturally, the more power one could mobilize from the heavenly laws. At this moment, Qin Shao felt that he could crush the void with just a gentle clench of his hand. Qin Shao often suffered losses in terms of cultivation realm. Therefore, the improvement of his cultivation realm was a very happy thing for Qin Shao. It was also something that he had always been pursuing and looking forward to. After all, one's cultivation realm was the foundation of cultivation. After cultivating for more than 100 million years, he had finally reached the ancient saint realm of the fourth step. Such a speed was far beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. It had only been tens of millions of years since he had broken through the ancient saint realm of the third step to the ancient saint realm of the fourth step. Looking at the entire great thousand world, and even in the long river of history, there were very few people who could compare with this speed. Under the witness of countless mages, Qin Shao successfully broke through and stepped into the ancient saint realm of the fourth step. Qin Zhao's gaze swept around, and he could not help but be stunned. This was because the color of the entire sky castle had become much dimmer and there was almost no color. It was completely different from the previous colorful and vibrant colors. The spiritual energy of the heavenly laws was also almost impossible to sense. It seemed to have withered. The Sky Castle was originally a fantasy city and an extremely beautiful place. However, it was now dull and colorless. The fragrant grass had withered and the light had faded. It had become an ordinary city. This change was obviously caused by Qin Shao devouring a large amount of spiritual energy of the Sky Castle. Qin Shao did not expect that the Sky Castle would become like this, and for a moment, he seemed a little embarrassed. It was only then that the surrounding crowd reacted to the situation. What's going on? How did the Sky Castle become like this? A large amount of spiritual energy of the Sky Castle has been devoured by Qin Shao, so it became like this. It's terrifying. He has only broken through to the ancient saint realm of the fourth step, but he has actually sucked the spiritual energy of the entire Sky Castle dry. Isn't that equivalent to destroying the Sky Castle? How did this monster do it? Seeing the current state of the Sky Castle, everyone was truly taken aback. This was simply unimaginable and unheard of. There was no way such a thing could be explained with normal logic. Mr. Mose looked at the Sky Castle at this moment, and the muscles on his face twitched violently, but he did not know what to say for a moment. Qin Shao was just making a normal breakthrough in the Sky Castle, so he could not be blamed for doing so on purpose. Besides, no one would have thought that breaking through to the ancient saint realm of the fourth step would allow him to devour so much spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. It was too incredible. At this moment, Mr. Mose could feel the power of Qin Shao, which made him feel a little pressured. He had already suffered a loss in the hands of Qin Shao previously, so he naturally did not dare to fight with Qin Shao now. He simply did not have the confidence to do so. Qin Shao ignored Mr. Mose, and looked at the top of the holy mountain again. A loud voice came out of his mouth. "Fire God, why are you still not willing to show yourself? Do I have to go up to your holy mountain? The people of the magic shrine can't stop me now. I didn't want to break through here, but you forced me. Since I've already come this far, there's no room for retreat. Since you don't want to come down, I can only go up to the holy mountain myself." After that, Qin Shao glanced at Mr. Mose. Mr. Mose wanted to stop Qin Shao, but he also knew very well that with Qin Zhao's current strength, there was no way he could stop him. Even if the other people of the magic shrine joined in, it was still not enough. Therefore, Mr. Mose was also in a difficult position. Qin Shao ignored Mr. Mose and soared into the sky, heading straight for the sacred mountain. The light of the Golden Age was shining brightly. The aura that shook the sky was like a dragon coming out of the sea. This was Qin Shao, the ancient saint realm of the fourth step Qin Shao, the Qin Shao that everyone could only exclaim in admiration. Mr. Mose was about to go out and stop him. Whether he was willing or not, this was his duty. However, at this time, a ball of heavenly fire descended from the mountain and turned into a dazzling fiery light. It was scorching hot and surging forward. Bang! Qin Shao directly punched the cloud of flame, and it was instantly smashed into pieces. At this moment, a figure landed. It was the God of Fire. As soon as the God of Fire arrived, he directly launched a fierce attack on Qin Shao without saying a word. In the eyes of the God of Fire, Qin Shao was just a defeated opponent. The Fire God looked down on Qin Shao with his unparalleled arrogance and his godly battle prowess. But this time, the God of Fire also used his full combat strength. A heavy sword was burning with scorching flames, carrying a raging fire. When the sword slashed down, a fire dragon roared out, and flames filled the sky. So strong, so strong. Everyone suddenly held their breath and stared at the battle in the sky with wide eyes. The sky castle also seemed to be on the verge of collapse. As soon as the God of Fire made a move, everyone felt the power of the God of Fire. It was far from what Mr. Mose could compare with. No matter in which aspect, Mr. Mose was too far away from the God of Fire. The Fire God was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the world immortal state. Chapter 32:41. As soon as the Fire God made a move, everyone in the Sky City felt as if the Supreme God of the world was angry. Who could bear the wrath of the heavens and the supreme power? No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he was just a person who had just broken through to the fourth step of the ancient saint realm. How could he withstand the attack of the Fire God? The destructive power of the two men also quickly and fiercely confronted each other. The dim Sky City suddenly brightened up again. However, this light was not colorful, but a light that was enveloped by the light of power. It was a light that was about to be annihilated. Just looking at this kind of brightness was enough to frighten people. If it weren't for Sky City being protected by a powerful restrictive force, it would have probably been destroyed by the attack. This kind of competition was extremely terrifying. Qin Zhao's strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. The power of the inner world alone was more than 10 times stronger. There was also the improvement of the realm, the transformation of the sacred body, and the improvement of the power of heaven and earth. These were all real. The same realm of laws, but the power displayed by different realms was naturally different. At this time, Qin Shao exerted all his strength and pushed all his power to the extreme. This power was enough to break through the natural barrier and cross realms. This power was incomparably heaven-defying. His previous strength was enough to repel Mr. Mose. At this time, he fought the Fire God with all his strength. It could be regarded as the strongest battle in Qin Zhao's life. As soon as he broke through, he immediately fought to verify his strength at this time. What he did was heaven-defying, and what he fought was a supreme God. This in itself was a heroic thing. Qin Shao had no other choice. He could only fight with all his might, bringing out his sword and saber. The confrontation between the two was so fierce that it made everyone tremble in fear. Even Mr. Mose did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He had to protect everyone. Even a trace of power was extremely terrifying and could not be underestimated. The flames all over the sky burned the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. They burned the eternal sky and everything in this world. The red light all over the sky was extremely hot, as if the world was about to be burned. Wherever the fire god went, it was his domain. Everything was destroyed and devoured by his sea of fire. This world was completely enveloped by him, forming an independent world. That independent world had been completely enveloped and filled with endless flames. In this world, he, the fire god, was the only ruler. Everything in this world was going to be burned to ashes under his control. However, there was a power that wanted to break through his control. It wanted to rush out of this world and extinguish the endless flames. Qin Shao exerted all his strength to break the stalemate, breaking all stalemates. His power was pushed to the extreme. At this moment, Qin Shao was like a sword that could cut through all sharpness. In the fire god's world of fire, he was unstoppable. For a time, the two of them actually displayed their sharpness in the confrontation. Unexpectedly, neither of them showed an obvious advantage. Such a situation caused the onlookers to be extremely shocked. The power of the fire deity was without a doubt. He was the young palace master of the fire palace, an existence that stood at the highest position. Qin Shao had just broken through to the ancient saint realm of 4th step. Therefore, no one thought that Qin Shao could fight against the fire god. However, the current situation did not seem to be so. Qin Shao was actually able to fight against the fire god, and was not at a disadvantage. This was really shocking. Could it be that Qin Shao could really fight against the fire god? It did not make sense. It was something that was completely impossible. If such a thing really happened, it would really drive people crazy. It would really break their understanding of common sense. For the time being, no one could tell what was going on in the battle. Therefore, everyone could only watch and wait quietly. Humph! The fire god suddenly sneered and said, "Qin Shao, is this all you have? Not bad, not bad. You are indeed very powerful, far more powerful than I imagined. You have just broken through to the ancient saint realm of 4th step, and you are already so powerful. You should be proud of yourself. With your current strength, there are not many world gods who can suppress you. You are indeed a monster. But so what?" The fire god's casual tone immediately made many people understand. It seemed like there was no suspense in this battle. The fire god was indeed the fire god. He was indeed powerful. Qin Shao had indeed given his all, but he still could not gain any advantage over the fire god. This made Qin Shao understand that even if he had broken through to the ancient saint realm of 4th step, he still could not defeat the fire god. However, this was something that he had expected. Although Qin Shao did not know the details of the fire god's strength, he knew that he was very strong. Previously in the immortal domain, he had also felt the fire god's powerful strength. It was a strength that he could not resist at all. Now, it was still difficult for him to defeat the fire god. This was normal. After all, the fire god was the young palace master of the fire palace and the son of the reincarnation sovereign. He was an ancient god who had lived for countless years and was naturally incomparably powerful. It would be strange if the fire god could be defeated so easily. Even though Qin Shao had such thoughts earlier, the facts still proved that it was impossible to happen. The fire god once again exerted his strength, and his strength suddenly became incomparably powerful. Under the suppression of this powerful force, Qin Zhao's momentum to break the stalemate was immediately suppressed. With his strength suppressed, Qin Shao was soon trapped in a cage of strength. Moreover, this cage was slowly shrinking under the fire god's control. If this cage shrunk to the smallest size, wouldn't it be able to crush Qin Shao into pieces? The terrifying strength suppressed Qin Shao fiercely. Qin Shao was also trying his best to resist this terrifying strength, but it was like an insurmountable sky that trapped Qin Shao, making it impossible for him to escape. This made Qin Shao feel a little helpless. It seemed that there was still no way for him to fight the fire god. At this point, he was still unable to defeat the fire god. This was something that he was helpless about. However, he did not regret doing so. There were some things that one had to do even if one knew that it was impossible. Even if there were thousands of mountains blocking one's way, one still had to take a step forward. This was courage, and more importantly, determination. Qin Shao, are you still not going to admit defeat? You are no match for me at all. You are still far from being my match. Do you really think that you can fight with me just because you have made a breakthrough and become stronger? Humph, you are naive, ridiculous, arrogant, and ignorant. No matter how powerful you are only a fourth-step ancient saint. Moreover, you have just made a breakthrough to the fourth-step ancient saint realm. I have been a god for a long time, and my strength is infinitely close to the divine list of the heavens declaration. In the entire great thousand world, the only worldly gods who can defeat me are those on the divine list of the heavens declaration. You are just a fourth-step ancient saint realm, and you want to fight with me? Don't you think that you are too arrogant? The fire god humiliated Qin Shao again. He wanted to control Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao was not the kind of person who would admit defeat so easily. Qin Shao stared at the fire god. He was still stubbornly resisting and did not give in at all. The fire god could suppress him and gain the upper hand, but he might not be able to defeat him easily. It was not that Qin Shao could not fight back. Therefore, Qin Shao could still hold on. At least for the time being, there would not be any problem. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, "Don't make it sound like you have been through a lot. You are infinitely close to the divine temple of the heavens declaration. If you are not on the divine list, then you are not on the divine list. Why don't you say that you are on the divine list of the elemental gods? You can give yourself the title of number 1 on the divine list of the elemental god. So what if you are a fourth-step ancient saint realm? So what if you have just made a breakthrough? If it were not for the fact that my realm is so much lower than yours, do you think you would be able to stand in front of me and say such big words? You really think too highly of yourself, fire god. You are just deceiving yourself. You want me to admit defeat? Humph, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Since I have chosen to fight with you, there is no reason for me to admit defeat so easily." Qin Shao did not give in. He was going to fight to the end. How could he admit defeat so easily? He would not give up until he saw Gu Lingyue. The fire deity's strength was not so strong that he could not resist. Therefore, Qin Shao was not afraid of the fire god. Listening to Qin Zhao's arrogant words and daring to speak to the fire god in such a manner, even if Qin Shao was not the first person, he must be one of the very few, right? This was the fire god, the young palace master of the fire palace. Even the temple master of the magician temple would not dare to speak to the fire god in such a way. However, Qin Shao dared to do so. He did not seem to take the fire god seriously at all. How could a fourth-step ancient saint realm do this? It was hard to imagine. This had really broken many people's understanding and refreshed their worldview. Humph! Seeing that Qin Shao did not dare to admit defeat, the fire god snorted angrily and said, "You are not going to admit defeat, are you? Let's see how long Qin Shao can hold on. Let's see how strong you are. Actually, I hope you don't admit defeat. If you admit defeat too early, it will be meaningless, and I won't be able to achieve my goal. It will be more fun if you don't admit defeat. Then I will have enough reason to touch you, Qin Shao." Very good. I like that about you. I like it very much. If you are a man, Qin Shao, then fight with me to the end. Don't ever admit defeat. If you admit defeat now, I will be very disappointed. Humph, you want to play? I'll play with you for a bit. In the elemental saint realm, Let's see how many waves you can make in front of me. The fire god continued to exert his strength, attacking fiercely and suppressing strongly. However, Qin Shao was also desperately resisting and resisting, not letting the fire god suppress him. The two powerful forces continued to collide fiercely in the small world. It was shocking to watch. More than once, the onlookers were shocked to the extreme. This Qin Shao is obviously not a match for the fire god, but he still refuses to admit defeat? That's right. How can he be a match for the fire god? How dare he be so arrogant? He is really courting death. You can't say that. Although he is not a match for the young palace master of the fire palace, he can be considered to have held on until now. However, this guy is really a complete lunatic. At this time, he still doesn't know when to stop? Does he have to make a scene? What is he thinking? Who knows? Look, who cares? It has nothing to do with us. Brother Pure was also a little anxious. He wanted to intervene several times, but was stopped by Qin Shao. Brother Pure was very strong, but it was obviously impractical for him to help Qin Shao at this time. After all, Mr. Mose was still guarding there. How could Brother Pure have a chance to intervene? Chapter 32-42. Qin Shao was still no match for Fire God. This made him feel very helpless, and he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. However, Qin Shao also knew that it was already a pleasant surprise to be able to reach this stage. It had already somewhat exceeded his imagination. He'd always known that even if he broke through to the fourth step, he wouldn't be Fire God's match. Last time in the immortal realm, when Fire God had descended, Qin Shao still remembered the crushing power that he couldn't resist. That power made Qin Shao understand very well how great the gap between him and Fire God was. Fire God was originally a peerless genius with the body of a fire god. As the son of reincarnation sovereign, he was a true proud son of heaven. As a god who'd lived for who knew how many chaos epochs, his strength was unimaginable. It was too difficult to surpass a major realm. Now, it was already not easy for Qin Shao to be able to hold his own against Fire God and not be easily defeated. Knowing that he was no match for Fire God, he still wanted to fight. This was Qin Zhao's attitude. You still want to struggle? Can you hold on? Sometimes I really don't understand people like you. What's wrong with you that you have to come here looking for trouble? I've already warned you, so why didn't you listen? Fire God looked at Qin Shao mockingly, venting his anger and displeasure by humiliating and trampling on Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Fire God and then at the summit of the sacred mountain. A touch of deep affection and determination flashed through his eyes. It's not for anything else but just to understand. As long as one is alive, one should pursue the meaning of life. Losing one's own life is the same as being a walking corpse. I just know what I'm pursuing, so I'll do everything I can to pursue it and find the answer. You, Fire God, can't stop me. Qin Zhao's words were not only for Fire God, but also for Gu Lingyue on the sacred mountain. At this time, Gu Lingyue stood on the summit of the sacred mountain, her expression still cold and expressionless. However, her expression clearly showed that she was somewhat moved. The Fire God was not here, so she did not have to disguise herself well. A figure suddenly walked over. It was Saint Minghua. The situation doesn't look good. One is unwilling to lower his head, while the other will not give up easily. When the two of them collide, it will definitely be an intense collision. One of them will definitely be injured. Minghua Saint shook her head slightly and said. A strange light flickered in the depths of Gu Lingyue's eyes, but she calmly said, "So what?" Minghua Saint looked at Gu Lingyue and sighed helplessly. After a long while, she said, "Lingyue, Qin Zhao's stance is too firm. Once he has made up his mind, he will never give in easily." He is a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. And even if he is seriously injured by Vulcan today, he will definitely not give up. He will definitely come again in the future. Therefore, I hope that you can carefully consider whether you should be the one to end this matter. If this matter is not solved, it will always be a problem. It is not a good thing for anyone. Especially for you. You have just ascended to the throne. You shouldn't have those gossips at this time. Gu Linghua looked at Saint Gohua and nodded. Okay, I understand, Sister Minghua. At first, I didn't think it was a big deal. Let them do whatever they want. I don't want to pay attention to it. But since Sister Minghua has your concerns, I will solve it. I will solve it completely. Minghua Saint nodded and looked pleased. I am very happy that you can think like this. You should have done this long ago. On the other side, the fire god was still humiliating Qin Shao verbally. He was also trying to anger Qin Shao. He naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. He wanted to crush Qin Shao and let Qin Shao know that he, the fire god, was not someone he could mess with. He wanted Qin Shao to completely dispel all the fantasies he had about Gu Linghua. He could not have any of them. Mr. Qianshan, what should we do? Brian said worriedly. The three of them slowly calmed down from the shock. No matter what kind of person Qin Shao was, they would still support him and stand on his side. They would not hesitate even if they had to sacrifice their lives for him. They were extremely mediocre and humble. Basically, they could only muddle along and wait for death to describe their gloomy lives. If it weren't for Qin Shao, then their lives would have been dull and dull. There wouldn't be a trace of excitement to speak of. It was precisely because of Qin Zhao's appearance that they were given a huge opportunity, opening a new chapter in their lives. For the first time, they felt that their lives also had a glorious side, and also had unlimited potential. They never knew that they were not weaker than others. As long as they had the heart to become stronger, had the absolute power of belief, had the motivation to move forward, and could fully stimulate their own potential, they could do things that others could not. They could also be geniuses. They were not much weaker than those so-called geniuses. Everything depended on one's heart. In the past, they did not have any confidence at all, or they did not have such thoughts at all. But after meeting Qin Shao, under the leadership of Qin Shao, they walked step by step to reach a height they had never imagined before. Therefore, in their hearts, Qin Shao was simply their second parent. They were naturally more grateful to Qin Shao than anyone else. It was Qin Shao who gave their lives some meaning. It was Qin Shao who lit up their lives. To be able to experience so much, to be able to reach this step, to be able to obtain so much glory, this was the value of their lives. Therefore, even if they were asked to die for Qin Shao now, they would never frown. Brother Pure also gritted his teeth and shook his head helplessly. For the time being, I can't do anything. I'm not strong enough. Even if I take action, I can't help much. Right now, all we can do is to wait here and observe the situation. But I think no matter how crazy Fire Deity is, he won't dare to kill Qin Shao. At this point, there's no other way. Brain and the other two were even more helpless. They were so weak that they could not help at all. Since Brother Pure said so, they could only continue to wait. Why is it raining? Yes, it's really raining. What's going on? Oh my God, look, is the Water Palace's young master coming? It's not raining, it's the water element that's covering the sky. Such sweet water. Water counters fire. Look, Fire Deity's fire is being suppressed rapidly. What's going on? Is the Water Palace's young master going to attack Fire Deity? That's impossible. Why would the Water Palace's young master attack Fire Deity? They're a couple. No matter what, the Water Palace's young master would not help an outsider against Fire Deity. The situation here seems to be very complicated. Gu Lingwei descended from the sacred mountain, bringing with her endless raindrops formed by the water element. Sky City was immediately shrouded in a thin layer of water. Everything in the world seemed to be submerged in it. Water counters fire. Under the suppression of the water element, the power of the water element was quickly extinguished. Seeing that Gu Lingwei had arrived, Fire Deity did not continue to exert his power. Instead, he stopped. Qin Shao also stopped and watched the familiar figure slowly descend. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched Gu Lingwei descend. In terms of admiration, Gu Lingwei's appeal was obviously stronger than Fire Deity's. After all, most of the people who came to participate in the sacred assembly of sorcerers were men. Gu Lingwei was naturally more attractive. In next to no time, Gu Lingwei descended and formed a triangle with Qin Shao and Huashun. Lingwei, seeing Gu Lingwei, Qin Shao immediately became a little excited. He was about to go forward, but Gu Lingwei stopped him with a hand gesture. Gu Lingwei glanced coldly at Qin Shao as if warning him. This feeling of being extremely familiar yet also extremely unfamiliar at this moment was really unbearable and somewhat maddening. Fire Deity was naturally very displeased to see Gu Lingwei descend. Therefore, he looked at Gu Lingwei and said, "What, are you going to stop me from punishing this arrogant person from the immortal realm? The situation today is something that Qin Shao brought upon himself. He cannot blame this god in the slightest. I gave him 2 chances. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to cherish them at all. How can I let him off so easily?" Gu Lingwei waved her hand and said coldly, "That's enough." She looked at the somewhat angry Fire Deity and scanned the surroundings before continuing, "I am the ruler of this sacred assembly of sorcerers. The Sacred Assembly of Sorcerers is the most important assembly of our elemental sacred realm. It is also a grand event for all the sorcerers in the world. It is a great opportunity to show off your skills. Such a grand event cannot be disrupted by anything, or interrupted by any factor. Therefore, I naturally can't watch you guys continue fighting. That will only disrupt the smooth progress of the Sacred Assembly of Sorcerers. If there's anything, you can settle it after the Sacred Assembly of Sorcerers is over. I won't interfere in the slightest." Gu Lingwei's words were obviously meant for Fire Deity. However, how could Fire Deity not know what Gu Lingwei meant? Therefore, he was naturally very displeased. However, at this moment, he naturally couldn't refute Gu Lingwei's words. He could only stand there and look at Gu Lingwei with a cold expression, his eyes filled with resentment. Gu Lingwei suddenly waved her hand and layers of water elements formed a barrier, isolating this place and forming an independent space. The people outside couldn't hear what the people inside were saying and could only see the situation inside. Fire Deity and Qin Shao both looked at Gu Lingwei, wanting to know what she was trying to do. "Mr. Qianshan, what is the young palace master of the water palace trying to do?" Brin couldn't help but ask again. Brother Pure pursed his lips and shook his head. "I don't know. How would I know? However, since Gu Lingwei has stepped in, the situation definitely won't be too bad. It should be developing in a better direction. No matter what, at least this battle has been stopped. My brother Qin Shao will be fine." Although he said that, Brother Pure was also praying in his heart. "Gu Lingwei, oh Gu Lingwei, please don't do anything to hurt Qin Shao. Sai, are you really no longer the Gu Lingwei I used to know? You like Qin Shao so much. You and Qin Shao used to have such a good relationship. After going through so many things together, you finally came together. It's not an easy thing. The past, the sincere love, could it really be so easily cut off? No way, right? It shouldn't be, right? Gu Lingwei, I don't believe that you're a heartless person." Chapter 32-43. Qin Shao looked at Gu Lingwei with an indescribable feeling in his heart. The two people who were clearly the most familiar with each other were like strangers at this moment. Gu Lingyue's cold eyes looked at Qin Shao. This kind of coldness was too unfamiliar, as if they had never known each other before. Facing the person who was most familiar with and closest to him, he received such a gaze. It really felt like a knife stabbing him. Qin Shao. Gu Lingyue finally spoke. These two simple words made Qin Shao extremely nervous. These two words were very unfamiliar and very cold. Hearing these two cold and emotionless words gave people a bad premonition. But what was to come would come. Why are you so interesting? I originally didn't want to talk to you at all, but it's not that I don't want you to cause trouble in the future. In fact, I don't want to see you at all this time, nor do I want to say a word to you. Do you think it's interesting to be like this? What do you want to show? What? Hearing Gu Lingyue's words, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly thumped fiercely, as if it had been ruthlessly pierced by a sharp sword. Don't want to talk to me? Don't want to see me? Don't want to say a word to me? Gu Lingyue really said that. She really said that. What did she mean? Qin Shao was also stunned on the spot as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. He stared blankly at Gu Lingyue, unable to speak for a while. This kind of pain could no longer be described by any word. There were no words to describe it. Invisible damage was the most fatal. Gu Lingyue continued, since you won't give up until all hope is gone, you insist that I draw a clear line with you and make it clear. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Today, let's make things clear here and make an end. Let's break it off. I also hope that you won't pester me again in the future, let alone do these ridiculous things. That will only make me despise you even more. At least for now, I still think that you, Qin Shao, are a top figure. So, let's stop here. Draw a clear line with me? Make an end? How could this be? What was wrong with Gu Lingyue? What was she saying? Did she know what she was saying? Qin Shao felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to question Gu Lingyue, but he felt that there was a force blocking his mouth, making him unable to say a word. As Vulcan listened to Gu Lingyue's words, he looked at Qin Shao playfully. He liked to see Qin Zhao's extremely uncomfortable expression at this time. It was a kind of beautiful enjoyment. You want to fight with me? Competing with him for a woman? How could this be? You, Qin Shao, are nothing more than a piece of the past on my samsara road. The past is the past, and the past is the past. From the moment my memories were awakened, everything that happened on the path of reincarnation became my memories. To me, it's just the past. It's nothing important. I am a member of the Water Palace, and now I am the young Palace Lord of the Water Palace, the future leader of the Water Palace. To me, love is but a mere worldly possession. You're taking this too seriously. Too seriously. You want to know the answer? Well, I, Gu Lingyue, can clearly tell you now that I don't like you. You have no place in my heart at all. You're not even in my memories. You're just a small interlude on my samsara road, not worth mentioning. You don't have to work hard. We're not from the same world. There's no possibility between us. Don't you understand? Don't waste your efforts. Forget about me and don't stir up trouble. Buzz. Qin Zhao's mind buzzed. His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. He didn't believe Gu Lingyue's words. He really didn't believe that Gu Lingyue was such a heartless person. The path of reincarnation was not bad, but the last life, the awakening life, was actually no different from what he had experienced personally. Brother Pure was in the same situation as Gu Lingyue. He recognized this life of the Hong Meng universe very much. He didn't abandon everything in the Hong Meng universe just because he had awakened the memories of his previous life. In fact, he cherished everything even more. Could Gu Lingyue really completely give up on this life of the Hong Meng universe? Did he really forget about everyone? Could she really throw all these feelings to the back of her mind? Qin Shao didn't believe it. He really didn't believe it. The fire deity chuckled. He looked at Qin Shao, whose face was extremely cold, and said somewhat proudly, "Qin Shao, you've heard it too. Are you still unwilling to give up? Actually, why bother? You, Qin Shao, are considered a big shot in the vast thousand domains. Are you really going to pester me like this? Even if you're not afraid of losing face, shouldn't you think about your master? If you continue to pester endlessly, you'll be the one losing face in Langya heaven. Why bother? I've already made myself clear. Everything is over. It's time to give up and let go of the future. As a person, it's better to have some self-awareness. Don't think too highly of yourself." Qin Shao didn't pay much attention to the fire deity's words. No matter how the fire deity attacked him, no matter how vicious his words were, they couldn't hurt Qin Shao in the slightest. However, Gu Lingyue's words were like daggers that ruthlessly stabbed at him. It was too painful. Was he really going to let go? Was he really going to give up? Was he really going to watch Gu Lingyue become the fire deity's woman? No. Perhaps Qin Shao had never understood what love was, but he knew very well that he couldn't let go easily. He didn't want to lose Gu Lingyue. Moreover, he still didn't want to believe that Gu Lingyue was really as cold-blooded and heartless as she said. Qin Shao was more willing to believe that Gu Lingyue said that because of her sacred mission and because she didn't mean what she said. Therefore, Qin Shao still wanted to fight for it. Qin Shao looked at Gu Lingyue and said, "Lingyue, have you forgotten the time we spent together? At that time I was really happy. It was the happiest and fastest time I've ever had. As long as I'm with you, I feel that the world is full of sunshine. It's beautiful and happy. I feel very happy no matter what I do. Even the smallest thing, the most ordinary thing, I feel that the meaning is very different. In the past, I didn't understand why, but now I know. Perhaps this is love. When you love someone, you miss them even if you don't see them. When you see them, you feel happy. Even if you don't do anything, you feel as sweet as honey in your heart. Even if you don't say anything, you won't feel bored and will still feel happy. When you think of her, you can't help but want to smile. This is happiness that comes from the bottom of your heart. When you see her, you feel that she is everything in your world, the light in the darkness. I know that I'm a very dull man. I don't know how to speak, I don't know how to make girls happy, I don't know how to be romantic, and I don't even know how to love and protect someone. But in these 100 million years, I've experienced a lot and gradually understood a lot. Love is very complicated, but also very simple. It's just that people often overcomplicate simple things. Ever since you left the primordial chaos universe, my greatest goal was to come to the elemental sacred realm, to go to the heavenly laws Tao Palace, to rescue you and bring you back to my side. From now on, I won't let anyone bully you. You are my motivation, my unwavering goal, the strength of my life's beliefs. And this is my love for you. I feel that everyone should have their own definition of love. Even if mine isn't the standard answer, it can still express my love for you." Enough. Gu Lingyue suddenly shouted angrily and waved her hand, gesturing for Qin Shao to stop. Qin Zhao's words made the fire deity very unhappy and he glared furiously at Qin Shao. How could the fire deity tolerate such an unbridled confession to his woman right in front of him? However, this matter still had to be resolved by Gu Lingyue. He could only bury this unhappiness and anger in his heart for now. He wouldn't let Qin Shao off so easily. Even if this matter was resolved, he would still find another opportunity in the future. Gu Lingyue continued coldly, "That's just what you think. It doesn't mean that I'm the same as you. It's just your own understanding from beginning to end. If you like me, that's your business. I've already made myself very clear. I can also tell you again now. Don't like me. I won't like you. There's no possibility between us. Alright, you can take your friend and leave the elemental sacred realm." Lingyue, have you forgotten what you said when you left the Hongmeng universe? Qin Shao asked anxiously again. Gu Lingyue was stunned for a moment but immediately controlled herself. It's just words. Do you really believe them? Humph. If you say that you believe them, then I'll just say that you're too naive and gullible. That's right. After all, you've never experienced anything like love. It's normal for you to believe them. Then let me tell you now. Your so-called love is all wrong. You don't know what love is at all. You don't understand it at all. Everything is just your imagination. It's just your self-righteous thinking. Now, I'll break it all for you. Words? How was that possible? Qin Shao still wanted to say something, but Gu Lingyue interrupted him. All right, the past has been severed. There are no more grudges between us. Qin Shao, I hope you remember, don't come looking for me again. We'll be strangers in the future. It's best if we don't meet again. I've said everything that needs to be said. At least, it's your business whether you believe me or not. With that, Gu Lingyue said to the fire god, let him go. The Magus sacred assembly can't be disrupted. Hurry up and continue. With that, Gu Lingyue's figure flashed and flew up the sacred mountain. There were thousands of words in his heart, but at this moment, he couldn't say a single word. He didn't have the chance to say it. Gu Lingyue left. She left just like that, heartlessly leaving. The fire god looked at Qin Shao with a cold smile, full of playfulness and sympathy. Qin Shao, I've already said it. Why did you still come looking for trouble? Now, do you want to leave or do you want to continue the battle? Continue the battle? What was the point? He'd originally fought the fire god to see Gu Lingyue. Now that he'd achieved his goal, what was the point of continuing the battle? Therefore, Qin Shao could only shake his head. Forget it, let's call it a day. There was no point in continuing the fight. It would only make the situation more embarrassing. If this continued, it would only benefit Vulcan and give him more reasons to do so. Qin Shao stopped, and the fire god didn't continue the fight. Sorry, Qin Shao said to Brian and the other two, and then left with Brother Pure. Author, Cruel Death Author. The website has been under strict review recently. In fact, Cruel Death has been updated every day, but the chapters have been under review, so the release time has been delayed for a long time. I asked the website, and they said that it will be restored next week. I hope you can understand. I haven't asked for flowers this month. If you have flowers, please send them. Thank you. Chapter 3244. After leaving the elemental saint realm and walking in the endless sea of the universe, he felt the boundless darkness and the omnipresent cosmic storms. Just like Qin Zhao's mood at this time, there was boundless darkness and storms. After leaving the Sky City, Qin Zhao fell into a state of depression. She did not utter a single word and remained silent. At this time, Qin Zhao's mood was self-evident. His pain and sadness were extremely strong. This feeling was something that only Qin Zhao himself could clearly understand. Alas! Brother Pure suddenly sighed and roared to the sky, "What is the world? It makes people want to die for each other. How sad, how sad. It's love. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you like it, you can get it. If you can't get it, then forget it. Why do you have to make it sad? Why do you have to make it so complicated? There are thousands of women in the world. Many of them are worth liking. Why do you have to make it so deep and intense? It's not fun. Brother, don't take it too seriously. You'll lose if you take it too seriously. That's all there is to it. Be open-minded, and be romantic. Then you'll have fewer troubles. It's good to be romantic for a while, but it's good to be romantic all the time. I know this feeling. I've experienced it deeply." Qin Zhao looked at Brother Pure and was really speechless, so he didn't want to say anything. At this time, Qin Shao even felt that life had become dull and colorless, without any brilliance and meaning. But Qin Shao knew that he couldn't be so depressed. He couldn't fall down like this. He absolutely couldn't. However, his mood was really very uncomfortable, indescribably uncomfortable. In his mind, the scenes of his time with Gu Lingyue kept flashing. The happy times they had together, the ordinary and happy days they had together. Those were all vivid in his mind, as if they had happened yesterday. What a wonderful feeling that was! This was what life should be like. This was what he had always engraved in his mind. However, had all of this become a thing of the past? Everything will never come back, will it? Was there no possibility at all? Gu Lingyue's ruthless words in the Sky City were still like sharp knives stabbing into the depths of Qin Zhao's heart. It was very painful and uncomfortable. All of this was like a dream of sorrow flowing against the current into a river. Qin Shao hoped that all of this was fake, but all of this happened in reality. He could not deceive himself. "Brother, come, let me drink with you. Let's talk while we drink. I don't have any other experience, but I do have some experience in this area. At least compared to you, I should be more than enough." Brother Pure took out the wine and asked Qin Shao to drink with him. Qin Zhao's mood at this time naturally needed to be comforted by wine. This was also the time when men wanted to drink the most. Snatching the pot of wine from Brother Pure's hand, Qin Shao threw his head back and gulped down hundreds of kilograms of wine in one breath. This wine was very strong. As soon as it entered his stomach, it burned fiercely in Qin Zhao's body like a scorching flame. The power was explosive and very strong. This wine was not ordinary wine. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to stand it. If an ordinary first-step Empyrean saint were to drink it, they would have to tread carefully. If someone below the ancient saint realm drank it, they would basically explode and die. Such a strong wine made people feel very uncomfortable after drinking it. It was too stimulating. Brother Pure had put a lot of thought into giving Qin Shao such a strong wine. Good wine, really good wine. Qin Shao would definitely not drink such a strong wine under normal circumstances, but today he drank a lot. Qin Shao immediately gulped down another 50 kilograms in one go. He felt the burning impact of that ball of explosive fire, wave after wave of impact. There was an indescribable feeling of tearing. This feeling was like a volcano erupting in Qin Zhao's body again and again. The feeling of the scorching and terrifying energy erupting again and again was very uncomfortable. At this time, Qin Shao liked this uncomfortable feeling. The more uncomfortable it was, the better it was. Only in this way could he relieve the pain in his heart. Drinking to relieve one's sorrows was actually using bitterness to replace bitterness. Qin Shao, listen to my advice. Well, women are just like that. For some things there is no question of right or wrong, and there is no question of liking or not. In fact, this is how it is. There are many women who like you. Why do you have to be entangled in this and hang yourself here? Even if there is no Gu Lingyue, there is still Yao Xuelian, right? Miss Xuelian is still waiting for you to save her. In addition to Yao Xuelian, there is also Yuan Yuan, Ruxin, Ming Yuexin, Fu Yunyi, and even Xian Mu and Yenya. There are so many of them. They are all good. I feel that all of them are top-notch beauties, and they aren't inferior to Gu Lingyue. Speaking of Yao Xuelian, Qin Shao was also stunned. Yes, Yao Xuelian was still waiting for him to save her. He had not completed this task yet. He had been working hard, but he was still far from saving Yao Xuelian. Yes, he could not be dispirited and depressed. He still had things to do. Yao Xuelian was still waiting for him to save her. However, at this time, he was really sad and in pain. He really did not want to think about anything. He just wanted to get drunk. What did it feel like to get drunk? Speaking of which, in all his life, Qin Shao had never gotten drunk. This was one of the biggest regrets of his life, wasn't it? Brother, I don't want to say bad things about Gu Lingyue. In fact, it's not that bad. But to be honest, as the two of you as friends, I can't stand it this time. This time, Gu Lingyue has really gone too far. Even if she cut off her future and past, even if we can't be lovers, can't we still be friends? This is too much. No matter what, we have been through so many ups and downs together in the primordial universe. How can she not care about our past at all? She is too heartless. Alas, but there is no other way. We are indeed not people of the same world as her. Our realms are completely different, so it's not really a big deal. Standing at such a high position, to her, we are just slightly stronger and we can't be any more ordinary. That's why it's normal for her to give up on us so easily. Actually, from her point of view, it's not a big deal, so we don't have to think too much about it. Since she wants to cut off all ties, what can we do? We can only go along with her wishes. Cut off her future and past, cut off everything, no longer cherish her feelings, and become strangers in the future. Thinking of these words, Qin Shao still felt waves of pain in his heart. Gu Lingyue had said these words to him personally. She had said it herself. If Gu Lingyue hadn't said it herself, Qin Shao definitely wouldn't have believed it so easily. These words were too ruthless, too hurtful, too sharp, too heart-wrenching. So painful, so painful. From another point of view, everyone has their own choices. There are many things in life, and love is only one of them. Maybe you think you can do everything for love, or even give up everything, but you can't expect others to do the same and give up everything, right? Everyone has their own choices in life. Since they have made their own decisions, they must have thought it through carefully. As for themselves, it's the right choice. Gu Lingyue has made such a choice, but no matter what considerations she has, it's her own choice. She thinks it's a choice that's beneficial to her and the right choice. So, we should respect her and understand her. She's not a child. She has the right to decide her life. She has the right to make the choice she thinks is right. We can't just say that she's wrong because she chose a choice we don't like. I think that's very narrow-minded. Put yourself in her shoes. The more understanding you have, the more open-minded you will be. I think we should always look on the bright side. Brother Pure said again. In order to persuade Qin Shao, he had put in a lot of effort. But his words were indeed very reasonable, and they touched Qin Shao's heart. The one who understood Qin Shao the most was Brother Pure. Brother Pure could also grasp Qin Shao's thoughts precisely, which was why he could persuade Qin Shao so accurately. Maybe. She does have the right to choose her own path and her life. There are some things that I really can't impose my personal views on others. What I think is not necessarily what she thinks. Everyone's thinking is different. Yes, I think love is very important. It's enough for me to fight for it regardless of everything. But maybe, in Gu Lingyue's heart, love is not the most important thing to her. She has her mission as an oracle. She has the responsibility to protect the water palace. She has her own thoughts. So, it's meaningless for me to force her again and again. She has already made her choice. For her, it's the right life and the right path. If I insist on changing it, it will be a form of harm to her. I can't do things that hurt her under the banner of love. So, what I should do is to respect her choice. When he thought of this, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became clear, and everything became clear. Wasn't life like this? Sometimes, if you put yourself in someone else's shoes, you could see a different world. The key was still how you think. Thinking was very important. Seeing that Qin Shao had thought it through, Brother Pure suddenly smiled. He said again, "Brother, it's good that you can think this way. I'm relieved. Actually, that's really the case. Take me as an example. Back in the Hongming universe, I got married and had a child. Do you think I didn't like your sister-in-law? Of course not. If you didn't like her, you wouldn't have pursued her so crazily and married her, right? But you said that I'll only love her in my life. That's obviously impossible. When I see someone I like, I'll still pursue her. I'll still like her and even marry her again. That's normal. Loving someone is just a feeling. If you feel like it, then it's like. Liking something isn't the only thing. It's just that you've thought it through. If you say it's sacred, then it's sacred. If you say it's not sacred, then it's just that. These things are all for the sake of serving your heart. In life, it's fine as long as you're happy. Only by being open-minded can you be happy. Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and nodded. It made sense. Chapter 32:45. Brother Pure comforted Qin Shao and even tried to persuade him. The two of them drank wine and drifted in the endless cosmic ocean for 100 years. This was also the first time Qin Shao had drunk wine for such a long time. He felt as if he had drunk all the wine in the first half of his life. However, his mood was indeed much better. After thinking it through, he felt that he could start to try to let go. Although it was still very painful for the time being, Gu Lingyue's figure would appear in his mind from time to time, as well as some scenes of their previous interactions. But Qin Shao also understood that Gu Lingyue had her own life, and she had her own path to walk. No matter what, he couldn't force his thoughts on her. This was unfair to her. As long as it was a path she had chosen, it was good and he should respect her. That's right. There was no right or wrong in love. If he couldn't continue, he shouldn't hurt the other party either. Letting go was sometimes a form of love. In the past 100 years, Brother Chuanjie's theories were set after set. He poured a lot of things into Qin Zhao's mind, making Qin Shao a little confused. Although he was sad, he still couldn't neglect his cultivation. He couldn't fall into decadence. Even if he lost Gu Lingyue, he still had to rescue Yao Shuolian. Compared to Gu Lingyue, rescuing Yao Shuolian might be more difficult. After all, Yao Shuolian had fallen into the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance and had become a high-level blood disciple. Rescuing Yao Shuolian was definitely not an easy task. This mission was incomparably difficult. Now, it was Qin Zhao's most important mission to complete. Of course, in addition to Yao Shuolian, he also had another important task to do, which was to rescue his master, Red Dust Guest. His master, Red Dust Guest, had been resurrected by a prodigy and fallen into the hands of another prodigy. He still didn't know where he was now, which made Qin Shao a little crazy. Let's put Gu Lingyue's matter aside for now. He had already tried his best. He had already seen the person in person. What else could he do? Alas, this was the only way. In life, there would always be some helpless situations. This was something that could not be helped. What's going on? Brother Pure suddenly frowned and said in surprise. Hearing Brother Pure's voice, Qin Shao looked over and saw a black storm raging in the distance. Over there, it was as if a huge black hole had formed. Even though they were far away, they could still feel how terrifying the black storm was. Even Qin Shao smelled a trace of danger. He thought that if he entered the black storm, he might be in danger. In the endless universe ocean, there would often be universe storms. This was a common occurrence. However, it was Qin Zhao's first time seeing such a huge black storm. Not to mention seeing it for the first time, it was probably his first time hearing about it. He had never heard of such a terrible storm before. A large territory had completely turned into a black medium, as if it was going to slowly devour the endless universe ocean. This kind of feeling was really very frightening. Oh my God, is this a universe storm? How can it be so strong? Isn't the power of nature a little too terrifying? How much energy does it take to drive and maintain such a huge universe storm? Brother Pure shook his head and clicked his tongue. He was amazed. Such a situation was indeed unheard of. Anyway, it was Qin Zhao's first time seeing it. Qin Zhao said, "Let's not get too close. Keep a little distance. There's no need to get into unnecessary trouble. I feel that if we are swept in, we may be in danger, so there's no need to take this risk." Brother Pure nodded and laughed, saying, "Haha, of course I know that. I also feel the terrible danger, so I'm not stupid enough to get close to it. I'm just a little curious. Of course, it's amazing. I don't know how this universe storm is formed and how it's so big. If other celestial bodies get close, they will be devoured, right?" Qin Zhao nodded. Of course it would. This universe storm was so horrible that it would probably devour everything in sight. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly moved. Just now, he vaguely felt that there was a strange sharpness flashing in the black storm. This light was like a sword, and it was the sword qi released by the sword. But when he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. How could there be sword qi in that black storm? It was impossible. It was impossible for there to be a sword. Maybe it was something like sword qi, but he didn't know what it was. "Qin Zhao, did you feel that there was sword qi flashing in the black storm from time to time?" Qin Zhao thought it was impossible, but he didn't expect Brother Pure to suddenly ask. Qin Zhao looked at Brother Pure in surprise, saying, "You felt it too?" "I felt it just now too. I thought it was a mistake and thought it was impossible. I didn't expect you to ask me." Brother Pure nodded, saying, "Yes, I felt it twice. At first, I was wondering if I had made a mistake. It shouldn't have been possible. But I felt it again just now, so I don't think I'm wrong. That's why I want to ask you. It seems that you also felt it. Then it shouldn't be wrong. Both of us felt it, and it wasn't just once. It's definitely something that can't be wrong." Qin Zhao nodded. If that was the case, then it must be true. If it was true, it was really very strange. How could there be such a strange thing? They continued to observe for a while. Sure enough, they soon found sword qi appearing at the same time. It was strange. "Qin Zhao, what do you think is going on? I always feel that there is something in the black storm, and it's not simple." Brother Pure asked. Qin Zhao was also thinking about it, but he didn't have any idea for the time being. This situation was indeed somewhat inconceivable, and it was also difficult for people to think of a reason why it was happening. The black storm was so terrible and powerful that it could devour everything. It had the power to make them afraid. However, sword qi appeared in it, which meant that there must be a sword or someone in it. It was impossible for someone to be in it. Was there a sword? If there was a sword, what kind of sword would be able to emit sword qi in such a terrifying environment? This question was really too puzzling, and Qin Zhao was stumped. "Haha, brother, did we find a treasure? Could there be a peerless divine weapon in that black storm?" "I think it's possible. As long as there is a shape, there will be a foreign object. Such a situation is very unusual. It's very likely that there is a heaven and earth treasure. If we can sense the sword qi, it means that even a trace of sword qi could penetrate the black storm. That's enough to show how powerful that sword is. So, I think it's most likely that there is a peerless magic weapon in it. It's very likely to be a world magic weapon." Brother Pure immediately grinned and said his guess with a look of excitement. A world magic weapon was a treasure that only a world god could have. Moreover, it was not something that an ordinary world god could have. It must be something that only a world god with great experience could have. The power of a world divine weapon was unimaginable and unimaginable. Brother Chuanjia's inference sounded very reasonable, and it was also very possible. Even Qin Zhao had to admit that it was very possible. If there really was a peerless godly weapon, then it was very likely to be a world godly weapon. If they could get a world magic weapon, it would be a good thing. Take Qin Zhao for example. If he had a world magic weapon, He could easily defeat a world god like Mr. Mose, or even kill him. If one did not have a world weapon, it would be extremely difficult for one to kill a world deity. It could even be said that this was something that was not very likely. Brother Pure, do you think we should go in and have a look? Qin Shao said. Brother Pure nodded, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. Of course. Since I've encountered such a good opportunity, how can I let it go so easily? If there isn't anything, then we will naturally have to stay away from this black storm and not bother it. But now there is a high possibility that there is a world magic weapon in the black storm. How can we let it go? Although the black storm is very scary, it is also very dangerous for us. But this is also very normal. Riches and honor are always found in danger. A world magic weapon is an extremely rare treasure in the world. It is a peerless thing. Every time a world magic weapon appears, it is bound to cause a great commotion. It is definitely very difficult to get. That's why I think this is a great opportunity for us, Zhang Hing said. No matter how dangerous it is worth it for us to take a risk. Qin Shao nodded. Since Brother Pure said so, Qin Shao naturally did not object. If there was really a world divine weapon, then it was indeed worth taking a risk and fighting for it. Even if there was no world magic weapon, it was not a big deal. It was just a risk. Qin Shao was never afraid of taking any risk. He was never afraid of anything. Well, let's go into the black storm and have a look. The situation inside is unknown. It is probably very complicated. Brother Pure, follow me closely. We must not be separated. We can take care of each other at any time. If the situation is really bad and is beyond our imagination, we can't hold on. We have to retreat as soon as possible. Qin Shao reminded Brother Pure. Brother Pure waved his hand and said, Don't worry, don't worry. Brother, I know. Don't worry about me. We have been brothers for so many years. Needless to say, we have a tacit understanding. We must be very good. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Better safe than sorry. It is always good to be careful. Well, let's go. Let's go and see the cosmic storm. I want to see how strong this black cosmic storm is. I don't believe it can stop us. Let's go. No one can stop us if we rush in. Brother Pure waved his fist and looked full of confidence. Chapter 3246. After making up their minds, the two of them flew toward the huge black storm without any hesitation. The closer they got, the more they could feel the terrifying power of the black storm. The dangerous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Ordinary people would not dare to get any closer. If they did, their lives would be in danger. However, Qin Shao and Brother Pure had already expected this. Naturally, they were not afraid at all and moved forward steadily. The devouring power was getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were strong enough. In addition, with Qin Shao leading the way, Qin Shao blocked most of the power for Brother Pure. Naturally, not much of the power fell on Brother Pure. Let's go in. Be careful, Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. Brother Chuanjie, on the other hand, looked very excited. It was as if he had seen a huge treasure right in front of him, and he was about to pounce over and snatch it. Boom! A powerful and terrifying force ruthlessly smashed down on Qin Shao and Yi Shiwen. The devouring power was like a huge wave of destruction, surging over and engulfing Qin Shao and Yi Shiwen in an instant. After entering the black storm, there was endless darkness, darkness that devoured everything. Qin Shao and the others' vision was also completely destroyed. If they relied on their naked eyes, they would not be able to see anything at all. All matter was dark, without the slightest bit of light. This was a completely dark world. It was shrouded by the power of the dark law and sealed an independent world of storms. This wave of dark energy was extremely terrifying, surging violently as it surged over. It was extremely terrifying. The devouring power was like countless knives that kept slashing at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. It was as if it wanted to cut Qin Shao and Brother Pure into countless pieces. From time to time, it was like a huge wave that swept across the world, trying to separate the two of them. The terrifying power was everywhere. The devouring power continued to surge out, seeping into every nook and cranny. If it was someone who was weaker, they would definitely die if they were to enter it. Most likely, even ordinary fourth-step ancient saints would have a slim chance of surviving in here. It was hard to imagine that the natural storm in the endless universe sea was so powerful. Naturally formed power was truly incomparably strange. Swish! Very quickly, a ray of light flashed in front of Qin Zhao's eyes and disappeared in a flash. It was like a divine object that was elusive and elusive. It was the sword light that was emitted by the sword. Swish! Swish! There was more than one sword chi. Obviously, there was more than one sword. To be able to release such a sword chi and tear the endless darkness apart at such a speed, one could imagine how powerful and terrifying the sword was. If it had not been cast by an expert and the power of the sword had not been added to it, it might have been a world-divine weapon, just as Brother Chuanjia had guessed. But that didn't make sense. If they were really world-divine weapons, could it be that there were a few of them? World-divine weapons. Even though they were born from the heavens and earth, they were extremely rare and few in number. Even a world god would find it hard to get one. Qin Shao had come across quite a number of world gods. However, there were only a handful of them who possessed a world god weapon. A world divine weapon was enough to make world gods fight, and even fight with their lives on the line. To be able to see one was already a great fortune. It was almost impossible to see two at the same time. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. There were many doubts in his heart. Soon, this doubt became even greater. That was because the number of sword chi was increasing. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Unexpectedly, it was still rising and increasing. What was going on? Brother Pure couldn't help but frown and look at Qin Shao. Could there be an extremely powerful existence in here? Qin Shao was also thinking about this matter. He was also making all kinds of assumptions and thinking about all kinds of possibilities. An extremely powerful existence? Could it be that a world deity was hiding in there? It wasn't impossible. There should be such a possibility. But it was strange as well. If there really was a world immortal hiding within the black storm, why would he be constantly brandishing his sword? Wielding the sword in such a manner and constantly tearing apart the black storm was something that consumed a lot of divine power. Before they entered the black storm, they had already seen the sword chi. After entering, they saw even more. However, these sword chi didn't attack them. They just flashed out from time to time. It was a little strange. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that the possibility of this was very small. This huge black storm should be a terrifying phenomenon formed naturally. It couldn't be man-made. If it was really man-made, perhaps only the existence of the reincarnation sovereign could do it, right? But it shouldn't be possible. How bored would a reincarnation supremacy be to create such a huge black storm in the endless universe sea? Qin Shao ruled out this possibility first. The possibility of there being a world-divine weapon shouldn't be high. However, it didn't mean that there wasn't any. After thinking about it, Qin Shao could only think of one last possibility. Brother Pure, let's be careful. There should be natural dangers in here. Those swords should be controlled by the power of this black storm. I guess it's to prevent external life forms from entering. We are still at the edge of the black storm. Those sword chi are constantly emerging in front of us, but they don't attack us. I feel that if we continue to move forward, those swords will attack us. Those sword chi that flashes out from time to time seem to be warning us not to move forward. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger. Brother Pure agreed with this speculation. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'm also thinking about this problem. I think this is the most likely possibility. This huge black storm is a terrifying phenomenon formed naturally. However, it has such a strong protective power. It's also deliberately warning us to not let us go deeper. Brother, what do you think is in there? I have a feeling that there should be something hidden in there. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Generally, there must be some secret hidden in such a phenomenon." Qin Shao thought for a while and nodded. Logically speaking, this should be the case. According to normal logic, this should be the case. Otherwise, it would be really strange. At least, according to Qin Zhao's experience, this was the case. Even if it was a natural phenomenon formed by heaven and earth, this should be the case. The more powerful and terrifying a phenomenon was, the more likely it was to hide a great treasure. Heaven and earth gave birth to countless treasures. For example, world divine weapons were basically born by heaven and earth. It was impossible for people to create them. Unless the existence of samsara supremacy spent a lot of effort to create them, it was possible to create them. At least, no one in the world divine realm had ever created a world divine weapon. Most of the world divine weapons were born by heaven and earth. The might of nature and the might of the Lord of all creation was truly inconceivable. Qin Shao and his brother had come in to see if there were any treasures in there. Now they naturally would not shrink back. Wealth came from danger. There was nothing to be afraid of. In the past, when Qin Shao was still weak, he had never been afraid. Now that his strength had reached such a high level, he naturally had nothing to be afraid of. "Let's go. Let's go in and have a look," Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. Brother Pure nodded. Right at this moment, Qin Zhao's brows twitched and his expression twitched. A trace of surprise and pleasant surprise appeared on his face. "The Heavens Declaration's Saint List has been updated." Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and said. Brother Pure grinned and said, "Ha ha ha, it's normal that the Heavens Declaration's Saint List has been updated. Brother, when you fought with the Fire God, your strength was exposed. It has been collected by the Heavens Declaration. However, I didn't expect it to be updated so soon. I thought it would take some time. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me guess what your ranking is now. When you were at Step 3 of the Ancient Saint Realm, you were already ranked 56th on the Heavens Declaration. Now that you have broken through to Step 4 of the Ancient Saint Realm, your strength has increased by more than 10 times. You can even fight with the Fire God, who is close to being ranked on the Firmament list. Therefore, I guess that your ranking should be in the top 10 of the Saint list. Am I right?" Cough. Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure in surprise and said, "You are really amazing. You guessed it right. Yes, I am in the top 10 of the Heavens Declaration's Saint list. Now, I am ranked 9th on the Heavens Declaration's Saint list. I'm not the only one who is surprised. My senior brother Feng Yi also showed his strength this time. His ranking has increased by a lot. He is now ranked 10th on the Heavens Declaration's Saint list. I didn't expect that both senior brother Feng Yi and I would shine with this update. This is great news for Langya Heaven." Ah! Brother Pure laughed happily. He was really happy for Qin Shao. "Brother, you are so amazing. You are so amazing. Tisk tsk tsk. You were ranked 56th on the Heavens Declaration's Saint list. Now you have increased by more than 40 places. You are now ranked 9th on the Heavens Declaration's Saint list. I'm afraid you are unparalleled in the world. I don't think there is anyone who can compare with you in the history of the world. Tisk tsk. In just a few tens of millions of years, you have risen from the Heavens Declaration's Saint list to the 9th on the Heavens Declaration's Saint list. as expected of my brother. You're so awesome, so monstrous. It is so stressful to be your brother. Sigh. I am only at step 3 of the ancient saint realm. I am ashamed that I have not made it to the Heavens Declarations saint list. No, I have to work harder. I have to work harder. I have to catch up with you. I can't fall behind you too much. Otherwise, how can I say that I am Qin Zhao's brother when I go out in the future? Brother Pure was happy and excited at the same time. He was also trying to motivate himself. From his point of view, he should be under a lot of pressure. That was indeed the case. Qin Zhao patted Brother Pure and said, "You have worked very hard. You can still work harder. Let's work hard together to become stronger." This time I am really surprised. I didn't expect that I would be able to make it to the top 10 on the Heavens Declarations saint list. Moreover, my ranking is higher than senior brother Feng Yi's. It seems like I am on the right path. Only by following this path can I create a miracle that belongs to me. Chapter 3247. In a secluded place in the dark and light secret realm, a figure walked out in high spirits and heaved a sigh of relief. Ha, this is great. I haven't felt so good in a long time. I didn't expect to encounter such a great opportunity in such a secluded place. Not bad. I've gained a lot this time and my strength has increased a lot. Just now, I had a great battle with the world god and beat him to a pulp. It's a great feeling. Ha, I guess there will be a big surprise when the Heaven Saint list is updated. Will I be able to make it into the top 10? Young Master Feng Yi smiled brightly. This was something that he had been looking forward to for a long time. This was the goal that he had been striving for. This time, he was very hopeful that he would be able to achieve this goal. Being on the Heavens Saint list was a great honor. Being in the top 10 of the Heavens Saint list was a great honor. How many people who were on the Heavens Saint list were not ambitious? Young noble Feng Yi was still very young, so he naturally had great ambitions and aspirations. Being in the top 10 of the Heavens Saint list was a small goal that he had always set. His next goal was to be in the top 3 of the Heavens Saint list. Of course, it was too difficult to be in the top 3 of the Heavens Saint list. It was as difficult as being in the top 5 of the Heavens Saint list. It might be difficult to achieve the next goal, but this first goal was still realistic. This time, he hoped that it would be realistic. As he was thinking about this, a message appeared in young Master Feng Yi's mind, which made him excited and happy. After reading the message, young Master Feng Yi was so excited that he almost jumped up. Ha, I really made it into the top 10 of the Heavens Saint list. It's just as I wished. Although I'm only in the top 10, I'm already in the top 10. Not bad. TSK. What did my 6th brother do this time? How did he become so powerful? 9th on the Heavens Saint list? Cough. He's 1 rank higher than me. I, your senior brother, have worked so hard for so long before I finally got what I wanted. But you, kid, actually achieved it in such a short time. You're even 1 rank higher than your senior brother. Monster, he's really a monster. In the future, I won't be able to be arrogant in front of you. Ha, as expected of my good junior brother. Our Langya heaven is going to shine in the vast thousand world this time. Qin Zhao and I made it to the top 10 of the Heavens Declaration at the same time. Now, Langya heaven is the only force that has 2 people in the top 10 of the Heavens Declaration at the same time. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Our Langya heaven can finally hold our heads up high and be proud in front of the other forces. Langya Heaven, Central Island, Garden. The 2 figures sat on a patch of grass together, admiring the garden full of flowers, chatting and enjoying this pleasant and beautiful time. Hee hee. Li Xing suddenly laughed. His wife, who was in his arms, immediately smiled sweetly like a blooming peach blossom. Congratulations, my husband. Our Langya heaven is going to be in the limelight this time. Li Xing nodded with a smile and said with a gratified look, Yes, my wife. Langya heaven is going to shine in the vast thousand world this time. Not bad, not bad. I was right about Qin Shao. He's the most outstanding disciple I've ever taken in my life. His talent, potential, and hard work are better than his 5 senior brothers. He's the disciple who has the highest chance of reaching my level. However, Feng Yi's performance is also very good. It won't be long before he becomes a worldly god. Although we don't have many people in the Langya heaven, all of us are capable and good. The madam smiled and looked at Li Xing with a look of adoration. She said, Isn't that because of your teachings, husband? Also, your ability to judge people is not bad. You are very accurate. So, it's inseparable from your contribution. Li Xing smiled and shook his head. I don't dare to take too much credit for this. I've always been very incompetent as a master. It might have been better in the past, but when it comes to Qin Shao, I'm basically a hands-off shopkeeper. I've taught him very little. I've helped him very little to get to where he is today. He's basically relied on his own efforts to get to where he is today. Yes, his wife nodded and said, Yes, my husband. You're still too irresponsible towards Qin Shao. Fortunately, Qin Shao is very hard-working and has great luck, so his growth is very fast and smooth. If there's a chance in the future, please make it up to Qin Shao. I'm going to complain for him. Among the 6 disciples, you're the most irresponsible towards Qin Shao. Li Xing smiled awkwardly and nodded. In the fire palace of the Heavenly Law Doctrine Palace in the Elemental Sanctuary. Bang! The fire deity swept all the things on the table to the ground and smashed them into pieces. Humph! Qin Shao actually made it to the top 10 on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This monster is truly heaven-defying. How long has it been since he entered the Heaven's Declaration Saint list? It's only been a few million years, but he actually made it to the 9th place on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. I haven't been able to make it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list for many years. It's a big regret of my life. Qin Shao fought with me and even made it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. Despicable guy. He's really despicable. The fire deity was very unhappy when he heard the news. Even though Gu Lingwei had drawn a line between Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei, he was still very unhappy. He was so proud that he wanted to trample Qin Shao under his feet. Now, Qin Shao had once again shone brightly, and his name was once again known throughout the great thousand world. How could the fire deity be happy? Moreover, apart from Qin Shao, Master Feng Yi had also made it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This meant that there were 2 people from Langya Heaven who had made it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This was such a terrifying and glorious battle record. It was unique among all the major forces in the Great Thousand World. The Langya Heaven had earned a lot of glory this time. Somewhere in the deity realm. Qin Shao actually made it to the 9th place on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. What incredible thing did he do? Did he break through to step 4 of the ancient saint realm? Yanyu exclaimed in astonishment. Then, she pulled Fu Yenny's arm and said, Yenny, your Qin Shao must have been killed by Tai Li. We've only been apart for a few million years, but he has already made it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This is incredible. TSK. He's so amazing. I feel like I'm starting to admire him. What should I do? Fu Yenny was shocked when she received the news about the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. She was stunned. She had not expected that Qin Shao would be able to make it into the top 10 of the Heaven's Saint list and obtain the honor of being on the Heaven's Saint list. Being able to make it to the top 10 of the Heavens Declaration Saint list meant a lot. It would bring glory to the firmament. Although Fu Yeni was shocked, she was happy for Qin Shao. Speaking of which, Qin Shao from tens of millions of years ago did not even have the slightest ability to resist in front of her. He was very weak. Back then, when they first met, she was very unhappy and ruthlessly taught Qin Shao a lesson. She even captured Qin Shao and ravaged her for a long time. However, she had not expected that Qin Zhao's strength would surpass hers so much in just a few million years. Now, Qin Shao had made it into the top 10 of the Heavens Declaration. He had done something that others could only admire. He had reached a very high level, which was enough to shock the ancient and dazzle the contemporaries. Qin Shao had given her too many shocks, surprises, and pleasant surprises. This man was indeed like a mystery. No one could ever see through him. To be honest, she actually started to worship Qin Shao in her heart. However, she definitely couldn't say such things in front of others. Fu Yeni rolled her eyes at Yenya and said angrily, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by my family? Since when did you become my family?" If you like Qin Shao, don't drag me into it. I've never said that I like him. It's okay that he is so powerful. Why are you so excited?" Yenya looked at Fu Yeni with a strange smile, and said with a deep meaning, "Woman, your name is deceiving yourself and others, and also refusing to admit it even if you die. Although you say that you don't like him, your heart is not honest." Heh. I have always liked Qin Shao. I have always liked him, so I admitted it. I didn't say that I didn't like him when I liked him. If you like someone, you have to be brave and admit it. Even if you can't get him, it's not a big deal. Anyway, you won't lose anything. It's a pity that Qin Shao doesn't like me. He is destined to be a man that I can't get. However, I will continue to like him until there is a man who can make me fall in love with him. Heh. Yeni, don't be dishonest. The current Qin Shao is no longer the same. Even if you like him, he may not like you. Heh. He is not someone that ordinary women can get. There are probably a lot of men who admire and like him now. You, Fu Yeni, no longer have any advantages. You are not as high and mighty as before. Fu Yeni was speechless. She glared at Yenya in annoyance. She wanted to say something, but she hesitated. She didn't know how to say the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Sigh. How did she feel about Qin Shao? Did she like him? In fact, Fu Yeni did not know. She could not say it. In the past, she had indeed felt that Qin Shao was not worthy of her at all. He was far from being worthy of her. He was not her type at all and could not meet her standards for a spouse. However, gradually, Qin Zhao's image and status in her heart changed. Qin Shao became stronger step by step. From a weak man, a man who could be controlled by her, he gradually became stronger and stronger, surpassing her strength. Qin Shao was now so powerful that she could only look up to him. He had reached a height that she might not be able to reach in this lifetime. The more you get to know this man, the more you can feel the unparalleled brilliance radiating from his body. That unique temperament. Therefore, Fu Yeni's mood was complicated at this moment. She did feel a little lost. How should she define her feelings for Qin Shao? Should she just treat him as a friend, or did she really like him? Or should she say that she just admired and worshipped him? She did not know. She really did not know and was not willing to find out. Forget it. Let it be. Chapter 32:48. On the other side, in the black storm, Qin Shao and Brother Pure had already begun to move forward. Just as Qin Shao had guessed, the further they went, the more terrifying and powerful the power of the black storm became. The devouring power became more and more powerful, trying to devour Qin Shao and Brother Pure. The further they went, the more dangerous it was. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would not dare to move forward easily. Swoosh! In next to no time, a strand of sword chi surged towards Qin Shao and the young man. This ray of sword chi tore apart the dark storm with a peerless sharpness, as if it was going to tear the world in half. Its speed was extremely fast. In a flash, it had already arrived in front of them, which shocked everyone. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He had been prepared for this. At this time, naturally, he quickly took action. He slashed down with his sword and met the attack. Clang! With a crisp sound of metal clashing, the ray of sword chi was knocked away by Qin Shao and disappeared into the dark storm. After the collision, Qin Shao had some understanding. There is indeed a sword in that ray of sword chi, but it is definitely not a world divine weapon. It should only be a divine weapon. His words disappointed Brother Pure. It was not a world divine weapon. He thought there was a world divine weapon inside. If it was only a doctrine weapon, it was not attractive. But now that they had entered, they naturally could not back out easily. Forget it. Let's continue to move forward. Even if there is no world divine weapon, I think there should be something else. At the very least, we can take it as an experience. It's good. Anyway, we need this kind of dangerous experience to cultivate now, Brother Pure said again. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed the case, and he had thought so as well. Such a phenomenon was also very difficult to come by. It was very dangerous inside, which was exactly what Qin Shao wanted. The more dangerous it was, the better. It was also good to come in and gain some experience. In addition, Qin Shao also thought that there must be something in such a dangerous natural phenomenon. There should be treasures. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Let's not care about anything else for now. Let's go in and take a look first. The two of them continued to move forward. Fortunately, their strength was strong enough, especially with Qin Shao leading the way, so naturally, there was a kind of unstoppable momentum. The sword chi was also increasing in number, and its sharpness was becoming more and more terrifying. Not only were there more and more sword chi, but the power of the dark storm was also becoming more and more turbulent, becoming more and more terrifying. If Brother Pure came in alone, it would be very dangerous. His life would be in danger. Fortunately, Qin Shao was here to eliminate all the risks. Even a fourth-step ancient saint would die if they ventured too deep into the dark storm. Even Qin Shao felt a little strained and did not dare to be careless. The sharpness of the sword chi were all life-reaping swords. They were extremely terrifying and could tear everything apart. After passing through layers of obstacles, a more terrifying situation finally appeared in front of them. Numerous paths appeared in front of them. Countless sword chi flashed in front of them, illuminating the world in front of them. Countless sword chi formed tens of thousands of paths. Each path looked strange, gloomy, and extremely terrifying. The paths formed by countless sword chi were wrapped in the dark storm and turned into the mouth of a giant beast. Each path looked extremely gloomy, as if it was a passage leading to death. Such a situation stunned Qin Shao and Brother Pure, and they suddenly frowned deeply. The two of them looked at each other, wondering what was going on. I've just counted. There are a total of 10,000 tunnels before us. Not a single one more, not a single one less. Every path is so strange and so scary. I feel that they are all paths of death. Countless sword chi are hovering on the tens of thousands of paths, as if they are ready to attack. As long as we dare to step on it, there will be tens of thousands of swords attacking us ferociously. It's terrible. It's really terrible. What the hell is in here? Why do I feel more and more strange? Brother Chuanjia frowned deeply. He seemed to be thinking about something and was very puzzled. Qin Shao was also puzzled. He did not know what was going on, but he also felt very strange. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was not a natural phenomenon. Why did it look more and more like a man-made phenomenon? But, could someone really build such a scene and such a phenomenon? This made Qin Shao feel that even reincarnation supremacy wouldn't be able to build something like this, right? Moreover, an existence like reincarnation supremacy had his own forces to protect. He wouldn't spend so much effort to build such a place, right? Moreover, it was in the endless universe sea. It did not make sense at all. Therefore, after thinking about it, he felt that it was very strange. It was too strange. Each of the tens of thousands of paths was like a path of death. Each path was surrounded by tens of thousands of sword qi, flashing with fierce sharpness, which was very frightening. If one dared to enter it, he was afraid that he would be attacked by the tens of thousands of sword qi. Once the tens of thousands of sword qi were launched, Qin Shao felt that he could not resist it at all. Along the way, he had encountered many sword qi, each of which was extremely terrifying. They were equivalent to the full-strength attack of a fourth-step ancient saint. If the tens of thousands of sword qi were launched at the same time, wouldn't it be equivalent to the full-strength attack of 10,000 fourth-step ancient saints? In that case, how could he resist it? Therefore, Qin Shao frowned deeply and looked a little dignified. He stared at the tens of thousands of paths in front of him and analyzed and thought. I don't know how such a big deal was formed. It's too inconceivable. Brother, what do you think is going on here? Why do I feel that it's man-made? Brother Pure clicked his tongue, shook his head, and looked at Qin Shao. Both of them were thinking about this problem, but neither of them could figure out the reason. Qin Shao shook his head and said, It's possible that it's man-made, but I don't think it's likely. I always feel that even reincarnation supremacy can't do such a thing. Even if it's really reincarnation supremacy, it would take him all his strength to create such a scene. I don't think any reincarnation supremacy would do such a thing, right? Brother Pure thought for a while and nodded. It was true. Reincarnation supremacy was just like that. He could count them all. Every reincarnation supremacy had their own forces to protect. Naturally, it was impossible for them to exhaust endless power and treasures to build such a place. If it really belonged to any force, it would not appear in the endless universe sea, and no one would guard it. There was no record of which force this place belonged to. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure both felt that this place should not belong to any force, so it should not be built by reincarnation supremacy. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, I think we can basically rule out the possibility that it was built by reincarnation supremacy. But if that's not the case, then it can only be formed naturally by heaven and earth. If it's formed naturally by heaven and earth, and there's such a terrible barrier, then there should be peerless treasures or opportunities inside. So, this time, it's very likely that we've found a big treasure. Hearing the words, big treasure, Brother Pure's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha! I've long felt that there's a big treasure inside. It seems that God is really kind to us. Brother, you're a person with great luck. I'm really lucky to follow you. I think this possibility is very, very big. No matter whether it's possible or not, let's just go for this goal. Let's just take it that there's a big treasure inside. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, no matter whether there's a big treasure inside or not, we have no reason to retreat. We have to give it a try. Everything is possible only if we give it a try. If we don't give it a try, then it's completely impossible. Just the countless paths and countless swords before us, every single one of them a supreme quality saint artifact. Their value cannot be measured with numbers, Jian Wushuang said. It's a pity that we can't take these swords away. If we can, we'll make a lot of money by taking some of them. I'm afraid that only heaven and earth can have such a terrifying amount of wealth. TSK, hundreds of millions or even billions of supreme sacred weapon swords. This is simply unimaginable. It's too terrifying. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said with a sad look, "Isn't that right? Let's not talk about whether there's a big treasure inside or not. Just the countless swords in front of us is already an enormous treasure trove. Supreme sacred weapon swords. How many Chaos Source stones are each worth? There's simply too many of them here. The total wealth here is more than 100 million times the total wealth of the two of us, right? Tisk tsk, if we can take all these swords away, we'll make a fortune. Haha, I'm afraid it's enough to arm a sanctuary. Just thinking about it makes me crazy. How could no one have discovered such a place?" Qin Shao shook his head. If he thought about this problem, it would be complicated. It was impossible that no one had discovered this place, right? However, it felt as if no one had entered this place. Moreover, if there was such a magical place full of treasures, it was impossible that there were no records of it. Therefore, this situation was also very puzzling. However, at this moment, they didn't think about it anymore. They had to think of a way to continue moving forward. Qin Shao waved his hand and said seriously, "Let's not talk about this for now. Come and take a look. Which one should we choose from among these 10,000 swords? Since there are 10,000 swords, different swords must have different endings. Logically speaking, there should only be one correct path out of these 10,000 paths. In fact, only one of them can lead to life, while the rest are all dead ends. Only one of the 10,000 swords. One lives for one, and one dies for another. The choice of the swords is very important. We have to consider it carefully. We can't be the slightest bit careless." Brother Pure nodded. Of course, this was a matter of life and death. How could they be careless? Only one of the 10,000 swords. Which one should they choose? Qin Shao and Brother Pure also became serious and began to look at the 10,000 swords carefully. They looked at each path carefully, analyzed, and studied it seriously. At first glance, there didn't seem to be any clues. The 10,000 swords seemed to be the same. However, Qin Shao believed that it definitely wouldn't rely entirely on luck. There must be a pattern to be found. Chapter 3249. What was the pattern? This was the problem that Qin Shao was analyzing and studying now. There were tens of thousands of paths, countless swords, everywhere was dangerous, and everywhere was a dead end. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't dare to make a choice easily. However, it seemed that there was no pattern to be found. There were no hints, no information, and it was a very strange place for everyone. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Chunjie had studied for 1,000 years, but they still did not gain anything. They still could not figure out the reason behind it. Qin Shao had made countless ideas, but they were quickly ruled out one by one. They were all unworkable ideas. Such a situation made Brother Pure feel somewhat helpless. He said to Qin Shao, "Why don't we just force our way through? Logically speaking, no matter how dangerous this place is, with the two of us, we should have no problem staying alive, right? We've studied for so long, but we still haven't found anything. I don't think we can find anything if we continue to study it. There are tens of thousands of paths here. I think it's just a random choice. Different choices don't necessarily lead to death. Maybe it's just a different situation. In other words, this is a large-scale game. Maybe we just think too much about this game. Our first impression is the strongest. At the beginning, we thought that there should be only one path to life, and the others are all dead end. Therefore, from the beginning, we didn't look at this problem with this idea. Naturally, we have been thinking about and studying this problem in depth. In this way, it's very likely that we have entered a misconception. Only one path out of tens of thousands of paths? If that's the case, there should be some clues, some information, and so on. That's more logical and reasonable. We've studied for so long, but we still haven't found anything. Therefore, the situation may not be what we thought at the beginning. Sometimes, when one's mind is imprisoned, he will lose his way. Qin Shao was also thinking about this matter. Brother Pure's analysis was not unreasonable. It was also possible. However, Qin Shao would not easily believe this possibility. He had actually thought of this possibility a long time ago, but he always felt that it wasn't the case. He had always believed in his first instinct. His first instinct was that he could only choose one path out of 10,000. The situation in front of him was very big, so he always felt that the situation should be very complicated, very difficult, and very dangerous. Only then could it better fit the scene in front of him. Based on these considerations, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "The possibility of this is not high. This place is filled with darkness, terror, and the aura of death. Those sword auras are all extremely sharp and fierce. No matter how I look at it, this place doesn't look like a game, and it's definitely not a place where I can get benefits just by entering. I feel that this place is more like a very, very high-class land of opportunity. In such a place of opportunity, the trials must be very difficult, very scary, and full of danger. Therefore, I still think that there should only be one path out of 10,000. The other paths are all dead ends. If we go in, we will definitely be in a situation where we will die. If we take the wrong path, we may all fall to eternal damnation. Therefore, I feel that we can't be careless. We can't take it for granted and make assumptions. If we lose, it may mean that we will die. If we don't have a trace of certainty, we'd better not act rashly. Even if we have to risk our lives, we should at least have some certainty and confirm the situation. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and gamblers? We don't do gamblers' things." Brother Pure shrugged his shoulders. In fact, he was more willing to believe in his first instinct. However, after carefully studying for thousands of years, he still gained nothing, so it was inevitable that he was a little unhappy. Since Qin Shao said so, he would wait and see. I must have neglected something. It must be. Qin Zhao's mind was once again completely immersed in this matter. From the moment he first saw the huge dark storm to the moment he entered the dark storm, all the experiences along the way, in addition to the 1,000 years of research, Qin Zhao's mind was replaying one by one. He did not let go of any detail. He seriously recalled and analyzed everything. He wanted to see if he could find any clues or information from it. Logically speaking, it did not make sense. There should be some clues to be found. Thousands of paths, each path is tens of thousands of swords, blooming with fierce sharpness. Along the way, the attacks I encountered were all swords. Numerous swords with frightening sharpness attacked me. Swords, suddenly, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Yes, everything here was related to swords. Previously, he discovered the huge dark storm because of the flashing sword qi. He came in because of the flashing sword qi. Along the way, he still encountered swords. When he arrived here, the thousands of paths in front of him were still swords. Everything was related to swords. Swords had become a very important factor here. Swordsman Dao. Could this huge dark storm be related to the law of Swordsman Dao? Judging from the current situation, everything is related to swords. The sharpness of the swords gushes out the power of the law of Swordsman Dao. Every sword attack exerts the power of the law of Swordsman Dao to the extreme. Moreover, the application of each sword is different. They are all very powerful. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Shao suddenly felt like he had seen a ray of light. No matter what, this was a clue. At least from the current situation, it was a clue that could be found. With this clue, Qin Shao also continued to study in depth and continued to move forward along this clue. With light and direction, things would become much easier. The most difficult thing was that there was no direction, no goal, Nothing was clear, nothing was clear, and nothing was clear. There was no way to start at all. Now, Qin Shao had determined a direction. Because the line had been clear, he could concentrate his strength in this direction and dig deeper along this line. In swords, 1 is the beginning and 10,000 is the end. Starting with 1 sword, 10,000 swords return to the origin. There are 10,000 paths here, and each path has 10,000 swords. All the phenomena here seem to indicate that all of this is related to swords, to the law of swordsman Tao, and to the true essence of swords. What is sword? What is cultivation? What is Tao? The sword is the king of weapons, but it is its own Tao. Its sharpness is supreme, and it is the Tao of swordsmen. 10,000 Tao. This test should be a kind of understanding of swordsman Tao. Sure enough, with a clear direction and a clear goal, one's mind would be broadened, and it would make one feel enlightened. Following this direction, Qin Shao soon had an idea that was closer to the answer. Qin Shao had clearly felt that he was close to the answer. After breaking through the last problem, he could find the answer and know which path to choose. However, the final problem was not that simple either. The question in front of Qin Shao was, if it is about swordsman Tao, it is a kind of understanding of Tao, but where is the test? My sword cultivation Tao has also been cultivated to the pinnacle level. It should be alright. Although it hasn't reached the pinnacle level, it shouldn't be too bad. However, it is extremely dangerous here, so it is normal for the problem to be more difficult and complicated. It is possible. My swordsman Tao realm is indeed a little stretched here. This should be the last problem, and I only need to solve it. Then, I will definitely get the answer. At this moment, Brother Pure's face suddenly burst into a big smile, and he said to Qin Shao, "Brother, I understand. All of this is related to swordsman Tao. 1 is the beginning and 10,000 is the end. Isn't this the most profound meaning of swordsman Tao? 1 in 10,000, this is also one of the profound meanings of swordsman Tao. So, the problem we need to solve is to start from the law of swordsman Tao and find the way to solve it. Then, we should know which path to take. Everything here should be related to swordsman Tao." Seeing Brother Pure's excited face, Qin Shao also smiled at him, nodded, and said nothing more, but continued his research. However, Brother Pure could think of this step so quickly, which was very good. Maybe he was just a little impatient, but Brother Chuanjie was actually quite calm and steady. The difficult thing was that sometimes he seemed a little impatient, but he just talked about it and would not really do anything. You also thought of it?" Seeing Qin Zhao's expression, Brother Pure knew that Qin Shao had also thought of it. He originally wanted to show off, but he did not expect to be shocked. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said to himself, "You are indeed my brother. You are really as experienced as I am. Well, we brothers have telepathy. We all think of the same thing. Then let's not talk about it anymore. Let's continue our research. This should be the right direction." After comforting himself for a while, Brother Chuanjie continued to study. Many things had been clear, and the answer was a little bit obvious. Only a little bit was left. 1 is the beginning and 10,000 is the end. 10,000 paths, where are they born? Swordsman Tao, the law, the truth, the root, dark storm, sword chi attack, 10,000 paths lie here. What is the internal connection between all these? Several questions piled up in Qin Zhao's mind, and Qin Shao tried hard to solve them and get the answer. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he found a situation. In one place, from a very strange angle, he saw an incomparably huge sword. Yes, it was a huge sword formed by these 10,000 paths. Naturally, it could not be seen from a normal angle. No matter from which angle, it did not look like a sword. However, in a specific position with a specific angle, the two were combined and a magical thing happened. He could see a huge sword. After some adjustments, a very complete sword appeared in front of Qin Zhao's eyes. Seeing this, Qin Zhao finally understood what was going on. Qin Zhao immediately called Brother Pure over. At first, he did not believe it, but when he looked at the position pointed by Qin Zhao, he suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 3250. It's 2F** King Magical. It's actually hidden so deeply and so discreetly. How can anyone find it? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Brother Pure looked at the giant sword and couldn't help but say, "That's right, no matter where you looked at it, you wouldn't be able to see the sword shape from any other angle. Only in this place and from this angle could one see it clearly. This space was so big and there was only one point. It was very difficult to find it. Besides, no one would have thought that there would be such a situation. Therefore, he didn't want to say that he had to slowly search for a point in this space and then try it one by one to discover the pattern. Just now, Qin Zhao inadvertently took a look. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was his great luck, but Qin Zhao saw a sword shape. Qin Zhao's angle just now was not very good, so the shape that could be seen was actually just barely the shape of a sword. Even if someone else saw it, they might not think too much and would not associate it with this. However, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved, as if he had caught something. It was the kind of feeling that he had seen the answer. If he didn't think in this way when he saw it, it would be useless. Qin Zhao thought in this way. Then, he looked at it from different angles and finally saw a complete sword shape. In this, Qin Zhao also felt that luck played a dominant role. Indeed, he was too lucky. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen it. "Ha ha, brother, you really have me to eat when you follow me. I've always been a person with great luck. My luck has always been with me. I've never been absent. Tisk tsk, I can even see it in such a situation. Just thinking about it makes me feel good." Brother Pure laughed happily, feeling that he was close to the answer. The process of finding the answer step by step was difficult, but the joy after success was also very wonderful. After discovering this situation, Qin Zhao made a reverse analysis. Soon, he found that there was a pattern to be found. Although it was said that he had encountered it by luck, there was still a pattern to it. Qin Zhao said, "Brother Pure, look at this point. If you compare it carefully, you will find that it is the point where these 10,000 daos converge and intersect. Connect all these points and then find their common center point. This is the point. We couldn't think of it before, but now that we know the answer, we realized that it wasn't that difficult after all." "Ahem, how is this not difficult?" Brother Pure coughed and shook his head. Who would have thought of this? Who would think in this direction? This question is really too deep and obscure. It's hard to figure it out. It's very, very difficult. Qin Zhao smiled and said, "It's normal for it to be difficult. How can it be so easy? The more difficult it is, the greater the opportunity." Don't tell me you want it to be easy? Didn't we come here for a chance? We should be happy about the current situation. It means that we are right to come here. We didn't come here in vain. The more difficult it is, the better it is for us. When we think about a problem, we should have infinite imagination. We should think about anything that is possible or impossible. This also teaches us a lesson. We should learn from it in the future. Brother Pure nodded. What he said was true. This was indeed the truth. Cultivation was also a process of learning. In the experience, one could learn more things. Many things could be applied to cultivation. Combined, it would have a better cultivation effect. Therefore, cultivation included all aspects. Only by being extremely strong in any aspect could one become very powerful. Every breakthrough and improvement was a comprehensive sublimation of a comprehensive aspect. Of course, some things also needed the accumulation of experience. In this respect, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were still very lacking. Especially Qin Shao. After all, he had only been cultivating for a very short time. There were some things that could not be helped at all. It indeed needed time to accumulate experience. Qin Shao, what is the answer? Although we have seen a sword, which path is the safest? Brother Pure asked again. It was useless to just find a sword. The most important thing was to find the safe way. Take a closer look, Qin Shao said to Brother Pure again, keeping them in suspense. From what he said, it seemed that Qin Shao already knew which way was the safe one. Brother Pure studied the huge sword again. After looking at it carefully for a while, Brother Pure frowned. He looked at Qin Shao, shook his head, and said, I don't see any problem. There is nothing strange. Can you tell which way is the safe one from this sword? Why do I feel that I'm still confused? I still can't find the answer. Are you sure you looked at it carefully? Qin Shao couldn't help reminding him again. Brother Pure stared at him and nodded. I'm sure. Of course, I'm very sure. How can I be careless about this kind of thing? Qin Shao curled his lips and reminded him again. Think about the several attacks we encountered along the way. Think about those swords. Those swords. Being reminded by Qin Shao, Brother Pure suddenly paused and immediately understood the meaning of Qin Shao's words. He studied it again, and soon a big smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, I know. We encountered so many attacks along the way. In fact, the swords were exactly the same every time. They were completely made from the same mold. The giant sword that we see now is exactly the same as the swords we saw along the way. It's just that it's infinitely bigger. If you don't look at it carefully, you can't see anything. If you compare it carefully, you will find that the huge sword formed by the 10,000 roads has an extra point than those swords we encountered along the way. And that extra point is a road. So, the extra road should be the safe road. Qin Shao nodded and said, Well, yes, it should be like this. The only difference is that there is an extra point. So, this is not a coincidence at all. This should be the answer we are looking for. Qin Shao pointed to a road, which was exactly the extra point. That's the road. It's the safe road we are looking for. Qin Shao and Brother Pure came to the road and looked at it. The answer they had been looking for 1,000 years was in front of them. Qin Shao decided on this road. Wait, just when Qin Shao was about to step on this road, Brother Pure suddenly pulled Qin Shao. Brother, do you think it's possible? It seems that we have found the answer now. It seems that this is the safe road. But do you think it's possible that in fact, all this is a pretense, deliberately letting us find this safe road? But in fact, this is a road of death, not a safe road at all. Just now my left eyelid twitched. I always have a bad feeling. Are we going to be fooled? There are many situations like this. I think we should think about it carefully and be very cautious. This is a matter of life and death. Qin Shao could understand Brother Pure's promise. How could he not consider these problems? Qin Shao smiled and patted Brother Pure's shoulder, saying, As I said at the beginning, wealth comes from danger. Isn't this the way of life? There is no such thing as a free lunch waiting for us. There are opportunities, but we also need to create and seize them ourselves. A good opportunity will not fall into our hands for no reason. This is a great place of opportunity. If it is formed naturally, I don't think it makes any sense for such a situation to happen. The test is just to screen the people who are suitable to get the opportunity. At least, it doesn't matter who gets the opportunity. So, I have never heard of such a situation happening in a naturally formed place of opportunity. Well, let's take a step back. If this is not a naturally formed place of opportunity and is really man-made, according to the current situation, it must be the existence of the reincarnation supremacy who can build it. If such an existence really left a place of opportunity, He wouldn't play tricks on the people who are destined to get it in the future, right? The existence of the reincarnation supremacy wouldn't be so boring, would he? So, let's not think about this matter with such narrow-minded thinking. That will only make us timid and invisibly add a few layers of restrictions to ourselves. At the very least, if this is really the case, we can only admit that we are unlucky. We've already come this far, and the opportunity is right in front of us. What reason do we have to be afraid of? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Brother Pure nodded repeatedly. You're right. Brother, you're right. I thought too much just now. Haha, don't rule out any possibility. It's also a kind of good heart. We have to make any assumption, don't we? Qin Zhao nodded. What he said was reasonable. However, Qin Zhao had made these assumptions before and thought about this possibility, but Qin Zhao didn't say it out loud. These things were enough to think about and analyze in his heart. There was no need to say anything more. Not ruling out any possibility and not letting go of any assumption was to be brave and fearless in whatever he did. Before he did it, he would prepare for the worst in advance. This was also one of Qin Zhao's principles. It was precisely because of this that he could be fearless and brave every time. With an incomparably firm belief, driven by this force, Qin Zhao could be invincible. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. I'm just saying. Let's go. Brother, I've already given up my life. If I say to go forward, then I will go forward. What's there to be afraid of? Let's just go forward. There's a popular saying in the small world called Earth in our Hong Meng universe. Touch it and it's over. Ha ha ha, let's go, brother. Let's go in. Qin Zhao smiled and nodded. Well, let's go. Let's go in. Whether it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, we two brothers will definitely be able to overcome all difficulties. Riches and honor are sought in the midst of danger. Such a dangerous situation will definitely give us a great opportunity. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. I want to see what kind of great opportunity there is. Hee hee, that's for sure. It must be a great opportunity. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of our efforts. Brother Pure smiled. While talking and laughing, the two had already entered the path. Chapter 32:51. Brother, did you make a mistake in your deduction? It's very scary inside. Tens of thousands of swords have completely trapped us. The situation is not good. As soon as they entered the path, Brother Pure immediately frowned and said in surprise. Qin Zhao also frowned deeply. As soon as they entered, they triggered tens of thousands of swords in the path. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, whistling through the heaven and earth, and instantly trapped the two of them. Endless sword chi surged in the heaven and earth, turning the path into a sword domain. It was filled with sword chi. Ordinary three-step ancient saints would not be able to withstand this terrifying sword chi. They would be directly slashed into pieces by this sword chi. Therefore, as soon as they entered the path, they could feel the terrible danger. There was a dangerous aura everywhere, and it was very likely that they would die here if they were not careful. There shouldn't be a mistake. We should trust our own judgment. Now that we've entered, we can't have the slightest doubt. We should trust in our judgment. I still believe that there can't be a mistake. Since it's a great opportunity, it naturally won't be so easy to obtain. The process must be full of danger, and it must be very difficult to consider. Therefore, it's very normal for there to be such dangers. What we need to do is to create the impossible. We need to overcome these dangers and difficulties. This is what we should do. Brother Pure pursed his lips, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. All right, you're right. Haha, since we're already here, there's no way out. We can only go forward bravely and explore it. I don't believe that there's anything that we can't accomplish. Even if we have to create a miracle, we'll definitely be able to do it. Qin Shao nodded heavily at Brother Pure and said, Yes, be careful. The situation inside should be very complicated and terrifying. When the danger comes, I'm afraid we can't even take care of ourselves. We can only rely on ourselves. Ha, it's okay. Don't worry about me. Although my strength is far inferior to yours, it's not bad. I still have some skills to protect myself. Brother Pure waved his hand confidently. Qin Shao did not say anything, and the two of them moved forward slowly. The tens of thousands of swords were like tens of thousands of ferocious giant beasts. The tips of the swords were all aimed at Qin Shao and Brother Pure, and they were all blooming with sharp sword chi. They all emitted sharp sword cries, whistling through the world, making the sword aura even more terrifying. The sword chi also gradually formed a terrifying storm, a fierce storm. The expressions of Qin Shao and Brother Pure became somewhat dignified, and they could not help but become a little nervous. Once the tens of thousands of swords rushed at them at full force, it would be an extremely terrifying situation. It was a situation that they did not dare to imagine. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were naturally a little nervous, and they were also prepared to fight with all their strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the swords rushed out with a whistling sound. One after another, the swords cut through the sky, riding on the terrifying sword chi as if they were riding the wind and breaking the waves. Qin Shao and Brother Pure took action to meet the swords. Sure enough, every sword here was terrifying, just like the attacks of the swords they had encountered along the way. Every sword could exert the power of the principle of sword cultivation to the extreme, and there were different ways to use it. The attack of each sword had its own characteristics, and they were all very powerful. In terms of the power of the principle, it was extremely sharp. Moreover, at this time, there were not only one or two swords, but at least dozens of swords in each attack. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and they seriously dealt with the attacks of these swords. However, the situation was not bad, and their originally nervous heartstrings suddenly relaxed a lot. Originally, they were worried that there would be tens of thousands of swords attacking at the same time, and then it would be really terrifying. If there really were tens of thousands of swords attacking at the same time, Qin Shao did not dare to say that he could definitely deal with it and save his life. Brother Pure's strength was even more dangerous. However, the situation had not reached that point. It was still a relatively good situation, and it was relatively easy to deal with the attacks of dozens of swords. However, the situation was obviously not so simple. After a while, more and more swords joined in, and the number was slowly increasing. As the number of swords increased, the attack power naturally also slowly increased, and gradually became terrifying and dangerous. This situation made Qin Shao and Brother Pure realize that if it continued to develop in this way, there would definitely be tens of thousands of swords attacking at the same time in the end. Once tens of thousands of swords attacked at the same time, they were afraid that they could not resist, and it would be very dangerous. Therefore, they must not delay until then. Brother Pure, we have to find a way to break these swords and move forward. Otherwise, we may all die here. According to the situation, there is not much time left for us. This may be a terrible test for us, Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. Of course, Brother Pure understood the situation in front of them, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't we try and see?" After saying that, Brother Pure rushed forward. However, as soon as he rushed forward, the thousands of swords in front of him rang loudly, and were about to rush over to kill him. Such a scene scared Brother Pure so much that he immediately stepped back. Only then did the swords retreat, and did not continue to rush over to kill him. It seemed that the way to rush forward was obviously not feasible. If they could not rush forward directly, how could they solve the situation in front of them? The attack of the swords was still slowly increasing, and the situation was also slowly becoming more and more terrifying and dangerous. Watching the danger slowly increasing, and watching death getting closer and closer, the atmosphere and feeling was very depressing. Time waits for no man. What they needed to do now was to race against time. While dealing with the attack of the swords, Qin Shao also carefully observed the surroundings, not letting any details go, and thought about how to solve the situation. When faced with a difficult problem, it would be extremely painful, confusing, and even maddening at first. Every difficult problem was accompanied by a terrible danger. The process of solving this difficult problem was very complicated, very uncomfortable, and even very painful. However, wasn't this process the most beautiful process of cultivation? If one knew how to enjoy this process, cultivation would become more relaxed and more beautiful. The joy of finally succeeding was unparalleled and could not be described with any adjective. This was the charm of cultivation itself. The situation in front of them was very difficult. Qin Shao made countless assumptions and ideas, but they were all ruled out one by one. Brother Pure did not succeed for the time being. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Now, there were already hundreds of swords around Qin Shao and Brother Pure, launching fierce attacks on them. Qin Shao was still fine. After all, he was very powerful, so he could still deal with the attacks calmly and would not be hurt by the swords. However, Brother Pure's situation was not so good. He was already very tired and had been forced to use all his strength to resist the attacks of the swords, but the situation was not so good. If it went on like this, it would not be long before he really could not resist. In such a situation, Qin Shao could not help but feel a little anxious. Now he was besieged by hundreds of swords, and he had to figure out how to solve this situation, so he naturally did not have so much energy to help Brother Pure. Moreover, if he moved, it might affect the swords on his side, and then the situation would not be better. Therefore, the situation was very complicated and troublesome. Brother Pure was fighting with all his strength, and he said to Qin Shao, "Brother, don't worry about me. You can solve the situation first, and I will not die." Motherf *****. Do you want your brother's life with these pieces of scrap metal? How can it be so easy? Qin Shao also knew that he could not be distracted at this time. He must be calm, otherwise both of them might die here. Solving the situation in front of them was the right way, the only way to survive. Since they had been forced into this situation, they could only see the light by solving the situation. How on earth could they solve this situation? There are thousands of swords and 3,000 daos. Sword cultivation is the Tao, and all of them are swords. Only by breaking swords with swords can one achieve perfection. Swords are everything. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's heart moved, and an idea came to his mind. Yes, swords are everything, and all of them are swords. To break this Tao, it is above swords. Only by breaking swords with swords can one break the situation. However, my sword is still not sharp enough to forcibly break through those swords. The domain of swords is unbreakable, and its edge is unstoppable. How can I solve this situation? Using softness to overcome hardness, and following the momentum of the swords, I can get out of this situation. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly lit up, and he immediately told Brother Pure this method. After that, Qin Shao also began to try to solve the situation in this direction. Although he knew the method, it was still very, very difficult to really do it. After trying for a while, Qin Shao soon found a new problem, that was, his control of the Tao of sword cultivation was not enough. He wanted to completely follow the momentum of the swords and use softness to overcome hardness, but his control of the Tao of sword cultivation was not enough. Naturally, he could not overcome it and was not as sharp as its edge. It seems that in order to pass this stage, the requirements for the Tao of sword cultivation are also extremely high. I am now at the peak level of the Tao of sword cultivation, but it is still not enough. Then, I must reach the pinnacle of the Tao of sword cultivation. Perhaps this is the most basic requirement. So now, my top priority is to cultivate the Tao of sword cultivation to the pinnacle of the Tao of sword cultivation. This step is not easy to take. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to go through it and break through. Now, he had already entered a difficult situation, and he had to make a breakthrough in the Tao of sword cultivation to be able to specify the basic conditions to break the situation. If he could not even meet the basic conditions, then there was no need to talk about breaking the situation in front of him. The most terrifying problem was that time waits for no man. The number of swords was still increasing, and the pace of death was approaching step by step. There was no stopping this pace. Therefore, at this time, Qin Shao was forced into an extremely dangerous situation. Brother Pure's situation was even worse. He was also working hard on the path that Qin Shao said, moving forward and fighting with his life. The path was chosen by oneself. No matter how dangerous, painful, and terrifying it was, one still had to bravely and fearlessly go on. The strength of one's beliefs could not be shaken in the slightest. Determination must be unwavering. Chapter 32:52. The swords surged. Every sword exerted the power of the law of swordsmanship to the extreme, perfectly displaying the sharp edge of the law of swordsmanship. It was peerless and unparalleled. The power of the swords was displayed incisively and vividly. In terms of application, it involved all aspects and could be said to be perfect. All of this, even if it was dangerous, was it not also an opportunity? From the danger of the swords, I can feel the power of the law of swords, the application of swords, the foundation of swords, and the true essence of swords. These swords seem to be terrifying and sharp, and they seem to want to take my life. But in fact, aren't they also a kind of guidance for me? It's just that in such extreme danger, no one will think about the aspect of swords. Of course, such guidance is still a little scary. It has extremely high requirements for one's talent and comprehension, and it also has an extremely high requirement for one's temperament. This makes it impossible for one to have a trace of weakness. Otherwise, it's impossible to comprehend anything. It was very difficult to do two things at once. In such an extremely dangerous environment, it would be even more difficult. Fortunately, Qin Shao had encountered such a situation many times, and he had made many breakthroughs and transformations. Therefore, this was an experience for Qin Shao to seek. Qin Zhao's sword cultivation Tao was already close to the critical point of a breakthrough. He was only one barrier away from breaking through. At this time, under the burst of powerful faith power and the guidance of many swords, Qin Shao comprehended the foundation of many swords and the true essence of swords. A surge of power was also surging toward the barrier, trying to break it. Qin Shao was already a fourth-step Empyrean saint, and he had also cultivated 6 types of laws to perfection. Therefore, it was naturally much easier for him to cultivate the sword cultivation Tao at this time. In addition to the pressure of the current environment, Qin Zhao's potential was stimulated to an extremely high level, and he was also guided by the power of many swords. Coupled with the fact that he had accumulated a lot of energy, he launched a ferocious attack on the stronghold. The power of the attack was very strong, and it was still increasing and rising. Pung! Finally, under Qin Zhao's unremitting efforts, he broke through this barrier, broke through the shackles of the laws, and completed a sublimation transformation. Whoosh! His sword cultivation Tao laws had finally reached the realm of perfection. This was Qin Zhao's 7th type of law, which had reached the peak of perfection. Now, he only lacked the grand Tao laws and the heart force laws. As for the Tao of the true meaning of strength, Qin Shao had long since given up on it. Indeed, he could not take care of so many things. Having 4 Tao laws and 5 fundamental laws was enough. Cultivating 9 types of laws at the same time. In the entire Great Thousand World, it would be difficult to find a second person like this, right? This amount was more than enough. It might not be a good thing to continue increasing it. Sword cultivation Tao law breaking through to the point of pinnacle perfection, Qin Zhao's control over the sword was also clearly much stronger. His understanding of the situation before him had also improved significantly. Without hesitation, Qin Shao began to solve the puzzle. Using the sword to take advantage of the situation, using softness to overcome hardness, he merged himself into the sword and transformed into a sword. Then, he could live in harmony with the other swords and not invade them. What was a sword? Everything was a sword. Every blade of grass and every tree was a sword. Since that was the case, why couldn't a person be a sword? Therefore, at this moment, Qin Shao had transformed himself into a sword and completely displayed the power of the sword cultivation Tao law. Then, his sword could merge with the other swords and no longer be attacked by the attacks of those swords. In this way, the crisis was naturally resolved immediately. As expected, the key to this test lies in this. If you want to solve this problem, you have to do this. Using your body as a sword and merging into one, you can be independent. Wonderful! It is indeed incomparably wonderful! I really didn't expect that a test could be solved in such a way. As expected, there is no limit to a person's thoughts. After his crisis was resolved, Qin Shao immediately looked at Brother Pure. His crisis had not been resolved yet. Qin Shao told Brother Pure his method, but the method was just a method. Even if he knew the method, it was difficult to do it. First of all, how could it be so easy to achieve a breakthrough in the sword cultivation Tao law to the point of perfection? Although Brother Pure's sword cultivation Tao law had long been at the peak level and was infinitely close to the critical point of a breakthrough, he was only one step away from a breakthrough. However, just this one step was enough to trap and kill countless people. If he wanted to truly break through and take this step, it would be far too difficult. Qin Shao tried to help Brother Pure to reduce the pressure on Brother Pure. However, he found that he could not do so. The more he tried, the more violent the attacks of the sword became. This situation really made Qin Shao speechless. Brother Pure, if you can't do it, you can come into my inner world. I'll take you there. The situation is very dangerous now. Don't resist it. Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. He was still a little worried about him. However, Brother Pure shook his head indifferently and said, "Don't worry, brother. I know what to do. If I really can't do it, I'll ask you for help even if you don't tell me. But now, let me do it myself. I'll handle it. Don't worry about me." Ha ha ha, you want Brother Pure's life? How can it be so easy? Isn't it just a breakthrough in the sword cultivation Tao law? Brother Pure is also a peerless genius, okay? He can definitely do it, okay? Let's do it, let's do it. I haven't been so crazy for a long time. I don't believe that I can't break your sword cultivation Tao and break your barrier. Brother Pure's power of faith was very explosive at this time. His infinite potential was completely stimulated. He was in a very good state at this time. It was a good thing to be in such a good state. It meant that there was a prerequisite and foundation for a breakthrough. Cultivation focused on the heart. The heart was the most important. It was the foundation of cultivation. With this foundation, there was hope. If he didn't even have a foundation, it was impossible to make a breakthrough. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Qin Shao was immediately relieved. Although Brother Pure was usually joking, he was very scary when he was serious. Brother Pure's talent and potential were needless to say. His temperament was extremely strong. In this regard, Qin Shao admired Brother Pure very much. As long as he was willing to work hard and sweat 100 times more than others, he would definitely have a good harvest. Qin Shao had always believed in this sentence. Brother Pure also believed in it. The situation was getting more and more terrible and dangerous. However, Qin Shao believed in Brother Pure very much. He knew that Brother Pure would definitely make it. He definitely would. A tribulation was also an opportunity to improve and transform. Qin Shao stared at Brother Chuanjie. His body had been cut by the sword, and there were several bloody wounds. It was a ghastly sight, and it made people feel very worried. However, Brother Pure was still so resolute. He still didn't flinch and was still moving forward. He was releasing his last strength to fight for a chance to make a breakthrough. If he fought hard, he might not necessarily win, but he would definitely gain something. If he could win a battle of life and death, it would be a great harvest. Break for me. All of a sudden, Brother Purity let out a roar. The barrier of the sword cultivation law was finally broken by him. As soon as the barrier was broken, his whole person naturally transformed and sublimated, breaking through to a new realm. Whoosh! Ha ha ha, I finally made a breakthrough. I didn't expect that the sword cultivation law would be the first one to reach the perfect realm. Life is really full of surprises. I've always been the strongest and the best at it. It should be the great Tao law that's leading. But the first one to break through to the perfect realm is the sword cultivation law. Interesting, very interesting. Ha ha, awesome, it's really awesome. It's too awesome. I've finally taken this step. My Brother Pure has also officially stepped into a new world. Brother Chuanjie was so happy that he laughed out loud. He was so happy that he couldn't be happier. How satisfying! How satisfying! This feeling couldn't be expressed in any words. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Qin Shao also smiled. Yes, life was indeed like this. It would always give you unexpected surprises. Take Qin Shao for example. At the beginning, he cultivated the great Tao in the Hongmeng universe and walked the path of great Tao cultivation. He originally wanted to go to the great Tao sacred realm, but in the end, he went to the immortal domain and opened the path of immortal Tao law cultivation. For a period of time, the cultivation speed of great Tao law even surpassed that of immortal Tao law. However, the first one to break through to the perfect realm was not the immortal Tao law or the great Tao law, but the space law. Cultivation was like this. It was full of fun and uncertainty. Brother Pure, don't be so happy. Quickly turn yourself into a sword and break this situation. Qin Shao reminded. Brother Pure, who was happy, put away his mood and immediately turned himself into a sword. With Qin Zhao's experience, he quickly completed the transformation of his body into a sword. Soon, he became one with the 10,000 sword. All the swords suddenly stopped and no longer attacked Brother Pure. Instead, they returned to their original positions. The 10,000 swords scattered and the passage was opened. The situation was solved and the crisis was resolved. Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at each other and smiled. This feeling was really very ordinary. Ha ha, brother, you're so smart. You solved such a difficult situation. You can think of such a method. It's really wonderful, really wonderful. I really don't know how you came up with it. Anyway, I can't help but admire you. Awesome, it's really awesome. Such a difficult test was solved by us. Brother Pure laughed again, and he was in an incomparably good mood. Now that the crisis was resolved, the situation was solved, and the way was clear. Qin Shao also showed a smile on his face. So, everything is possible. It just depends on whether you dare to think about it. Our previous thinking is a little rigid, So we have to throw away some of the previous rigid thinking and make more bold ideas and try more. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. What we know is not even the tip of the iceberg. We still have a long, long way to go. Brother Pure nodded. That was indeed the case. He was also quite emotional. Speaking of which, this test was indeed very, very difficult. Even if a fourth-step ancient saint who had cultivated the law of sword cultivation to the perfect realm came here, he might not be able to come up with a solution. If he did not come up with a solution, he might still die here. Chapter 32:53. Qin Shao and Brother Pure successfully passed this test. The process of solving the problem was very painful and full of danger. They were risking their lives. However, the rewards that would come with success would definitely not be small. This test also successfully made Qin Shao and Brother Pure break through the principle of sword cultivation to the consummation level, which made them take a big step forward in their cultivation. This was a great thing. After passing through that passage, they seemed to have traveled to another world. That passage was a passage of time and space. After passing through it, they came to a brand new world, which shocked Qin Shao and Brother Pure. This feeling was as if they had traveled through time and space, crossed the endless void, and arrived in a wonderful world. Everything just now was gone. This world was also boundless and strange. There was no way out. How could they get out of here? Qin Shao, it seems that we have been completely cut off from the outside world. We have cut off our souls and everything, said Brother Pure with a frown. As soon as he came in, he had a bad feeling. It was a feeling that he was imprisoned in a cage and cut off from everything. There was no contact, no way out, and even no way to ask for help. Qin Shao also felt it, so he also frowned and had a bad feeling. This world is very strange and strange. There is no way out and the space is very stable. I can't tear it open even if I try my best. Everything has been cut off, even the soul connection has been cut off. So there is no way for us to contact the outside world here. And there is no way to get out of here with our strength. All the ways of retreat have been cut off. Now we have no choice but to go forward bravely to find an opportunity and a way out. Brother Pure gritted his teeth and said, "That's the only way. But anyway, we don't intend to retreat. Thus to us there's no difference. If we've severed everything, then so be it. This way we won't have any other thoughts to think about. We just need to go all out and charge forward. I don't believe that this place can trap us. Ha ha ha, the more I think about it, the more I feel that the opportunities here are huge. We brothers are really lucky. This is definitely going to be a heaven-defying opportunity," said Yi Futian. Qin Shao nodded. She thought so too. He felt like he was getting more and more extravagant. Such a boundless world, such a huge place, yet he was able to isolate it from the outside world. Qin Shao had encountered similar situations before, but they were all small spaces that were artificially created. For example, Fu Yunyi had used such a method to deal with High Lord Galan. However, it was only effective in a very small area, and its duration was also very limited. However, this place was obviously different. Even such a huge world could isolate everything. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. Not only that, even with Qin Zhao's current strength, there was no way for him to break through. This showed how powerful this place was. Qin Zhao's current strength was comparable to a world deity of the extreme calamity. No matter how strong his soul force and spiritual sense were, he still couldn't penetrate the barrier. In fact, Qin Zhao also discovered a terrifying problem. Brother Pure, you should have noticed that except for the Sword Dao law, the other laws here have been weakened. Very weak. So, our strength is also greatly weakened here. There is not much power left in the other laws. It should be less than 10%. The sword Tao law is not weakened at all. Not only is it not weakened, but it also seems to be stronger. Our strength is less than 10% of what it was before. It's so strange. Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, I have also noticed this problem long ago. It's very strange. Only the sword Tao law is not affected at all. The other laws are suppressed to such an extent that they are less than 10%. There is a strange force in this world that can create such a situation. This strange power is too strong and too terrifying. It can create such a situation in such a huge world. It's really incredible and unimaginable. I'm thinking that even a reincarnation supremacy would not be able to do this, right? Could a reincarnation supremacy do this?" Qin Shao could not say for sure. He just felt that even a reincarnation supremacy would not be able to do this. How powerful would it take to completely suppress the 7 cultivation Tao laws, the 5 fundamental laws, and the 12 laws at the same time? In particular, the 5 fundamental laws were the most primitive laws of the vast thousand world. No matter which cultivation law dominated the world, the 5 fundamental laws existed and were extremely difficult to suppress. Take a sacred realm for example, such as the immortal realm. The immortal Tao law would definitely be the most prevalent and prominent one. The other 7 cultivation Tao laws would be weaker, but not by much. There would be a certain suppressive effect, but it would not be too strong. However, in this world, it was completely suppressed, and there was less than 10% left. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was too terrifying. There was incredible everywhere. One really did not know what this place was. There was actually such a magical place in the endless universe sea. It was too incredible. Everything here was related to the path of swordsmanship. What was going on? Qin Shao, although we have always felt that it was unlikely that this place was man-made, it feels more and more inexplicable. If it was naturally formed by heaven and earth, then why does it have such a strong sword Tao attribute? From the attacks along the way to the test to the sword in front of us, everything is related to the sword Tao. We also relied on the sword Tao law to pass the test. If it was naturally formed by heaven and earth, it would not have such attributes, right? Brother Pure said again. In fact, Qin Shao was also thinking about this question, and he indeed felt that it was very strange. The smell of the attributes was too strong. How could it be naturally formed by heaven and earth, have such strong attribute? The possibility of this happening was extremely small. However, this possibility could not be completely ruled out. It was still possible, but it would make people feel that it was very strange and unbelievable. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "For the time being, let's not dwell on this problem. Let's take a look at this world first. Let's see if there are any great opportunities and find a way to leave." It's hard to believe that it was formed naturally, but it's even harder to believe that it was man-made. In any case, I'm getting the feeling that a reincarnation supreme shouldn't be able to create a place like this. Yes. Brother Pure nodded. He thought so too. However, let's not dwell on this for the time being. Let's take a look at the situation in front of us first. Qin Shao began to look at the world in front of him. There were still countless swords in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there were swords everywhere. As far as the eye could see, this was a sea of swords. There were all kinds of swords, swords formed by all kinds of things, not just swords of weapons. For example, there were swords made of boulders, swords made of flowing light, and huge swords made of metal. There were also swords that flowed in this world. They were like bright meteors, flashing non-stop and bringing out rays of light. In this world, there were sword-shaped boulders. Each of the sword-shaped boulders had a different shape, and each of them represented a variety of swords. It was very strange. In terms of these sword-shaped boulders, they were like works of art. Looking at them, there was a sense of appreciation. However, obviously, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were not in the mood to appreciate these things at this time, and they could not appreciate them at all. It was a boundless world, a vast and mighty world. It was like a huge cage. This world was very peaceful, so peaceful that you could not feel any danger. But was it really so? Was there really no danger? If they connected it with the previous world, they felt that this possibility should not exist. This was definitely not a simple matter. The more peaceful it was, the safer it felt, and the scarier it was. The more confusing it was, the scarier it might be, and the greater the hidden danger. After looking at it for a while, they could not figure out anything. For the time being, everything was unknown. The world was unknown, the dangers were unknown, the tests were unknown, and the opportunities were also unknown. Everything was unknown, and there was no hint or anything like that. Everything needed to be slowly explored and found out. This was a difficult problem to solve. Brother Pure, I think this should be the second test. The previous test was already so scary. This test must be even scarier than the previous one. Therefore, we have to be mentally prepared. We have to be prepared for everything. No matter what the test is, what we need to do now is to find out what the test is. For the time being, we can't see anything, but the clues should be in this world, and we need to find them. Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. Brother Pure nodded. That's the only way. This test is really difficult. There are no hints or clues, and everything is unknown. We need to find out everything. But there is no other way. Encountering such a test, we can only fight. But I believe that we can do it. We must do it. There is no difficult problem that can baffle us, brothers. Come on. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao and Brother Pure began to look for clues. From this unknown, they slowly looked for the clues of light, slowly gathered the light, and finally let the light form a guiding road. Swords, they were all swords. The whole world was swords and everything was related to sword. However, most of these swords were motionless and did not have any offensive power. Even the swords that flew through the void like flowing water would not attack them. They would only fly on their own without any purpose. Very soon, Qin Shao and the other person arrived at a huge sword-shaped rock. On the flat ground on the rock, the two of them saw a corpse. There was a corpse? Qin Shao and Brother Pure could not help but look at each other. There was a corpse, which proved that someone had come in here before. But yet he died in here? Therefore, when they saw the corpse, Qin Shao and the other man were both happy and unhappy at the same time. They were happy because they might get some clues, but they were unhappy because the degree of danger here was far beyond their imagination. Chapter 32:54. Very quickly, the two of them landed on the boulder and saw the corpse that was already dead, sitting there cross-legged. The boulder was empty. Apart from the corpse, there was nothing else on the boulder. The face of this corpse looked very old, and the body also looked very shriveled, as if it had been swallowed by something. From the looks of it, it actually looked like a dried corpse. This situation was very strange. Brother, this is too strange, isn't it? Logically speaking, those who can come here are at least ancient saints at the fourth step. They should be very powerful. The corpse of such an existence should be well preserved even after tens of thousands of universe eras. It doesn't make sense for it to become a dried corpse like this. Brother Pure frowned with a puzzled look on his face. Qin Shao was also puzzled. This was indeed the case. As long as the saint body of a fourth-step ancient saint was not destroyed by external forces, it would still be as good as new even after countless years. There would not be the slightest damage to it. Even time could not leave a trace on the body of a fourth-step ancient saint. Therefore, a dried corpse was too strange. It was truly a shocking thing. Moreover, from the looks of it, It didn't look like it had been eroded by other forces to this extent. This was because the dried corpse was sitting there peacefully. It should have died naturally. Qin Shao, do you think it could have been poisoned by some kind of terrible poison? Brother Pure suggested. Qin Shao nodded. This was still a possibility. Although a fourth-step ancient saint was extremely powerful, it was not impossible to say that there was no poison in the Great Thousand World. There was still a possibility that it could be poisoned to death. Although Qin Shao had never heard of such a terrifying poison that could do such a thing, Qin Shao had never heard of such a terrifying poison. But it doesn't look like it. Qin Shao looked at the corpse and pondered for a while before he shook his head. Qin Shao pointed at the corpse and said, "Take a closer look at this corpse. It came from the outside, and the flesh on the surface has already decayed. But the inside hasn't decayed. So, this doesn't seem to be a sign of poisoning. That's strange." Brother Pure looked at it seriously and nodded. "Well, it doesn't look like a sign of poisoning. It's like the strange power of this world is slowly devouring this corpse. If that's the case, then how did this senior die?" Qin Shao looked around and shook her head. "I don't know. Everything is unknown. Now it seems that this world is filled with many dangers, unknown dangers. Therefore, we still have to be careful. Yes, look over there. There are words. They should have been left behind by this senior." Qin Shao and Brother Pure immediately walked over and saw a large paragraph of words engraved on the stone. With a note, it would be easier to figure out the situation. This was also what Qin Shao and Brother Pure wanted. This was an important clue. What? It's the Dark Water Sword Emperor. He died here. Brother Pure exclaimed when he saw the words. The Dark Water Sword Emperor? Qin Shao frowned. Apparently, she didn't know much about this person. Brother Pure swallowed his saliva and explained, "Qin Shao, you might not know who the Dark Water Sword Emperor is. A long time ago, when I was in the Great Way Saint realm, I heard a rumor about the Dark Water Sword Emperor. That's how I got to know him. When I heard about him, I was extremely shocked. I still remember him." The Dark Water Sword Emperor was from the Great Way Saint realm, but he was the most accomplished swordsman. He was famous for his swordsmanship, so he was called the Sword Emperor. He was definitely a legendary figure. It was said that he was a peerless genius, an unprecedented genius, and his name shook the Great Thousand World. He fought his way to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. He was peerless and unparalleled. However, later on, he mysteriously disappeared. From then on, he never showed himself again. An unprecedented genius disappeared without a trace, no longer appearing in the world. This caused countless people to sigh endlessly. In the historical records of the Great Way Saint realm, this matter was called an unsolved case. It's still an unsolved mystery. I didn't expect the Dark Water Sword Emperor to die here. Sigh. Brother Pure let out a long sigh, which represented his pity for the Dark Water Sword Emperor. When he heard about the Dark Water Sword Emperor's life, he was extremely shocked and full of admiration. The number one peerless figure had died here just like that. It was really something that made people sigh endlessly. After Qin Shao heard about it, he also sighed. It was indeed a pity. The Dark Water Sword Emperor must have been a top figure from a long time ago. Otherwise, he would have heard of him. The fact that he was able to fight his way into the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list was enough to show how powerful he was. However, such an existence had died here. No matter how talented he was, if he couldn't grow up, it would be useless. Once he died, it would only be a pity. Qin Shao regained his composure and continued to read the message. After reading it, his mood became a little heavier. F***ck, it can't be. This is a land of death? An impasse world? Even the Dark Water Sword Emperor was trapped here and couldn't get out for his whole life. In the end, he died here. This is too terrifying. The Dark Water Sword Emperor's strength is not inferior to yours, Qin Shao. Brother Chuanjia's eyes widened and he looked shocked. He was quite shocked. The situation described by the Dark Water Sword Emperor was indeed full of despair. When the Dark Water Sword Emperor discovered this place, he thought that he would be able to get a great opportunity. He was also full of pride and lofty aspirations. However, in the end, he gained nothing. He couldn't get out of here and could only spend an era in despair. An era later, his body and Tao perished, and he lost his life here. It ended his brilliant and short life. Among the words he left behind, the last sentence expressed his helplessness and unwillingness. I, the Dark Water Sword Emperor, have been glorious all my life. In all my life, I can be considered invincible. But today, I am going to lose my life here. If I had another universe era, I, the Dark Water Sword Emperor, would definitely be able to dominate the firmament. I would definitely be able to become an invincible existence below the reincarnation supremacy. I would definitely be able to kill my way into the top 3 of the divine list of the firmament list. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of geniuses. The heavens want me, the Dark Water Sword Emperor, to die here. Ha ha, God, I am not convinced. I am not convinced. This damned place, what the hell is this place? To be able to trap me, the Dark Water Sword Emperor, to death, I am unwilling. If I could live another life, I would definitely kill everyone in this world, and make God tremble under my feet. His words were full of unwillingness and resentment. He was a peerless genius who had a bright future ahead of him. If he continued to grow, he might be able to make it into the top 3 of the divine list on the Heavens Declaration. It was a pity that he was going to die here. Of course, he was not convinced. Under the extreme unwillingness, he naturally had endless resentment in his heart. After accumulating it for a long time, it all burst out. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually understandable how the Dark Water Sword Emperor felt at that time. It was a pity that such a peerless genius had died. However, Qin Shao still felt that the Dark Water Sword Emperor's temperament was not very good. If he was really in a good mood, he would not have such grief and indignation. Even if he was a little emotional, he should not have such resentment. This was enough to show that his temperament was not good enough. Maybe it was because of this that he died here. There must be some problems. Otherwise, he would not have died here. However, although the Dark Water Sword Emperor had some problems, he died here, which explains some problems. There was also a very important problem, which was that the Dark Water Sword Emperor had been trapped here for an epoch, and then died here. According to his records, he had not been attacked or anything like that. Moreover, he was able to leave these words before he died, and his heart was full of resentment. It was not because he was attacked by other forces that he died here. This question also made Qin Shao and Brother Pure frown and ponder. After carefully sensing it, Qin Shao said, Brother Pure, do you find that the time law here is a little strange? In other words, there is a very strange force. And this force can slowly erode our saint body, causing us to slowly age and die. This is like an ordinary person who will be eroded by time, slowly grow old, and finally die. In this world, there is a similar force that even we can't escape from. The Dark Water Sword Emperor should have died under this force. He lived in this world for an era. It seems that we should be able to live in this world for an era at most. In terms of time, it seems to be a lot, but we can't be careless. The Dark Water Sword Emperor was trapped here and finally died in despair. His life was miserable. This, perhaps, is the biggest danger in this sword ocean. It seems that this sword ocean is very quiet, without any trace of danger. But the danger is hidden in the dark, and it can't be detected. Time is our biggest enemy. Now, what we need to do is to find a way out of this sword ocean as soon as possible. Only in this way can we survive. Now, for us, it doesn't matter whether we can get the opportunity or not. What matters is how to survive. Brother Pure nodded solemnly. He also became serious, which was rare for him. Facing the shadow of death, Brother Pure also put away his usual laughter and became very serious. The death of the Dark Water Sword Emperor did bring a great shadow, which made Qin Shao and Brother Pure sense a terrible danger. The aura of death became very strong. What others can't do doesn't mean that we can't do it. If the Dark Water Sword Emperor can't do it, it means that he is not strong enough. He has a lot of flaws. Even if others can't do it, we should believe that we can do it. So, no matter what, we must have absolute confidence. We must not be discouraged at all. Our mind must be firm, and we can't relax at all. Once we let our guard down, we're basically done for. At this point, we have no other choice. Only by fighting can we get a chance to survive. The answer must be in this sword ocean. It just depends on whether you can find it or not, Qin Shao said with a determined face, full of faith. Brother Pure nodded, as if he was convinced. Chapter 32:55. Yes, confidence was very important. Once he lost his confidence, he was basically destined to fail. Even a peerless figure like the Dark Water's Sword Emperor had died here, which was enough to show how terrifying this sea of swords was. However, the more terrifying it was, the more it proved that the greater the opportunity behind it was, the more people wanted to get it. The terrifying situation did not stimulate Qin Shao. Instead, it made him see a greater opportunity and made him have a stronger desire. He wanted to become stronger. Even if he respected Gu Lingyue's choice, he did not want to be bullied by the fire deity. Moreover, there was still Yao Shuoyan waiting for him to save him. His master, the Red Dust Guest, was still in the hands of a genius. Thinking of this bastard, Qin Shao felt inexplicably angry. It was just that this guy knew that his strength was far inferior to his, so he hid very well. Everything required strength, even greater strength. Therefore, Qin Shao had no reason not to work harder to become stronger. Fortuitous encounters were a springboard. Qin Shao and Brother Pure continued to walk in this sea of swords and found a few more corpses. Some of them had even turned into ashes, and almost nothing could be seen. There were even world immortals. Some of them had left behind information, so they still knew where they came from. Some of them did not leave behind any information, so they did not even know where they came from. All of these situations were shocking enough to see. There were even some world immortals among the dead seniors. This was too terrifying. After entering this place, whether it was a fourth-step ancient saint or a world immortal, they could not escape death. Brother Pure had heard of a few of them. Their reputations were not inferior to the Dark Water's Sword Emperor. They were all peerless figures who had once been famous in the great wide world. None of these figures were simple. All of them were top-notch figures of their time. However, these peerless figures had all died here. Just thinking about it was terrifying. With such a huge impact, wave after wave of impact, it was really a blow to one's confidence. Brother Pure felt a little negative, but fortunately Qin Shao was here. He reminded and encouraged him several times, so Brother Pure knew that he had to persevere. The more terrifying one was, the more one needed to be confident in one's strength. Otherwise, it would truly be dangerous. But knowing was one thing, wanting to do it well wasn't an easy thing. After going around the entire sea of swords, Qin Shao also made a calculation. The number of dead people that could be seen for the time being was as high as 27. There should be some people whose traces had been completely erased, and there was no way to verify them. They were people who had passed away a long time ago. After all, the corrosive power of the mysterious energy was simply too terrifying. In just a single epoch, it was enough to kill a fourth-step ancient saint. Over time, a corpse would naturally be completely turned into ashes, making it impossible to find it again. Among the 27 ancestors, there were 15 world gods, which was slightly more than the number of fourth-step ancient saints. This kind of situation really made people endlessly shocked. World deity-level existences could be said to be immortal and indestructible. They were existences that had transcended the limits of the world. In this world, I am a god. Only when I transcend everything can I become a world god. But in this place there were actually so many world gods that had died. It was truly a sight to behold. If news of this were to spread out, who knew how many people would be scared to death? In this sea of swords, other than these swords and corpses, there is nothing else. How in the world can we get out of this damned place? Brother Pure smacked his lips. He had no clue at all. This feeling was much stronger than when he was facing the 10,000 sword Daos earlier on. Earlier on, there were at least 10,000 sword Daos in front of him to choose from. But this time around, there wasn't even a general direction, let alone clues. It was completely baffling. He didn't know what to do or how to get out of this place. The worst thing was that there were so many supreme figures that had died in this place. Naturally, this place was shrouded in the shadow of death. No matter how good one's state of mind was, it couldn't be said that it was completely unaffected. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "If things were that simple, there wouldn't be so many ancestors that had died in this place. There are no clues about Renku's clues because we haven't found anything yet. We just walked around roughly just now. How could we find it so easily? If it's so easy, then we really have to wonder where this place is. The more difficult and dangerous it is, the more worthy it is for us to challenge it and take it seriously." Brother Pure nodded and said, "That's true. Haha, I'm just saying. Anyway, with you here, I can relax a little. Okay, don't stare at me. I'm just saying. I can really live here leisurely, right? Not to mention the opportunity. Just this test alone is worth challenging, isn't it? Brother Pure didn't get to where he is today by relying on his mouth, okay?" Hearing Brother Pure's words, Qin Shao was relieved. In fact, Qin Shao also believed that Brother Pure seemed to have a loose character, but it was just because of his character. But when it came to doing things, Brother Pure would not be careless at all. Just like in the test just now, Brother Pure also practiced the law of sword cultivation to the perfect realm in a short time. Brother Pure could get to where he was today by relying on himself step by step. No matter what he did, he must first be calm and completely immersed in things. Only then could he find things that others could not find. At present, it seemed that there were indeed no clues. Not to mention clues, there was no direction. Everything was unknown. What was more frightening was that there was an extremely strong aura of death spreading. The words left behind by the deceased ancestors were filled with despair. An era's worth of time. At most, he could only live for one era. It was difficult, but no matter how difficult it was, they had to break through it. Everything should be related to the law of sword cultivation. This place is full of swords. It seems that there are no clues, but in fact, swords are the first clue. Although this clue is a little too broad, it's still a direction after all. Having a direction was equivalent to having a compass in the sea. Although there was a compass, in the face of this boundless and turbulent sea, there was no way to know which direction to go to reach a safe place. Qin Shao soon calmed down completely and immersed himself in this sea of swords. He would not let go of any sword and would carefully study them. There were countless swords in this sea of swords, and each of them had 100 forms. There were no two that were exactly the same. There were thousands of swords, and each of them was different. This seemed to be another direction for research. There were countless swords in countless forms, materials, and sizes. Was there some kind of internal connection, or was it trying to express something? He did not know. Everything was still blank, and he did not know what to express at all. It should not be related to strength, and it may not be related to the law of sword cultivation. If it was related to these, there wouldn't be so many world gods who died here. There were a few world gods. Brother Pure has heard of their names before. They were extremely strong, and there was no issue with their strength. They must have had a complete grasp of the law of sword cultivation as well. If even such existences died here, that's more than enough to explain the situation. But if it has nothing to do with strength or the law of sword cultivation, then what does it have to do with? Then how in the world can I break out of this situation and get out of this sea of swords? The more he thought about it, the more he felt conflicted and confused, and the harder it was for him to see the direction clearly. The moment he thought about it, he felt as though his mind was filled with paste, and all of a sudden, it was filled with a lot of information. This meant that he had not found the right direction at all. However, Qin Shao was certain that this had to be related to swords, but it did not have to be at the level of laws. Then, what aspect of swords did it have to do with? Being a world god who walked on the law of sword cultivation would be at an extremely high level of mastery of the law of sword cultivation, and could completely grasp the law of sword cultivation. This was an existence who could truly make laws follow their words. Logically speaking, such an existence should be able to grasp everything about sword. But why did he still die here? Could it be that the test was not just about the sword? That should be the case. The sword was the main factor, but there might be other factors involved as well. It was the sword, but it was not just the sword. That's right, innate potential. Qin Shao immediately thought of another possibility. Generally speaking, many places with opportunities would test one's innate potential, and not one's strength. Having strength did not mean that one had innate potential. Having innate potential did not mean that one had strength either. Qin Shao felt that this possibility was rather high. If what was tested was one's innate potential, and it was related to swords, then would it be one's innate potential in the sword Tao? It couldn't be that he had to cultivate the law of sword cultivation to the point of complete mastery, right? Complete mastery of the law was at the level of a world god, and that was also the most crucial step in breaking through to the world god state. Once he could do that, he would be able to break through to the world god state. An epoch ago, it did not sound impossible. But was that really the case? After Qin Shao seriously analyzed this idea, he rejected it. It shouldn't be the case. Or rather, it was not as simple as that. That was not enough to determine anything. If that was the case, then in theory, someone like the Dark Waters Sword Emperor should also have extremely strong innate potential. They should also have a chance to break through to the world god state in an era, right? However, it was hard to say. After all, it was too difficult to break through to the world god state. An era's time was only 1.8 billion years, which was considered a very short period of time. Breaking through to the world god state in such a short period of time? It was still unbelievable when he thought about it. After all, Qin Shao had just broken through to the fourth step of the ancient saint stage. He had spent more than 100 million years cultivating until now. To him, an era was indeed quite long. However, to a world deity, it was simply too short a period of time. In the long history of the vast thousand worlds, there might not be anyone who could reach the world god state in an era, right? Even though Qin Shao was very confident, the problem was that the cultivation environment here was extremely poor. There was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth or chaotic energy. In this place, it was difficult to cultivate. At the very least, it should be impossible to break through to the world god state. Therefore, this was a big problem in front of Qin Shao. Thinking of this, he ruled out this possibility. What other possibilities were there? Author Clipchamp said, third update. Chapter 3256. He kept studying, thinking, and reincarnating in pain. This was a kind of torture, a great torture. Being reincarnated in this endless pain over and over again really made people feel like they were better off dead. 1,000,000 years seemed to be as long as an epoch. Huh! Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he stared ahead. From this angle, he actually saw a word. Sword. This huge word was formed by many swords. It was also similar to the previous test of 10,000 paths. It could only be seen from a specific position and angle. In that case, there must be other words, right? With his previous experience, Qin Zhao also deliberately came to see if there was a similar situation. Sure enough, he saw the word sword here. With this first discovery, Qin Zhao continued to search and found a few more words one after another. After searching for 10,000 years, Qin Zhao was sure that he could only find 4 words, at least for the time being. After these 4 words were combined, Qin Zhao was surprised to find a problem. The sword can split the sky. Qin Zhao was very familiar with these 4 words. These were the key words of the heaven-splitting sword technique. The heaven-splitting sword technique, the sword can split the sky. When the sword slashed, the Emperor falls galaxy. The most domineering part of the heaven-splitting sword technique was the 4 words, the sword can split the sky. The majestic sword qi gushed out from these 4 words, illuminating the sky. Seeing the 4 words, the sword can split the sky, Qin Zhao couldn't help but immediately think of the heaven-splitting sword technique. Qin Zhao had always thought that the heaven-splitting sword technique was an extremely profound swordsmanship cultivation method that he hadn't cultivated yet. He had only cultivated to the 2nd level, but it was still one of his most powerful techniques, which was enough to show the power of the heaven-splitting sword technique. Qin Zhao had indeed not cultivated the heaven-splitting sword technique for a while. Regardless of whether the two were related or not, it was better to cultivate it first. Just do as you think. No matter what, it might be a way. One must have the courage to try anything. The more confused one was, the more one should try. Only by constantly trying would one be able to find a way out. Qin Zhao began to cultivate the heaven-splitting sword art. His sword cultivation Dao law had broken through to the pinnacle of perfection. His cultivation level had also broken through to the 4th step ancient saint realm. Now that he was cultivating the heaven-opening sword art, it was naturally much easier to understand. Qin Zhao felt that the heaven-opening sword art, which was originally incomparably profound, could be easily grasped. The heaven-splitting sword technique was indeed incomparably exquisite. Even with Qin Zhao's current realm, he still felt that it was very profound and powerful. This exquisiteness seemed to surpass all swordsmanship cultivation method. It could even be said that it was beyond one's imagination and understanding of the sword. You will discover that the sword can be like this, surpassing the basic framework of sword Dao laws. Laws were the foundation of power, but the true power of a sword depended on the usage of the sword. The most direct way to express the usage of the sword was through swordsmanship and swordsmanship cultivation method. The heaven-opening sword art was a swordsmanship cultivation method that pushed the usage of the sword to the pinnacle. The 3rd level of the heaven-opening sword art was so exquisite that Qin Zhao was amazed more than once when he was cultivating it. The sword was a kind of power, a kind of spirit, and a kind of thought. The power of laws had reached a peak. If one wanted to increase the power of the sword, they could only work on the usage of the sword. His cultivation this time was considered to be rather smooth. It only took Qin Shao 30,000 years to successfully cultivate the third level of the heaven-opening sword art. His understanding of the sword, the usage of the sword, and the power of the mind of the sword had also become much stronger. But after cultivating it, Qin Zhao's greatest feeling was that the sword was like a boundless ocean. Even though he had already reached such a high level, he still felt that he was facing the ocean. Where was the pinnacle of the sword? The heaven-opening sword art was originally an incomplete swordsmanship cultivation method. After cultivating it to this point, he could feel the profoundness of this swordsmanship. According to the current situation, the heaven-opening sword art should have 5 levels. I have only cultivated to the 3rd level now, which means that there are 2 more levels. The heaven-opening sword art has given me a lot of inspiration. If I take a closer look now, I will vaguely find that some of the layout here seems to be related to the heaven-opening sword art. Could it be that this has something to do with the heaven-opening sword art? Did the heaven-opening sword art spread out from here? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shao felt that he was too bold. He really dared to think about it. However, he had to admit that it was not impossible after thinking about it carefully. At least based on Qin Zhao's current knowledge, he felt that the heaven-opening sword art was an incredible swordsmanship cultivation method, and it was difficult for him to see through all of it. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that even reincarnation supremacy might not be able to create such a powerful swordsmanship cultivation method. Who on earth created the heaven-opening sword art? Qin Shao obtained this swordsmanship cultivation method from the first Free City Lord, who also praised the heaven-opening sword art quite a bit. However, he did not care about this for now. Now, Qin Shao had to consider how to solve the current problem with the help of the heaven-opening sword art. Some discoveries were at least clues. It was worth a try to follow this clue and explore it, regardless of whether he could succeed or not. Now, as long as there was a glimmer of possibility, he had to give it a try. Without the next cultivation method, it was indeed too difficult to make a breakthrough in the heaven-opening sword art. In fact, it even sounded like an impossible task. However, Qin Shao did not think it was an impossible task. He must do it. After making up his mind, Qin Shao began to work hard in this direction. Using the idea of the heaven-opening sword art and looking at those swords again, he really made a lot of discoveries. These discoveries also gave Qin Shao a big surprise, which made Qin Shao more likely to be in the right direction. This was a pleasant surprise. With the passage of time and the deepening of the research, Qin Shao gained more and more inspiration. The more insights he had, the clearer the path naturally became, which made Qin Shao more and more confident that this was the right direction. If he kept going in this direction, he would definitely be able to solve the current problem. It was a pity that there was no subsequent mental cultivation method of the heaven-opening sword art. Otherwise, it should be easier. Without the subsequent mantra, he would have to rely on himself to slowly figure it out. Fortunately, there were countless swords in front of him. He could get some information, some guidance, and some inspiration from them. Of course, these scattered pieces of information had to be put together and turned into something magical. It would be very difficult to convert these scattered things into useful cultivation technique. It was too difficult to do so. This was also an incomparably great test for Qin Shao. However, now they had basically determined a specific direction, and there were also some clues. In this way, at least he had the prerequisites for success. What he needed to do next was Qin Zhao's own efforts. The most difficult thing was to climb to the sky. Step by step, he would eventually step into the 9th heaven. This time, there was no pain like before. Naturally, he felt that time passed quickly. 1,000,000 years was just a snap of the fingers. Over the past 2,000,000 years, Brother Chuanjia had also gained some enlightenment. He had also seen the direction of the sword. Brother Pure also began to work hard in this direction, which made him have a lot of new insights and understandings of the sword. Soon, tens of millions of years had passed. Tens of millions of years of cultivation, accumulation, and comprehension. With the help of the countless swords in the Sea of Swords, Qin Shao slowly figured out the subsequent path of the heaven-opening sword skill. This was the way of cultivation methods. The mental cultivation method was just the creator's deepest experience expressed in easy-to-understand words. However, what the mental cultivation method expressed was still limited after all. It could not be expressed completely at all. Therefore, relying on one's own comprehension to cultivate meant that there was a lack of good guidance, but it did not mean that it was impossible to cultivate. For tens of millions of years, Qin Shao was completely immersed in it. Under the enlightenment of all self, Qin Shao gained a lot. The sword moves the mountains and rivers. The sword roars in the ninth heaven. The sword can penetrate through the ages. The sword can cover a world. The sword can lead an era. The sword was everything. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand moved. The swords in the Sea of Swords also buzzed and moved with the sword. A single sword could lead an entire world. A single sword could also open up a path for him. Qin Shao waved the sword in his hand into the void. The monstrous sword qi surged in the four seas, completely covering the whole world and filling it up in an instant. The Sea of Swords had now become a sea of sword qi. The terrifying sword qi surged endlessly. Qin Shao waved the sword in his hand and immediately cut open the world. A passage was directly separated by the sword qi and appeared in front of Qin Shao. At the end of the passage was a dazzling light. Everything inside could not be seen clearly. However, Qin Shao knew that he had found the way and could leave this world. As expected, it has something to do with the heaven-opening sword skill. I really didn't expect that the heaven-opening sword skill that I got by chance back then would have such a great background and play a key role here. If I didn't have the heaven-opening sword skill, I might not have been able to think of this. Even if I could think of it, it wouldn't have been so fast. Moreover, I might not have been able to cultivate all the way to this level. With the foundation of the heaven-splitting sword art, I was able to improve so quickly and reach such an unimaginable level. The heaven-opening sword skill has been cultivated to the 4th level. At this time, my heaven-opening sword skill is much more powerful than breaking the stalemate. This place is actually related to the heaven-opening sword skill. Could it be that the heaven-opening sword skill was spread out from here? In that case, it's very likely that this place was artificially created. It's not a place of opportunity that was formed naturally? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shao couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this was really the case, it would be too incredible, because along the way, Qin Shao and Brother Pure both felt that even Reincarnation Sovereign was not capable of creating this place. Could it be that there was an existence more powerful than Reincarnation Sovereign in this world? It should not be. Anyway, they had never heard of it. Or maybe it was just Reincarnation Sovereign who was extremely fierce. After all, they did not know how fierce Reincarnation Sovereign was. Everything was just their imagination. They could not take it seriously. Brother, haha, I knew you could do it. Good. Brother Pure came over with a smile. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.